11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to you all joining us here wherever you are in the world for the eEURO 2020 finals. My name is Harry Channon. I will be hosting today's stream alongside my good friend Stuart Wesley. Wezza, welcome, my friend. We've been covering a bit of the playoffs, a bit of the qualification phase. This is it now. This is the finals. This is the real thing. First of all, welcome. Second of all, how are you doing and how excited on a scale of 1 to 10 are you for today?
Well, first of all, it's awesome to be here. And second of all, you know, all the talking's done. All the playoff games are done. Everybody's ready to go. This is where all the marbles are on the line. And it's going to be a fantastic watch today. There's be so many goals, so many saves. Everything's going to be going on.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. I got to address the elephant in the room, though. You would have loved to have been up there representing England yourself. You know, you've turned pundit now. Can you put into words, maybe, before we start to jump into some of the tournament explainer videos, some of the other stuff that we have, the formalities before we get into the games. Try and put into words what these players will be feeling before before these games start to kick off? Because obviously this is a massive tournament, massive opportunity for these guys. Back when you were playing, obviously this would have been quite a high stakes tournament.
Yeah, and it's the highest platform there is for eFootball PES at this point in time, and I think the nerves will be jangling for a lot of people, and you know, players will have needed to have refined their tactics. They'll need to have worked on their game plans, their set pieces, all of the little pieces of the puzzle that go together, and hopefully they can make it work on the day. It's always about what happens on the day is what really counts for these players.
So for those of you joining us for the first time, we have a tournament explainer video for you to explain how the entire process of the eEURO 2020 went down. Let's take a look.
The eEURO 2020 is a gaming tournament featuring 55 nations, battling it out on eFootball PES 2020. The tournament is split into 3 main phases. First phase is the player selection phase for all national associations. Second phase is the online qualifiers. And the third phase is the finals. During the player selection phase, each one of the 55 nations found 2 to 4 players to represent them. In phase 2 of the tournament, the online qualifiers, the nations were randomly drawn into 5 groups of 5 teams and 5 groups of 6 teams. The nations played each other in their respective groups in a round-robin format. First place in each group qualified directly for the finals, while second place teams were drawn into 2 new groups of 5. The top 3 teams in each of these groups qualified for the finals. During phase 3, the finals, the 16 qualified nations were placed into a set of 4 groups, where they'll play each other. The top 2 teams in each group progress to the knockout rounds. Eventually, nations are knocked out until 2 remain, and the winning nation is finally crowned as the eEURO 2020 champions.
So there we have it, Wes. There was the tournament in its entirety. It was a long old process. Let's talk briefly about phase 1 and phase 2. We're obviously now in phase 3, the summit of the competition, the live finals. But this has been such a grueling road for some of these players, having to qualify not only for this tournament itself, but also to represent their nations as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, the selection process for some, it started months ago, you know, and all of the hard work, all of the preparation, you know, the games, the difficulty of those games to get through to represent your country. And now it comes down to this, where you're representing your country in the eEURO 2020. It's kind of a, you know, it's the kind of the cherry on top of the eFootball PES cake, if you will, for most of these players. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out.
And of course, some of these teams not only had to qualify to represent their nations, but then also had to go through a playoff group as well, which added, I suppose you could say, 2 sides of a coin for some of these nations. Yes, it was extra games, but in some nations' cases, for example, Spain, they got to explore their squads a little bit and maybe experiment with some player rotations.
Yeah, and although it may have added some nerves to those playoff games, it's also added a little bit of an additional kind of game plan that they could potentially look to employ here today. So, you know, there are 2 edges to the sword, if you will. There are advantages and disadvantages, but you know, we'll see how Spain and the rest of these teams all play out today.
Well, speaking of the rest of the teams, we were starting out the eEURO 2020 competition with 55 nations. We're now down to just 16. Let's check out the 16 nations vying for the eEURO 2020 crown.
take the lead. Goal, Croatia! Absolute gem! What a wonderful goal! They've done it! Play all round. Israel! And that is about as cool as they come. Beautifully dispatched. That is a gem! That is superb! What a wonderful goal! Shoots! They've done it! Superb! Goes for goal! It's there! What a wonderful goal! Remarkable. What a wonderful goal!
So there we have it then, Wes. Some massive nations there. Down from 55 now, down to just 16. Some notable absentees in there as well. No doubt we'll get to that a little bit later on. But first and foremost, I think it's only fair that we jump straight into the groups that we're going to be seeing today. First of all, let's talk about Group A. I mean, all of these groups really, with these nations, throughout the grueling process that they had to go through to get here, surely will be difficult groups. But that Group A in particular really stands out as one of the toughest groups in the entire competition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at the quality of players that are in Group A, not to mention the quality of the squads that they're controlling. You've got Spain, you've got Germany, you've got Bosnia, Romania are no kind of slouches either. You know, you look at Group B with Denmark, Turkey, Serbia, and Italy. Again, that's a very difficult group to call. Group C, again, you've got the kind of unknown quantity of Luxembourg, you've got Netherlands, Croatia, Montenegro, and then finally, of course, you've got Group D with probably the fancied favourites, I would say, of this in France. But again, they've got a very difficult group to get out of with Austria, Greece, and Israel. So it's there are no easy games here. It is a cliche, but there are no easy games here.
No easy games in the eEURO 2020 finals. That Group D and Group A, as you mentioned, Wes, very close groups. So let's move on now, shall we, to the schedule list for today, brought to you by Booking.com. First of all, we're jumping into Romania and Bosnia and Herzegovina very shortly. A very tightly contested match. Shortly after that, we'll be jumping into Italy versus Turkey, Luxembourg versus Croatia, and Israel versus Greece. That latter match, by the way, Israel versus Greece, two undefeated squads throughout the qualification campaign. So let's take a look then at the Group A, and if you are unfamiliar with the tournament format we're going to be going with today, it is a group bracket format. The easiest way to look at it: if you win two, you advance; if you lose two, you go home. In game one, Spain took down Romania 6-5 to advance to a winners matchup against Germany, who in turn took down Bosnia and Herzegovina. So those are the two teams we're going to be watching first, Romania and Bosnia, Wes. Two nations that actually won their respective groups in the qualifying round. Should be quite a closely contested match on paper here.
Yes, most definitely. I mean, you look at like we said, we look at the squads and we look at the quality of these two teams possess. And especially given that it's kind of almost in a bit of a shootout scenario here, where you've got to show up and you've got to play your best game here. And, if you don't, you can see yourself going home quite quickly.
Certainly, and when you look at the types of groups that they had as well, I mean, we spoke about notable absences. No Portugal here. That's purely down to Romania winning the group and really knocking them into a playoff round. A reminder for everyone at home, if you want to vote on the results of the matches, you can do so at eEURO2020.com/poll. But yeah, worth reminding everyone, Romania winning Group B and knocking Portugal down into the playoff round, which eventually they were pipped to the post by Croatia. So Romania, certainly no slouches. Bosnia and Herzegovina with a really solid squad as well. For me, this really could come down to, who we're going to be seeing step up to the plate here for either nation. So, I think it's only fair, Wes, if we take a quick look at who we are going to be seeing representing each of these countries here. It will be Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Romania for our first match of the day.
My name is Igor Zejcevic, also known as Plentiful But 7 across PES community.
My name is Feđa Đedović. In PES world, I'm well known as Zeusinho. I'm representing Bosnia and Herzegovina National Football Association.
Bosnia-Herzegovina are back in business.
I know my teammate Igor for 4 or 5 years. We met at one local tournament, and since then we are playing together.
my teammate Zeusinho. He's one of the best players, 9 times Bosnian champion, and having him as a partner increases our chances of achieving great results on UEFA eEURO 2020 finals.
As a gamer, I am proud to represent my country and my football association. Our road to the finals was not so easy. We had some great matches against Kazakhstan and Moldova.
Has a pop, and he's done it! First blood drawn.
But in the end, we were winners of Group C.
And with that goal comes comfort.
To win this tournament would be a great achievement for us because this is our first big tournament. I think it would be the best possible way to represent and promote our country.
As a national representative, I couldn't be happier. I have a message for everyone else. Never stop dreaming, because dreams always come true.
Hi all, I would like to wish the Bosnian national eFootball team all the best for the eEURO finals in eFootball PS 2020. Watch it live on UEFA YouTube.
Simply superb! Going for goal! Goal! Romania!
Ciao, numele meu este Urmă Constantin Adrian, am 23 de ani și reprezint România. Gamer tagul meu este NGU Urmă 43. Are semnat Never Give Up Urmă 43.
Hi, my name is Cristian Radu, my gamer tag is Paneas88 and I'm representing Romania.
Joc în eSport de 10 ani și sunt un jucător profesionist din PES 2017.
That is simply superb!
I played this game for almost 20 years now. My teammate is a very strong player. It's a great honor to play amongst him.
And Romania take the lead!
Este un jucător foarte talentat, foarte bun, care m-a ajutat foarte mult în a îmbunătăți jocul meu. Drumul nostru înspre turneul final a fost unul foarte greu, având o grupă grea cu jucători foarte buni și jucători profesioniști, precum Portugalia, Slovenia, Scoția, Liechtenstein.
Adrian Urma played very well. He beat Portugal 2 times.
Dar datorită colegilor mei din națională am reușit să trecem grupa de pe primul loc și suntem foarte mândri.
It's a very nice feeling to represent your country. I hope we will do well in the finals.
Eu cred că să câștigi eEURO 2020 ar fi cel mai mare vis al meu și în același timp ar fi o onoare să reușim să aducem trofeul eEURO 2020 în țara noastră, România.
So good to hear from both nations' chosen representatives. Obviously, Romania setting their sights quite high on the eEURO 2020 trophy. Good as well, Wes, to hear from Mr. Pjanic, Mr. Miralem Pjanic, obviously wishing the Bosnian national team good luck as well. Good to see him tuning into some eFootball action. And really, this one, again, could come down to which nation really turns up and which team really steps up to the plate here, because this is, as a reminder to you all, a losers match. Both of these two nations have lost their first match in the group, and if they lose this one, they'll be going home.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be a very hard fought game, knowing these two nations, and you know, Bosnia's representatives are well versed in pressure games. Irma from Romania is also very well versed in pressure games, and yeah, you look at the types of players that are on show here. You're probably looking to Bosnia being the stronger of the two teams, leading the line, Edin Dzeko, and as we saw, Miralem Pjanic would be the guy that would kind of orchestrate that midfield. So I would potentially go out on a limb here and say Bosnia may take this.
Wow, a bold prediction early on. Worth reminding everyone as well, if you are new to eFootball action, we play 2 games of PES. If the aggregate scores are tied, there are no away goals. If there are 2 aggregate scores are tied, then we will go to a third deciding tiebreaker match between the 2 nations. So plenty of eFootball to come today, potentially best of 3 matches overall. So should be a good day. Let's take a look, Wes, first of all, at some of the group results for both of these 2 nations. As we said before, they won their respective groups, Group B and C. Romania in Group B, pipping Portugal to the post by 4 points. They were able to win out in that group, which was, for a lot of people, quite a surprising result.
Yeah, and you looked at that list of teams that were in there, and they listed them off in the VC there as well. You had Portugal, you had Scotland, you had Slovenia. They had players and teams that they had to really bypass, and they did fantastically well to take 2 wins out of Portugal and kind of knock them into the playoffs. So they've done fantastically well to get them to this stage. It'll be interesting to see if they can replicate that type of form here today.
Yeah, Parnaeus stating that Irma was able to beat Portugal both times that they matched up, so Irma's probably will be the man to watch. And then on the Bosnian side, 20 points out of their group against 4 other nations, 6 wins, 2 draws, an undefeated record. It's time now to kick off eEURO 2020. It is Bosnia and Herzegovina against Romania. It's plentiful bats starting it out for Bosnia. And would you be expecting to see them maybe split the reps here and try and switch out the players, or do you expect to see Zeusinho to take most of the load going throughout the rest of this group? As we see actually an early goal. Well, it's the first goal that we've seen so far today. Is Gojak the scorer, and from the most unlikely circumstance, a corner swung in well, just the 2nd minute of the match. It's an improvised finish, I think, here, Wes.
Well, it's a near post header. You can see there that the Romanian goalkeeper's just inched out. It's that manual goalkeeping. We talk about it all the time. And it's that man, Miralem Pjanic, who's fired it in. It's a bit of a lofted header finish. And Gojak will be very happy to take that in. And as we were saying, we were just about to talk about whether, Zeus and Plentiful Bat will split the load here. And it may be a case that Plentiful Bat takes the lead here.
Well, what does Parnaeus do to respond? Wants to try and get a response early on. Here is Ivan. And it's straight into the back of the net, up the other end. The perfect response, an equaliser within moments. And well, so far both the defences have been lacklustre, but the attacks have been on point.
Well, we promised action, we promised goals, and in the opening stages of this game, we've got both. It's a good bit of passing play there from Romania just to settle or unsettle that Bosnian defence. It's a cute little finish in the end, and again, the earlier you can strike back in a game of eFootball PES, the better. Against Romania, that little bit of a little bit of a kind of a foundation to build on. The acrobatic celebration from Romania there, and we're back level, and not even 5 minutes gone here.
It's almost a bit of belief, isn't it, when you're able to get a goal back on an opponent who scored on you so early. That almost resets the tempo and now puts, well, almost the onus on the opposition. Parnaeus doing very, very well. We spoke about Irma being able to take down group favourites. It's fair to say Portugal twice, and now Bosnia try and stage an attack of their own. You almost feel like Parnaeus was overshadowed by Irma's performance. Obviously, we know Irma's such a strong player in and of himself. That's the beauty of the eEuros as well. So we get to see these players really be put under the spotlight. Here comes Plentiful Bat, though, for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Nothing doing in that attack, and now with the pause queued up by Romania, they have a chance to bring it out.
You can see now the tempo of the game just starting to settle down just a touch as they both try and just get themselves settled after early action. You can see their pause cue for Romania quite early on as well. So interesting to see what tactical tweaks they've been employed there by Parnaeus.
Kolasinac willing to let that one run, but that was a bit of a mistake. Now a chance for Parnaeus maybe for Romania to get something going, but dealt with well. Watch out for Dzeko holding the ball up really well. Gojak, the goal scorer. Krunic on that far side. Oh, a chance to poke it through there. Didn't quite come off. Bosnia and Herzegovina retain possession. Here is Kodro. Krunic into Dzeko. Nice touch, but, well, the tackle was even better. Paneas across well. Let's see what Paneas can do in terms of building an attack here. This pause has been queued up for, well, since he scored the goal, essentially. Clearly not happy with something so far, whether he's wanting to change some tactics, maybe some personnel, or maybe just has a bit of an itchy nose. We'll have to see.
I was going to say, it may be a case that he's looking maybe to switch his formation to a more attacking option, seeing that he may have had a bit more momentum.
Or might just slide all the way through there, but, well, it's improvised defending. Works well, though, for Bosnia. Pjanic pulling the strings in midfield, as often he does. Reminder, Bosnia back in Group C, undefeated campaign for them. 6 wins, 2 draws. They've gotten off there this campaign, though, as an early strike comes in with a loss. Good attack there, though. Just snatched at the shot. But we often say, Wes, whether it's eFootball Pro or whatever competition we're commentating on, we like to see players take those type of chances and, you know, take a shot on early, because oftentimes it can actually lead to a mistake. And look at this, Plotiful Bat has just absolutely stolen the ball back. The referee has adjudged it to be unfair, though. So this one will be ruled out. Bit of a controversial decision for me there, Wes.
Yeah, it looked like Paneas had just been caught in possession, and I don't see anything wrong with that, but the ref's seen it a different way. But again, that'll give Plantable Bat a little bit more confidence to know that he's starting to get the psychological battle going here.
Look at this, Vishat through, looking for Kodro. Bit of a 50-50 ball. It will bounce back to Bosnia, but can't quite get it under control. Paneas almost on the ropes here. Pushas into the feet of Ivan, tries a nice bit of combination inside the box. Doesn't come off for him, though. Pjanic. Dzeko and Kodro combining really well. Well, it's the type of match we thought it might be. One apiece. That goal ruled out, of course, just moments ago. It's been physical and it's been attritional so far. Pjanic trying to find Kodro. Half-time rapidly approaching, and, well, I can't see a particular switch at the moment from Romania after that pause, Wes. Anything that you're seeing maybe that Paneas has switched up here, maybe tactically?
It doesn't look like he's done too much. It may have just been a case of just trying to get himself collected a little bit. But even then, I mean, you know, you look at the disallowed goal, there doesn't seem to be too much composure coming from Romania at this point in time. But hopefully second half they can come out of the blocks and hopefully cause Bosnia a few more problems than what they've been doing right now.
Well, potential last attack of the half here. Ball has to go forward, and, well, the referee's seen enough. So 2 goals within the first 10 minutes means here in match number 1 of the eEURO 2020 stream, this losers match in Group A, we are tied 1 apiece. The sides have switched. The score remains the same, but Bosnia now attacking from right to left, and Romania in the yellow strip, they go the other way. Krunic charged down very well. Paneas now maybe can fashion an attack into the feet of Puskas by the look of it. Doesn't work out for him, though. Yeah,
you can see he's just trying to work his way into that kind of area. It's just his players don't seem to be kind of following his commands, but you can also see the game plan from Bosnia at the moment. It's get it up to Dzeko, try and get it knocked down, try and force an opportunity down the other end of the pitch. It's good passing play here.
Stanchu with the finish. The Bosnian fans in the stadium silenced. And after going down 1-0 in just the second minute of the match, Romania have fought back and now they have a lead of their own. You'd have to say Wes, probably poor marking, poor closing down for Bosnia, but take nothing away. That was a great finish and maybe one on the shortlist for the Sokar goal of the day.
Yeah, definitely. It was, it was a little bit of a defensive breakdown from Bosnia, but it doesn't. It does not take away from the passing move there from Panias. It's a great passing move, and again, pulling the trigger when you have that opportunity on. We sometimes see it in eFootball PES that players, they want that 100% opportunity, that guaranteed goal. Instead, we've got a little bit of a risk taker in Romania, which I'm pretty much a fan of in terms of play style on PES. So, really good goal there.
So pressure now on to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Reminder, we play 2 games of PES and it's an aggregate score, no away goals. It might come all the way through to Dzeko here. Won't get to it before Pantilimon does, but the good thing for Bosnia and plentiful bat obviously is that there is still another game of PES to come after this, so not all doom and gloom just yet, but can't really afford to concede any more. Here is Ivan. Marin tries to feed in Hadji, but well defended by Bosnia. And, well, the man's hacked down. The referee's played a good advantage, though, as well. That's an intentional one. Bosnia attempted to go forward, but this is one where if you're Romania, you just take the intentional foul, don't you? And you get bodies behind the ball.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're giving your team an opportunity to reset. These will be kind of, professional fouls, so to speak, but not ones that will gain you red cards, and it just allows that Romanian shell to kind of form up at the back. And I don't think Panias is going to be in any rush here to really press this game for a third goal.
Be interesting to see as well the personnel switches. We of course have in the wings waiting for both these nations extra players in the squad. Panias though might go for 3. And it's now a 2-goal cushion. It's Ivan again. 2 goals for him. 3-1 to Romania. Another well-worked goal.
It's not just one candidate for Sokar goal of the day. There's 2. Really good passing move. He found a bit of a free man in the middle in Ivan. And again, it was just a slot across the box. And it's a wonderful finish. And Romania kind of throwing my prediction well out the window here and upsetting the apple cart, so to speak. Well,
you almost argue if you're Zusinho waiting in the wings maybe to play this second leg for Bosnia, you're asking Plentiful back maybe to just try and get one back and make his task a little bit easier. So that might just be the micro goal set at the moment for Bosnia and Herzegovina. But so far in this second half, they've really struggled to fashion any type of opportunity. And Romania, they come forward once again.
Romania really seem to have grown into the game in this second half, and that confidence of Panias, as Irma kind of alluded to, he's a very good player in his own right, and he's showcasing it here. He may not be known to many people at home, but he's certainly making himself announced here.
One back though by Bosnia. And in Dzeko. Kodro. This is a bit more promising now. Some real estate to gallop into here for Bosnia, but once again, just a little bit lackluster. They will retain possession, but chance may be gone. They'll have to fashion another one. Dzeko on the chase, but he won't get there. 88th minute. Excuse me, 78th minute. So far, Romania and Panias has absolutely bossed this opening game of the stream. Obviously, they've already played one in this group, but so far, Panias has stepped up to the plate. Here comes Romania once again. Trickles all the way through to the keeper, though. And so far, Wes, Bosnia in attack of, well, since the first half, really, haven't really shown up. And now, look at this, Maxim. Just overplayed there once again by Romania, but we just haven't seen enough attacking-wise out of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, you've got to feel that the game plan needs to shift. I mean, you know, they have Visca on the wings, they have Miralem Pjanic in midfield. You'd look to say that they really need to look at using these players and getting them into more profitable, you know, places. I mean, even as an overlapping, you know, left back, you've got Kolasinac who, you know, plays his trade for Arsenal. So there are players and there are weapons to use, but it's largely been nullified by this Romanian defensive display almost in the second half. They've gone ahead, they've got their goals, and you know, Paneas is very, very happy to just keep the ball at the moment.
Well, he's lost it here. Here is Visca. Looking to feed Dzeko, but you can see his stamina in the bottom right is, well, he's on his last legs. We're into the first of 2 minutes added on. Chance for a late goal here. Swung in from the corner, straight into the hands of the keeper, and well, it's disappointing really for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Romania will be the winners in a 3-1 fashion of this first leg, and not what we were expecting to see out of the Group C champions.
No, not at all. It seems like the performance has kind of left them, and Romania have just taken over that game. It's quite a shock at this scoreline. It'll be interesting to see how Bosnia regroup here in this second game, really. It's, you know, and you've got to leave everything on the line, because if you're Bosnia, you lose this game, you are completely out. There is no coming back. So you're going to have to leave everything on the line here. Romania, though, they can at least tuck up and go, okay, well, we've got a 3-1 victory. We can relax, and we then take it into the tiebreak. But it's up for grabs here.
It really is. We'll take a look at some of the best bits from our first match of the stream, and it started off, Wes, with a second-minute header replied immediately up the other end by Romania. But really, since the second half kicked off, we didn't see enough attacking output out of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
No, we really didn't, and it was this type of move here, and it was, again, that was kind of the calling card of Romania in this game. It was that ability to be able to find those cute passes in space, find the right players at the right time, and to apply the finish as well. It's one thing getting into that position, but to have the composure to finish it as well. You know, it was there in spades for Romania.
Yeah, it really was, and it's an interesting point that you raise, and that Bosnia need to step up to the plate very, very soon, purely based on the fact that this is a loser's match. And a reminder for everyone at home, the group formats that we have as we look through Romania's third goal. If you lose 2, you drop down, and you drop out of the entire tournament. So it's not like a traditional football tournament. It's not, you play everyone in the group. It's a mini bracket style tournament. So these groups really can be cutthroat. Bosnia, they just have to turn it around here, Wes, don't they?
Yeah, they're gonna have to change some type of tactic. They're gonna have to change their game plan, because it's certainly was very largely ineffective for large portions of that game. And you know, if you Romania, do you just go the same again? Do you bother putting Irma in for the second game, or do you leave it for Paneas to finish the job that he started? And likewise with Bosnia, do you opt to put Zeus in? Do you opt to put Planet for batting to actually, you know, right the wrongs of that first game almost? I think it's, you know, there's so many little kind of pieces of narrative in this that it's going to be fascinating watch for the second game.
Well, this is the amazing thing about eFootball. Some people might just think, these guys are just sat there playing at home, not taking it very seriously. The fact is, these national governing bodies, these nations have all chosen squads, almost miniature squads, to represent their own nations. So there is that added level of competitiveness in there, and that, yeah, if things aren't working out with one of your players, you maybe throw in a wild card. You maybe, you know, you turn to a different player who might be able to get a different result for the nation. So I do question whether or not we will see that out of both of these nations. A reminder, if you've just joined us, Romania currently leading 3-1 on aggregate. So we look at the types of nations like Spain, Wes, who like to rotate their players. They give all their players different amounts of game time. Do you expect to see a similar type of thing from Bosnia, or do you think maybe there is a dedicated number 1, number 2 player here?
Well, I think they're going to need to rotate it. I think the play of Plattenful Bat wasn't at the standard that he's used to, and I certainly feel that they're going to need to meet this Romania team head on. But whether they make that change, I'm just an analyst. It's luckily it's not a job for me to choose, and I wouldn't like to be in that scenario either.
Well, it's easy for us to judge here sitting with cold blood. Let's take a look at some of the match stats delivered to you by FedEx. 57% possession for Romania, but the one that sticks out for me there is 3 shots, 3 goals by Romania. So very clinical, and well, most of that possession percentage would have come towards the latter stages of the game as well, Wes.
Yeah, the possession stat would probably be a lot closer than what people would actually think. I mean, if you have your possession and you keep it in that latter half, of course your percentage is going to go up. And yeah, I think the key stat there is the shot accuracy. It's the fact that every shot from a Romanian striker was a Romanian goal. There was no waste. Although I don't really remember very many opportunities for Bosnia apart from the goal. So I think it's going to need a bit of a sharper eye on it for Bosnia in the second game. And Romania, it's as you were. I think they could just come and play a defensive-minded game and then go from there. I think it's Romania are in the box seat. There's no two ways about it. If they can get themselves through to the tiebreaker, they might find themselves getting through.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question here, because just thinking back and casting my mind's eye back to that game that we just watched, it seemed to me ever since the disallowed goal by Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the referee brought it back for a foul, do you think that maybe played on the minds of Plentiful Bat there? Maybe a mental block that he couldn't overcome? Because really, after that, I can't think of too many chances that we saw.
Yeah, I think it kind of probably it's a kind of a double whammy almost. It's it's a psychological blow for Plentiful Bat, who would have thought he'd have taken the lead, probably could have gone and secured the game. And then on the flip side for Romania, it's I've got away from a very bad mistake, and I've managed to come away with it without conceding the goal. So, and it kind of gives them an extra life almost. For a gaming analogy, it gives them an extra life, and I think that's what it served as. It served as a boost for Romania to say, okay, we need to sharpen up here, and sharpen up they did.
Well, Game 2 is just about ready to go. A reminder for you all that you can vote on the results of each of our matches today. Just head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll. Romania then leading 3-1 over Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is a loser's match, so an elimination match. The loser of this game will be going out of the tournament here in the group stages. And I suppose we couldn't call either of these nations Wes favourites to win the group when you consider the 2 other nations in this group, Spain and Germany. But certainly not the result that either of these nations would have wanted. They would have at least wanted to give them a fighting chance in that next round, where either Spain or Germany will be facing elimination alongside them.
Yeah, you want to give yourselves the best opportunity to get through. And no sooner do we say that, we see 2 personnel switches. Irma's in for Romania, Zeus is in for Bosnia. So, I mean, you can see how much this is going to mean to the 2 of these guys. And it won't have been the first time that they'll be playing against each other.
Oh, chance there for Puskas. And Romania now playing in front of their home fans. As the side switch, it's another early goal. And it's, I counted about 4 passes there, whereas could have been even less, straight from what was essentially a kick from the goalkeeper into the back of the net.
Yeah, it's very much Route 1 football. An offside call down one end, it presents you with an opportunity to put it into a dangerous area. And you win the flick down, you win the knockdown, and an opportunity can present itself. And again, Irma was not taking any chances there, sticks it home, and again puts Romania in even more of a controlling position of this series.
Yeah, Irma really looks to be pushing the pace here, goes for a chip into that far post area. Some comments from our other analysts here, maybe suggesting there's a bit of a soft centre to the defence of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Almost every goal going straight down the middle. So 4-1 now to Romania after that first game ended 3-1. Real work for Zusinho to do here. Just, again, cannot seem to get anything going. Now a potential counter here. Here is the goal scorer. Coming forward now once again. Chip Chu into Ivan, who skips past the challenge of the defender. Real chance now for Romania. Well, a wonderful save to push it over the bar, but Romania in the ascendancy. Bosnia nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Bosnia almost the prophets of their own downfall there. It was a good sliding challenge in the first instance, but it nudges the ball even further into the path of Ivan. As you can see, Omar trying to drill the corner in. Zeus, again, kind of knows how to mark it, so it's, you know, Omar's going to have to do something different here.
Will be an in-swinger looking for the far post. Headed back in. Oh, there's a collision there in the box, but the referee, I don't think, has seen anything wrong with it. I think he'll bring it back now. I think Ivan there just coming in slightly too strong, but I have to lean on your experience here, Wes, and ask you the question, how do you come back from such a big deficit? 4-1 down. Do you have to just look for a goal and a foothold early on in the match, or do you maybe try something different, maybe switch up your tactics?
I think you need to switch up your tactics. As Zeus tries to pressure the goalkeeper, you're going to have to change up your tactics, because you can see the kind of the game plan that Romania are employing here. It's going to be a case of keep the ball, possession is king, and, you know, Zeus is going to have to make some type of alteration, maybe get a goal early doors, and then, you know, who knows what happens from there. But
oh, look at this. Puskás has a real chance here to make it 5, and it's in. 5-1. Irma is on fire. I mean, it was a deflection off to the centre-back, and, well, Zeusinho has tried to gamble one way with the manual goalkeeping, but Irma has just struck it into the back of the net on the other side.
Well, that type of ball from Romania, it's what I like to call out of hope rather than expectation. You know, you hope to try and get it through the line. You hope to try and maybe get a nudge off a defender, and it was a poor control from that centre half, which allows Romania to come in. And again, they've really taken hold of this game, and it's a real surprise to me. It probably isn't a surprise to somebody who knows what they're talking about, but it's certainly a surprise to me.
Bosnia in deep, deep water, facing elimination, unless they get themselves some goals very soon. Gojak now into Pjanic, and it's these really ambitious balls that seem to be coming off for Romania more than they are for Bosnia at the moment. Just want to see Zeusinho maybe work this into a bit of a better position. Here's a chance though. Cordro through 1-on-1. Goalkeeper coming very early. And well, I'm going to have to see that one again. It was a good rush by the goalie, really, but was there contact? We'll come back to that in just a moment. Puskás in through to Ivan! It's 6! 6-1 now. And just as there was a chance up the other end, Irma slams the door shut with another goal. It's 3-0, it's 6-1. Is it game, set and match?
I think so from here. I think Romania are absolutely on fire here. And you can see it's the defining trait of this Romania side has been how clinical they've been in front of goal. Every chance Irma is seizing on, he's scoring. Every chance that Paneas has been seizing on, he's scored. So it's a dangerous side, this Romania team, and they'll have to be very careful. You see a one-touch passing from Irma, just trying to just disable that Bosnian defence. It's a fantastic goal. Oh, I called it too early. It was so well played there from Irma.
It only missed the finish, Wes. Just tantalising Pez being played at the moment by Irma. I suppose we're seeing now firsthand why Portugal really struggled in the group to deal with this man. Just playing Pez for fun. One touch passing, he's going for it again. Not dealt with just yet. Tries to feed in Stanchi round the back, but, well, he's a good yard offside. Really, really magical stuff, though. It's tricky to pull off those accurate passes first time in eFootball, Pez, but, well, Irma's making it look pretty easy.
Yeah, Emma's certainly finding a way with this Romania team. He seems more at ease than Paneas did. I don't mean that in a derogatory sense to Paneas, but it was more the case that he just seems a real comfort with this team.
Irma now coming forward once again. Has a bit more room this time to maybe move into, but it's defended well by Bosnia and Herzegovina. And unfortunately for them, they are facing elimination here in the group stages. This was always going to be a tough group with the likes of Spain and Germany flanking these two teams, but Bosnia will be bitterly disappointed as Irma tries to make it 7. It's 7-1. Puskas with the hat-trick. The match ball goes to that man. And while it's all smiles for Zousinho in the player image in the bottom right, it's all gone wrong for Bosnia and Herzegovina.
We just saw there from Zeus, he had a very easy square ball on, and instead he goes trying to launch it up the field, but Irma's counter-attack, again, as soon as he knows that ball is up for grabs, he knows where the rest of his players are, and he knows how to combine, and it's 4-0 before half-time. I will go out on a limb here and say that there's no way back here for Bosnia, and I think they'll be finding themselves out of eEURO 2020.
Well, we hate to call it before the second half even approaches of the second match between these two, but Irma's just playing with such ease at the moment. Here he comes once again. Right now for Zousinho, you have to say half-time cannot come soon enough, and there it is. A first half hat-trick from Puskas, flanked by an Ivan goal as well. No doubt changes here will be made by Bosnia and Herzegovina. You can see there exactly the changes that have been made, but really it has to be an attacking change, otherwise Bosnia have no chance of going through. Cleared there once again by Romania. Here is Pjanic, who is wishing Bosnia well before the match. This one will roll out of play. Ready for a Bosnia and Herzegovina corner. Pjanic standing over it. Towards the back post. It's still alive though, just outside the box. Crossed in hope. Might just fall down there for... Well, I think it was Dzeko in the box. I'm not too sure. Didn't have the best view of it, but Irma stopped in its tracks. And this is better by Bosnia and Herzegovina. They need to turn this territory and turn this possession into more goals though. Outswinging this time. Straight into the hands of the goalkeeper, and for me, Wes, that's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, it's probably his one first real opportunity of this half, and it just finds straight into the hands of the goalkeeper. And again, every time one of these chances goes by, it just gives Irma just more and more impetus to rally forward.
Well, another chance there for Romania. Zousinho really living dangerously here. It's finally brought back for, well, an offside decision, but this is getting tricky for Bosnia really to come back from. I mean, it was tricky before half-time, but with the time slowly ticking away from them, it's really it's becoming an uphill struggle for them, and Irma's coming forward once again. Look at the Romanian bodies here. Chipchu looking for the back heel. Unfortunately, it didn't target the player that he wanted it to, and well, that's going to leave him exposed at the back. Look at Vischer now on this near side. For Zousinho, has a man over on the far side as well, finds him. But, well, he was decisive, but it was the wrong decision in the end. And the chance here was just has slipped away.
Yeah, you can just see there, it's just Zeus can see men open, but he just can't seem to find the final pass as he tries again here.
There's just nothing doing, is there?
It's that final touch that he's lacking at this point in time. And Irma will be very happy to just kind of see this out at the moment. And again, it's not the most glamorous way to play eFootball PES, but it is effective. It is effective.
Stanciu. Gets a lucky ricochet there, Irma, and well, that's going to further compound the frustrations of Zousinho. Look at this, Chipchu in once again. It's not fortunate enough to come away with the ball this time, though. Codro now. Just was waiting for a man to make a run. It never happened for him, and now you can see some of the frustrations start to trickle through. There's Irma just shielding possession here, trying to wrestle his way through, somehow comes away with it. And yet more frustrations, but Romania still have the ball here. Chance for Chipchu, fake shot, it's been brought down. Ball is bouncing everywhere here for Romania. Zeus finally gets it away. Codro. Fischer on this near side. Back to Dzeko, certainly deeper than you'd like him to be. Codro, good turn, but the early pressure, the early ball pressure here from Irma has been fantastic. And when he gets the ball back, the body's pouring forward. It seems like he always has an option. Stanchu there charged down. And Zeus at this point is playing for consolation goals. This one will be brought back, but well, are we looking, Wes, maybe a Romania nation that could potentially upset a Spain or a Germany to advance to the knockout rounds?
Well, I think in any game of eFootball PES, anything is possible, and the way that the Romanian team has showed up and played today, or at least so far that we can see, has been incredible. If they can mimic this type of performance, oh, what a finish!
Oh, wow, we said it was for a consolation, maybe for a bit of pride, but Pjanic has stuck that one in the top corner. Caught us off guard, Wes, but it was a tremendous finish, and well, that free kick is a beauty.
That is an unbelievable hit. That is a thunderbolt and a potential SoCar goal of the day. It's an absolute hit. It's straight as an arrow, and it just flies into the back of the net.
Well, it
Wonderful
caught us off
finish from
guard.
Miran Pjanic.
Caught the goalie off guard as well, I think. Although, again, a consolation makes it 7-2 now, unless Zeus can get himself, what is that, 5 goals back in the next 10 or so in-game minutes. Don't want to say impossible, but highly improbable. He's throwing the bodies at it at the very least. Fischer trying to hold the ball up. All the way back to Kolasinac. Though winning the ball high up the pitch might just spell trouble for Zeus's hopes of further consolations. You can see him trying to stop the play with these horror tackles. Ivan with the lovely turn. Chance here maybe for another goal. Palmed into the floor by the goalie. Hadji. Oh, look at this. So much space here for Irma. Could make it 8. It's the cherry on the cake. 5-1. 8-2. It's another maybe defensive mistake from Zeus. I mean, maybe we can't judge his gameplay based on the fact he is 7-2 down, make it 8-2 now, but it just seems to be a repeat of the same goal for Bosnia and Herzegovina that will spell their elimination from Group A.
It's very much the centre-back pairing of Bosnia would be under an inquest after this. The way that that kind of middle ground of the Bosnian defence has been kind of just completely bulldozed by a Romanian side. Questions have to be asked with the tactical setup, questions have to be asked with the game plan, but they'll have plenty of time to talk about that because they won't be a part of eEURO 2020 for much longer.
Well, Irma wants 9. Game's not over just yet. Hadji's in the box. Dealt with. But unfortunately for Bosnia and Herzegovina, they've been dealt with. Romania win 8-2 to keep their dreams alive here in Group A. It was, well, a one-sided match, whereas we can't really dissect too much about the actual gameplay, but what we could say is the fact that we are very much looking forward to seeing Romania go through and face the likes of Spain or Germany, whoever loses their matchup. So the question we posed mid-game, are we seeing maybe a team or a nation in Romania that can challenge one of these top-tier nations? I mean, we're going to get the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, the strength of what they've shown there, if that's anything to go by, they're definitely a very much a dark horse leading into that game. I wouldn't want to be Spain or Germany in one of those, in their shoes. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top.
I mean, what's crazy to me is the fact that scoreline happens after the first leg it finished 3-1. So Zeus had a good chance. He was, within 2 goals of Romania, but Irma just took that 2-goal lead and just ran away with it, as we see some of the many goals that we saw there in that second leg. But it was within Zeus's reach at kickoff. He just seemed to collapse a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that first goal, it came from an offside call from the opening passage of play. You can see there's a dreadful mistake from the Bosnian defender. And again, you don't want to give the player the like of Irma to that type of chance, because he will convert them. And you can see there just great passing moves, lovely finish into the corner. And it was all Romania. It was all Romania here. And, some of the passing moves that we've seen from Romania have been brilliant. Even some of the ones that we saw that didn't result in goals, but I'd say this is the pick of the bunch. This is a fantastic finish from Pjanic.
It's a beauty, wasn't it?
And you can't say fair of that. Even if it is a consolation goal, we're still going to remember that. Just look at that in the slow-mo. Just a little bit of reverse swing and just goes flying into the side corner. Wonderful finish. But again, it was just punctured by these Romanian goals. It was Irma who was just running riot, left, right and centre. And ultimately took the game by the scruff of the neck.
I mean, it's footballing defence one-on-one, isn't it, Wes? You have to be strong down the middle and make them go wide. Right there, we didn't see anything of the sort from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Commiserations to them, of course. It's never nice when we knock a nation out of a tournament like this, but only the strong can survive, and Romania stay alive for now. But yeah, a lot of defensive mistakes in the middle of the pitch will ultimately lead to clinical players like Irma and like Parneas that we saw in the first leg, result in goals. They're going to take those chances, and the clinical nature, I should say, of those players means we saw a lot of goals over those 2 legs.
Yeah, well, as the old saying goes, defense wins championships, and the way that Bosnia defended it was never going to be a profitable side of things for them. And like we said, you give players like Irma and Parneas the opportunity to run riot. They were going to. I mean, you can see there the stats brought up here. As you can see, possession was quite even, but the shots, it was just raining on that goal from Romania. The only shot was Bosnia's free kick. That in itself tells a lot of the story.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, 10 shots is just not a statistic that you want going against you, especially when you enter the second leg, being down 2 goals. So really, really clinical. I suppose you could say from Bosnia and Herzegovina, considering, they scored 100% of their shots, but when you're only taking 1 shot, it will only result in 1 goal. I'm very, very excited and I'm anticipating the next round in Group A. We'll get to see that a little bit later on today, but Romania and in Irma particularly, for me, has shown that they are a nation that shouldn't be looked over. And I almost feel like entering today, Wes, we were just overlooking them a little bit, but we have to remind ourselves this is a team that qualified straight for the eEURO 2020 group stages in a group with Portugal. They were the reason that Portugal didn't qualify for eEURO 2020. They forced them to go through the playoff bracket, and in the playoff groups they weren't able to secure qualification there. But Romania reminding us after that performance, I think, that they deserve to be here among the very best.
Yeah, most definitely. I know I picked Bosnia to just shade it in the kind of the intro, but
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Completely blown out of the water, and I humbly apologise to Romania because that performance was out of this world. And to have those guys, and to have that ability within them, they've really brought it to the pie. And all of a sudden now, I think if you're one of the other 15 nations around this tournament, you're not going to want to come up against Romania.
Certainly not. Obviously, they have to get out of this group first. Let's talk a little bit about the landscape elsewhere in Group A. Obviously, Spain and Germany join Romania in this group. They have yet to play their winners match, so the loser of their winners match will then go on to play Romania for the second spot to get out of this group. I would have to ask you right now, Wes, for a prediction of Spain-Germany. I'm going to put you on the spot. I know you were wrong about Bosnia and Herzegovina. But Spain and Germany is two real elite tier nations in the world of eFootball pairs. It's really tricky to call, but I'm going to have to try and push you for maybe a prediction there.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the makeup of those two sides, you've got Bayern Munich's, kind of Spanish trio, and you've got Barcelona's kind of wonder kid almost in the Palma. I think you've got versus the experience of Schalke's German contingent. I mean, you're gonna have trouble picking your winner. It's going to be on the who's on the matchups, really. I mean, they've both got 4 players. It's going to be interesting to see who goes in. I'd probably say pick maybe Germany to nick it just because of the physicality element of their side. They're a lot bigger, a lot tougher than the Spanish guys, but the skill of Spain can still show through as well. So I would say Germany just to edge it.
It will be an interesting one to watch. Obviously, we'll get to that a little bit later on today. We have to get all of our losers matches out the way first so we can try and let the bracket catch up. But interesting note that you picked Germany over Spain. We have to talk about the Germany squad themselves. Schalke 04 eFootball Pro players. We obviously have goal Matthias Winkler, who recently won the eFootball Pro friendly series in the 1-versus-1 format. So we always talk about them struggling in the eFootball Pro, which is a 3-versus-3 competition. eEURO 2020 is 1-versus-1. This is solo, and they are very, very strong solo players.
Yeah, it seems to be that when they come together as a trio, it doesn't quite work, but 1v1, they've got a lot of experience, they've got a lot of know-how, and they'll know ways through the Spanish team. And likewise, Spain's representatives are well versed in 1v1 as well, so that's what makes that tie so intriguing.
So we'll be returning to Group A later on today to see that matchup that we were just talking about. But now it's over to Group B. We have another set of commentators for you. It is Adam and Lee. Lee, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, and hello, welcome. Hello. What a absolutely dominating performance for the first game, Adam.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance from Romania. We, of course, said goodbye to Bosnia and Herzegovina, but we got a possible SOCAR goal of the day along the way with that.
Well, we'll see. It was a pretty cracking free kick, there's no doubt about it. A crunching tackle before it happened.
My name is Ali and I represent Denmark. I have been competing in esports since 2013.
My name is Rona. My game tag is Goldboy DK. It's a great honor and pleasure to play on the Danish national esports team. Ali is a very good partner. First of all, he's a very, very good player. You can always count on him to play good games.
We were supporting each other before the match and after the match. He's a really amazing player.
So we have a great understanding of each other's strength and weakness. That's very important, I think.
The first match I played in the tournament was against Netherlands. I was down 3-0 in the first half, and I told myself to not give up. So I won the match 4-3, and that match learned me to not to give up.
Some of the highlights from our tournament is the match against Sweden, and also in the playoff it was the match against Turkey. We won these matches, so that was a great highlight for us.
We made it to here, so now we have a bigger dream to win the whole tournament.
It will be a huge surprise. We will be very, very proud if we win.
Nothing is impossible.
Is a gem! What a wonderful goal! Talamuru! Oh, that's brilliant! He's got himself a peach of a goal!
I'm Mücahit Sevimli. My gamer tag is Mücahit21.
Hi everyone, I'm Doğan. My nickname is Godless Turtles and I'm representing the Turkish national team.
I'm playing PES since I was 6-7 years old, but I'm playing competitively since PES 18.
Representing my country is an incredible honor and super exciting at the same time. I want to make my country proud.
My teammate, Godless Turtles, is a very good player. He's very good at keeping the ball. We always practice, we always try to improve each other.
My teammate Mücahit is an extremely talented and calm player. He has become more a brother than a teammate.
That is quite remarkable.
I had to sacrifice time from my family in order to make time and prepare for these selections.
Journey was tough. I put a lot of time for player selections to be able to represent my country.
And already they're looking to run away with it. And they're at it again in double quick time.
Representing my country is the biggest honor. We will do our best to become Europe's best.
Oh, that's brilliant!
I want this more than anything, and as a team, I know we have the power to achieve this.
Milli takımımıza eEURO 2020'de başarılar dilerim. Kalbimiz sizinle çocuklar.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the small technical glitch there, as we sort of we were static frozen screens.
Musical statues.
I mean, let's face it, we're all in this COVID time, so we're all experiencing and dealing with it as we can. We should have all been there at Wembley Stadium, and the Euros, sadly, we'd have all be there. But it's going to happen next year, so it's all good. But right here, right now, we're going to be going on to Denmark versus Turkey. Now, why are we here? Why are we seeing these two in the losers bracket? Well, let's have a look exactly how it played out, because both teams, Adam, got kind of a whooping this morning.
They really did. I mean, let's not say it was potentially, unjustified, because and probably it was fairly predicted, to be honest, in terms of who the two winners would be. Italy and, of course, Serbia, very, very strong this year. But to lose by such a margin, it'd be interesting to see how they come back from that.
Yeah, so 5-1 and 6-1, and there is history between these two teams as well, because obviously coming through the playoffs, Turkey were second in Group G, I believe it was, only losing to Germany actually throughout the group stage. Then obviously put them in the playoffs. Denmark, they were 6-1 and 3 in the groups, also finishing second, but it does mean they faced each other in the playoff groups, and Denmark won both times pretty convincingly as well. It's 4-0 and 5-2, so historically wise, you've got to be giving Denmark a big edge coming into this one.
You would have to say so, but as we've already seen in that first matchup, right when it comes down to the crux of a major tournament, it can affect different players in different ways. And of course, they've gone through really, really harsh, selection process. But when it comes down to this stage, there's nothing like it.
So what are we expecting here? We're going to have a Louis versus Godless Turtle. It's going to be the first game. So I'm told, I will see how reliable
Probably not
information is. But that's what I'm told it's going to be. Obviously, if you guys have just joined it, if you just missed the first match between Romania and Bosnia Herzegovina, then you saw Romania go through convincing style. Whether we're going to see the similar results, as you say, things can change very much so. Obviously, both of them are going to be reflecting on their first match, thinking, okay, we shouldn't have lost so heavily. Denmark certainly themselves going to be kicking themselves because they put up a really good performance throughout the playoffs. So perhaps we're going to see a continuation of that. Maybe they're going to be thinking back to their glory in the playoffs and whether they can continue through. And Turkey themselves, they'll be probably coming into this thinking we've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, they really haven't got anything to lose. They came up against, as we said, two very, very strong outfits, especially Serbia. I would have to possibly tip them as favourites from this group because of the contingent from eFootball Pro, of course, which is kind of like the pinnacle of where some of these players want to get to at club level. Of course, it is a whole different ballgame. We are international now, and some of these players are representing their countries, which in its own way has its own abilities.
Yeah, and you just saw, obviously, from Turkey, national players giving them some love. We'll see how it works out. As you can see, playing from left to right, it will be Denmark for Alui. Instantly early chance there. We did see a 2-minute goal in, I think, both matches of the first game in the losers bracket, which was Romania. It's actually Bosnia scoring off a corner! And that was a close one already coming out.
Wow. What a chance, right down the left-hand side. It was whipped in towards the back post, and like you said, it looked like it could have been 1-0 already.
Yeah, I think it was Paulson, right? Where I said for that one, yes, it was. Paulson on the back post there. Godless Turtle under pressure early on, playing in the white, obviously Turkey. It is going to be 2 legs, and we will, if we have an aggregate draw, go to a third game if required. So potential for a long day's gaming coming up. Of course, we're going to be covering all the losers brackets, then through all the winner brackets, and then the tiebreakers, and we'll see exactly which 8 teams will be going home or staying home, I guess it's the case, since we're all online. And which
not going anywhere anyway.
Early chance there for Godless Turtle. Quickly cut out. Now counter chance straight away. Hopier looking for a good through ball. It wasn't the power maybe he was looking for Eriksson, but there's a chance down the left wing. Perhaps puts it through. It's a great slide ball, but it was kind of misread by Hopier there. Didn't quite follow it through. And instead now, Kia's going to have to step up and clear things out. Paulson through. Chance cut out though. And now Godless Turtle on the break.
Not quite as open as the game we've seen previous. A pretty cagey affair. Other than that one big chance right at the start. 12 minutes gone. I'm still waiting to see a real pattern of play here. Possibly a chance. Down the right-hand side. We almost have the first goal. We do. What a finish.
Oh, through the legs of the keeper, I believe, as well. That is just a calamity in the defence. We'll have to have a look at that. It looks like it bounced off the defender, perhaps. I'm not too sure exactly how it worked out, but it looked like they had it clear and done, but instead it wriggled free through the keeper's legs, and Turkey, well, I would say against the run of play because it's very early days there, find themselves their first chance on goal. Let's have a look at it and see exactly how it worked out, because I swear to God, that was a nutmeg.
It was as scrappy as the game has started.
So straight through. Oh, it's just the rebound. He couldn't get it clear. And yeah, through the legs. That's not what you want to see from your keeper in the first match of the day.
Really, really not. Now, obviously, quite important now is how Denmark are able to respond from this, because they have already lost today, so the nerves will be jangling.
Louis, plenty of match time to go, though, and instantly on the attack from the kickoff. Eriksson out wide to Larsson. Larsson, that's a mislaid ball, but it's gone for a corner. Defender unable to clear his lines. Possession starts pretty even, as you'd expect this early on. Paulson, nice ball across, but just a flat line of Turkish defenders ready and waiting to receive that one, but it looks like it's staying in the Turkish half. Again, we're seeing Alui on the... That's okay. That's a heavy tackle to get the ball back with 2 foot there, but it works out.
18 minutes gone, still just the 1-0 to Turkey, and it's pretty much the same passage of play as we've seen throughout the whole of the opening 20 minutes or so. It's been wave after wave of dominant possession for Denmark, but they're not really able to break this stubborn Turkish defence down.
Close to just sneaking through though, but Anderson will find the ball. Eriksson, obviously the pivotal player in this Danish side, running things in the midfield. He's got his turtle, looks to work it down the wing, but cut out once again is Braithwaite. Now on the ball, plays it out to Brun Larsen. Back in once again to Brun Larsen. Big chance for an opener here for Denmark, but he just let it run too deep. And Mert off his line as quick as you can.
Yeah, it's a real shame. A very heavy touch right at the end there after a lovely passage of play. Intricate one-touch football, and unfortunately, on this occasion, it's not to be.
Poulsen very close to stealing the ball away there, but again, well, that one's launched at the Danish player, so it will be a Turkish throw. God, this turtle. Just the one chance, but that's all he needed so far. Will it be a cagey affair? Goal to start things off, but it's cut out once again. Yeah, on a counter. Tries to launch it down to Brun Larsen, but cut out pretty easily. And now Turkey on the counter, try and slide it through. They got runners, one on the left, one on the right, goes through to the middle and just about scrambles clear.
Have a chance there, comes and goes for Turkey. They've not had too many, but they've taken the one that counts on the counter-attack. The other side, though, is Denmark just can't quite find the killer touch again.
Great strength from the defender there to just muscle Poulsen off that one because it looked like he was going to come out on top. He's a big unit, that's for sure. That's a great ball, though, for Eriksson. Back through to Poulsen. Able to get a foot in it again. The keeper brave to come out to meet that one.
Wave after wave of Danish pressure, and you feel that they need to capitalise while they're on top, because we've seen this style of game happen so many times in the past. If you don't take your chances or your opponents isn't justified, then the other team can go down the other end and make you pay.
Yeah, we just saw with Bosnia, I mean, they had 100% goal ratio, well, shots on goal, but you know what? They just didn't have many shots. It's as simple as that. They went out.
This is true.
So Denmark back on the ball. Poulsen over to Vass. Vass through to Braithwaite. Braithwaite with a chance of an opener here. Brun Larsen didn't fancy pulling the trigger. Tried to set it back up in the middle. We saw a lot of goals coming down the middle for Romania. It doesn't look like it's going to work out that way, but Turkey unable to clear the lines. It is just going to be a throw-in, though, once again for Turkey. Close game.
There's a lot of numbers in the box when they get into that attacking third. They might have to possibly look to use the flanks more, because it's very congested every time they get the ball.
Yeah, it seems that Turkey are trying to spray it wider. You can see that one, I think, maybe a touch offside if he'd have got it, but the defender beats him to it anyway. Christensen working well there. Here. Chance building. Is it going to be picked up? Yes, it was. A nice little back heel. Sets up for a potential shot. Oh, he's got tackle in the box. Surely. That looked like clumsy. And the ball couldn't be cleared. Looking for a handball potentially. But
the referee was on move. There was a penalty shout for twice. Dragged down in the box and a potential handball. But like you said, nothing doing.
Referee having none of it. We're back up the other end now. Chance for Turkey instantly. And he slots it home. And just like that, all the pressure that Denmark have laid on, undone once again.
I hate to say I told you so, but we did say at the start of the first half that if you don't take your chances, you will be punished at the highest level. And that's exactly what's happened here. Lethal finish at the end of a flowing counter-attacking move there. Stunning play from Turkey.
What a through ball, though. That's a beautiful, I mean, route one, but from the halfway line, through ball, just needed a single touch control and drives it home. Beautiful finish. Godless Turtle taking his chances when he needs them. Now, well, Aloui's going to be kicking himself for that, that's for sure. Two simple chances, and now the break is on once again, but Denmark will get the tackle in. Short passing game, working well for Denmark. Now there's a chance, a big chance, but again, as has been the story of the game so far, it runs just a little too far. And that's the first time I think I've seen Goldberg up front there. I'm not sure if he just changed him at half-time.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm trying to see whether there's been anything done tactically so far in the start of this second half. It's hard to tell as the passage of play seems to have continued where we left off. Turkey very, very happy. Godless Turtle just to sit in and soak up all of this Danish pressure as they're in again here, and then finally when that ball comes in, the numbers are there to sweep it away.
Confident enough to play it back to his keeper and then clear the lines from there, and almost set up a good counter chance as well. Just keeping control of this. Remember, it is two legs. Aggregate score will count, so Doesn't want to play too rash. There's still plenty to lose here. That's a nice little ball back. There's a run on the space. Oh, he couldn't just get the ball away. It may well fall kindly for him, though, but going to have to be a sloppy clearance here. There we go. Just play it across your box. Something your PE teacher told you never to do. Never play it across your goal.
Clear your lines. Clear your lines.
Didn't work out, though.
Turtle.
Yeah, he's just trying to squeeze it through. And I tell you what, Godless Turtle slowly getting more control. Even though obviously the score is his favour, the possession has not been, but he's starting to get a little bit more control in this. All we're seeing is more chances. It was pretty much penned in the Turkish half, despite Denmark trailing 2-0. They're still looking for an opener.
Yeah, I think the longer the game goes on, the more risks Denmark have to take, and that's obviously going to open things up more for Godless Turtle and Turkey here.
Free kick chance. We just saw an absolute screamer from Bosnia in the previous match. A little bit too far out, though. This one going to be more of an in-swinger for a header. See where he goes, or will it just be a simple short pass? It will down the wing. Doesn't work out. Instantly read by the Danish defence, but that quickly goes against them. Leaves a big opening. Once again, that just trickles past, begging to be hit.
I mean, you can't say that Denmark have had huge chances, and the big chances have come for Turkey, but that was another one there.
Rash tackle finally coming out here. Larson brought down heavily. Oof, crunches into Mali as well. So now for a chance for a build-up here for Denmark. Looks like he's going to try and play it into the centre, but it was well read by Godless Turtle, looking for an onside player on. That is just a mislaid pass, and that's maybe the story of the game for Denmark so far. Just unable to convert in the final third, and I'm hard pressed, honestly, Adam, to think of an actual shot for Denmark. They've had so many chances that stumbled in the box, but never actually had a shot in anger.
Well, this is it. They've had so much possession, so much territory, but they've not actually been able to deliver in the final third, whether that be the final pass or finish. And as a result, they look pretty toothless right now. And the longer the game goes on, as I said, it's going to open it up. And I can see potentially a third for Turkey on the counter-attack as Godless Turtles comes down the left-hand side and plays it back towards the halfway line. And he's just going to be more than happy to hold possession and not give anything away sloppily, because this game is as good as done right now.
Yeah, just 15 minutes remaining in regulation time with a second leg to follow. Denmark really could do with a goal here just to get a little something on the board. Bearing in mind this is their home leg effectively. As Godless Turtle flicks it through, not going to happen. It's going to let
as you
run.
mentioned, though, quite importantly, second leg to come. He's not going to want to attack. That's not even a term. Over attack. He's not going to want to do too much here, because if he concedes a third goal, then it could be curtains for that second leg. 2-0. He's still just about hanging on in there.
Overflow. See where it goes. Can he try and push it through? No. Again, well read, well cut out. The Turkish defence has been solid so far. They have absolutely dominated in terms of goals, chances. Denmark again, they cut it out. Now's a chance for a counter here. That's a good through ball. There's going to be a chance for Brun Larsen. He's got the pace. Can he get it to cut across? No, he can't. And that's what I'm talking about. The Turkish defence has been on point.
It really has, and you can see at the bottom of the screen, they've gone very defensive, and Denmark, of course, far more attacking, and that kind of almost played out there for the two teams. Unfortunately for Denmark, defences were well and truly on top yet again.
Oh, a little late on the pass there, and that was give a chance for a cutout here. Maybe a last gasp attempt at goal. Good through ball, gets him through, surely! Oh no, he's hit the woodwork. Can you believe Poulsen just did that? You're not going to get a bigger chance than that.
What a time to score right at the death to make it 2-1. It would have blown the second leg wide open, and unfortunately for Denmark, story of the day, it's just a whisker wide off the post and remains 2-0 to Godless Turtles and Turkey.
looking like it's going to stay that way. One last chance here. Through ball cut out instantly. Brun Larsen might run it back, and he does, but it's judged to be unfair. And well, what do you believe?
Very professional from Turkey, you have to say.
Solid performance, honestly, overall. Like, considering the first goal was basically against the run of play, and the second goal, Route 1 stuff from the kickoff. You know, no nonsense. Beautiful through ball, by the way. And now we're seeing Godless Turtle just running the clock down, as you'd expect. So 2-0 in the first leg. A solid result to take with you. And there we go, just launches it to finish things off. Just 1 minute remaining in this game. It's going to have to be a yeehaw attempt from Denmark, and he's already given the ball away.
Yep. Final minute of added on time. The fourth official, just the 3 minutes with the board, and has finished here at the end of the first game between Denmark and Turkey. 2-0 to the latter, and you'd have to say, Lee, thoroughly deserved.
Absolutely. And like I was saying, I'll be interested to see exactly how the stats will play out for this one, because I am hard pressed, other than the chance right at the end there from Poulsen for Denmark, I'm hard pressed to think of too many shots. They had a lot of chances that fell into the box, but you don't remember them having many shots because the keeper was there, quick as you like.
Yeah, the keeper, you know, was utilised very well. Some manual goalkeeping in there, bringing them out, you know, very quickly to those attacks. But most importantly for me was the final pass just seemed to be a little bit overhit, a little bit too excited possibly to get that killer pass away, and it just didn't quite happen for them in that final third. And of course they went down to a real sucker of an opening goal through the goalkeeper's legs. Not nice to happen. And this was the penalty confusion. It looked like two big shouts for a penalty. The referee unmoved, of course, Lee.
I mean, his legs were clean taken from under him, it seemed like it, but not having any of it there. What a through ball that is.
Yeah.
What a through ball. Absolute dinger. And a great finish as well, but look at that. From the halfway line, on a button. That is just about perfect. Barely needed any touch to control it and finish it. And that leaves Turkey a fantastic 2-0 lead. Possible skill of the day. We'll see whether it makes it into the Hisense skill of the day or not, but that one at the end, that definitely won't make it into the skill of the day.
It will not. It will not. Just going back to that second goal, the through ball over the top from Godless Turtles was almost like watching turtles from their eggs hatch and race into the sea. Is that good? No, terrible.
I'm not really sure on that one. That was a tenuous link at best, but there's the stats. As I say, couldn't remember too many shots for Denmark. They had 3 in the end apparently, but look at that, 33% shot accuracy says it all. Was only 4 shots for Turkey. They were up against it, but in the end, they had the most possession. That was all about the second half. They started to take control of that second half. Again, not too many fouls, and only the one corner as well, and pass accuracy, which is why the possession started to stack in Turkey's favour, despite the early dominance from Denmark.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that those FedEx match stats sum it up, as you said. You know, there's not too much to take from it other than the fact that Turkey were fairly clinical. And, I mean, shot accuracy for Denmark, you know, a third is not really what you need at this level.
No, you've got to be higher than that. I think in Romania they were 70%. Bosnia were 100%, but it didn't matter. They only had a couple of shots. But even still, he's going to be kicking himself. He's left a lot for his teammates to do. It's going to be Goldboy coming in for Denmark now to see what he can do. But he's going to be up against Mujay at 21, I believe. So a tough match for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, there are no easy games, but I was thoroughly impressed from a Turkish point of view with the professionalism of the performance. You know, we looked at Romania in that first game, how exuberant and energetic and effervescent and great going forwards. We got a different performance from Turkey, but I would say possibly even more, you know, impressive to some extent.
Yeah, and I just wonder, obviously, you know, looking at the results from previous times, the playoffs, you know, Denmark won 5-2 and 4-0. The question is, who got the goals? Was it Alohi that got the goals for Denmark? If so, serious problems for Denmark. Or was it Goldboy? Was Goldboy the one, the hero, the saviour of Denmark? I guess we'll find out in a few moments when the match gets underway. Obviously, you know, looking at the other teams from this group, Serbia and Italy, they have been dominant throughout, so not too surprised to see those two going through in the winner bracket. But here we go, match 2 underway. Denmark trailing 2-0 to Turkey after game 1.
Yeah, let's not forget, this isn't over. There's still a long, long way to go. 2-0 is a salvageable result from that first leg. Certainly if they were to concede a third, then it could be well and truly cut and dried.
Well, we'll see whether Mujit is the man. Reportedly, the better player as well for Turkey.
Worrying.
So coming in, yeah, very worrying for the Danes, who themselves had a really tough run here. They had such a tight game with Sweden in the playoffs to be here in the first place. Oh, my word, that was a bit messy to start things off.
Wow. Well, Denmark need a gold-style performance from goal boy K. Another really, really bad pun, I apologise, but they're on the attack here, and it's a left-foot shot, and what a finish! We were told that he was potentially the better Turkish player, and well, if that's anything to go by, we're not wrong.
Yeah, that was solid, absolutely solid. Turkey playing in the red this time, of course, and that is a beautiful hit straight away. No messing, and they step up where they just left off. 3-0 now on aggregate. Mujit getting himself a great hit to start things off. Look at that finish. Poor old Schmeichel. No chance for him this time.
Ruthless from Turkey, and the new man who is playing, of course, Murka hit with a stunning run and finish there on the left foot. 4 minutes gone, and we said how crucial the opening 10 minutes were going to be of this second leg, and to not concede from a Denmark point of view. Well, Lee, that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, we're going to see where the goal boy can step it up here. The man of experience, the veteran, he's got a lot of work to do. I like to see the Silver Foxes in action. Always gives us a glimmer of hope as the older generation of casters.
Oh, it's almost exactly the same goal that we've just seen.
I'll tell you what, I'm a little fearful for Denmark here, judging by the start of this first 10 minutes, because this may well be a lottery, as we just saw from the Romania game against Bosnia. That was also very one-sided in the second leg.
Yeah, the worrying thing from a Denmark point of view is they're going to be chasing right from the start. So, you know, we've seen towards the back end of the first game how Turkey were growing into the match. Even though they were winning, they were growing into possession and territory and chances. Well, this 90 minutes could be a complete free-for-all on the counter-attack for them, because they have that 3-goal cushion.
Oh boy, needs to keep his cool here, knowing he's got so much to do. Got to just sit and hoping he can work it, but it does look like Mujit's going to just absorb the pressure and sucker punch him on the counter. That is a beautiful through ball. Tries to go for the top left corner there, but he was cut out well by the defence this time for Denmark, and now they've got to counter themselves. Does look like they managed to work it, but he's lost the ball on the wing, and Turkey is straight back at him.
Yeah, it's difficult for them to really get a foothold in the game, and it's a second goal in the second leg. It's 4 on aggregate, and this is turning into a landslide for Turkey.
Oh, take a bow, son. That was it's just hit it and win it. It's just no messing. The first time, didn't even consider the through ball to the striker. Just says, you know what, this is perfectly lined up for me. You can see he's ready to hit it already. Bang.
Stunning finish there from Tussen, and Denmark just need to try and get Eriksen in the game, because every time he's getting the ball, Turkey, the whole of the team are just on the press. I'm not quite sure whether they're using gegenpress or not, but certainly it's being very, very effective, and the playmaker is unable to find any space to pick that final pass. But they're on the attack here. Denmark, left foot shot, and it's the same player who clipped or kissed the woodwork in the end of the first game has put it the wrong side of the post again here.
Just pulls it wide, a little rougher on the side netting. Maybe had some fans hopeful, but it's dashed. But it is a chance. That's the glimmer of hope maybe for Denmark. And still 70 minutes to go in this game. A lot of time, a lot of goals, possibilities, but he's really going to have to go for it. It doesn't look like it's in
baby steps, baby steps.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's in any mood to let him have much more possession, though. He's going for, I would say, I mean, he can, right? He can go for those big, wild counter-attack plays. He's got that cushion there. He's able to go for it, and that's just so dangerous for Goalboy.
He has so many options in this second leg now with that 4-goal cushion. It's looking like he's fairly happy just to sit on this. You know, don't need to waste too much time and energy. Obviously, if Denmark are able to grab a goal, things might start to open up a little bit, and you might have to be a bit more careful. But certainly right now, you can see from the period of play, he's just happy to sit on the ball and play it around.
Yeah, I think he's using a defensive midfielder. Either way, there is definitely a fifth player floating around that back line that is being very deep. So, as you'd expect, with such a 4 cushion, the anchor indeed. Sweeping it around, seeing what he could do. That one laid off. Oh no! A massive mistake by the defense, and this may well be written off already. It's 3-0 in the game. That makes it 5-0 on aggregate.
Yeah, second goal for Tossen on the day. 33 minutes gone. 3 goals, all the threes, and in fact, it's number 9 as well, which is 3 times 3. No, it's not. That's really bad maths. No, it is. Good one. Stunning finish again, but to be honest, it's looking like this may be the period of play as the game goes on, because right now it's well and truly looking over for Denmark.
I just got to wonder what's changed. What's changed since the playoffs? The 5-2 and 4-0 for Denmark. You know, are they coming into this one too confident? Did they change the matchup of who faced each other? You know, was Alawi thinking, I'm just going to run over Godless Turtle, and maybe he was a little bit surprised by him, because he definitely was caught on the counter a couple of times. But this is just one-way traffic right now for Mujahid.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish. You've got 2 different players. Of course, we mentioned how the second game they were probably lining up for the so-called better player potentially to finish the tie if need be. But, you know, the game was already being won in the first one. So they were just chasing the game, Denmark.
And you do see it in tournaments where teams may well just scrape through, and that's pretty much what Turkey did to get here in the first place. They scraped their way through the playoffs, the qualifiers. It was a rough affair, but they're here. And you know what? You can't win tournaments in the group stage. You can't win tournaments in the playoffs, but once you get there in the finals, that's when you can step up, and that may just be what Turkey are doing here. They did, of course, get a rude awakening this morning, I think it's safe to say, going down so heavily, 6-1 to Serbia.
Yeah, I mean, we did say how it'd be interesting to see how the big results would affect the 2 teams, and certainly Turkey have come off it the better. I would just like to clarify for anyone watching at home that 3 times 3 is, of course, 9. It was a 4 a.m. start for me this morning. I'm getting a bit of stick behind the scenes, so I apologise for my own maths. I did get an A in GCSE, so I'm not sure where that maths has gone, but we've got another chance here, and it's a stunning header, and it's going from bad to worse for Denmark. And just to clarify, 3 + 1 is 4. It's 4-0 to Turkey.
4-0, and more importantly, 6-0 on aggregate. It's job done. What a little nod into the corner there. Nice little guided header. Really not a lot Schmeichel could do about that. Had the whole net to cover. And wisely judged the left side, but yeah, top corner. And, well, this is just one-way traffic right now. It could be a case of how many and how high is this going to go.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be saying goodbye to Denmark in this competition. And similar to the Romania thought process, you know, how far can Turkey go? They've played really, really well here, and they've recovered, importantly, from that first matchup. So, interesting to see.
Yeah, something that we should talk about, I don't know whether it has been talked about, is obviously the teams are stat balanced, and that's a cheeky one. Okay, they've got one.
They've got one.
I mean, they're kind of making the point, it is still 4-1. It is still 6-1 on aggregate.
6-1 on aggregate, yeah.
There's a long way to go. Come on. Pride on the line for Denmark, and that's the first.
It's a deft little chest into the back of the
I'm
net.
going to say, that wasn't really a header, was it? It was like just like, oh, I've jumped too high.
I mean, shouts for, shouts for top of the arm there from some of the Turkish players, but the referee gave the goal. And back to the halfway line we go. Braithwaite, the scorer, right on the stroke of half-time. And it's been a half lead that's been well and truly dominated by Turkey.
Yeah, one to forget for Goldboy there in the opener, especially coming into it so tight. But you could argue when he's coming into the game chasing, we don't know what he's done with the tactics. We didn't get to see the tactics at the start. Maybe he's kind of left himself a little bit too exposed in chasing the game.
I mean, even if tactically you're not doing anything, from a mentality point of view, you know you've got to chase the game. So straight away, like you said, it's going to be more difficult and you're going to leave yourself more open.
Yeah, and to let that goal in, I think it was, 5 minutes, the first goal as well.
Yeah.
Mujahid definitely stepping up from what I'm told. Harry's telling me, obviously this is a case of Mujahid stepping it up from his performance throughout the playoffs. That's got to be offside. Yes, it will be. So a little sigh of relief there. Two of them a mile off. Just having a jog. But still, long way to go here. 40 minutes to play for Goldboy to step up and do something. If he's going to get scoring goals, it's got to be now.
Some of the guys, but there's a chance here. He's through. He's onside. The goalkeeper comes, but doesn't get anywhere near it. It's another goal for Turkey, and they are putting in one performance here.
Well, I mean, talk about a simple through ball. The defence was just nowhere to be seen there. Left hanging in the wind.
Like
Stepped up, checked up. Yeah, tried to check his run and see if he could cut the ball out. And that was just, the nail in the coffin. As simple as that. 7-1 on aggregate now. We're going similar to the Romania game. And a very one-sided performance here. Not quite able to hit the mark with that one. And I think that's perhaps the story of the day. I just think of the early chances that Aloui had. And you should got to be thinking it could have been such a very different game. You know, the nutmeg goal that started things off for Turkey has kind of just been the flow of it and a beautiful through ball. But this, unfortunately, I mean, we don't know, like you say, the mentality coming into the game could be very different.
But also that chance right at the end of the first game when he kissed the post.
Yeah.
And if that had got in, 2-1, well and truly game on. But it's all a case of ifs and buts for Denmark at this moment in time, because really you have to say Turkey have deserved it.
Could say they're delightful.
60 minutes gone here. 5-1 in the second game, 7-1 on aggregate. And can Christian Eriksen spark some kind of lifeline here? Down the left-hand side it goes. Cleared away. It's food and drink for that man.
Just, 30 minutes to go. That's a scything tackle just to try and stop it going off the pitch there. Committed, I think, is the phrase that we should probably use for this one. But brilliant little play. Nice little turn. Looking for the cut back there, but wasn't to be had. Goldboy read it like a book this time. But again, a misplay. Nearly runs into a counter-attack. So, switching the ball across the pitch. Seeing if it can work anything to Hopier down the right wing. Looking for an opening, but look at it. There's just no openings for him. Tries to play through Paulson, almost misled. Got a runner on the left. Tries to get it out there, but again, where can he go from here? Nowhere. Oh, my word. Brutal in the box there. Pinned out, and that's just it. Turkey have got so many back there that it's very hard for Denmark to try and break through. They have got a counter on, but the keeper's off his line.
20 minutes is all that stands between Turkey and a place in the game versus the two winners from the group.
It's looking likely that Turkey are going to go through and get themselves some confidence as well going through this one. A mental edge, you know, to get the revenge back on a team that beat them twice in the playoffs. They're now going to be looking forward in the tournament and thinking, okay, we've got our revenge back on Denmark. Can we do the same on, say, Serbia? I don't believe they faced Italy at some point. Oh, nearly wriggles it through, but couldn't get it under the keeper.
Lovely, potentially a high sense skill of the day there. A little bit of a step over coming. My eyes were correct, yeah. I thought it was quite nice. Unfortunately, obviously, the goal didn't come of it. Otherwise, that would have been pretty nice.
Well, the corner does come of it. Just 7-1, the current scoreline. 15 minutes to go. Turkey on the attack. Cut out easily for a second corner. Not too many corners so far in this game, so getting a little set play workout here. That's going to wiggle loose, but the defender's there. But look at that, Turkey, plenty of men back. No worries, we're going again.
10 minutes remaining here. Can Turkey add to their 7-1 whitewash here, or can Denmark get a bit of pride back representing their country here at the Euros 2020? What a stage, Lee, to be playing on. And do you feel that that might have had something to do with how Denmark have kind of imploded a little bit in this second game?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they've certainly... maybe they just came into it too confident because of previous results, or I'm not too sure, or whether they've just not been on it this morning. You know, the fact that they've already lost 5-1 and now 7-1 in the morning is it's pretty rough. And that's it. Your tournament's done. You're out because there is no lifelines after this. This is the lifeline for Turkey. They are taking it with both hands and pulling themselves out of the mire. But looks like for Denmark is the last we'll see of the Scandinavians. They did, of course, take down Sweden. He can't even get the rebound. Oh, he still managed to get the play. Oh, beautiful finish. Where's that been? Where's that been for the last 180 minutes?
Well, they've gone hell for leather to try and get something from this match. It was a very, very tidy finish as he cut onto his favourite right foot and just caressed the ball into the far corner after a stunning stop, you have to say, from the Turkish number one. But it's going to be far too little too late as far as their qualification goes, unfortunately.
Just the lifeline. Nice little curler into the side netting. Kasper Dolberg there, nicely done. But celebrate as you will, mate. 7-2 is the scoreline. You know, goal boy, he's got the 2 goals. Unfortunately, it does come against 5 that Muzit has managed to get here.
Yeah, he came out of the blocks right from the start and pretty much killed the game in the opening half an hour or so. And it's been a real uphill climb for Denmark ever since, as the ball gets played across to the left-hand side. Another chance here to whip it into the danger area, but that's easy claim there for Schmeichel.
On the counter, whistle's about to go. It will now, because that's a full-on chop. Gets away with it though. But there we go, 7-2. Turkey will move through to the tiebreaker match, which will be happening later on this evening. Keep your eyes on the stream for when that's going to be happening. We've got so much action to go through. This is, of course, only Group B. We've got to go through C and D losers matches, then all the winner matches, and then we're going to get to the tiebreaker matches. We've got to see who their opponents will be. It's going to be, well, one of either Italy or Serbia. But let's first just recuperate and exactly figure out where the hell did it all go wrong for Denmark?
You'd have to say, coming into that second game, as we mentioned on stream, the mentality of the two sets of players, it's a very, I wouldn't say very easy, but it's an easier job to sit on a 2-0 lead, and especially in eFootball PES 2020, to be able to sit there and just soak up the pressure, hit them on the counter, and to get that early goal like he did as well, it set it up for the rest of the game, really.
Yeah, and looking at obviously the previous match where you had that beautiful through ball that worked it well. Here's a highlight, and you can see just 3 minutes in, smashed into the top corner. The story of the game and where it continued on. I think it went to about 4-0 before we finally saw a reply from Denmark.
2-0. Very, very easy done as well after half an hour. And then, of course, the third goal was, I mean, you have to go down as a defensive error. But again, because he was already behind by 4-0, he was panicking and he was trying to play the ball far too quickly. Should have just cleared his lines. And the rest was history, with a fourth there on the day as well, just before half-time, to pretty much kill off all hope of a turnaround.
This the chest in the net.
Goal. Is that so-called goal of the day?
Not too sure on that one. That was certainly, well, a simple defensive error once again that set it through. They did manage to get a goal here. This was a nice goal, nice little curler from a tight angle into the corner of the net there, the far post. But as you can see, the FedEx stats does match up. 46% possession. Turkey didn't have the possession, but they don't need to when they have 9 shots at near 78% accuracy. And while 5 of them found the net, unfortunately for Denmark, doesn't matter how good the stats are. The fact is, the scoreline didn't go your way.
It certainly did not, and like you said, they didn't need the possession, to be honest, as they went into that game, especially after that opening goal. To be 3-0 up with only less than a game to go, they could just sit there, soak it up, hit on the counter, and that's pretty much what they did. Very, very ruthless.
Yeah, solid performance. Obviously, coming up, we're going to have Group C and Group D. Obviously, we've got to see how they're playing out. Some big matches going to be going through. We're covering all the loser bracket matches today. That is to say, it's all the teams that have lost their first opening game within the group. All the opening games are being played out right now as they happen. And then we're going to be covering all loser matches. You'll get to see every single team today. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anyone. Just keep yourself on the stream and we'll show you all the action. If you missed earlier on, well, Romania, a dominant performance, and honestly, they had a very close game with Spain before that. I believe it was 6-5.
They lost
pushed
6-5.
Spain to the limit. Yeah, very tight from them. They will go through to the tiebreaker match that will be happening later on. That's obviously from Group A. I don't know whether we're going to have one of the players for an interview. Hopefully we can get a word from them. If not, I'm sure we'll hear from them later on. Regardless, the Turkish players. So they will go through. But Adam, any takeaways from this match?
More so, actually, the first game. I think the professionalism from Turkey, just to be clinical in front of goal, because they weren't necessarily the best team, certainly for large periods, the opening 60 minutes or so. They were towards the back end when they had the freedom of the 2-goal cushion. But certainly they just sat there, did the dirty work. You know, they were dogged in defensive areas and they were clinical in front of goal. And I think, like I said to you, possibly even more impressive than the Romania performance for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for any teams that are going to be looking at, certainly be it either Serbia or Italy, they're going to be looking at the matchups and thinking, okay, got this turtle, he got a 2-0 win, but it very much could have been a different result had Aloui managed to take his chances.
Yeah, certainly, and we touched many times on the last chance right at the death when it hit the post, but through a lot of the period of play, you know, Denmark were on the front foot. They had chances. It's just that final ball, the killer instinct, just as sometimes happens in big tournaments, it was missing on the day. And so, yeah, I'd certainly look at the matchups going forwards for Turkey, because the second game, I feel, was possibly the better performance from a Turkish point of view.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, looking towards Mujahid, fantastic, solid performance. Out the gate from the start, 3 minutes in, gets himself the goal. The dream start for Turkish fans. I know there's a lot of you out there in the chats as well, a lot of Turkish fans backing your team, so they will go through, which is great for you guys. Obviously, not so good for Scandinavia, because I think that's Scandinavia done, right? I think they're all out now. Sorry,
say that again.
All the Scandinavian teams are done, I believe. Yep, they are. I'm afraid. Sorry. Sorry, Scandinavia, you are out of the tournament. So chances. I mean, it's the classic case, right? Denmark knocked out Sweden on the way here. They always ended up facing each other at some point. It's like England always having to face Wales or something like that. Sadly, England didn't make this tournament, did they?
It's interesting, though. We've mentioned how Turkey obviously got beaten in that first game. I think he said against Italy. If they were to play each other again, often psychology comes into it at the highest level as well. It's not just about the natural-born abilities, and often the team who's been beaten in that first game can sometimes produce a shock in that next game. So Turkey could find themselves going through after that.
Yeah, I believe it was Serbia that took them down. But anyway, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be moving on to Group C. That'll be with Harry and Weza. I'll see you in a few.
Players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers. And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to eEURO 2020. We've had our first couple of games in Groups A and B. Now it's time to move over to Groups C and D. My name is Harry Channon. Thank you so much for joining me wherever you are in the world. You can, of course, be watching on the UEFA YouTube channel. You can be watching on facebook.com/Euro 2020. Joining me is Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza, and here are our next set of games. We're going to be kicking things off in Group C with Luxembourg versus Croatia, and then later on moving to Group D with Israel taking on Greece. Both of those nations went through qualification undefeated. So, Wes, we turn our attentions now to Group C. Our first real chance to get a look at Luxembourg. They obviously qualified through their group and didn't have to go through the playoff route. We can see how things have matured so far here in Group C. Obviously, Croatia coming up against Netherlands, who are definitely favourites to come out of this group as well, with a 3-2 scoreline. We saw them best Portugal and edge out Portugal in the playoff groups. Do we expect them to beat Luxembourg here, who have pretty much an unknown quantity to us, despite them winning their group?
Well, if you looked at the results in terms of from game one, they only just lost out to Montenegro, did Luxembourg. So, you know, there's the strength with that Luxembourg team as well. To get to this stage, you know, I think if you're a neutral at home, I think they're probably the neutrals pick of teams to support. I myself, I love a minnow in any knockout tournament. So, Luxembourg, I think, have been great to get to this stage and to be, even in with just a shout to get through to the knockouts. I think they're in great position. Meanwhile, Croatia, they did very well to get themselves out of the playoff group, edging out Portugal, playing really well. So, I think this game is very much up for grabs, and I wouldn't like to put a prediction on it, especially with how I did in the Romania pick. I wouldn't like to put a name down. I might leave that to you this time, Harry.
Well, we said Luxembourg. Thanks for that, by the way. We said Luxembourg, bit of an unknown quantity. Now it's time to meet the players from both Croatia and Luxembourg.
And the shot! Goal! Croatia! And it's Croatia who take the lead. Yes! Has a goal! Back of the net! They are easing away.
Moje ime je Marko Gelo, u gamingu Gel Zaprešić. Predstavljam Hrvatsku na eEURO 2020.
Hi, my name is Andrić Porčić, also known as Jana 18, and I'm representing Croatia on eEURO 2020.
And they're at it again in double quick time.
U e-sportu sam od 2015. godine i predstavljati Hrvatsku je ogroman uspjeh i veliko zadovoljstvo.
And it's Croatia who take the lead.
This is my second year in which I'm playing PES on higher level. I'm representing Croatia with my teammate Gel Zaprešić, who is a great partner. He has more experience than I have, and he knows how to deal with this pressure.
Moj suigrač Andrić Porčić u pravom životu je velika dobrica, a na terenu nema milosti. Put do finala bio je težak i neizvjestan do samoga kraja.
The playoffs were very thrilling. We need to win over Austria, and luckily for us, this scenario happened and we qualified to the finals. I'm looking forward for the eEURO, and I think if we show our best game, that we can win a title.
Naša pobjeda na eEURO bila bi ogroman uspjeh i skrenula pozornost na e-sport u Hrvatskoj.
Ovim putem želim poželjeti puno sreće našim momcima Marku i Andreju na završnici eEURA. Igrate s najboljom ekipom, s Hrvatskom, tako da nema straha i idemo do kraja. Neka vaš dobar rezultat bude najava našeg velikog uspjeha iduće godine. Sretno, momci!
Goal!
Je m'appelle Gianluca Di Marco, connu sous le pseudo de Golf Racer dans le monde PES. Je compète depuis 2 ans et demi dans le monde des sports et maintenant je suis fier de pouvoir représenter le Luxembourg dans une compétition aussi importante.
My name is Steve Wiesmann, aka Tristan89. I'm representing Luxembourg at the eEURO 2020. It feels great, and I'm really happy to represent my home country at such a big event. Gianluca is a very good friend, and we've been playing together for 10 years now. For me, he is one of the best in this game.
Je suis vraiment content d'avoir Steve Wiesmann en tant que coéquipier. On se connaît depuis 2007 et c'est quelqu'un sur qui je peux vraiment compter.
We didn't know what to expect on the first match day, but I think that we managed it very well. I keep in mind some beautiful goals that we scored.
Notre but à la 96e minute contre le Kosovo a été mon moment fort de la compétition. De gagner l'Euro 2020 pour le Luxembourg serait quelque chose de beau et j'espère qu'on puisse faire partie d'une chose unique.
This could also be very important to develop e-sport, especially for a small country like ours. We would be really proud if we win this competition. I guess everything is possible in the finals.
Good luck for our two eGamer, Golf Racer and Tristan for the eEURO 2020 final. You can do this.
So there we go, we've met the players representing the two nations. What was interesting for me, the standout message there, Wes, is that they were, both these nations' representatives, playing to raise awareness of esports in their respective nations. And these are two esporting countries that we don't really see a lot of talent come out of. They're hoping maybe with a good result here at the eEURO 2020 competition, that maybe can change and they can maybe change the tide in rising stars in the future.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the kind of the growth of esports as a whole, kind of in the last couple of years, it really has kind of come on leaps and bounds. And for countries like Croatia and countries like Luxembourg, tournaments such as this, they can be, you know, very much a beacon to kind of really kind of, improve that visibility on a kind of a world and European level, most definitely. And good showings here, you might just start to go and say to people, well, actually, do you know what? I'd like to represent my country, in video games because, it is that type of tournament. And, with these guys, anything is possible. That was the key message I took away from Luxembourg, is that they looked at it and went, actually, anything is possible. And we may see an upset here. Croatia could easily fall, and it's going to be an interesting game to watch here.
Well, let's kick things off then. It's going to be Croatia taking on Luxembourg. Croatia attacking from left to right, represented by Jana, who we just saw. Was very, very excited to represent Croatia in such a big tournament. The main takeaway that I got from those videos was mainly the fact that Jana is, quite youthful, still has a bit of young talent in him, and his compatriot, I suppose you could say, his teammate, Gels Zaprasic, the more experienced of the two, so he will probably be looking to try and feed off that experience. Racer, though, he and his colleague representing Luxembourg, as the referee might take a closer look at that, sees nothing wrong with it. Been playing together for 10 years. That's, it's almost youth and experience combined on the Croatia side versus lots of playing time together. And on the Luxembourg side, sometimes, steel sharpens steel, I should say, as the ball will roll out. We got to know Croatia quite well throughout the playoff campaign. We saw them not only in the group stages, but also in their time battling closely and fiercely with Portugal in the playoff groups. We expect them to be favourites in this match, but we'll see exactly what happens as they try and force a chance there with Petkovic, who has been an absolute beast up front, I think, for most of their qualification campaign. For Luxembourg, for us, Wes, bit of an unknown quantity. We tend to favour the teams and the nations that we know more in terms of predicting a result. But as you said before, they almost stole a result away from Montenegro, who we know are a strong side. Here is Barisic attacking here for Croatia. Real early chance, rattles the woodwork. It's a header at the near post. Didn't have too much time to react and shape the header. Ball still on here though. Modric. Tries to find his man on the near side. I think it's Perisic just offside, but coming back to what we were talking about, we need Luxembourg here really to step up, because this is their time in the spotlight. They qualified through Group F, which we said when we did the draw was a wide open group. Now's the time to really stamp their authority on the competition.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the way that they have equipped themselves for how they're playing here. It looks relatively like they've got a defensive shell of 5 at the back, which, you know, you've got to play to your strengths. When you're Luxembourg of strengths, they don't really have too many, but stat balancing does certainly help them out in that regard. So they'll know this team inside out, and they'll know what to use. And, you know, with Luxembourg, yeah, it is these types of games, you know, that are kind of putting them in the spotlight, and hopefully they kind of live up to their billing as group winners coming out of the qualification process.
Sinani up to Turpel, but cut out well by the Croatian defence. Here is Petkovic. He's one you need to watch out for. Kramaric alongside him as well has been a real attacking force here for Croatia throughout their eEURO 2020 campaign. It falls kindly here for Barisic. He, though, is dispossessed well. On the racer. Falls to Kovacic, though, and, well, now Luxembourg can start to come forward. Here is Barrerio. He is, unfortunately, dispossessed. Ivan Perisic, who was wishing the boys well in that video message, will win a corner here for Croatia. Outswinger, real chance. Goalkeeper intervenes. And we're approaching half an hour gone. Still 0-0. Would you say this is maybe a win for Luxembourg?
I'd say they'll be happy. They'll be the happier of the two sides here, definitely.
Chance now. Making absolutely no bones about it. Clearing it behind for a corner. Jan out with the outswinger. Goes for the front post, and it's in! A glancing touch was all it took. Dejan Lovren, the defender for Croatia, turned set-piece specialist. Front post header. Again, it was just a glance. It's all it needed, Wes.
Yeah, it's all it needed. It had all the power in the world. We've highlighted it before in the playoffs and obviously in eFootball Pro broadcasts that, you know, that type of corner with that type of power, they're very, very hard to stop. So that's where you see a lot of these players will put a man out to kind of block the ball getting in the first place. It's very difficult to stop, but you have to get a man out at the corner, otherwise you can, you know, become susceptible quite quickly.
Luxembourg want an immediate response, certainly a response before half-time would be nice. Janelo has steadied the ship off the kickoff, and now maybe can come forward here. Ivan Perisic with, well, I suppose you could say a heavy touch. Racer's defence did well, but the danger isn't averted just yet. Defensive to attack now for Croatia. Perisic muscled off the ball again. This one's going to be a free kick, though, taken quickly. Perisic goes for goal! Brilliant piece of patience from Jana. It's Perisic, the goal scorer. It's 2-0 to Croatia.
And we can't underrate that little bit of a skill move. You can't underrate that little shimmy that kind of gave Jana that little bit of space. You'll see it again in the replay here. It's a little bit of a body feint, which encourages Racer to go and do a little bit of manual goalkeeping. Gives him enough room, and he can just get it onto Perisic's right foot, tucks it away, and Croatia. And again, it's that quickness of mind to spot Perisic out wide on a quick free kick as well. It's that little shimmy just gives him enough of an angle, puts it in for 2-0.
Caught the defence napping, didn't he? Such good presence of mind to take that free kick quickly. I mean, I certainly thought, I don't want to speak for you, Wes, but I thought maybe that one would have been in a prime position to be struck straight for goal, but it's that presence of mind from Jana being the difference maker, and, well, you sense that he wants 3 before the half. Racer, though, well, he's just going to put that one into Rosed. Try and get more bodies behind the ball.
You talk about, the presence of mind. We talk about these opportunities that players will wait for. They wait for that kind of, higher percentage shot. You wait for that kind of opportunity. And, it was done to perfection there by Jana.
Racer with a chance to counter here. 43rd minute, half-time rapidly approaching. Rodriguez just could not string the pass needed. It's a good tackle though. But it's falling kindly here for Croatia. Finally Luxembourg step in, but it's only to the feet of Modric, who can't find a pass. Bit scrappy towards the end of this first half. Rodriguez out wide on that far side. Well, 2 goals within 10 minutes for Croatia. Separate the two nations. If you are joining us for the first time, welcome. We do play 2 legs, essentially 2 games of eFootball PES 2020. Racer is in here. Dealt with well by Jana, out for a throw-in, but 2 separate games of PES. It's an aggregate scoreline at the end of the 2 legs that decides the result. And this is a loser's match as well. The way these groups work is 2 losses, you go home. Both of these 2 nations already have 1 loss to their name. Luxembourg losing out to Montenegro. Croatia losing out to the Netherlands, who are favourites to take this group. Kramaric manages to retain possession here for Croatia. Back to the feet of Kramaric, who holds it up really well. Modric and Barisic on this near side, trying to combine, but the defensive work from Luxembourg and Golf Racer so far hasn't been the worst that we've seen, but just offensively can't seem to get anything going.
Yeah, and that's where you feel that the strengths are for Luxembourg. It is defensively. I mean, you look at Jana and he's been able to kind of breach the kind of Luxembourg defence twice here, and you don't really feel that, Racer has played that bad and that Luxembourg has been too bad, but you can see there now, pace is now starting to be kind of imported into this team by Croatia's substitutions. There you can see Ante Rebic coming on, you see Vlasic coming on as well, so you can see that Jana wants more goals.
Rebic, especially for Croatia, throughout the playoff groups was a prevalent figure. When you think back to Group J, Croatia and France went neck and neck. It was just the head-to-head results in the end that allowed France to take the group. They're a nation that we'll be seeing later on, no doubt, in their winners' match in their group. Kramaric now dispossessed, and this is where maybe Luxembourg can start to build, but Milic steps in. It just seems the rub of the green at the moment going Croatia's way. Barreiro out to Deville. There was a man free there in the centre. Not sure if going back was the right option. And that maybe is a bit of frustration there, Wes, and it will be rewarded with a yellow card.
Yeah, it's a little bit of frustration just boiling over. You can see there as well, Croatia just slightly buying that free kick, turning at the right time, and allowing the tackle challenge to come in. You can see as well, Croatia have kind of moved to a slightly more defensive setup. You can see at the bottom of your screens there, the light blue bar.
Oh, chance here for Vlasic! Oh, it's a thunderbolt of an effort. Really?
No sooner do
he struck his foot straight through it, and it's pure power, Wes.
No sooner do I say they've moved to a more defensive style of play than Croatia go and put a chance in on Luxembourg's goal. But you can see on the flip side, Luxembourg trying to push the issue, gone to a more attacking-minded setup. But I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough here.
Corner in. Oh, almost went straight for goal. The goalkeeper called into action. Will be another outswinger by Modric. Might he go for goal once again? Keep an eye on the trajectory of this ball. There are 2 men on the edge as well. Wide open. Vlasic back out to Modric. Lovely turn. Tries to feed Perisic, who was waiting. Luxembourg bit pinned in at the moment. Trying to get the ball back, but unfortunately it's at the expense of a Croatia throw. Vlasic into Rebic. Tackled well. And now Phil can maybe think about spraying this one out wide. Bensi. Deville dispossessed. And just nothing seems to be going Racer's way. Nice turn from Rebic. He's been an assassin for Croatia. Looking for Perisic. Looks like Kramaric will be the one to maybe feed it back to Ivan Perisic. Gone a bit wide, but maintains possession. Too many passes maybe here from Croatia. You're just looking for someone to grab the ball by the horns. In the end, chance gone, and Luxembourg, they come away with it.
Yeah, you can see just the tired legs starting to creep in for that Luxembourg defence. It's providing more gaps and opportunities for Jana to really kind of take the game and finish it off in the first leg here. Still 2-0 though, still chances on.
It's another chance maybe for Croatia, dealt with by the Luxembourg defence. And, well, as the ball goes back to the Croatian goalkeeper at 2-0, you know, when you consider how much in an attacking sense Jana has been threatening, as a free kick will be coming in here for a terrible foul. Do you maybe take 2-0 going into the second leg if you're Luxembourg? Yes, you're down. Yes, you don't want to be in this position in the first place, but all things considered, it could have been a lot more than 2.
Yeah, I think all things considered, it could have been more than 2. And I don't really feel there's been a lot of opportunities for Luxembourg. And I think ultimately, I think you're kind of looking to consolidate just a touch going into this second game. If they can potentially get a goal in the last 10 here, it could make for interesting viewing. But it certainly looks at the moment Croatia with their abilities.
Kramaric with the third. And we said they might be happy with 2. They won't be happy with 3. Croatia certainly will be. Kramaric with his first goal in the first leg gives Jana and Croatia some breathing room going into the second leg.
Yeah, you could see, you know, as we were saying, if they could come away with a goal, Luxembourg would be happy, but they're not going to be happy with their defence being breached once more. Kramaric, again, finding space. Jana being able to work the space as well. You'll see it here. Even though there is 5 at the back, it's that ball back into the centre of midfield, opens up the gap. And again, if you're Luxembourg and you're putting too much pressure on the ball carrier, that's where that space opens up, because Kramaric has pulled off. He's able to just get into space. He's got plenty of time and pops the finish in with a plump.
Well, maybe some lower skilled PES players might have been trying to feed Kramaric straight away, but Jana with the presence of mind cropping up once again, knowing that he's got that one extra pass just to make the through ball certain. Sets up the 3rd goal for Croatia here in Group C. He might just smell blood here. That will be a foul, certainly. And tired legs certainly have been a factor here for Racer and Luxembourg. We still have a second leg to come, of course, where all the players will be refreshed from their fatigue, but you just seem again to see a little bit of a lack of imagination maybe from the attacking sense of Luxembourg. Hopefully we'll see that change in the second leg. Here comes Jana on this near side, trying to find Rebic, who's been a super sub for Croatia. Kramaric might just get there first. He does not, and this one will be brought back for a foul on a Luxembourg man.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, you look at how Luxembourg have set up. Granted, it has been slightly defensive, to say the least. I think that's probably been kind to them. But ultimately, you look at Luxembourg and think, well, what is it they do have to offer up at the kind of the final third of the pitch? I mean, do they have pacey wingers? Do they have a physical unit to be able to kind of aim at? And Racer's looking a little bit devoid of ideas at the moment. Whether that means that we'll see a change in personnel in the second game remains to be seen. I think Jana will probably be encouraged and will probably want to finish this game off. But I don't think Croatia will do too many changes.
Racer then had a chance once again to build an attack. Needs to be careful here not to concede late on. There are runners here for Croatia. It's almost a 3-on-3 here at the back. Vlasic out to Kramaric. Oh, the man goes down early and gets just enough of the ball. I think it was more putting the man off than anything, but either way, Croatia winning the first leg 3-0. Resounding result, and to be fair, it's one we almost expected. We wanted to see maybe more out of Luxembourg. Hopefully we see that in the second leg, but oftentimes we do go with the known quantity. We've seen Croatia pull off these results against Portugal, against the likes of the other teams that were playing in that shark tank of a playoff group that they were in. And they're proving it here in the finals tournament as well. It's good to see from Croatia. It gives me hope for their next round should they get past Luxembourg. But for Luxembourg, some attacking changes certainly need to be made because, I mean, right now they seemed a little bit devoid of ideas.
Yeah, I think so. They're going to need to make some type of adjustment, either that's personnel, either it's tactical, game plan, whatever that may be. They're going to have to let the kind of handbrake off at some point. The only problem is you are up against an incredibly talented, Croatia side. You know, you've got the likes of Modric, you've got the likes of Rakitic, you've got Kramaric, you've got, Rebic, you've got Petkovic. There's so many weapons in that kind of arsenal for Croatia that it's going to be very hard to stop them. And, you have to kind of really take a look at it from a Luxembourg point of view. We would love to see a giant killing, but I think it's more now improbable more than impossible for Luxembourg to really take it away in the second leg.
I mean, that second goal from Croatia with Rakitic doing so well, and with the free kick being played quickly, you might have just thought that would take the wind out of the sails and deflate the balloon that was Luxembourg's hopes here in the eEURO 2020 group stages. They steadied the flow and stemmed the flow a bit of the Croatia attack for the majority of the rest of the second half. But it just came down to that 80th minute lapse in concentration, and, well, it allowed Croatia to get their third. And with a 3-0 cushion going into the second leg, yes, we swapped sides, yes, we changed connections here for the second game. But that's a really healthy cushion to take into a second leg.
Yeah. I think if it was 2-0, I think you'd probably have a little bit more of a nervous side from Croatia. But now they've got that extra goal to sit on. I think they'll take this away as we just look to the stats here. Granted, Luxembourg more accurate passes of the ball, and also had more of the possession. However, as we've always said, Harry, is that you can have as much possession in the world as you want. You don't put the ball in the back of the net, it will mean absolutely nothing.
Well, this is it. 5 shots. I feel like the majority of those shots must have come in the first half from Luxembourg, because in an attacking sense, we needed to see better build-up, certainly, from them. I'm not counting them out at all in this second leg, by no means, because we know how fickle eFootball PES 2020 can be. We know how comebacks can happen, and we know how just a change in personnel, I believe Jelz Zaprasic will be coming in for Croatia. Just a change in personnel and a change in play style can really impact the entire result of the game. So we'll have to see what the Luxembourg squad have to offer for us, really, in this next game to come.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a case of can Luxembourg, if they do get a goal early door, does that set off the alarm bells in the Croatian defence? Or more importantly, if Croatia take off early, does that mean batten down the hatches for Croatia? There's narrative there to be had. It's just a case of what happens next.
Well, we're about to jump into the second leg. A reminder to you all that you can vote on your expected outcome of every single match we're watching here today on the broadcast. Just head on over to eEURO2020.com/vote. It's a fun time to be an eFootball PES fan. We have lots of eFootball action both today and tomorrow, where we will be crowning our first eEURO champion. It's going to be a fun day's action. It's going to be a fun Sunday's action as well. And what's fun as well is the amount of people that have been, contacting me and saying that they've been watching this around the world. I had someone from Indonesia earlier on just say, hey, you're on TV in Indonesia. I was like, hey, that's cool. That's really cool. So wherever you are in the world watching us, make sure you communicate with the hashtag eEURO2020. You can, of course, go on to eEURO2020.com to see where all the nations are stacking up in their groups. Currently, Luxembourg versus Croatia, though. It's a 3-0 aggregate score for Croatia. Tristan, 89, has so much to do here for Luxembourg. Jelz Zaprasic, we've seen him close out results many a time for Croatia throughout the qualifying rounds to make it to the finals here. We expect much of the same here, don't we, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, you look at how Croatia's set up now, it's going to be slightly different. But again, I feel like it's going to be more of the same here.
Yeah, watch out for Perisic here. Fresh set of legs. And, well, he tried to find his striker in the middle. Believe it was Rebic who's actually starting now for Croatia. So not the super sub we often see Jano use. Couldn't get it to go, though. Ivan Perisic here on the ball once again. Turns his man really well. Uses the strength to shield the ball as well. But Hall will come across. Shepherd the ball back. And now we get to see our first glimpses of what Luxembourg can do on the attack. And while the first touch really teed it up nicely for him, Tristan just reminding Croatia here that yes, they're 3-0 on aggregate, but he can be very clinical on the counter, just narrowly wide that time.
Yeah, you can tell that Croatian defender just did enough to put Tristan off there. However, I think Seprasic is going to have to be on guard here because it's still very open at 0-0. I think that first goal is going to be absolutely vital. Whichever way it goes, it's going to really set the tone for this game.
Well, it's a big cliche, probably the biggest cliche in the sport, but you're not wrong. Goal for Croatia would make it 4. You can't see Luxembourg getting those 4 back. But we'll see. Kramaric now. Rebic and Kramaric combining so well. Oh, he's blasted it off the bar. Brilliant, mesmerising 1-2. The finish. Well, I think it's just landed in my back garden.
It's the second time that we've seen a really good passing move not have the goal or finish that it actually deserves. That was fantastic play from Seprasic. Just could not get the finish. And again, if you're Tristan, it's a let off, and it can give you a bit of an impetus to go forward here.
Here he is coming forward now. Turpel off to Phil, has a strike. That's 2 big chances now for Luxembourg, which have just gone wanting of that deft touch at the end. Brilliant move, though. Signs of life.
Yeah, it was just that tiny bit of composure that was needed. Phil just launching that one past the post. But again, it was good build-up from Luxembourg. Again, there's still time in this. It's going to be a case of how Seprasic will get himself to the end of this game. If there's a mistake here, though, I mean, he comes out of it luckily there, but he needs to be careful with this passing game of his.
4 men forward here for Croatia. Seprasic might try and capitalise. Kramaric now, well, adjudged by the referee to have been dispossessed fairly. That might just set Tristan on his way. Here is Turpel. Sinani might be through 1-on-1. It's the first goal for Luxembourg here against Croatia. And that might just put the pressure on Jel Seprasic here. 3-1 on aggregate, still has to get 2 back. But there is certainly time on his side. And that goal might just set the narrative for the rest of this game.
You listen in the distance, you can hear the fire alarms and the burger alarms that are going off in that Croatian defence right now. Luxembourg find themselves a goal up, and all of a sudden the complexion of this tie really changes. The narrative now goes to, can Luxembourg really build on this game? I mean, there's certainly time, there's certainly weapons there for them to use, and they've found a way through this Croatian defence. All of a sudden, nerves are jangling. We could find ourselves on the end of a fantastic fight back from Luxembourg. Equally, though, as kind of temperamental as this game can be, we may end up with Croatia scoring 5 goals, and everything I've said is meaningless.
Well, for now, it's poised perfectly. Seprasic with the immediate response, potentially. Perisic! Great save. The referee's brought this one back, though, for, I think, a free kick just outside the D. So in a really nice position here for Luka Modric, or potentially even Ivan Rakitic to whip one in. Who will Seprasic go for?
We are on the short.
Modric steps up, goes for goal. Strikes the wall. Might still be on here, though, for Croatia. Bit of a mix-up at the back. And don't forget, Croatia and Seprasic had those 2 great chances early on in the game, the one that rattled the bar, of course. And, well, there's a chance again here. Luxembourg defending deep. But Tristan so far defending well. Kramerich intentionally fouled there. That'll be another free kick in a similar sort of position. A little bit further out this time though, Wes.
Yeah, you really don't want to be giving Croatia too many opportunities from here. It's prime real estate for the likes of Luka Modric, as we said before. First attempt hit the wall. Will they find this up and over the wall though?
Modric steps up, strikes it. Too wide. Could see his intention, try and go for that almost knuckleball style. Curl it around the wall. Didn't come off for him though. 2 wasted free kicks really for Zaprasic, and that might just start playing on his mind a little bit. Well, since the Luxembourg goal, it's been the majority of the ball being in Croatia's favour. Here is Luxembourg though, and Thil. 2 men to aim for, but that's another defensive mistake here from Croatia. Just a little bit nervy here at the back. Rodriguez to fire it in. Didn't get past the first man though. Just look out for this Croatia counter. For momentarily it was 3-on-3 and might still be a lovely turn there from Perisic. Can anything come of it? Look out for Rebic making a front post run. Straight at the keeper though, just lacking the final product. Croatia winning the ball on the halfway line once again. Comes back to Luxembourg though. Missed the header as well. Sinani can turn his man. Thil still has the ball here. Thil goes for a header. It's off the bar twice and in. 3-2. And it's not even half time. On the 3rd time of asking, it finally nestles in the net. And boy, do we have a game on our hands.
Like we said, the tide has turned in this side. All of a sudden now, Luxembourg in the driver's seat. They only need 1 goal to bring it back level. I mean, it was a bit of a scrambled finish, but Luxembourg are not going to care. Bounces off the bar, off the goalkeeper, back off the bar. It's a diving header from Turpel, and all of a sudden, Luxembourg are well back in this.
Turpel like a salmon leaping for that diving header. And Zaprasic is well and truly in Nerve City right now. Half-time cannot come quickly enough. Tristan maybe trying to push the pace here. That tackle's a nice one. Bit physical, but a classic challenge there. Half-time rapidly approaching, and, well, Tristan might just have one more bite of the cherry. Here is Rodriguez. Meant to aim for in the centre. More of a hit and hope, really, and that will signal half-time here in the second leg. 2-0 so far. 3-2 still Luxembourg trail on aggregate. Zaprasic, you have to say, Wes, probably, I mean, it's a bit wild to say, but he might need a goal here just to steady the flow of the attacks that are coming in from Luxembourg.
I was going to say there might be a little bit of shell shock at the moment for Zaprasic. He needs to calm it down. Luxembourg, on the other hand, they need to keep, they need to keep their heads here. Does Tristan? I think it's a case of, on one side of it, you can have all that nervous energy where you clam up, and there might be that other side of things where you start to kind of take gambles and risks when you don't necessarily need to. I think Tristan needs to be very careful.
Just a lot of micro mistakes at the moment that are compounding themselves here for Croatia. They're coming forward here now, though. The battle of the balance as Rebic gets the ball across. Cleared just outside the 6-yard box. will come again though. Rebic on the ball again. Barisic, the man in support. Luka Modric. Pass into Rebic is just a little bit offside. And by a little bit, I mean a long old while.
Pull back for a booking there on Maglet.
So, 3-2 on aggregate. Luxembourg need at least a goal without conceding. And here comes Tristan on that far side. He'll win himself a corner, but the longer this second half of this second leg ticks on, Wes, the more maybe the nerves start to shift over to the Luxembourg side.
Yeah, I mean, it can very much work either way here. As Tristan's going for the acrobatic, and it causes a bit of a counter-attack opportunity here that needs to be very, very careful of.
Dealt with well. Kramerich was the man trying to dispossess. He does actually, in the end, get a hold of the ball. Beats his man as well. Chance here. Corner will be the result. Outswinger. Fired into the front post. And it's in. Saprasic gets his goal. Is Milic the scorer? Luxembourg hearts just dropped out of their chests. 4-2 now for Croatia. Is that the end of the comeback?
It's that well-versed set piece that we've seen so many times from so many nations. And it's Milic this time that gets up and beats the defender. I mean, he's running back for the ball. I don't think he's realised what that means for the tie. That he probably should just leave the ball in the net. But again, that looks like it's a real body blow for Luxembourg. They're going to need a little bit of resilience here as the ball goes in.
Yep, Sinani has a chance maybe to lay it off, and it's an immediate reply. Back within one, within seconds. Deville has reset the storyline. It's as you were. 4-3. The Luxembourg fans in the stadium loving what they're seeing, but they still need one more.
I'll tell you something, even if they don't get through here, Luxembourg will have left their imprint on this competition. Again, it was a body blow to concede, but they dish one straight back into the heart of that Croatian defence. And Saprasic looking really vulnerable when it gets even to, even for a team like Luxembourg who don't necessarily have that type of capability up front. You've got to wonder if they do get through to the latter ends of this group stage, and they do get through to the latter ends of these competitions. Saprasic just trying to control the game just a touch.
Barisic now. Saprasic, like you said, wants to try and control this game. Still 20 in-game minutes to play. Barisic maybe to whip one in. This game poised on a knife edge. Fresh sets of legs after that last goal for both nations. So just look out for the pace on the counter. That one's a little bit too ambitious for my liking. Now time is ticking down. What? I just can't call this, Wes. I mean, it's the game we all hoped it would be. Croatia, though, come forward. But once again are denied by Tristan and by Luxembourg. Damota. Denied by Croatia this time. Vlasic now can come forward. It's just back and forth. It's a classic game of Pez.
You almost get lost in watching it in terms of the quality of it.
Look at this. Kramaric is through. Great save. Amazing save. Had to be done. It will be a Croatian corner, but that might just save Luxembourg's chances in this tie. Corner to come, and don't forget the last goal Croatia scored came from this exact side.
Got to be careful of that set piece. We know that Croatia are very well drilled in it. Vida's now on who's an obvious target.
Will come out here to Kovacic. Might get a second swing. Mateo Kovacic, 1-2 with Modric. This could really kill the game off. Great save again. How has he kept this one within reach of Luxembourg? And now Luxembourg, they can come forward. Bensi can't latch onto the ball. We're approaching the 90th minute. If it's going to happen for Luxembourg, it has to happen soon. And oh no, look out for Petkovic.
See Luxembourg, they can see and they can sense there's one final chance in this. Tristan trying his absolute best to work this ball up the field. Looks like there could be an opportunity.
Deville, real chance here. Zaprasic blasts it away. 89th minute. Phil has to swing one in. Was that the chance? Will he get another chance? I'm not too sure. The header's just gone over Wes, and it's agonising for Luxembourg. They were so close.
I still have my head in my hands here. It looked like it was for all the marbles for Luxembourg. They just couldn't keep the header down as Perisic is hauled down, and again gives time for Zaprasic to get his house in order. But there'll be some real inquests with this Croatian side. Luxembourg with, have done incredibly well to get this far and to get this close, and they should be incredibly proud of themselves. But it's going to be Croatia, I feel, that are just going to close this out as the ball goes long.
Last attack for Luxembourg. Last chance saloon. Gives the ball away though. And for Tristan and for Luxembourg, you feel that that's the end of the road here in the eEURO finals. Kramaric has the... Oh, there was just too much to ask for there for Luxembourg. It's 5-3 to Croatia. 3-2 in the second leg. That is done and dusted.
Yeah, you can see what had happened there. Luxembourg had gone all out attacking the hunt for that final goal to get themselves level, and instead they've conceded and they've gone down. They've played fantastically well, have Luxembourg, but credit to Zaprasic for, again, just steadying himself enough to get himself through into the tiebreaker game, and Croatia will be very happy with that as a performance, although not in that second leg. It got very jittery as soon as Luxembourg were there, and there's the final whistle.
Well, that makes it official. 5-3 it ends between Luxembourg and Croatia. That was our first chance to see Luxembourg throughout this entire campaign, and well, they did not disappoint even in the slightest. I think there were a lot of people's fan favourites coming into the finals. I suppose you could say a minnow nation. No one really expected them to get this far. They almost produced the shock of the tournament should they have pushed it to that game 3. You think about that chance at 4-3. We'll take a look at some of the replays here, Wes, but I mean, that entire second leg was a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, it was a fantastic representation of how to conduct your PES gameplay. It's a wonderful through ball that found its way through. It was one touch and bang, straight into the back of the net. And again, Luxembourg, they had their rubs of the green there. just got the right side of it. And again, even more rubber the green for a double bar hit, which finds its way eventually into the back of the net. And Croatia were reeling. Let's not get that, mixed up. It was a nice finish from the set piece. Again, it was, the danger of Milik there. But again, it was straight back from Luxembourg as Luxembourg found a way in and just about crept the ball into the back of the net. And all of a sudden, it was game on. And, it was only through, Luxembourg pushing forward did Kramaric had the space to finish off the game in injury time. And as you can see there from the stats, possession was key for Croatia in the latter stages. But, credit to Luxembourg for the performance they put on.
Tristan, he gave it a good go. Both of these nations certainly stated before the match they were playing to raise esports awareness within their respective nations. They've just put on arguably the best match that we will see in eEURO 2020. I know it's early to call, but wow, that was an honest roller coaster, and credit really to both nations really stepping up. Luxembourg especially, never ever giving up. We will see Croatia advance to the deciding match here in Group C. And, they will play one of Netherlands or Montenegro, whoever loses that matchup. We will have that matchup later on in the show as well. Keep interacting with us, hashtag eEURO 2020. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to know if you are, taking a lay down like we're about to, because we need a bit of rest after that roller coaster of emotions. And we also want to know who you're supporting in each matchup. You can go on eEURO2020.com/vote, and you can vote on each match and let us know. Wes, final thoughts from you. Croatia, Luxembourg. Where do we see Croatia go from here? Do we think they go and rebound off of that performance and maybe take the lessons from it and push forward now to maybe move out of this group? Or do we think that might be just some warning signs, maybe some chinks in the armour of the Croatian side?
Yeah, I think it's more the latter rather than the former. I think it's their defensive frailties may cost them in bigger games. As the game as a whole, though, for Luxembourg, for Croatia, it's a perfect advert for esports for both countries. You could put that out on a YouTube channel and say, hey, come and try and set up a Croatia or a Luxembourg esport league. Perfect advert for it. And I think Croatia now have got to build. They've got to build on that result. They have to go and push on, because at the moment their defensive frailties look all too obvious.
Absolutely, they do. And you feel like the Netherlands and Montenegro, who are playing in this group in the winners match, might be looking at Croatia as a side that look a little bit susceptible here in Group C. But that's enough of Group C. Now it's time to move over to Group D. We have more fantastic eFootball PES action on the way. And to take you through it, it is Lee D-Man Smith and Adam Butcher. Guys, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, and we are back. So we're moving down over to Group D, Adam, and it's almost a battle across the Mediterranean, this one, with Israel coming up against Greece.
Yeah, Israel versus Greece, and the games that they've just come from were against, you would have to say, well, Greece are one of the favourites of the group, and France, of course, I would believe would be one of the groups, one of the favourites, considering they actually have the best player currently in the world of eFootball PES in Makabal, so you'd expect them to have won their game. Greece, on the other hand, they'll be a bit disappointed that they actually lost their game. But of course, it was France, so you can't, have too much to say about that. This is the big test, really, now for Greece, though, because it's up against a team that Gemis and Aka really should feel they have what it takes to go, and go and beat them.
Yeah, and obviously both teams coming through unbeaten in their group stages. I think it was 8 wins, no draws, no losses, just a straight smash in for Greece. Israel, they only drew one game. They won the other 7. And the game they drew was against Austria, 4-4. And it's the team they just obviously lost to 2-1. So they're probably going to be a little annoyed at themselves for being in this situation. So, as you just mentioned, so very, very good players. Obviously, a lot of you guys out there might be thinking, oh, Israel, Greece, you write these nations off. But, you know, obviously we're in a game where everything is balanced across the nations. We don't have any superstars. Well, obviously, other than the players that control the players themselves, they are
nice
the superstars.
Bit of stat balancing.
Yeah, exactly. The stat balancing brings these nations, as we just saw with Luxembourg there, you know, a nation that's 3 hours from where I'm sitting right now. Like, I could drive there in 3 hours and I'd be there across the German border. I'm not sure if they've got the borders open yet, so I'm not sure I'd be allowed in there, but either way.
I'd stay where you are if I were you.
Either way, across the border, putting up an absolute cracking show against Croatia. So we're expecting these two teams, Greece and Israel, to be really, really hell for leather.
Yeah, I mean, they lost 2-1, I think, against Austria, Israel. So, like you said, they had a pretty good qualification, stages, etc. up to now. Really, really hard one to call. Both teams on paper are pretty decent. Both teams beaten so far by teams that, you would expect possibly to go a long, long way in the competition. So this is key now for both of these two teams.
Well, obviously, we want to know exactly who's going to be playing for these teams. There is some very top talent for both Israel and Greece. Let's see who they are.
Play all round. And that is about as cool as they come.
My name is Michael Astman and I'm playing for Israel. I won an offline tournament in Israel in order to represent my country, and we qualified through the group stage of eEURO 2020.
My name is Orel Daniel and I'm playing for Israel. I'm competing in eSport for the last 4 years.
Orel is the best player in Israel, and it's an honor for me to play and train with him every day.
It's an honor to play with such great and talented player like Michael. My highlight was a winning goal against Russia at stoppage time that gave us the qualification to the eEURO tournament.
Winning the eEURO 2020 for Israel will be my biggest achievement and will make a lot of people proud.
Winning the eEURO 2020 for Israel will be a dream come true.
מי אמר שיורו 2020 לא יתקיים? נבחרת הגיימינג שלנו העפילה לאליפות אירופה שתתקיים בשבוע הבא. אנחנו שחקני נבחרת ישראל בכדורגל רוצים לאחל לכם המון המון בהצלחה. תביאו לנו כבוד ויאללה. אל ישראל.
My name is Konstantinos Gemidzoglou. My PS ID is Gemis86GR and I represent Greece in the final round in eEURO 2020.
My name is Dimitris Kefalidis. My PSN ID is DamonKev789. I've been playing professionally esports since 2010. I've won many tournaments. It feels great and I'm really happy that I represent Greece at such a huge tournament. My teammate is a great player. The most important thing is that we communicate very well and we trust each other. He's a master of strategy because he's a football coach in real life.
Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που ο συμπαίκτης μου είναι ο Δημήτρης Κεφαλίδης. Είναι ένας πολύ έξυπνος παίκτης και πολύ καλός στην επίθεση.
But now we are a very strong team. I know him very well, he knows me very well, and we have a great chemistry together. The way to the finals wasn't easy. I mean, yes, we won all the matches at our group, but all our opponents were very strong. I started first every match, and I won them all with great scores. My teammate played all the second matches, he endured the pressure too. He did a great job.
Εάν καταφέρουμε και κερδίσουμε το τουρνουά, το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο, θα γινόταν ένα όνειρό μου πραγματικότητα.
We will do our best. Every match is important. We are really happy that we are at the finals of such a huge tournament, and we will give everything at every match.
Well, there are the players, absolute experts in the PES world, so expecting some explosive football this time around, and a pretty even game we're expecting here.
Yep, I think it's going to be pretty tasty indeed, and as you mentioned, I think it's going to be pretty tight as well. I don't think we're going to see watch it be 9-0 now, but I think it's going to be fairly tight, because you've only got to look at the fact that Greece just missed out in the game against France, losing 3-2, and of course Israel just missed out 2-1 against Austria. So I would suspect it's going to be a cagey, feisty affair.
I mean, both teams kind of alluded to it, that they did have relatively safe groups through to get here in the first place, which they did both. You know, at the end of the day, doesn't matter how good your group is. If you top it, you top it. It doesn't matter what you're against. You know, they both had some solid performances to get here. But, as they kind of alluded to, we are yet to face some proper top opposition. Well, they've just done that in the first round, and they find themselves in the loser bracket, which I don't think either of them are going to be very happy about.
No, I don't think they'll be necessarily massively happy about that. You'd have to say that possibly on paper, Greece would feel a little bit more relaxed about it, because losing to France is no mean feat. They are probably one of, if not the favourites for the whole competition. But let's see how things proceed as we go into the first of the two allotted games between the two nations, Greece and Israel.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to come out on top here. Obviously, Damangev on the attack, working well for him, but Greece look like they should be able to clear the lines here and get it clear. Beautiful switch of ball there as they lead it forward.
Lovely ball down the right-hand side, and Asman now picks it up for Israel. A chance to play it straight through the middle, and first real chance for the first goal of the first game, and good defending in the end from Greece, and fired up towards the halfway line. Picked up on the left-hand side. Zika finds it all the way through to Donis, twists and turns away from the defender. Chance to play that towards the right-hand side. A real chance here for Greece, but great defending from Asman and Israel. But still, they have all of the possession here, Greece, and finally Israel can breathe a sigh of relief. Up towards the right-hand side. 12 minutes gone here. Very cagey as we expected. Nothing of note in terms of goal-mouth chances, and I think, correct me when I'm wrong, of course, but I think we're going to see not too many goals in this encounter. Defences so far definitely on top as it's played up towards the edge of the penalty area. Chance to turn, plays it to Mitroglou, left foot shot. Wonderful save, outstretched by the Israel number one, and they survive. First biggest chance, first main chance goes to Greece, and they have all of the possession and a higher passage completion as well so far. Left foot in towards the danger area, cleared away, and a chance for Asman to bring it forwards up towards the halfway line. Great challenge there. Bone crunching on the halfway line. Twisting and turning, can't get away. Lee, 20 minutes gone. It's been fairly cagey so far, as expected.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to give too much away, right? The first couple of minutes. We've already seen, if you think of the previous matches we've already seen in the loose bracket, lots of early goals. Nobody wants those bloody early goals, those 3-minute goals to put you on your back foot. But
we want early goals, Lee.
We would like to see the entertainer, but we also don't want to see a team running away with it, which we have seen.
Sure.
That's a little rusty at the back there from Darren. A little bit of panic for a moment there, but it seems like he's playing a flat back line, which should be able to work its well out of danger as he gets caught out. No real counter-attack opportunities unless he can find a big through ball on the right there and instantly slows it down. So Asman, that's a good through ball, but defense steps in nicely. So as you say, like, nobody wants to go out the tournament within like the first 5 minutes of the game because you've just let a howler in because you weren't quite ready and awake to start the game off.
Yeah, they've both obviously suffered big defeats in that. Not big defeats sort of numerically, but in terms of their chances of going all the way through the competition. So they're not going to want to give too much away. They're going to want to suss each other out because they know that it is going to probably be cagey, and every goal could be absolutely crucial.
So Damankev with a chance here to break. It's the two options he had actually gone offside, so he couldn't play it forward. So a high defensive line from Israel, causing problems for Greece on the counter here. That's going to be judged to be a foul, and then maybe a quickly taken free kick could work something here if he goes to the right wing, and he does. Finds himself a player through the middle. Good skip over it. Finds a chance. There's a chance for a shot here. They're stepping away. Scrap ball. That was a loose ball that should never have happened. The defender just misjudging it.
Yeah, it was the first real chance for Aka 7, and in the end, the goalkeeper did the smothering that was required, but certainly first real chance for Greece, and now Israel back on the attack. Cleared away. Just can't get out now. Camped inside the edge of the penalty area. Oh, it's ricocheted through, and it's an easy save in the end, but Lee, that could have gone anywhere.
Almost 5 at the back there for Greece. They're making sure they certainly cover this one off. Akin to when they won the Euros many years back. The unfavoured tactic of Greece. Yeah, the 5 across the back. Wasn't the prettiest to watch, but you know what? It was effective.
1-0 against Portugal?
Yeah, in the final. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not the best of football, but this could be. It's the opener that Israel were looking for. And Asman finally breaks the deadlock. He can have as many at the back if you want, but if he has a shot from outside the area, it's not going to help.
Yeah, it was coming. It was brewing on the edge of the penalty area. They just couldn't get out. Greece, there was swathe after swathe of Israel pressure, and finally it pays. And in the end, it was a bit of a defensive error, really, but you can't take anything away from the finish. A lovely right foot shot straight into the bottom corner. Game on, an advantage Israel.
Definitely questions asked there. You can see 7 Greek players in the box there, and they still managed to sneak a ball through like that on the edge of the box. That's something that I don't think Damankev will be happy about whatsoever. But as you said, it was a defensive error. He had the ball, lost it on the edge of the box, and you just, at this level, that can't happen because you're almost certainly going to get punished for it.
What a time to score as well, Lee. Right at the stroke of half-time. That will give Israel and Asman so much confidence here going into that second half. The goal scored by D. Saba right on the 44th stroke of half-time. And now we're back underway. Straight away, no changes in the second half.
Now, a bit of a rash pass, but he gets away with it. Trying to see if he could work something early on, maybe from the kickoff. Big opening down the left wing, and he finds it. Manages to get the through ball, plays it back inside. Looking for his player, though. In the end, has to return it back to the box, and that was a poor pass. There was no pressure on it whatsoever. So we're seeing clearly the intensity of this match that's putting a bit of pressure on the two players.
49 minutes gone here, and possession has largely been with Greece at the start of this second half. They do need, of course, to make inroads, but they don't want to, they don't want to overdo it in this second half. If they can keep the score remotely close going into that second leg, they'll be, pretty happy so far. But there's a mistake here as Asman pickpockets and wins it back.
Damankev down the right wing. Loves to play that overhead cross. It's not really working out well for him, though. Now he's got space down the left wing. That's a good break here. He tries to work it inside. There's a player available. If you can cut it back in again, there's plenty in the box. Tries deep, near post, flick on header. Beautiful goal there from Greece. That was so well worked.
We've got our equalising goal, just 56 minutes. And we said they don't need to overdo it because the chances will come if they're patient. It came. It was a near post header, and he made absolutely no mistake. Greece won, Israel won.
Just what the doctor ordered there for Greece. Absolutely needed that. They were starting to just look a little lackluster, if anything, but such a well-worked goal down the left wing. You thought maybe his options had gone away from him, but then the runner was available again. The little flick in and that near post header, well, the keeper had no chance on that one. Beautifully placed.
Yeah, I mean, what you often see when the games are so cagey, a lot of play tends to be, of course, in and around the D, the edge of the area, straight through the middle where a lot of people get a lot of joy from. But when the games are like that, what's the best thing to do? It sounds obvious, but some players just don't quite know when to use it. He went wide, the cross was inch perfect, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, stretch the play out. If it doesn't work, just recycle the ball and keep trying until you pull somebody out of position, and that's exactly what they needed there. And now they win it back in pretty physical style within the middle. It's what we expect from these two teams. Very physical game coming out from the Greece, just laying the ball once again. Oh, that was a miss pass, that one. Tried to spread the ball wide, but there's a big through ball opportunity. Oh, he tries to flick the keeper. The defender should be able to clear it off the line. He does. Nobody there for the rebound. And Greece get away with it.
Wow, heart in the mouth moment there. Just when it looked like the ball was trickling over the line after the ricochet off the goalkeeper. Good save, of course. In the end, it went down as, but cleared off the line, and Greece now come away. If they were to score now, it would be a real spanner in the works, but cleared away finally.
Well, a foul off the ball there. Play on was given for the Greek team, but Israel getting a little heavy on the touch now as Greek try and work it back. Israel, there's a massive opening on the right wing. He's got to use it. Big chance here, but he's maybe left it a little too late. Tries to cut back in the middle. Chance has gone begging, but he's managed to get back. Very scrappy in the box here, and a hefty challenge that he just about gets away with.
Wow, wow, wow. Heart in the mouth moments indeed there. All eyes on the referee as the lunge came in. It looked like possible contact, but he waved it away, and they managed to clear their line. 72 minutes gone, and we've only seen 2 goals, but it's been enthralling for different reasons from what we've seen so far today. This is a fascinating tactical battle between Asman and Aka 7.
It was just 2-1 between Israel and Austria. So expect it to be fairly low scoring, fairly physical. They scored a hell of a lot of goals, both teams, throughout the group stages, topping out their groups in fairly convincing style, in all fairness. So we expected this to be a tight game, and it's absolutely proving that way as Greece try to build something through the middle of the park. That's a stray pass that's going to find its way straight back at them there. Counter-attack opportunities are a little lacking, though. It's the Greek midfield will wrestle it back.
I mean, I hate to say we are experts of the game lead, but we did predict a cagey affair, but he's in here. Oh, a chance to get the shot away, just picked off the end of his toe, but they still can't get out here. It's wave after wave of Greece pressure. Oh, it looked like for all the world to see that was going to nestle into the back of the onion bag, but tipped away in the end by the goalkeeper. Wow,
a photographer's
starting
save.
to really kick off now in the last 10 minutes.
Absolute photographer's save there. Made it maybe look a little more acrobatic than it needed to be. I think he could have just put an arm out and caught it, but it leapt up for it. And now Israel looking to counter something themselves. They should be able to get first to this, but the strength of Damages defenders working well for him as he switches the plays. Something he's been looking towards quite regularly is just using that overhead ball to switch the wing, switch the play. But Asman's managed to find a little niche in the armour as he tries to push on forward. Arms raised, people looking for through balls. He's finally found it down the left wing now as he tries to cut inside. The final whistle beckoning now with just a couple of minutes remaining as Greece try to counter.
All eyes on the 4th official as he walks towards the edge of the technical area. And Demonk of 789's coming forward again. Of course, another name for Aka 7. They have multiple names, a lot of these players. And with just 1 minute of added on time, it looks like we're going to end the first game in the stalemate that we started as another hefty challenge, pretty much summing up today's proceedings so far. Comes in again there. So just seconds. Is there one last gasp chance to snatch a winner from the jaws of a draw here? Oh, he's won it back. Last chance saloon here for Greece to win this game. It's challenged and it's all over here, Lee.
Played it a little safe, rotating, recycling the ball around the box. Make sure he didn't give too much away. Sometimes you'll see players sort of just go hell for leather and give it a last chance, knowing damn well there's no repercussions to it. But 1-1, all square. Israel with the lead. Quickly answered by Greece's beautiful cross and header into the near post. Very tight game, though. You know, some mistakes, I would say, with some passing in there. Some definite defensive mistakes where they just about got away with it. I think we're seeing how tense it is between the both nations.
Yeah, it's the old cliche. Games like that are decided by moments of brilliance or unfortunate mistakes, and that was always going to be the case. And we saw a bit of both in that game, and I'm sure we're going to see much more of that in the second game. I think fairly even across the board, and a fair result so far.
Yeah, I think the stats will probably read the same story, actually. I'm pretty sure possession-wise, it all looked pretty even. Let's have a look at the FedEx replay. It's not the replay, it's the stats I was after, but it's the replay, so we'll have a look at it. It was a very physical game, I think it's safe to say, and a beautiful goal from Israel on the edge of the box there.
Yeah, it was a like we said in commentary, it was a mistake, really. It's a heavy touch defensively, but he made absolutely no mistake. As soon as he got possession, wrestled possession back, it was only going to be one outcome with the right foot shot. And Greece kind of grew into the game. I thought second half, the Monk of 7-8-9 was a lot better. And I think going into this second game, we may see a continuation of this. I could be wrong, though.
Absolutely, that was such a nice goal, and it's a shame that we didn't see too much wing play after that. Actually, kind of like that was it. That was his wing play, and then he kind of didn't do it. We saw Israel looking to do
something
maybe
works,
a similar couple of chances. Yeah, it's a bit surprising. They kind of went back to the middle approach effectively and try and see whether they could work it through there. But yeah, let's have a look at the stats for that game, because obviously overall, as I say, it was a pretty even. You know, the score obviously tells the story that it was 1-1. Clearly physical matchup. Both teams had a decent amount of chances. It wasn't a highlight reel of chances, certainly as we just saw from the replays there, but it was a physical battle throughout the middle. A lot of defensive mistakes, a lot of passing mistakes. Actually interested to see whether the passing stats are above 80%. I don't think they will be.
Should we go with a guess? 77%, I'm going to go with.
You're going to go with 77. That's a pretty safe one, I would say. I would say about... So I'm going to go 78.
79.
Yeah. Not more, anymore. But no. Yeah, well, let's have a look. Okay, or not. We're just going to go straight to the next match. I think we're having no stats. We're just saying the stats. You know what? You guys are on the money. So
that's
we won't
what it
bother
is.
With the stats, because
Greece was 77
right.
and Israel was 78. How about that?
That was it. That's it. We'll call it evens. Okay. So let's get the second game underway. This is going to be Gemis. Not too sure who's up against for Israel. We just saw there, but Gemis coming into Lawson, also a very strong player, right, for Greece.
Say it again, sorry.
Gemis, also a very strong player for Greece.
Yeah, again, in qualifying, both players were utilised, and certainly right up there in terms of qualities between the two of them. Like we said, we're just checking to see. Yeah, we have got changes by the looks of things on both teams. So Gemis comes in, and it looks like Oriel Daniel will be playing for Israel. So completely different players. So it may be, Lee, a completely different game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can step up to it. Physical first game. That's a great through ball, though, and that is an early opener. We were talking about it in the previous matchup. Nobody wants that early goal scored against you. Clean as you like for Zahavi there. Must have been very tight for the offside rule, but given it's just about the worst start for a 1-1 close cruncher to go down so quick.
How many times do we see that in eFootball PES 2020 when you have two legs and the first is so cagey? We often see teams come out at the start of the second game and just go hell for leather. And to be honest, that was quite some finish in the end. Very calm and composed. Lethal from Zahavi. And it is advantage Israel now because we are in this second game, Lee. Potentially, the pressure now being on Greece, they may leave themselves open on the counter-attack.
Really nice finish there. Cool as you like. Could have gone either way, to be honest. It was pretty much his to score. The goalkeeper was up against it. RL being the one of the stronger players for Israel, did very well throughout the groups. Harry is informing me, keeping me up to date, making sure, of course, you all know Harry has been covering the tournament throughout. Solo, bless him, solo. He was left hanging for hours.
Wonderful job, Harry.
I got to be honest, the enthusiasm was a little lacking, but it was fantastic. Good banter between him, yeah.
A lot of the you mentioned about the quality of the players. A lot of the teams I've noticed so far today are utilising their perhaps bigger named player in that second game if it's a crucial game. So we may see that going through. That the actual quality might step up slightly in this game as well.
So the ball just held up a little too long for him there. I think he wanted to try and sneak it in the near post, but just pulled it too wide. So a couple of Greek chances from the corner. Nothing to write home about, though. Now, RL, very different style, I think we're seeing from Israel. Look how open they are in comparison to what it was in the last game. Like, I think we only have 3 across the back there, if I'm not mistaken. No, there is 4. Okay. I was going to say, there's no way he's gone so rash on the attack. Speaking of rash, that was a bit of a lunge. Gets away with it, though, but now he's lost out. They've committed 5 players forward, so a counter-attack chance is on as they try and whip it through the middle. There's a big opening out the left-hand side, but it looks like they're going to go through the right. Now an opportunity, wants that through ball, tries to lay it on. Shot doesn't work, and the defender should clear his lines.
He does clear his lines indeed. And you mentioned about the change in potential tactics. I'm seeing a lot more, he just gave it away then, but I'm seeing a lot less high pressing. And I don't know whether that's because there's more at stake now. But certainly the possession was kind of toing and throwing a lot more in that first game, whereas they're getting a chance to get on the ball a lot more, both teams really. So it'd be interesting to see whether that plays out.
Absolutely. At the moment, looks like Errol's in control and in no rush to give the ball away. But there's, again, yet another big opening on the left-hand side. He's kind of let that one run a little too heavily, though. So, Gimis easily covers off the defensive work as now works it down the right-hand side. I wonder if we'll be looking for maybe one of those equalisers from across. Worked out for his teammate. Maybe he can work something himself, but it doesn't look like it's going to work this time as they get a throw-in.
So 54% possession for Israel in the second game here as Gemis comes down the right-hand side, crosses towards the centre and headed up and over the top, and that has to go down. Has a chance there.
Just couldn't get over it, could he? He was always under the ball. It was always going to go over the top of the bar. See, was still rising. Really have a chance at trying to direct it anywhere he wanted. So, goal kick. Just try and bring it out. And he's taking his time
wasting
on this
already?
goal kick. Yeah, time wasting 25 minutes in. It's not what you like to see, really. But you know what?
You'd be encouraged if you agree so with that.
I think so. I think so as well.
I think he senses that there's a bit of momentum building here for Greece and Gemis. And I think, as I say that, the counter's on here. It's a real chance here for Israel for number 2. And he went for the chip when possibly smashing it across the face into the far corner might have been the better option.
Yeah, that was a little cheeky, I think. Trying to go for that chip, trying to catch him out. Maybe hoping that the player would move his keeper out of position. We're looking for try and cover off that blast. I don't know, but either way, was read well by Gimis. But now he has to try and cut the ball out. He hasn't had a great deal to do with the ball himself in the last 5-10 minutes of play. It's all been Israel as they push forward and once again win the ball back. And you can see just the slow build-up play, looking to catch off with those big through ball counters that worked out so well for him when he got the first goal.
Yeah, Israel are much more casual in possession and a lot more laboured, whereas Greece are definitely pushing the pace here with some attacking mentality, according to Wes.
Well, we'll see how attacking it's been because they haven't been able to get the ball, frankly. There's another one of those balls through, just on the offside trap. That's a great through ball. He's going to get in front of it, but the defender just cuts it out in the last seconds there. Socrates will clear his lines. And looking, actually, you know what? I might as well just run with it down the left wing. Nobody's
just
putting the pressure on me. Keep going. He's keep on pushing. We saw an equaliser come from the exact same position. Can he get the flick in? No. A
It's a
mislaid
really,
pass.
really sloppy pass. He had so much time on the ball there, and with 5 minutes at the end of the first half, this is the perfect time to score, and it has to go down as a chance wasted, but crucially, still has possession.
Now they got another chance, another bite at the cherry. This time he does whip it in, but the defender's there. Could try and win it back, and does, but can't get this second ball as it's now lofted clear. Pretty much Route 1 defending. It's like watching England play right there as they just boots it
not
clear.
anymore. Not anymore.
Oh no, we are so good still, yeah.
All eyes on the referee. The whistle to his lips at the end of the first half, and just the 1-0 scoreline. Another cagey affair, and the goal came after just 6 minutes.
So you can see down the bottom, it is defensive versus attacking. So Israel looking to just try and hold out the
second half
lead.
is underway, and it will be Israel who have set their stalls out defensively and are just willing Greece to apply the pressure so they can hit them on the counter-attack. And this is the perfect opportunity here. Lovely pop off there. Second pass was a sloppy one. Still have possession, but has the momentum gone? Yes, it has. Back with Greece possession. 49 minutes gone, and it's down the left-hand side with Donis. Plays it in towards the danger area, but can't quite find that killer pass.
Just cut out of the last, trying to see whether they could work it through. Clearly there's momentum gathering, as you mentioned with Greece. They've had a good couple of chances. They've had a cross. They've had a couple of cut-ins, but it's still been a bit lackluster. It's never really quite been clean, and it's almost more fumbled to a cross, fumbled to the pass, fumbled it through the middle, and that's what they're looking to try and get
No
better.
conviction.
That's a big chance. Massive opening here for Greece. Tries the flick. Oh, the ball is back to him, and he makes a right mess of it.
What a chance that was for Greece. He's through, the goalkeeper's out. All he has to do is lift it over the top of the onrushing number one, and he just couldn't do it. He blazed it straight at the chest of the Israel goalkeeper. The chance goes away, and will he get a better opportunity than that? Heart in his mouth, head in his hands, should I say. Get it out, put your teeth back in. 58 minutes gone, and that was huge.
Maybe he had his heart in his hands as well. I don't know. Maybe it was all there. Everything was in his hands. But
Just bodies and limbs and
it's just
organs
body.
everywhere.
Look at the opening on the right wing. That's what it's got. Oh, it's a massive, heavy ball. He knew what he wanted, but oh, my word. Such a heavy touch. And that's kind of been the story at the moment for Gemis. A little bit of pressure on him, obviously letting that goal in within 5 minutes. Now, we are seeing some pretty brutal clearances from the Israeli defence. So clearly feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he's being rushed into it because of the press from Greece is so strong now, and it may produce another chance. Anywhere will do right now. All hands on deck for Israel, because they can sense that this next 15 minutes is going to make or break their eEURO 2020 tournament.
Just saw a change there, actually. You can see he's not defensive anymore, Aurel. So Israel looking to try and work the way out of this one. Maybe feeling he's putting too much pressure on himself, just being the defensive mentality. I say that, he goes straight back to defensive.
Straight back defensive.
You know what? I thought he maybe was going to try and work his way out of it, but straight back into the defenses.
And it's a chance here for Israel to bring the ball forwards. A second goal would, of course, kill the game off. And he's in. He's gone down. Referee. Oh, he's given absolutely nothing. And the Israel fans around the stadium were incensed and convinced that that was a penalty.
Somewhat would have been fortunate, I feel, but the counter-attack is on here for Greece. It needs to be. Put your laces through it. Oh, he's put it wide.
Just shoot.
The defender
Just
clears
shoot.
it. Another chance to shoot. Puts it into the middle. It's just a calamity in the box. And finally gets cleared by Israel. But it's not done yet. They're still pending their own half.
Pinball around the 18-yard box. 20 minutes remaining. Can Greece find the breakthrough to take this potentially to a third and decisive game? Because right now Israel are going through by 2-1, but we have had end-to-end stuff. The goals on the tally sheet up on the top left-hand side do not represent the action we've seen, because it has been enthralling. Is there another chance here? Cleared away surely by Israel.
They lost 3-2 to France earlier on. France coming into this as the tournament favourites. So if they manage to get 2 goals against France, we know they can score goals. But at the moment, they're not showing it. There's just a lack of ambition in the final third. There's been some scrappy chances for the Greek fans to try and feed off. That's just a hopeful attempt from Israel to try and feed off. And this is the story of Israel. Israel are under pressure here.
They're under severe pressure now. If they are to be able to get through this, then it's some defensive performance at the death. But really, well and truly, it should be 1-1 because they had a chance about that 10-minute ago chance when he went through on goal. And all he had to do, as you said, put your laces through it. It's 1-1. It's game on. And he just tried to be too intricate. He tried to pass the ball into the back of the net. Can they finally put their laces through it? Just hit the ball. And he can't do it.
He just doesn't want to shoot. He just keeps passing it. What's he think? He's Arsenal? What are going on in there? I don't know what's happening.
I think the pressure at this level is really starting to get to him because he knows that he's not going to have too many more opportunities.
Oh, he's not. He's not. His time is running out. He's got about 10 match minutes left. That's at best right now. You've got to put your foot through the ball and just have a chance. Instead, he keeps trying this intricate passing and it's just not working for him because Israel are starting to stack the box out. They'll push through again, cut out by Israel. It's not cleared yet. Has to scramble it back and then just boots it clear. Quickly cut out by the Greek defenders. Got to launch it back in there. 5 minutes on the clock is all that's given now with about 1 or 2 in the extra time. And Israel have cleared the lines and may well just try and hold on to the ball here.
Racing off towards the corner flag. If they can get possession, you bet that they will stay in the corner. They can't, and Greece come again. Just 1 minute plus stoppage time remaining is all that stands between Israel going through and Greece going home. Is there one last chance for the Greece contingent? It's still with Israel possession, but they've given it away. Anywhere will do. Seconds away now, and it's finished 1-0. To Israel after just 6 minutes. It was all that was enough to go to see them through.
Oh my word, what a match. I mean, considering how low scored it was, just 2-1, can you believe it's a cat? I've gained a cat.
You've got a cat and I was off the desk with exhaustion.
I just gained a cat as soon as we came on camera. Brilliant. What a match, though. I mean, considering it's just 2-1, you know, such a low-scoring game, it had everything. It had so many moments, so many chances. We're going to see in the replay here just how many moments and chances the Greeks actually had to score. But this was the opener, and this was the difference.
That, as you said, that was simply the difference. This through it. And if you go back to the first game, Israel scored a goal where it ricocheted around the edge of the area and he just fired it home. And Greece just couldn't do that. They were trying to score the perfect goal. That was probably one of their better chances and he couldn't get over it, but they didn't do enough for me in front of goal.
I mean, Israel had a big chance to finish the job there. That they probably arguably should have put it away there, but tried to go for the flick. Again, through. Was it a penalty? We don't know. It wasn't given. Defender certainly got it, but look at the clearance.
I'd like to see it again.
So many chances within the box. He just wants to find a moment, but look at how many players Israel are stacked in there. Everything they could throw at it. And, well, you can see Israel, 100% shot accuracy. There was only 3 shots apiece. And, well, FedEx certainly delivering with these stats because that was a tight match. This time, though, you saw the passing accuracy. Greece were on the passing. Israel were just clearing the lines every chance they got.
One stat that stands out to me there is no fouls apiece. That's mad. Considering it was such a tight game, you'd expect more.
A physical game as well. Yeah, it was such a physical matchup, so... I'm all lather after that match. That was a pretty warm one. That's what a fantastic performance overall, though. And commiserations, because that is Greece out of the tournament. They are out of the UEFA eEURO 2020, and Israel will go through to the tiebreaker match. The question is who they're going to be facing, because obviously they are up against France or Austria that will be playing out in Group D a little later on in the winner bracket matchup.
A hard, for them, they don't want to do... It's going to be difficult for either of them because they either go against the team that's already beaten them in Austria or they play against one of the potential favourites in France. So they won't be looking forward to either necessarily, but they've got through and, you've got to be in the raffle to win the prize, if that's the term. Probably not, but it was such a good game. It was such a good game, I'm lost for words.
Got to be in the raffle to win the prize. I mean,
there you go.
You got to be in it to win it, I think is where you were aiming at there. But
Same thing.
Yeah. If you don't shoot, you don't score. That's pretty much
That's
the story
that
of
probably would have
Greece's
been better
game.
considering we're, eFootball pairs, but
But yes, fantastic. I mean, I don't know. We're going to be looking at the winner bracket matches next, Adam. Where are you seeing these? Like, obviously, we've just seen all 4 of the loser matches now. Some quality games in there. Romania stand out for me because obviously they had a dominant performance in the first game, as well as Turkey in Group B as well. Do you see any of these teams that have now come through making it through those tiebreaker matches later on tonight?
on paper, a lot of them you would have to say not necessarily. But as I said about the psychology behind it, if you've already been beaten by a team but you get a second bite of the cherry for the winner of that first game, it's sometimes more difficult to have to go again and play the same team you've just beaten because you think, well, I've already beaten them, but they've just beaten me and now I'm out. So there's a bit more pressure for them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, Romania looked very impressive. The fact that they went 6-5 with Spain as well in that opening group game, you know, clearly shows they have it. When we luckily managed to get a glimpse of the match while we were doing rehearsals, so we managed to get to see that game, and they were leading in that matchup. So clearly it was the second match where it went awry. So they've clearly got it about them. I think it was Uma, right, that was very strong for them. It came back, I think, won 5-6-0 or something crazy in his game. For Turkey...
Well, I was just going to say about Turkey, I was impressed, as I said, with the professionalism and how they sort of saw the game out, especially that first game. And I feel we possibly might be doing Israel a bit of a disservice because they've come through that. They didn't look necessarily massively convincing, but they played against a Greece side who only lost 3-2 to France. So, you know, on their day, Greece might be a bigger powerhouse than we were expecting, possibly. And therefore, to get through that is pretty impressive.
And that's only the second defeat that Greece have had.
Yeah,
you know, they won all eight matches in their group stage, and then obviously going down 3-2 to potential favourites. We don't know. You know, obviously they are rated as the favourites. I think it's safe to say France with a 3-2 result. Just couldn't string the shots together. It was just a little lackluster. So here are the fixtures from Booking.com coming up after this. So we're going to have a little break in a few moments. But as you can see, Spain versus Germany, a lip-smacking match right there. That is some of the old guard. I myself am living in Germany right now, so obviously I guess I have to cheer them on. Italy versus Serbia, also both massive nations.
Another big game.
In the UEFA Euro 2020. Both of them, I think it's 5-1 and 6-1, both winning their matches. Montenegro versus Netherlands, and then Austria up against France, the tournament favourites later on. That is the winner bracket matches. There will be more. There'll be 4 more after that as well. We're here for a long time tonight.
We are, so you'll have to apologise if our vocal cords start to get a little bit frayed, and of course, if you see another cat in Lee's shot, then
there's
I can
plenty
only
of them here.
apologise for that.
Cats and a dog, they can all come in. It's the difference between home broadcasting. Sadly, the dog's fast asleep, so it's all good. She's not getting involved. But the top goal scorers so far in the tournament, I don't think we're too surprised to see Germany up there. They had an absolute monstrous performance within their groups to qualify for the finals. Turkey, though, up there now after that solid performance. Their 7 goals they scored in the knockout stages, in the loser bracket, has launched them straight up there into 78 goals now. France themselves, 77. Netherlands, Montenegro, maybe the surprises, who knows? But they are both in Group C, and they're going to be facing each other. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will be the winner brackets. Join us then for the first matchup, Germany versus Spain.
11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A very warm welcome back to you all to the UEFA eEURO 2020 tournament. My name is Harry Channon. Joining me is Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza. And boy, did we just see a tremendous game. Israel taking down Greece. And very, very shortly, we'll have a interview with one of the Israel players. It was a tremendous game, Wes, and I think it's only fair that we bring in our player from Israel. We should have on the line now Orel123. Orel, can you hear me, my friend?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, very well played. Congratulations on surviving in the group so far. I have to ask, what does it feel like representing your country in such a big tournament like this?
That feel amazing. I always played in the competitions. I represented myself. Now I represent my country. It's a very good feeling.
Great to hear. And Orel, for me as a PES player, knowing kind of the types of pressures that you guys go through, where do you feel that the main strength is for this Israel side that you play with? Obviously, we know about Zahavi. Is he kind of your talisman? Is he your go-to player?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just saying, we know of your team in terms of Israel. The main strength of your team is that through Zahavi, the centre forward. Do you like to play with Zahavi?
Yes, I think Zahavi is the best player from our national team. He's the best striker from the group stage. It feels amazing to play with such a player.
Well, Orel, we won't keep you for too much longer. One final question, though, before you go. Elsewhere in your group, France and Austria go head-to-head. You play the loser of that match. Is there a prediction you can make, or is there one nation that you would rather face? I'm guessing you don't want to face France, right?
Yes, France is the best team in the competition. They have Walid, former world champion. Austria is also a very good team, but I prefer to meet Austria.
Awesome. Orel, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the remainder of the group in Group D, and we hope to see you in the knockout stages tomorrow.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, my friend. So, Wes, clearly very happy, very confident in playing through Zahavi, as he mentioned, and, very proud to be representing his nation in Israel as well. I don't really think we expected Israel to make it this far, but they won unanimously in their group, and they're still alive in Group D as well. So we'll see them later on today try and make it to the knockout stages. Let's take a look then at the fixtures approaching very rapidly. We have the winner matches of each of the groups, which means the winner of the next 4 games will solidify their place in the knockout stages. We're going to start, of course, with Group A. And you can see, what a amazing game we have to kick things off here in our winners matches. Spain versus Germany, 2 countries with humongous footballing heritage. It's the same in eFootball. Before I ask you the first question, Wes, I have to remind everyone at home, head on over to eEURO2020.com and let us know who you think is going to win this match. We are quite on the fence here, so make sure you go to eEURO2020.com/poll. Let's start with Spain, a tremendous nation. They have so many great players, and you know what, before I even ask you the question, Wes, I think it's only fair that we meet the players for both Spain and Germany, because they have a lot of e-footballing heritage behind them.
Hi all, my name is Miguel, also known as Mestre, and I'm one of the 4 players that will be playing the eEURO 2020 finals.
Hola, mi nombre es Saúl Chávez, mi ID es de _Palma 2 y juego por la selección española.
Hi all, I'm Alex Alguacil and I'm playing for the Spanish national team.
My name is Jose and I'm playing for Spain at this eEURO 2020.
The Spanish national team squad, we are the best 4 player possible selected.
Jose or Alex, they have play a lot of competition, very important competitions.
Mis compañeros de equipo son muy majos, siempre intentan animarte antes de los partidos, darte consejos para que no te pongas nervioso y son increíbles.
The other country has to be scared about us because we have the chance now to select a player, depends the game style of the opponent.
We finished second. It was a really tough group.
We did an amazing performance, but we were unlucky against Serbia. I think we deserved the first place.
Then in the playoff we were really solid, close to win every round.
Y mis mejores momentos han sido ante Turquía, tanto la ida como la vuelta, ya que eran unos partidos muy importantes, donde nos jugamos tanto el primer puesto como la clasificación, asegurarla.
Winning the eEURO 2020, I think it's a dream for us.
We have chances to do it, so let's show the world why we deserve to be the champions.
Ser el mejor equipo de Europa, pero lucharemos por ese sueño. Vamos a España.
Let's go, vamos a España.
My name is Matthias Winkler, also known as Goal, and I'm playing for Germany. I'm playing PES since 1995.
My name is Mike Linden, known as El Matador. I'm playing PES since 2004 and I'm representing Germany in the EU competition 2020.
My name is Payam June, I'm playing for Germany. I'm playing PES for more than 20 years and it's a big honor to represent my country.
My name is Mirab Ismailian and my gamer tag is Merriman and I'm playing for Germany. It's a great honor to represent my country. It's a great feeling and a personal award.
How good is he?
It's a good combination. We know each other, we know what the other thinks and how they play.
I have only good things to say about my teammates. We practice a lot.
It's a goal!
Played a perfect qualification with 10 consecutive wins.
With 10 wins, we qualified very confidently.
My highlight was the match against Turkey, and that I won 5-2.
It's a big dream of every gamer, but also for a real soccer player, to compete in such a big event. To win it would be a great honor for me and my whole team.
It would be a dream to win the whole competition.
We've got good players behind the controllers. When we can show our skills and maybe when the luck is on our side, I think it's possible. Then if we do this, we'll party. If not, we will do it later. But it would be maybe the biggest thing up to now.
Great to hear from the two nations there, Wes. We said two real juggernaut nations and two that we could easily see in the latter stages of the knockouts of the entire eEURO 2020 competition. They meet here though in the groups. Win and you go through to the knockouts, of course. So much on the line here. And it's just a star-studded game. You almost question who's going to be starting for each nation, because there is so much talent across the board between these two nations.
Yeah, it's far too close to call, even though I alluded to it earlier that I feel that Germany have the physical edge on Spain. Spain have shown that they've got great talent, great squad and depth. It's going to be one of those heavyweight clashes that you really want from a European tournament, and this is no different.
We're almost blessed that we get to see it so early on in the competition, and again, we alluded to it. We may well see it in the knockout stages as well. So this might not be our only chance to see these two nations go head-to-head, but it will be Spain taking on Germany. We are just moments from kickoff, and there you can see the two men selected, arguably the two strongest from both nations. Alex Alguacil for Spain and Merriman for Germany, and it's Spain starting off here strongly. And the Germans, well, in co-op gameplay, not doing so great, but in 1 versus 1, it's a different story. Here comes Alex Alcathil with an early chance, second bite of the cherry. And it's a dream start for the Spaniards, who failed to qualify through the groups, had to go into the playoff groups. Well, that's a great start to maybe qualify for the knockout stages here at the finals.
But I'll tell you something, the way that, you know, we thought that things were kind of going to pan out. We thought, you know, when we first were talking about these types of matchups, who was going to start for Spain, and we all thought, or we started to feel that it was going to be Jose. It's Alex who's came out of the box, and all of a sudden 3 minutes in, and he's got himself 1-0 up against the Germans. I mean, you know, Germany are going to have to really work their way back into this, but interesting they're going with Merriman to start off Germany. They're really interested.
Gundogan now. Merriman. Well, he would have liked to have got the immediate response. It will be Alex Alcathil coming forward here once again. Attacking from left to right. We are still within the first 10 minutes of this game of eFootball PES 2020. Merriman, though, is no slouch. The German representative, of course, a member of Schalke 04 in the eFootball Pro League. Going up against Alex Alcathil, who represents, I suppose you could say, national rivals. FC Bayern München in the eFootball Pro.
I feel like they're both national and domestic rivals. We saw how fiercely contested it was for Bayern Munich versus Schalke in eFootball Pro, and this will be no different.
Saul tries to feed Morata. Shot away. And it's 2. Rodrigo doubles Spain's lead. Alex Alcathil is on a roll here. And Spain, well, if they keep up like this, we will be seeing them in the knockout stages.
It's that pass, and we've seen it a couple of times here, it's that pass that comes back into that attacking midfield slot. If it goes to the forward, they play it back, and it allows the runner to really kind of get in behind the defender. And it was a shame that Morata couldn't dink that over Neuer, but Rodrigo gets the finish. We've seen that a lot of times, that celebration from Rodrigo in the playoffs and in qualifying. So, you know, not surprised to see him on the score sheet again.
Right place at the right time. And if you're looking at the scoreline of these two players, when you consider the respective clubs they represent in the eFootball Pro season, it's as you were. Schalke down the bottom half of the table. Bayern München within the top 3. Merriman representing Schalke, of course, has work to do here. Timo Werner can maybe start to build something. Tries to feed in the feet of Royce, but so far, well, Merriman has been denied every attacking opportunity by Alex. He's been really solid in midfield, has the Spaniard, and here he comes forward with Saul now. The Germans, of course, very proficient in the 1 versus 1 discipline of eFootball PES. I've struggled to get things going in the co-op aspect, but that doesn't matter at this competition. Merriman wins the ball back, but only momentarily. Isco somehow keeps the ball. It's laid off to him. Morata here, really good chance. And it's 3. 3 goals in 30 minutes for Spain. And well, what is happening here? Merriman's falling apart. And although we play 2 legs of PES, it may be over before the first one is.
Yeah, it's wonderful passing play again from Alex. Again, finds Morata, who roofs it into the top of the net. And Spain are looking like they're going just out of sight before the game's even got off and really running here. It's what, 27 minutes gone, 3-0 down. Germany have not tasted defeat. They haven't even dropped a point in the eEURO qualification process so far. So a little bit of a culture shock, a little bit of a kind of a frightener going right into Germany at the moment. They're going to have to summon some powers of recovery here.
Well, we saw in the VT, 10 straight wins in qualifying for Germany allowed them to get to this point. Merriman building steadily, but again, the defensive work from Alex Alguacil so far has been something that Merriman has struggled to overcome. And you think to the rest of the Germany squad waiting in the wings, the likes of Matthias Winkler, who recently was the champion of the eFootball Pro Friendly 1v1 series. Here comes Sane, though. Wonderful defensive work again by Spain. And, well, Merriman cannot catch a break. It will be a Spain throw. Morata the target, but, well, Morata chasing the ball down. Has one possession back for Spain, and with half-time in just over 10 in-game minutes, Germany might fancy a goal here. It's just nothing doing. Just seems, again, just a little bit lackluster, a bit lethargic from Merriman. Seems like he's planning his attacks a couple of steps ahead of time, Wes, but Alex is almost an extra step ahead every time.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken at length about how good Alex Alguacil is as a co-op player. I think people do sometimes forget just how good of a player he was, or is even, as a 1v1 player, and he's certainly proving it here and now. He seems to have all the control and all the time in the world here to just play at will.
Of course, was in the World Finals against Eterito a couple of years previous, wasn't he? So I think you're right. People forget the pedigree he has behind him. Look at this. Saul in behind. Might have a man to pick out in the box, but defended well by Germany. Spain come forward once again as half-time looms. Chance maybe for one more attack. The referee, however, has other ideas. And it's Spain 3, Germany 0.
Yeah, it's kind of very much looking like a canter at the moment for Spain and for Alex. And Merriman hasn't really looked like really doing any real damage to Spain at the moment, and kind of goes completely at odds. And I may just stop making predictions at this point, but it goes completely at odds with the way that I thought this game was going to go. I thought Germany would use that physicality. They would, they'd try and bully Spain a little bit, and instead it's kind of gone completely the other way. It's been the skill, it's been the passing, and it's been the precision of Spain that has kind of won the day so far.
Well, you'd be forgiven, Wes, if you were looking at this matchup on paper, the way that these two nations qualified for this tournament. Obviously, Spain in groups, bested by Serbia, had to go through the playoffs. Germany, though, winning 10 in a row, topping their group undefeated. You'd have to say this scoreline is very much unprecedented when you look at it that way. But I think the previous point you bring up about Alex Alguacil being a really solid 1v1 player is one to fall back on here. It's certainly a very prominent point, and it's almost like he's rubbing it in our faces. Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Chance for build-up. What a pass there. Morata might just get onto the end of it. Manuel Neuer, luckily, out quickly. But what does Merriman change here, Wes? He just seems devoid of ideas almost.
Well, you've got to do something. You've got to, I mean, you can see all of his advanced tactics or advanced instructions are all in use. You need to try and change something there, maybe change the shape of your actual team itself, or even just bring on some substitutes, because at the moment, Alex is very happy to retain the ball, and he's also very happy to play defensively as well.
Well, this will be a foul on Saul. So with the stoppage in play, I wouldn't be surprised to see some changes in the offing. Let's see who Merriman elects to turn to on the bench. I'm trying to think, is Serge Gnabry even on the pitch? He might be the super sub that he looks to. Julian Brandt brought on. Seems like the solo change here at the 61st minute for Germany is the way to go. Thiago and Paco Alcacer introduced. Marco Reus can feed Timo Werner. Nice turn. Gets his shot away. Not on target though, and that one really needed to be for Merriman and for Germany.
It's the first real sight of the Spanish goal there for Germany. Clinked off the post. It's quite feeling lucky. On another day, that clips off it and goes into the back of the net. But You know, Spain again, just getting that slight bit of luck. There comes Serge Gnabry on for Timo Werner, and Koke's on for Suso as well. I mean, they're not bad players that we got the bench in Koke and Thiago Alcantara. So, you know, and the same goes for Germany to be able to bring on, you know, Serge Gnabry. You know, it's a luxury that many teams won't have in this tournament. So, Germany have got to be really careful here.
They really do, especially when you consider that the pace of Paco Alcacer as well. He's been a player that we highlighted throughout the playoffs. Here he is on the ball now. Saul. Just waiting for Merriman to make a mistake here, but he's been, well, a little bit too lazy on the ball. Brandt comes in, nicks it away. And Saul Wes is forced to make the foul. I suppose you have to, if you're Merriman here, be very wary about conceding another. Yes, you need to chase the game and maybe make it a bit easier for your teammate who has to step up in the second leg, but I mean 4-0 would be almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier with Croatia, is that, you know, playing Luxembourg, it was only, you know, it was a 3-goal deficit that almost got overturned in the second leg. So Merriman still has some hope here, but he's really got to give his teammates something to work with, a goal or something to just jar the nerves of Spain. Because at the moment, Alex Alguacil is, it's almost like a predator just playing with his food. He's just he's having his way with this Germany side.
15 in-game minutes to maybe find the chance needed. Lay off though to Sane. That's better from Merriman. Just reminding Spain that this one will be fought tooth and nail. Nice little layoff, but De Gea, well, it was too close to him and not enough power on it.
It was a fantastic save at the end, but it was really good build-up from Merriman. It's just a shame it took 3/4
Corner
of the game
swung in and it's in. Well, it's Brandt who's stuck it in the back of the net, brought on as a substitute, and there, Wes, is the foothold that Germany needed. Came from a corner, Spain didn't come to block, and well, that's what happens. We've seen it twice already today. The front post header, absolutely venomous.
Well, no sooner did we say, 2 minutes earlier, we'd said he needs to give his teammates something to work with. He gives them a bit of a lifeline, but could easily be taken away if he's not careful.
Watch out for Morata here. Oh, his first touch lets him down. He's looking to flick it up for the volley, maybe. But Merriman really growing into this game here in the latter stages of the second half. I'm sure Spain, though, would happily take a 2-goal advantage into the second leg. But Merriman, what can he produce? Sane into the goal scorer. The counter-attack is where Spain can be really, really deadly. Although most of Alcacer's stamina has been drained. And you can see Morata, he's out on his feet, trying to find Morata there, but Stark comes across to cover. Time for possession-based football now for Spain.
Yeah, Alex doesn't need to take too many risks here. Merriman, on the other hand, though, might get a bit of a lucky opportunity here.
This. Serge Gnabry with the turn, lays it off to Brandt. Will he take the shot? Back to Gnabry. Brandt again! Wonderful tackle. A goal-saving challenge. And that might be worthy of one of the skills of the day, to be honest with you, Wes, because that surely saved a goal.
The timing on that was superb. Absolutely superb.
And it's not necessarily the difference maker, but it certainly made this scoreline a bit more short in Spain's favour going into the second leg. The first, though, ends Spain 3, Germany 1. I mean, we need to catch our breaths, Wes, because that was high octane. We thought it might be with the calibre of player that we have for both nations, in terms of, both the players, virtual players on the pitch, as well as the players behind the controllers. We can take a look at some of the replays, but the second leg now is set up pretty tantalisingly, but you'd have to say almost definitely advantage Spain.
Oh, without doubt, it's been advantage Spain. And for large periods of that game, Alex Alexander Ocasio was very much home. He was at home. He was comfortable. They had all the control in the world, as you can see from some of these highlights. In terms of the way that the passing was going, a little bit of fortune with both of those first 2 goals there, in terms of the save that just clipped off of Neuer, and then again the parry back from Neuer in the second. But the third goal, though, again, was just wonderful passing movement, and it was a fantastic finish from Morata to make it 3-0. And again, it's all set up for Germany to have to do something, and they get something. They get it off of Julian Brandt at a corner, flicks off the post. De Gea and the man on the line didn't take heed of that, and all of a sudden changes just a little bit the other way for Germany. So, Germany have it all to play for. Spain have got something to hold on to.
Yeah, just looking at those stats there, pretty much as we expected them to be, mostly lopsided in the favour of Spain. Here they are once again. But Merriman really didn't grow into the game as much as we thought he might have until the real latter stages of the second half. The real question now, Wes, as we wait to get into the second leg, is with the depth of talent between these two nations. Bear in mind there are 4-man rosters, a maximum of 4. Some nations went for 2. Both of these nations went for 4 players behind the controllers. Who steps up for each nation? For me, I have an idea in my head who I'd like to see. For me, for Spain, it would have to be the Palmer. And then for Germany, it would have to be Goal, based on his performances in the eFootball Pro Friendly Series. But this is the next big question. If we sort of wait and see now to see who's going to be the man to step up for both nations, who do they call on to see out big games like this? You can see your favourites at home. 57% of you think Spain will take the victory. Well, so far, you look pretty good for your money. 3-1 aggregate score is a decent one to take into a second leg. Where do you put your bets, Wes? Who do you pick if you're either nation here?
I think the way that this will probably go, and I'm just thinking in terms of the type of players that each of the players are on each of those teams, I think you're probably going to look to El Matador, and I think I've just had it confirmed in our ear there. It's going to be Mestre, who it would have looked to have probably been Mestre, as he's the more defensive of the 4 that's there. El Matador's the more aggressive and the more attacking of the 4 for Germany, so it's kind of almost, it's very much a winner takes all here. And I think Spain are in the box seat. I really think that they will see this home, but let's not forget Mike Linden or El Matador is a quality 1v1 player. So again, predictions are kind of out the window, because we're with these types of caliber of players, they can make anything happen at any given time on the pitch.
Well, El Matador is the player to step up for Germany. He has to overturn a 2-goal deficit to give Germany a chance of qualifying out of this group in the winners' match. Even if either of these nations lose, they still have the benefit of dropping down to the tie-breaking decider match against another nation in this group who also are on 1 win and 1 loss. So it's Mestre, Miguel Mestre, in for Spain, and it is El Matador for Germany. And Mestre, despite having that 2-goal advantage on aggregate, you can tell the way he's set up here. He might just fancy taking on El Matador. He doesn't want to play for a draw. He doesn't want to, play for a 1-0 loss. He wants to get goals.
Well, to cast my mind back to the Bayern Munich and Schalke game from eFootball Pro, I don't think there's any love lost between these two players in terms of the passion that was shown at that time. And I think, if anything, it's 10 or 100 times more when you're representing your country. So I think Mestre will want to see this through with a victory.
So it's another matchup of Bayern München versus Schalke 04. Mestre, of course, representing the Munich club. El Matador representing the Gelsenkirchen region. Mestre, lovely bit of skill there to beat his man. Double touch as well. Doesn't quite come off for him. El Matador, as a result of that, can break. Sane. Mestre misses the tackle. Werner. Some bodies forward here for Germany. Havertz. Brandt. Back to Havertz. Oh, good save. Still on. Double save from De Gea. A manual save from Mestre as well, Wes, which really saved a potential goal.
Yeah, I mean, he's known as Dave the Save for an absolute reason, and he managed to quickly get himself off his feet to get down for the save, and then again saved his team from conceding at the second attempt. Really good save from De Gea, and Mestre will be very happy to have him in his goal.
Rodrigo into Morata, fake touch, and there's another goal for Spain. You could argue against the run of play, but Mestre has his game plan. He wants to get goals, and this dummy shot here really opened up the space on the left, and he fired it home.
Yeah, I mean, both skill and precision. This lovely little back heel there. Dummy to just take the defender out. It's a wonderful finish into the corner from Alvaro Morata. And that is skill personified, and it's the type of play that you'd expect from Mestre. Although we talk about his defensive capabilities, he's just as good of an attacker as well.
Well, that compounds the problem for El Matador now. He's given the ball away once again, and it's now 4-1, the aggregate score. And Mestre's coming forward here once again. Rodrigo trying to find the man in the middle. And goals, you almost want to see 2 more goals out of Germany in this first half. They're going to try and get one here with Werner chasing the ball. But at 4-1, you need to be within touching distance, don't you, Wes, of a player like Mestre before the second half plays out. Otherwise, Mestre is just going to frustrate you, and he's, well, more than likely going to get more goals himself.
Yeah, and that's the real killer here, is that, you know, Spain's kind of defensive play when they need it to, it can be frustrating to play against because you might not see that ball for a while. So every time El Matador gets this ball, he's going to need to make something of it every single time. Otherwise, Spain will just punish and frustrate this Germany side.
Well, there's an example of it. Nice switch of the play to Azpilicueta, not only to find the space to play out at the back here for Spain, but also just maybe to annoy El Matador a bit. He's won the ball back, though. Ginter up from the back. Havertz won't get there. We'll see which way the linesman flags. It will be a Germany corner. Swung in very quickly. De Gea outstretched. It was the Spanish keeper who got the last touch. Long throw, nodded away. Rodrigo somehow finds the feet of Morata. Maybe Tar was caught sleeping there. Isco into Rodrigo. Really nice feet, but defensive work even better.
That was naughty.
That's a naughty one on Schultz. Will be going in the referee's book, no doubt here. Bit of frustration there maybe from Rodrigo. No card given, Wes.
It's interesting. Very interesting to see that happen, but normally that would be a booking on most days. But you can see the confidence level of Mestre. You can see the skill moves starting to come out. You can see double touches starting to appear, you know, in and around his gameplay. It's almost like he's trying to almost embarrass El Matador, which is not really a game plan I would go with. It's the last type of person you really want to irritate, because when he gets going, El Matador will score goals in bags. So it's got to be very careful as Mestre.
Mestre under a bit of pressure here, but the ability to play out at the back from both Mestre and Alex Alguacil is surely something that Spain have worked on. And not only are they representing their nation, they're representing their nation's style of football as well. And we see it so often in the eFootball Pro League, but now they're showcasing it on the international stage as well. Just as I'm bigging him up though, Wes, he wants the ball out of play.
Well, I was just going to say, in terms of, you talk about player ID, in terms of with video games, you talk about team ID and team ethos, and that's exactly what Spain are bringing to the table. They've been known about, you know, they've been known for their tiki-taka style of play for years, and you know, it's just an extension of that. You know, if you play in the way that a team is designed to play, you will 9 times out of 10 win at a football game. So, you know, Mestre is taking one out of the book. Certainly Alex Alguacil and the rest of the Spanish guys will as well, but got to be careful here. This second half, it's going to go by quickly. And if El Matador gets a foothold, I think we're in for a grandstand finish.
So Mestre kicks off the second half. It is 4-1, the aggregate score. And Mestre, he wants to make qualification certain. A reminder that the winner of this match will be advancing to the knockout stages. So a lot at stake. Sane, lovely ball to Havertz. Is he onside? Can't get the finish away. We'll come back to Sane. Toni Kroos. Havertz just too far away from the ball. Busquets does so well. And those are the type of chances that if you are El Matador, well, you've got to be taking them.
Definitely. I think as well, what's interesting about the squad selection, both from Merriman and from El Matador, is that they've gone with Havertz. I know he's a highly rated kind of central midfielder, but in terms of for eFootball PES, it's a bit on the tall side for an attacking midfielder. Probably not somebody you want. You want somebody with a little bit of trickery. You'd probably want a Nabri or potentially even a Bellarabi. You want somebody like that in your kind of central areas to at least give yourself a bit of freedom to move.
Ball's breaking kindly here just momentarily for El Matador. And Germany. Sane tries to find Brandt, and it might still fall here. It has a man over in the middle as well. It's Werner! Well, there's one. They've got one back. It's Timo Werner. Have Germany left it too late? They've got one though, Wes.
Well, we talked about if El Matador gets one opportunity and he scores, that it might set up a Grand Slam finish. It's now, again, it's almost got that air of the Luxembourg game. It's the air of one goal back. Does that now mean that it's going to kind of set off a domino effect? Is it going to set off the butterfly effect and all of a sudden Germany really get back into this game? Or is Mestre going to show a little bit of maturity here, and is he going to really kind of cement this down? As you can see, Royce brought on for Havertz. You see Gundogan brought on for Toni Kroos. You can see Sol's been brought on for Isco. So changes have been ringing,
isn't it, Wes? On the Germany side, Havertz taken off, and Royce, that little bit of trickery maybe that you're looking for here for El Matador. We'll see if it is the difference maker. Here's Brandt with plenty of time and space. Ginter into Werner, back to Werner. Can't get the shot through. Mestre surviving for now. It will be another case of German possession. Royce fresh on the pitch. Into the feet of Werner. Wonderful hold-up play. Ginter, great feet. Werner, Sane. Mestre clears. Good spell of pressure here for Germany, but now it's Mestre and Rodri on that far side. Maybe just relieving a bit of pressure on the Spanish back line. One back by El Matador. Julian Brandt now. Maybe can run into that pocket of space ahead of him. We'll lay it off to Marco Royce. Went for the ball in behind, but that was a bit of an ambitious one. But recycling of the attack here is wasted. And El Mestre can maybe just catch a breather and try and take the ball out. And this is the time of the game. If Mestre is sitting on that 4-2 aggregate lead, he can maybe start to play a bit of possession. Saul down to the corner flag. Dispossessed very quickly by El Matador. Well, that's a naughty foul on Mr. Stark. Suso no doubt will be going into the referee's book for that one. But it's better from Germany. It's better from El Matador. The question is it too little, too late? Okay. Alcacer now introduced. He's been kept rather quiet, to be fair, by the German defence. He gave a lot of the playoff teams nightmares. Here is Werner, though. Great save by Mestre. You could see as soon as that ball goes back to the feet of Werner, De Gea straight across to cover that corner.
It's a big save there from Mestre. And again, for those watching at home, you would have saw a bit of manual goalkeeping. It's when it's at its best, and when it's at its worst, you will concede in those types of scenarios.
Corner swung in, headed away though by Spain. 10 in-game minutes to get 2 goals here, Germany. Royce looking for Sane. What a save! Well, the pressure is relieved, but this save might be the pick of the bunch. We've had brilliant saves all day from De Gea. Got down low, stopped it with the left hand, and well, that sums up Germany's match.
It's a huge save from De Gea again. I think if Spain do come out of this one and have got through to the latter stages, they will undoubtedly have David De Gea to thank for it. Not only have they scored 4 goals over the course of the 2 legs so far, but De Gea, as we said, has pulled off some fantastic stops.
Well, Mestre in Spain are very, very close. Just minutes, in-game minutes away from the knockout stages here in the eEURO 2020 competition. They would be the first team qualified for the knockout stages, exactly how they would have wanted it. And well, Germany, they will have to qualify via a different route. They still have one more chance. But boy, has this gotten interesting.
Well, I think if memory serves me correctly, this will now mean it will be Germany versus Croatia in the tiebreaker, I believe. So that'll be a monstrous game later on.
Lovely double touch, feeds Rodrigo. El Matador might get across, and has the referee brought this one back? He has, for a foul on Klosterman. For me, Rodrigo there gets the ball. And Rodrigo will go into the book, but Spain, they will not care. They are the first nation to qualify for the eEURO 2020 finals. 1-1 in the second leg, but 4-2 on aggregate. Congratulations to Spain. And as they would say, vamos! What a game, Wes. What a game. I mean, where do we start? I think you feel for El Matador. It's a big, big ask for him to come into the second leg and try and turn around a 3-1 deficit. But let's try and flip that into a positive for Spain in that Alex Alguacil really blew Merriman out the water. He looked a complete class above.
Yeah, I think it was a complete mismatch. You know, if I'm being truthful as an observer, I think it was a complete mismatch. I think if you were looking for experience, you maybe go with Goal in the first game against Alex. You know, again, would have been a wily veteran against, it would have been veteran versus veteran.
I mean, you think about Goal's recent form as well in the eFootball Pro Friendly Series, winning that out of pretty much nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, they've got options and they've got all sorts. So it's, I think that's where it was won or lost. And I know that it looks like we may have an interview queued up with one of the Spain players.
Yeah, we'll get to that very, very shortly. But again, it comes down to an almost impossible task for El Matador. He made himself some chances, but unfortunately, it was just too much because of Alex Alguacil's fantastic work. And if I'm completely correct, I do believe Alex is on the line. Alex, my friend, can you hear me?
Yeah, fantastically. Thank you so much. It's been awesome, everything today.
Congratulations, my friend. You're the first nation qualified for the eEURO 2020 knockout stages. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it is. After coming for the playoff route, it's been really difficult, but we still believe in one to each other. The good thing that we fought more than ready for our games, and that, I don't know, it's very difficult to select who can play each game, but I'm pretty sure it's very awesome be first of the group. We had in front Romania and Germany, which they were really, really cool. So, well, super happy, super happy.
Obviously, very happy. Sorry to cut you off there, Wes, but we are a little bit short on time. So, Alex, I'm going to ask you one final question. Is there a particular nation that maybe you're licking your lips and might want to try and take on in the knockout stages? No doubt we're going to see the likes of Germany, who you just played, and France being in the latter stages of the knockout phases. But is there a particular nation that you might fancy taking on in the knockout phases?
I'm not focusing on no one. The thing is that we want to face the best players in the world, so why not? To face France in the final will be the dream final, but well, we have to fight step by step. Tomorrow quarterfinals, and then try to do our best and passing the rounds like that. But focus on tomorrow morning will be a huge day for us and for my parents too. Thank you so much for everything you are doing, guys.
Awesome, Alex. Congratulations, my friend. Take the rest of the day off and try and compose yourself and celebrate with your family. Congratulations, my friend, on a fantastic victory. And yes, vamos, Spain. I don't know much Spanish, but they've taught me that much for their time in the eFootball Pro League. I think we're just about ready in a few moments' time, Wes, to jump over to our next winners match in Group B. But before we do, let's talk about Germany very, very quickly. Where do they go from here? Do they maybe switch up some personnel in terms of who's in charge of the sticks, or was it a case of them just facing a very, very strong Spanish team?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see goal in the tiebreaker, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe switch out some of their personnel. You saw in that game for El Matador that Royce was better in that centre midfield spot, and that Germany side seemed to come alive when he was there, as opposed to playing with Havertz. I don't think that's the be-all and end-all of their problems, but it might be a start to get them through.
Awesome, Wes. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Spain. They are the first team qualified for the knockout stages. Let's find out our second team now in our Group B winners match with Lee and Adam. Take it away, guys.
Yes, thank you very much. What a fantastic first set of games. Unfortunately for me, the Germans went bowing out. Down to the tiebreaker. They're not done and dusted just yet. They're going to be playing Turkey later on tonight. Adam, we move on to Group B, and the next match is going to be Serbia versus Italy, two absolute powerhouses in the eEUROs.
Yeah, absolutely huge teams in the world of esports and eFootball PES 2020. Serbia, possibly on paper with the players they've got in their contingent, you would have to say would be favourites, but Italy have shown in the qualification to get here that they've been pretty electric as well. Not quite the names that we expect possibly from Italy from past tournaments, but nevertheless, like I said, it's going to be interesting.
I just said they played Turkey. They're not. They're in a completely different group.
I let it slide, mate. I let it slide.
You could have stepped on it. I'm fine with that. But the reason I say that was because Serbia beat Turkey, obviously 6-1. They are within this group. Turkey are the team that are waiting in Group B to decide who they're going to play. The winner of this will go through and join Spain tomorrow in the final round of 8 or quarterfinals, whichever you prefer to call it. And of course, it does mean that Turkey will play the loser of this game. But yeah, 5-1 and 6-1, two solid starts for these teams in the morning. Both teams, I believe, have 4 players, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to yet to see who is actually going to be playing.
Is it 4 for Serbia? I thought it was 3. I may be wrong. It's definitely 4 for Italy. Let me just double check. You're probably
got 4, yeah.
So
that's one of them, maybe a coach,
Roska, and just looking.
Baskovic.
Yeah. So, big. They are big. Like I said, they're big names in the world of eFootball PES 2020, and I'm expecting a big performance here because they know they're within touching distance and they would like to claim their crown, I think.
Well, obviously we know who the players are. Let's introduce them to you guys at home. Here are the players for both Italy and Serbia.
Hi, my name is Filip Panic. My PSN username is Baskovac. I'm playing for the Serbian national team.
My name is Marko Roksic. My game tag is Roksac 22.
Ćao, ja sam Rema Raka. U Taciji imamo igrače sa velikim iskustvom, pored toga sjajni su prijatelji i funkcionišemo odlično kao tim.
My name is Stefan, nickname is Peskepa, and I'm playing for Serbian national team. It's a big pleasure for me. I think it's good opportunity for me, for my team to show what we can do.
We have two pros in the team, which makes us very strong. We are confident, we know each other for a very long time, and there's a great connection between us.
Our group was group of death. Before starting qualification, we think about finishing the first two places, but we want to finish first.
Spain was our biggest rival here. Win and a draw with them secured the first place in the group.
We managed to win this group without loss, so yeah, that was a fantastic result for us.
Osvojiti evropsko prvenstvo je san svakog igrača, a za mene bi značilo vrhunac svega što sam postigao u PES-u.
People in Serbia believe in us, so I hope we can win.
It means a lot just to represent my country in this event, but winning it would be the greatest.
Our goal is to win trophy. I believe in my team.
Selekcija Fudbalskog saveza Srbije u subotu od 13 časa i 15 minuta igra svoju prvu utakmicu na Evropskom prvenstvu u PES-u. Nadamo se da će naš tim biti uspješan kao što je bio i u kvalifikacijama. Podržimo zajedno naše momke u borbi za prvaka Evrope.
The lightness of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
Ciao a tutti, sono Carmine Naples 17X Liuzzi e sono un giocatore della nazionale italiana.
Hi everybody, my name is Alfonso Alonso Grifox Mereo and I'm an official player of First Italian in national team.
My name is Nicola Lillo, Akan Galdan and play for Italy. I have been competing in esport for 12 years.
Hello, my name is Rosario Enrique Accurso and I play for Italy. I'm a competitive player since 2019 and I'm feeling proud to represent my country.
My teammates are very solid people. They are all from Naples, a city that I love.
My teammates in national team are excellent players. They work hard in training, where a good friendship was also born.
I miei compagni di squadra sono veramente in gamba e oltre che essere bravi giocatori sono veramente persone eccezionali. Abbiamo legato fin da subito.
The journey was hard. The toughest spot was against Montenegro, where we lost a crucial match, but we had the mentality to get on and achieve the first place.
Spero di poterli rincontrare nella fase finale per prenderci una rivincita.
My most important moment was victory against Ukraine with the result of 8-2-0.
Win eEURO 2020 sure would be a thing to be very proud of.
Winning for me would mean realizing my dream started a long time ago.
Per me sarebbe motivo di grande orgoglio e una gioia difficilmente descrivibile.
Winning Euro 2020 will be the crowning of our dream. It will mean that every effort and sacrifice will pay off.
Un grande in bocca al lupo alla nazionale che nel weekend disputerà la fase finale di UEFA Euro 2020. Faremo il tifo per i nostri 4 giocatori in maglia azzurra impegnati nella sfida su PlayStation. Fatevi onore e Forza Italia. Ciao!
Well, no pressure, but the Italian national manager is watching and backing you. That's it's a bit of pressure, but some pros on both of these teams, Adam. We're expecting them probably to play here because it is the winner bracket and the winner is through till tomorrow, so get your best players out there.
Well, this was something that the guys on the last stream touched on with Germany and possible choices that may have had some impact. I'd be mightily surprised, no disrespect to the other players, but I'd be mightily surprised if we don't see Kepa and Roska in this next in this next game. The two games that are coming up. For Italy, it's a bit more of a free-for-all because they're all got a fair bit of experience, but there's no real standout necessarily in terms of, you know, big tournaments experience. So we'll have to wait and see.
Well, here we go, straight to it. It is going to be Kepa. He's up against Alonso Greyfox, so we'll see how this works out. Serbia, of course, playing in the red, Italy in the blue. You guys know that. No colour clashes this time around, so we are going to get straight down to business and see whether we get any early goals or whether we see, because both of these had high-scoring rounds, both of these had high-scoring groups, so we're expecting to see certainly something. Serbia, of course, topping the group that had England in it, dominating that group, unfortunately, for
with Spain
for
as well. Yeah, very impressive in the group stages. I must say, my heart goes with Alonso Greyfox in this one because I've got a few silver hairs myself, to be honest. So if he is the Grey Fox, then we'll go with that.
He doesn't look that great by his picture, I'm not going to lie. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's like, it's a title I'm going to work my way into.
Yeah.
Go.
10 minutes gone here. And of course, you can see straight away that neither side really wants to make any inroads. It's probably the cagiest game we've seen so far. Both just sort of, you know, teasing each other at the moment.
Yeah, very cagey start. 6 games we had in the Israel-Greece game. It was a good 20-plus minutes before we had any real threat on goal. Of course, the Spanish-German game was a bit different, a bit of a goal bonanza, that one. Some electric start from the Spanish squad. Don't think Germany really connected to the game for the first half. They were just fast asleep on Morata, but now there's a good break here for Kepa for Serbia. Real chance, and he just slots it past the keeper. That's the finishing that Israel and Greece were looking for earlier today.
It's exactly what we were talking about. He was just waiting for that moment. There was no pressure really on the ball. Whenever Italy got it, he was more than happy to sit in, wait for that moment, that one little chink in the armour, and then straight away, like an ice-cold killer, into the far corner. 1-0 to Serbia, and it's worrying times for Italy with that. Too easy.
Yes, that was a little easy, the through ball. Let's have a look at it again. A delightful little side pass. There's the through ball. Set himself up with a quick 1-2. And he just, like, defenders nowhere near him, into the side net. And away Kepa goes. Starts things off strong for what is a very strong nation within PES. And one we expected to certainly do well here. Kepa, arguably the best player for the nation as well. So if he can't win, who can? Who can for them? That's the question. Obviously, we don't know how the second leg can go, but let's not write this one off. We're only, 17 minutes into this one. Still plenty of time for Alonso Greyfox to work his way back into it for Italy.
We've certainly seen tides turn before in eFootball PES 2020. And remember, Serbia did what we possibly weren't quite expecting, toppling Spain in the group stages. So we might see another shock here. But it's going according to plan so far for Serbia.
Straight across for Italy, getting Florenzi into action. So Greyfox trying to work it down the right wing. Finds Jorginho, not able to cross that one in. Does instead go for Pellegrini, the defender, a long way forward there. And that's well won, though, by the Italian to weather the danger that was possibly coming towards him as his defenders were a little high-lined. Kepa looking for that quick counter, but instead just going to recycle the ball and slowly build the approach once again through the middle.
This is very measured from Kepa. No misplaced passes, just making sure every pass counts as he switches out towards that left-hand side. But just as I say that, he gives it away but wins it back straight away. And this has been a reoccurring theme in the opening half an hour. Very quick to win the ball back when he gives it away. And he's on the front foot again here towards the edge of the area. Lovely one-touch football here. Now he's into the danger area, plays it across the face. 2-0. Like a knife through butter. It was just too easy yet again. And Kepa is having the game of his life so far.
No pressure, no panic, smooth and cool as ice. That was such a well-worked team goal. Look at the passing, one touch across, and you think, oh, he should go for a shot. No, he just lays it off as delicate as you like for a simple tap-in, and absolutely nothing the Italian defence could do about that. You thought, with the player ahead of him, he should have had that, but instead, he was just a little lazy on the touch, and 2-0 for Serbia. A solid start with just 30 minutes gone.
The best players just seem to know when to pull the trigger and when to play the pass. Like you said, many players or many people watching would have been saying, just shoot, just shoot. He waited, that final extra pass made it count, and he's, of course, 2-0 to the good, but a chance for an instant response here from Italy. Straight to the goalkeeper, goes down under the challenge. Referee waves it away, and that was a huge moment for Italy. They weren't able to take it, and Serbia clear their lines.
Oh, we've said it so many times at this level, you have to take those big chances, and now there's a chance for Serbia building. Oh, what a tackle, though. Was it clean? No, it wasn't clean. Because to happen, it's a 2-on-2 at the back, so it would have almost certainly been a goal-scoring chance.
It's a caution. Yep, we've got one. 57% possession for Italy, 35 minutes gone, but they haven't been able to make it count so far. Just the one big chance wasted. Serbia, of course, having two chances and taking both. It's in towards the near post again. Can't get the head on.
Counter chance.
Italy can counter.
He's got to go fast, though. And yeah, I think he's realised the players weren't forward. Doesn't have it on attacking mentality, so they're not going to break fast. They're both neutral at the moment. Playing standard football. Long ball through, not going to work its way, and that's coming straight back at him. And almost dangerously as well, because Kepa is keeping very clean passing at the moment as he looks to work it down the right. Holds it back up, across the centre, space on the left. Just works it back to the defender and then back down the left-hand side. I like it. It's safe play. He's not looking for any of those rash through balls, and why does he need to? 2-0 up, as clean as you like. Another through ball chance this time should be easily cleared and will be by Alonso. But he needs to get it turning. It's about to approach half-time. And really, other than that one big chance that's gone begging, there hasn't been too much hope for Italy so far.
Wonderful first half performance from Kepa. The 3 C's, calm, composed and clinical, come to mind.
Weren't the 3 C's I'd have gone with? I thought cool, calm and collective was the standard, but...
I thought I'd throw it out there. I thought I'd mix things up a little.
You're definitely mixing it up. Yeah, I like it.
He was clinical. 2 shots, remember.
Oh,
and, it's an instant response from Italy. 2-1. And we were just praising Kepa for how composed and effective he'd been. And, 2 minutes in and it's game on.
Just switched off a little bit at half-time, maybe. Had a quick kick-off and straight through. Another nice through ball. Look at that. Completely does the midfield straight through. 2 of them were there, actually. Could have been either of them. Take it to the right and pass the keeper.
Maybe our words of praise got to him a little bit, Kepa. Maybe he took his foot off the gas. You never know.
Maybe he was thinking of another C. What he could have been. I don't know.
Maybe he was thinking of the 4C. Creative.
Creative, indeed. Well, he's going to have to be creative now because 2-1. The deadlock broken. And Italy with a glimmer of hope. One that they didn't really have from the first half, in fairness. So Kepa maybe going to be a little angry with that one. There's a big option over to the left-hand side. Just couldn't wrestle past the defender. And a smooth pass back there was what was required. But there's a massive opening. The keeper's quick out and he's offside.
Yeah, it was good defending in the end there as the ball broke through and the offside trap worked wonders there. But yeah, Serbia looking for an instant response to get that 2-goal cushion back. But Italy, a lot of possession. If they can carve another couple of chances, we could see this game swing right on its head.
Well, Kepa back in control, as we saw throughout the first half, looking to work those openings, and there's a lot of through ball opportunities I'm seeing here for him every time he gets the ball. But Italy have managed to win it back here as Alonso Grey Fox tries to push it through. Very physical in the midfield there, and in the end,
Absolutely sensible finish in the end on the left foot as the ball gets played through. But he's got to use all his years of experience now, and the best players tend to come back from moments like this because letting a 2-goal slip is never easy. Now we're going to see what his mettle is made of. He doesn't want to go and rush things though, Kepa, because he'll be well aware that he's let a 2-goal slip and he'll be trying to push and trying to get this advantage back. But if he were to concede again, and this whole momentum swing could really affect the second leg, he's got to go back to thinking just 0-0. Let's go again. Let's try and just build and possibly nick one, because at the end of the day, at this moment in time, he's on the back foot. Italy are in again here, near post. It's 3-2. What a turnaround from the Italians.
Maybe a lot of players would have gone for the goal, but he looked for that little cut back, the opening, and slots it home to the lower left-hand corner. Let's take a look at that one as he celebrates with his team for the hat-trick. Italy 3-2 up now, and have Serbia with a 2-0 lead. What's going on mentally right now? This is going to be hurting.
You've got to say, in this second half, the Italians have been the 3 C's. Unclinical. And I've forgotten what the other C was, to be honest. No, it's been a tremendous
maybe,
turnaround.
I'm not sure. So, well, it's all gone wrong for Serbia in the second half when they looked so in control in that first half. But there is a second leg. Still plenty of time as well in this matchup. It is only the 65th minute, so plenty more goals to come, I feel. Both of these teams, of course, 5-1 and 6-1 in the first group stage, scoring stacks of goals in the groups and the playoffs to get here. Serbia, of course, topping out their group. Italy also doing fantastic within theirs. But now we see Serbia up against it. Seeing whether Gray Fox can clear his lines. He does. That tackle just straight. I work out as he wanted there, as Alonso works it now. Starting to see a lot more control, I think, from Italy. Obviously, now he has the lead. Now he wants to play it delicately, recycle it across that back four, look for the opportunities down the wings, see if there's any big through balls down the flanks. And you can say, using that Donnarumma, well, that was a risky one there. Kepa nearly managed to pick up the ball as Alonso Gray Fox goes back on it. Let's see whether he can get a through ball. He can, but this time muscled off it by the defender. Kepa trying to win it back, trying to see what he can do on the attack here as he slides it through. That's a physical challenge, but ruled to be clean by the referee. I'm not too sure the Serbians are happy about it. You can see the crowd whistling on that one. The home crowd not too impressed with the second half performance. Just 10 minutes to go within this matchup as well. Don't really know what Serbia can do. And the pressure, of course, on the Serbian team. As we are expecting Roxa to be next up for Serbia, as Donnarumma plays it very casually there with a striker on his back. Looking like Italy, though, will close this match out with the lead. Still 10 minutes to go within this one. You see Kepa in the bottom right, going a little bit more attacking now. Will, of course, leave himself a little bit more exposed, but switching his players' mentality, sending them forward, looking to try and get that aggregate score sheet back on level terms. As Alonso really is working hard, actually, to get the ball outside of his own half here. And a simple mistake pass could cost him. But at the moment, there's some Olé starting to come out here because they're starting to play it very nicely. Getting boxed in the corner, though, by their own players. So casually, just working it out down the wing. once again, Alonso. I think he's showing a really calm measure of a player that was up against it, was 2-0 down, worked it back, 3-2 up, and I'll tell you what, his possession stats are gaining some stats rise right now, as he's going to go back to Donnarumma once again, back around the back four, brings the midfield into it. Last chance saloon, may as well fling one forward because the whistle's about to go, 3 minutes. Is he going to get a chance? Just a little through balls, or it requires, that's what he wants. Oh, free kick, not given. Doesn't win it back. It's going to be full time. 3-2 in the first game. Italy with the comeback. Getting themselves some sort of achievement there, taking Kepa down 3-2 for Alonso Grey Fox. What a performance. What a comeback in the second half. Fantastic result. We'll see whether the stats are, and have a look at some of those goals, because it started off so cleanly, Adam. For Kepa, he was looking like the man to beat. The man would take down Italy with ease, but it just didn't work out that way. I don't know what happened, what changed in the second half, but Alonso Grey Fox turned it on. And here's some of the replays of those goals. But everybody, I heard it all. Don't worry.
Did you hear it?
Adam.
Shall I go again? Is that
I
better?
got it. Yeah, but tremendous mentality. You're welcome to go again. You muted yourself on the site, I believe.
Yeah. So what I was saying was it was a brilliant turnaround from the Italian in terms of, but it was the mentality from a Kepa point of view. It's got to be questioned because it was so easy for him in the first game, or first half. He was looking home and hosed, very, very calm, winning every battle, everything that was being thrown at him. And then second half, just completely took his foot off the gas.
I mean, look at the stats. 64% possession. Obviously, it was gained a little bit by the end of that. Obviously, he managed to gain a lot of it because they just kept the ball. 100% shot accuracy from both of them, but incredibly, there was only 2 shots by Serbia, and obviously they're the 2 goals he scored. Crazy when you think of how in control Kepa was in that first half. Don't really know how it managed to work out, but the pass accuracy, I think that for me is really what brought Italy back into it. 91% pass accuracy, that is pretty damn impressive at this level. The quality of player that certainly can cut out those passes, and especially the pressure he was under going 2-0 down in the first half.
Yeah, exactly that. The pass completion, the possession, he didn't look fazed by the fact that he was 2-0 down. Most players at this level would have just gone, I'm playing against a massive name in eFootball PES 2020, and I'm struggling after the first half. Didn't look bothered, didn't look fazed, and that was really, really impressive.
I'm not bothered.
He was not bothered.
I thought the English people would get that one. But yeah, so I mean, it's not over yet. Italy, of course, in the lead, 3-2. There is a second leg coming up. Don't forget to get yourself involved in the poll as well. eEURO2020.com/poll, and get yourself involved. Plenty going on over on the tubes and Facebook and wherever else we're streaming. I know they're the 2 that I'm aware of, but Italy coming into this one. Oh, whether we could say they were favourites, honestly. I think Serbia perhaps were favourites coming into this because of their strong, solid performances. But now they find themselves with a lead and they are defending in this next matchup. We're just waiting to see who's going to be playing that. Both of these teams have, I believe, 4 players to choose from. Obviously, they can choose who will be facing off. They all need to play at some point. I would expect them to be using probably their strongest players. We believe Roxa will be coming up for Serbia. We'll find out in just a moment as the game gets itself ready to go. just went in to see the match. Hopefully things will be going in a second. As Adam works through his little tech gremlins.
I've just got echoes going off left, right, and centre. I can hear half of the world talking at the moment. It's great.
That's nice. That's nice. You hear me multiple times.
My inner demons from a nightmare.
This is just what you thought when you woke up this morning. I want to hear your voice multiple times in my ear. That's really what you want. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Until you do, I will carry on. Because Italy have kicked off against Serbia here. Italy, of course, playing in the blue, Serbia in the red. The current score 3-2 for Italy. As we do see, obviously, Roxa is playing for Serbia as we expected. And it is Mr. Naples himself stepping up for Italy. This player is actually based in Naples, I believe they said in that video as well. So all very close to one another as Roxa on the attack here. Maybe he can start things off as well as Kepa did. They certainly need the goals as he looks for a opportunity. His players just had to check their runs though because they were both offside. That's some strong work though. Wins it back. Tries the little drag back across the box, but cut out well and read out well by Naples.
8 minutes gone here, and it's a big chance here for 4-2 in front over the two legs. They soaked up all of the possession and pressure that Serbia had to throw at them, and Roxa came in. He tried to get an instant foothold in the game, but he's been denied, and it's the Italians who have gone straight down the other end with a clinical counter-attack, and it's 4-2. Unbelievable.
A hair's width, I think, there. To see that run so well timed on the pass. So well executed. What a goal to start things off. Roxa now up against it. Finds himself 2 goals down on aggregate. With it all to do, but of course just 2 goals is all he needs to tie things up. It's certainly possible with still 80 minutes to go in this game, but he's got to be careful he doesn't let it slide away. Going defensive as well, so it's within his chances to try and go for it as Italy do switch out. They were defensive-minded for a moment there. Maybe a teammate in his ear saying, no, 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 don't sit back because you will invite pressure, and Roxa's certainly a player that can thrive on that pressure that he can apply to the Italians. Now they're going to have to work their attack once again.
I'll be pleased to say that the gremlins in the machine that was making me hear your wonderful tones twice have now gone, so I can actually come into a sentence after you without you butting in again. But yeah, it's I don't know whether you managed to catch hold of that clinical counter-attack. It was some goal.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. Apparently I died off as well. It's wonderful. So, the little gremlins, they keep attacking us. We are obviously working from home, just like everybody else is in the world. Obviously, Italy were hit severe for that. Glad to hear that they are slowly coming out of the COVID, as we are here in Germany. But you guys in the UK are still very much deep in the trenches. But that's the world's problems. Right now, we want to talk about football. And, well, while it's not coming home, it may be for one of these nations. It's not certainly for England because we didn't make it through to the finals that should have been taking place within England's sunny shores. Instead, we are here on the internet to you guys at home, and Italy lead 4-2, looking to be the second team to book their place into the quarterfinals alongside Spain, who dominated their match against Germany in Group A.
Many people's eyebrows were raised when Eterito and Luca Tubelli, of course, didn't make the selection for the Italian squad for eEURO 2020. But to be honest, looking at the 2 games so far, the 4 players who have been put in have really done their job so far, as Roxa tries his luck from the near post there, and time running out 4-2 the score.
Chances still keep coming though, so it's not like he's wanting for chances. Just needs to get a little clearer of them. Maybe from this corner. Let's see. We don't get too many.
You don't write him off.
It in. Yeah,
that's for sure.
It's a good chance. The keeper though, quick on it. Donnarumma not going to be able to get beaten on the corner, but it did spill, so it could easily have gone anywhere, and it's not done yet. Gets it out to the left-hand side, tries a through ball, still not working well into the box, looking for a chance, and maybe from an outside the box. Get the defenders solid for Italy. Look at them all working at the back there. That, almost clattering off a hand on the referee, having a second glimpse of it, but wasn't given as Serbia continued to work. It was good to see some pressure here as they try and work through, but that looks like it may well be a foul. No, it's still not given. They got a chance. There's an opening on the left-hand wing. Can he cut it inside? Oh, it was a weak effort. You saw what he wanted to do. Put it across to the player in the middle, but not happening.
Crucial challenge coming in there from Jorginho to deny Tadic the chance to spin the ball round the corner. But 35 minutes gone, and the passage of play continues to be the same. The Italians sitting deep, waiting for that moment, and Serbia just starting to knock on the door. You feel there's some big chances coming very soon, and it might just be here. The offside flag is raised as it smashes into the back of the net, and it was the right decision though in the end.
Way offside, did manage to get it in, so maybe a little bit of confidence boosting there for the player. But as it is, Italy hold strong. A solid lead for him, looking to see, running the clock down. We talked about this in the Israel-Greece game, the time wasting this early on can cost you. Certainly maybe give an edge to your teammate, to your opposition, that he feels you're that under threat. Donnarumma though, quick off his line. Well, clear it. You can see they're pretty much boxed in at the moment, Italy. Serbia really applying the pressure with just 5 minutes to go.
Excuse the cliche, but next goal is all crucial, because if Serbia were to get it, the tails will be up, and you can see another turnaround. But if the Italians were to get it, then it might just be all over here. It's a chance on the counter-attack. The right foot cross, deflected up and through to the goalkeeper and fired back down over the halfway line. And another chance here to mount another attack for Serbia as we tick towards the final minute of the first half.
Crucial intercept there. That almost certainly would have been a clear-cut chance for Italy to make it 5. Just a little flick. Didn't quite work out. Still, second half underway. As you see the little changes coming out here. So Gegenpress for, was it Italy? No, that was Serbia actually. Serbia, I think, that switched to it. So trying to put some pressure on Italy. Doesn't look like it's working out too well as that ball flicked off the back heel of Naples' players.
The key thing to think about that with the Gegenpress, if he needs this to be quite successful in the opening period of the second half, because if it gets to 20-30 minutes into the second half, then fatigue will set in, and then he could be very susceptible to the counter-attack. So he needs a goal here.
Got to try and get one early. 4-2 down on aggregate. Chance here as he rocks it through the middle. There's an opening on the right, there's an opening on the left. Which way can he go? Doesn't matter, he gets a quick foul, but now tries to take it quickly. The shot, it's almost a toe poke across goal. And the keeper got a house.
Is that a save? What a save that was, if it was. I think there's a faintest of touches.
The big Milan keeper.
I was wrong.
No, I thought Donnarumma. Honestly, I felt Donnarumma had a hand on that as well, but apparently not. The superstar, the making for Italy. He's got, of course, a legend to live up to as an Italian goalkeeper. Got a bit of work to do there. So unfortunately, but you know what? He's young enough that he may well be able to go on into his 40s like his counterpart.
55 minutes gone here. We're into a crucial 20-minute period, and Serbia need a big performance. And it's a chance to break through the middle. Good block though, and out towards this left-hand side with Chiellini. And into Jorginho. Up over the halfway line. Good interception and a chance for Serbia to come again here. Oh, he slipped it all the way through. He's in.
Oh, it's got to be a card.
Surely the last man there. And he was outside the box.
That may well be a red for Chiellini there.
Chiellini.
Brought down, almost certainly was on for goal. And just the booking, just a yellow. Well I mean, he did have another defender with him. That could be the argument, but that's a chance. Oh, it's Woodwork, the rebound. It's in. They've managed to get one back at last. By hook or by crook. Savic does get himself in there. One of the best midfielders in the world. Finds himself the net for Serbia.
You've got a feel for the goalkeeper. I thought he just pulled off one of the greatest saves we've seen today. It's just crept in though. And it's a real lifeline here for Serbia. And momentum now is key. It's huge at this level in the tournament. We could quite easily see now Roxa turn it on.
Well, he needed that. 4-3 on aggregate. The score now. Serbia level things up within this game, but they've still got one to go in the aggregate scoreline. Just 30 minutes to go, and you talked about that gegenpress earlier on. Did have attack mentality on at the same time, but he switched that off now. So back to normality. Calm things down for a couple of minutes. Oh no, that's not what he needed. Instant reply from Italy and Naples, and they get themselves the important 2-goal cushion once.
It's almost like Italy are toying with Serbia here. They allowed them back into the match, and they went straight down the other end into the near post, calm and collected. And once again, Roxa has it all to do.
Well, he just thought he got himself back into it with plenty of time to work the next goal, but now it's do or die. Yeah, all out offensive. You can see he's gone for it. All out attack, nothing to lose. Get yourself in there. All out defense as well for it. So we may well see a barrage come in from Serbia.
.66 minutes gone here, and it's another chance here for Italy to wrap it up. He's chipped the goalkeeper. Oh, he's put it over the top. A simple side foot finish, and it might just have been all over. Has he been too elaborate there, Lee?
Or was it a flourish too much? I don't know. He absolutely side that one. My God, if we see a comeback, he is going to be thinking, why did I do that? Why did I go for the style points? Why did I not just simply put it in the net? Long way to go still. He's eased things down. Attacking play required for Serbia. 2-1 up. Trying to work it through. You can see his players are forward. A great little through ball. It's not cleared yet. Still on the edge of the box. Just a little slide ball through. Can he cut it back? No, he can't. It's up in the air. Is the keeper going to get a hand to it? He will. Is there a rebound chance? It's gone well wide, and that will go for the corner, I think.
It will indeed, and it's a really, really important couple of minutes now for Serbia. Once again, I think it will be a corner to be taken on the near touchline with just 19 minutes plus stoppage time remaining. In towards the near post. Oh, it's easy there. And a chance to counter here for Italy. They could put this game to bed here, but that's a poor pass downfield. And back in dangerous territory here. Out towards the left-hand side. Chance to cross it in. He twists and turns. Back onto his right foot. Now he has the chance to play it on towards Kolarov. Chance to whip it in. He's pulled it back to the edge of the area. Surely a chance. Oh, what a finish. And Serbia have levelled it up on the day. And they're now just one goal behind on aggregate.
They're back in with a chance with, I believe, just 10 minutes to go. It was nice work this time down that left wing. Pulls it back, and you're just looking for that man on the penalty spot, and sure enough, there he was. And Roxa now with a chance to tie things up here. Now, if it does go to equal on aggregate, we will go to a game 3 should we need it. 15 minutes to go in game time. Italy back in it. And actually we're seeing Serbia going ultra defensive on the kickoff just to make sure he doesn't get hit on the break early on. And just to tie things up, that will go back to the keeper. And now it's all on. Here we go. Serbia pushing forward.
Serbia were 2-0 up in the first game. They then conceded 3 without reply to lose 3-2. Now in this game, they were 2-1 down. They've pulled it back to 2-2. Can they do the reverse in this fixture? and take this to a possible third game. We've seen goals from here, Lee, before today. Can they do it here?
Possibly looking for that rebound. Kolorov's going to certainly send it in. Gone over, though. You need to get on target, or at least test the keeper's hands. It's now the time. It keeps on ticking. Will we see Naples just slow things down for Italy here? Maybe look towards retaining possession like his teammate did. And you got to think back. We were talking about it. The chip attempt that went well wide for Italy. He could have put the game to bed. And now he's put himself really in pressure.
Should have put the game to bed.
Absolutely. He's under pressure right now, though, with a chance to push on forward. But he's lost the ball on the edge of the box, so his own box, so it's not too bad. Gets it clear, gets the ball through, looking for the pass, the return pass, the real clear chance. Cuts out well. Oh, it's surely. Oh, my word, a disaster at the back for Serbia. And just as we think they've got rid of it, it's all gone wrong for Italy. And it's 6-4 once again with that 2-goal cushion. Here, how does he not get it clear?
Panic all over the back line there. He knew he was trying to get the ball under control too quick to fire the counter-attack in search of this equalising goal. And what's happened is the game might have just been put to bed. Devastation for Serbia. But in the Italian ranks, you are a happy person right now, because they are looking like they are going all the way through.
Well, for Serbia, of course, it's a chance if they do go down into the tiebreaker. They will be facing off against Turkey once again, a team they've already beaten 6-1 today, but Turkey themselves rebounded so solidly that it's another calamity at the back. What is going on? Trying desperately to clear it. That's a foul. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things you can look at in this game. Obviously, the chip miss attempt. Possible red card. I mean, I'm going to throw that one out. That I felt should have been a red card. Maybe the last.
Certainly a controversial decision, that one.
Could well have been 10 men. Still time. Chance. Goal. Oh my word, Serbia. They have around about 3, maybe 4 minutes at the most because of the amount of goals he scored. 6-5 on aggregate. Mitrovic puts it in, levels things up on the game. Is it still possible?
Stop clapping each other and grab the ball, because this game is not done. It's 3-3 now, and we could be heading for one of the most dramatic last few seconds the tournament has ever seen.
Just stab it through, shoot, get on with it, get that ball. Now the problem is he needs to win and retain possession first. Italy will be starting with, of course. And you've got to assume that he's going to send it back to the keeper and just keep hold of the ball. Looks like he will be. Back to Donnarumma. Keep a hold of it. 3 minutes. There's 6 minutes added time.
There's time. There's time,
chance, Adam.
Let's do this.
Italy minutes on the attack. Okay. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. He committed too many forward. He's gone all-out attack. He's got to go and win it back. Another chance,
Gone to the corner.
He should be safe. The time is running. 4 minutes already gone. Just 2 minutes remaining. He launches it back to Donnarumma. And you've got to feel that was it. That was the chance maybe. Already gone. Just sends it down. Runs the clock down. And it looks like 6-5 will be your final score here. Oh, my word. What a match. Naples in the end does calm things down. But Roxa, I think he got to be proud of his performance there. 3-3. Kepa couldn't quite do it for Serbia. So 3-2 in the first leg was the difference. But goals, Adam, in these matches.
Exhausting stuff. Exhausting stuff. I mean, it had everything but the red card, which was controversial, of course. Could have had one. We kept talking about Roxa and how we felt he could produce, and he almost did, but you've got to hand it to Naples there. He was brilliant to be able to hold off that surge that came towards the end.
And there was chances, there was obviously rebounds, as you say. There was missed chances for Italy as well, one that really should have gone in the net. Yep. Counter-attacks. That game had absolutely everything. The highlights for the match may well go on for a while. 3-3 the score in that game, 6-5 on aggregate for Italy. And we were so close to having our first full tie-break match and going to a game 3.
We really were, and you'd have to say, had it have gone to a third game, I don't think many people would have complained. Because A, the entertainment would have been incredible, and B, they were both so incredibly well matched.
Well, here's the schedule as we go. Obviously, coming up next is going to be Montenegro versus Netherlands. That is the winner bracket matchup in Group C. Then on to Group D, Austria versus France. France coming into this one as, I think it's safe to say, the favourites. Then, of course, we move down to the big tiebreaker games. Germany, who got obliterated by Spain, are up against a very strong Romania, who, well, took Spain all the way, so that's a tough one for Germany. And now, of course, we see Serbia slipping down and having a rematch against Turkey. Once again, a team they beat 6-1 earlier on this morning.
And there is a list of your top 5 goal scorers, and Germany top it at the moment.
Yeah, they only got 2, though, against Spain. I think they're going to be working their way in there. Of course, France at 77. You've got to expect them to continue on. Italy themselves got themselves another stack to add to their tally. But that is it. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're moving over to the winner bracket of Group C. It will be Montenegro versus the Netherlands. We'll see you in a moment.
$11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to eEURO 2020. The eFootball just keeps on coming. My name is Harry Shannon. Joining me as ever, Stuart Wesley. Wes, we now move on to our second round, I suppose, of winners' matches. We now jump into Group C. And, well, it was a tremendous game of eEURO 2020 eFootball action. 2 rounds, I should say, of great games. You know what? All the games today have been absolutely tremendous. And if you've been loving it so much, you can head on over to eEURO2020.com and pick yourself up some pretty cool swag. Check out this. It's a nice little hoodie for when it gets a bit colder. It's a bit warm for me to be wearing it currently, but of course, this is a lovely little snug number that you can pick up at home if you do so desire. Just head on over to eEURO2020.com. Right, so let's move on then, Wes, to our Group C winners match. It's going to be a fun one. If I remember correctly, it's Netherlands versus Montenegro. Correct me if I'm wrong. I see you nodding your head. That's always good. And you can see the paths that both of these nations took. Obviously, Montenegro besting Luxembourg, who are now out of the competition. And Netherlands cutting it very fine against Croatia. Fair to say we know more about the Netherlands roster than we do about Montenegro. But there was one nation throughout the playoffs, or a couple of nations, I suppose you could say, including Croatia. But Montenegro were the other surprise package that we found throughout the playoff groups. And this will be by no means an easy game for the Netherlands.
Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, with the calibre that Montenegro showed, it'll be a difficult game for the Netherlands. But, you know, we know of the Netherlands obviously a lot more. We know of the calibre of players. You've got Eldridge O'Neill, you've got Jos Sonneveld, 2 wily seasoned veterans and both pro players. You know, one is kind of, you would say, the heartbeat of Man United, and the other is the tactical genius of Celtic. So, you know, you've got, and they used to play for Celtic together, so they've got a lot of camaraderie, a lot of respect for each other. I can only see this going the one way to the Netherlands, but, you know, stranger things have happened over the course of today. We've seen many different shocks, many different comebacks, so you never quite know what's going to happen.
Netherlands, another footballing nation with such a great heritage. There's a similar feat in eFootball PES 2020 as well, as we are ready to kick off the Netherlands taking on Montenegro. It will be in Dominator up first, representing the Netherlands, and then for Montenegro we have Ramovic Oak, who we didn't get to see the most out of throughout the playoff groups. So with you having to use your entire 2-man or 4-man squad throughout these games, it will be almost the most of the pressure in terms of the pressure coming onto the Montenegrin side, going onto Ramovic Oak. We know what RTPG can do. What can his squad mate do here? He's attacking from left to right, and he's taking on, well, probably one of the favourites to go all the way in the competition. It's the Netherlands. And in Dominator, as you touched upon, Wes, of Celtic FC, captain of Celtic, I do believe, as well. Certainly the brains behind the operation. Do you think maybe he'll have the influence over Eldridge's gameplay as well? Or do you think he's happy to let Eldridge, you know, figure out his own tactics and the way that he wants to play?
Well, no doubt, I would imagine there've been discussions as that, you know, the best type of teams you can put together for the Netherlands. But I think you'll see 2 independent game styles. You'll see kind of, I think, probably a more of attacking mindset from Eldridge. I think Jos or Dominator will probably opt for a little bit more possession-based type of game. But as for Montenegro, I think they'll want to try and keep the score low. If they can take the first game 1-0, they'll be happy with that. So. But you can see them looking to try and use some of the players they've got at their disposal. They have Stefan Jovetic. They've got, I think it's Djordjevic, who was also the main kind of focal point in the playoffs as well. So, you know, they'll know what they need to do here, Montenegro, as well.
Jovetic with a snatching strike. Caught everyone off guard, including myself there, really. And that's the one thing that we did like about Montenegro throughout their playoff campaign. We didn't get to see them as much throughout the regular groups, but the way they were able to take risks and take long-distance shots is not something we often see at the top level of PES, and it's something that we constantly want to see more of because it does produce some astounding results more often than not. And Dominator, though, no doubt would have done his research and will know that That's the way that Montenegro like to play. He's brought this one back for a yellow. I was wondering there, Wes, whether or not there was a counter on here for the Netherlands, and maybe the referee could have played a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, with hindsight, I think the ref probably blew up just a touch early. I think he'll be slightly annoyed with that decision, but so will Indominator at this point. But he still has possession of the ball. See what he can do with it.
Berghuis into Luke de Jong. It's in. Luke de Jong. A wonderful strike. Just took his time. Indominator knew there was no one that could get near him. No challenge could come in. The turn was as tight as you could like. And it created the chance, 1-0 to the Netherlands.
Yeah, we talk about that physicality. Ball comes into de Jong, just sticks out right arm, keeps that defender away from him, finds a great finish into the corner, and ultimately takes the pressure off of Memphis Depay as well. To have a goal scorer of Luke de Jong's calibre up alongside him, we'd be very happy for that, and Indominator will be very happy to see that as a 1-goal lead. I'd expect to see now a little bit of retaining of possession from Indominator, and it's all to do for Montenegro.
So what can Ramovic Oak bring to the table? You said, where's about maybe, you know, snatching the first game 1-0. That now obviously is not a possibility for Montenegro. Might just be about damage limitations. It's awkward for us speaking about that, you know, in just the opening 25 minutes, but that's the calibre of player that Ramovic is up against here. And Indominator already up 1-0, about to swing in the corner. Bounces off the head of a Montenegrin player. And booted away into touch.
I suppose one of the luxuries that these guys will have, with it being a winners' game, is that even if they do go on and lose this, they still have an opportunity.
Chance there for Berghuis, but you're right in saying that, Wes.
Yeah, they've still got an opportunity to potentially rectify it in the tiebreaker. So, you know, all is not lost for Montenegro if they do lose this game. It'll still be plenty much the game in the final game.
That was the beauty of this format. I know there were a few murmurs around the PES world about the proposed format for the eEURO competition. I personally like it. It gives you a second chance if you do lose a game, and means that every match means something. You're always working towards something as opposed to having some dead rubber matches. Here is Luke de Jong, the goal scorer. Tried to feed in Memphis Depay, and well, we spoke about the talent on the side of Montenegro, who they might lean on, the likes of Bakic and Jovetic, of course Dorjevic, who was tremendous in the playoff groups as well. On the Netherlands side, you do have the likes of Steven Bergwijn to bring on, who just brings that injection of pace and a bit of trickery as well. Here's Gini Wijnaldum. Bit of room for Berghuis to run into. De Jong finds Depay, can't get the shot away though before he's tackled, and we need to start seeing something in an attacking sense out of Montenegro, because in Indominator it's been pretty easy for him so far. Bakic, referee plays advantage, will finally bring it back. But this is a chance with a bit of territory here, Wes, maybe to give Indominator something to think about.
Yeah, you don't, and again, it's prime real estate. You don't be giving anybody 25, 30-yard free kicks.
Steps up, hits it. Oh, it's up off the upright, holding the back netting up. Wasn't too far away, and to be honest, if it was on target, I'm not sure that the Dutch keeper is getting there.
I think he would have been struggling for that. There wasn't a manual keeper move from Indominator, so that again, that would have suggested the keeper would have had to have scrambled quite well to get across to that. He's quite lucky to come away with that. And just to touch on what you were mentioning about the Netherlands substitutes bench, it's interesting to see No Donny van der Beek playing in the centre midfield. So it'll be interesting to see whether he does make an appearance at some stage.
Things to look out for, of course. We still have another game and a half, essentially, to come in this two-legged affair. This is a winners' match in Group C. Montenegro versus the Netherlands ends at half-time 1-0. Thank you all for joining us wherever in the world you are. Make sure you use the hashtag eEURO2020. Tell us your thoughts, and of course go to eEURO2020.com/poll. to vote on every match and decide who you think's going to win. Let us know. That's a very, very heavy tackle on Vucevic, and that one will be brought back.
Yeah, you can see there just a tackle just to unsettle that counter-attack potential opportunity for Montenegro. They'll be happy to still be in this game after the first half. It's only one goal, and Indominator has been susceptible to a couple of collapses in terms of with Celtic and co, but he's on his own representing himself this time, representing the Netherlands. It might be a completely different scenario.
Of course, the two Dutch representatives both represent clubs in the eFootball Pro as well. Indominator of Celtic, as we've previously mentioned, down the latter half of the table, certainly not where they would want to be after finishing runners-up last season. And Eldridge O'Neill, who no doubt we will see in game number 2, heading up a Manchester United lineup, which also you could argue is underperforming as well. They're sitting around 7th place in a 10-team league table, so a chance maybe to let the shackles loose here in the eEUROs. But here come Montenegro. Ramovic out with a real chance. Well, there was no one there ready to pounce. It was a good drag back, really the only thing he could do in that situation. But no one there to capitalise. Look out for the counter now. Luuk de Jong. Just maybe happy to gather himself here and Dominator wait for the pass to present itself. Berghuis is looking a little leggy, but that's a mistake there from Ramovic Oak, so don't be surprised to see changes soon. Corner swung in, fired right back out. Maybe now's the time to introduce some substitutes. Neither player willing to yield. Gini Wijnaldum into the feet of de Jong. Good save. He stopped it on a sixpence. The curl was there, but so was the keeper.
A really good save from the Montenegrin goalkeeper there. But again, pressure not being relieved as it goes into de Jong.
He's going to try it again, Wes, but, well, there's a chance now maybe for Montenegro to break, but there's never been really a sustained period of pressure from Montenegro, and that might be worrying for Arti in the game next up. Berghuis gets tackled, might still trickle through. But it is worrying, isn't it, when you're watching your teammate like this? I suppose, again, the silver lining is that it is only 1-0. Yes, you go into game 2 if it stays this way with a deficit, but it's might be a statement of intent from a Dominator if he does go on to try and get more goals, which he is doing. Here come Montenegro, though. Djordjevic just cannot find that pass. De Jong, he's looked a promising starlet for the Netherlands so far.
I think what the interesting thing here is, we're looking at two of the, highest goal scorers in the eEURO 2020 and the playoffs and also the qualification, and yet we're still sat here with a 1-0 currently with 15 minutes after the first leg. You're kind of almost waiting for this to kind of explode into life, really.
De Roon looks to find de Jong. Does so. Lays it off to Dumfries. Back to De Roon. Berghuis cannot get through. And still no subs made. We're approaching the 80th minute now. You just feel like this tie in this first leg is just screaming for some fresh legs. Kosovic. Vucevic, Jovovic now. Just a little uninspired from Montenegro. That's a bit of a gift, though. Bakic can maybe find Djordjevic. And again, it's those little layoffs that Montenegro are looking for that just aren't there. They're constantly being closed down by the Dutch defence, and Memphis Depay is not a player you want to afford time and space.
No, and to be honest, the way that this game has kind of gone, it almost feels like Montenegro have kind of come out and have been happy to kind of take the loss here. That's the kind of feeling you're generally getting from, or that I'm generally getting from this game, is that they seem to be happy with it at the moment.
Virgil van Dijk, he's had quite a quiet day himself, hasn't had too much to deal with, steps in there, and here is Memphis Depay. Tries to maze his way around a Montenegrin defence, which has been fairly stout, it has to be said. It might just break for them here as well. Djordjevic has a man over on that left-hand side. Can he find him? Chance may be gone. Marusic. Well, I thought it might have been a corner, but the first leg will finish 1-0. About as cagey an affair as we thought it might be, Wes. An ideal first leg score, I suppose, for Montenegro, considering the strength of the Netherlands and how we were pretty much expecting them to come out and win this group. Being down by only one is probably the best result, considering how early they conceded in the first half, that they maybe could have planned for.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, there seemed to be more fouls in that game than there were shots on goal. It didn't really live up to the billing of it being two high-scoring teams that were coming in to try and secure their foothold in this tie and therefore get themselves through with the least amount of games played today. You would have thought that, given the way that the day is set up, given that the length of time you're going to be playing, you'd want to get through as early as possible. You want to try and get as least amount of games possible, so that way then when you get through to tomorrow, you then it's less games on the body, it's less games on the brain. You can at least kind of just get going, and instead there just wasn't really that kind of impetus to really kind of press forward and take the game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, we'll see if the desire is there in Game 2. No doubt Artie and Eldridge will be stepping in. But you're right. I mean, especially when you consider both of these squads, I do believe, are two-man squads. You do want it. You're right. You're absolutely right. You want to try and get yourself qualified as soon as possible. We spoke to Alex Alguacil, obviously, earlier, and he was happy to relax and celebrate with his family before, the big final push tomorrow. There didn't seem that desire. I mean, we never really saw the attacking gameplay that we thought we might from the Netherlands, considering how easily they breezed through their group qualification campaign. Here are the match stats delivered by FedEx, and only 6 shots between the two teams. Montenegro not even challenging the Dutch goal in the end, Wes, and that pretty much sums up the entire game for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there, at least, with those shots, Indominator was kind of resourceful. They were on target with the Montenegrin shots. We had that very early chance where they took it on as kind of a first-time shot, just trickled wide. There wasn't really too much more from Montenegro. Hopefully we'll see something different out of Artie, but again, we'll probably see something different out of the Netherlands as well, what with Eldridge potentially coming in and kind of taking up the kind of final leg, as it were.
Yes, it will be interesting. I mean, Indominator certainly more strategical minded. He has a game plan he wants to try and set to it. For me, the way I see it, Eldridge way more aggressive, will be a lot more clinical and will try and push the pace, knowing that he is only up by the 1 goal. So Montenegro then versus the Netherlands. This is to advance to the knockout stages. Advantage Netherlands so far after a 1-0 scoreline. A Luke de Jong goal in the 20th minute is all that separates these two nations. And yes, it's a low-scoring affair in the first leg, but that just sets up the second leg absolutely perfectly. It's all to do here for Montenegro. So we're ready to go. It's the anticipated substitutes in terms of personnel. Eldridge O'Neill of Manchester United steps in for the Netherlands, and RTPG, who produced some tremendous results in the playoff groups, steps in for Montenegro. The classic orange strip of the Netherlands donned by Eldridge, attacking from left to right, and then Artie in the all-white strip of Montenegro. Eldridge winning the ball up the pitch in the final third. This could spell danger for Artie. We saw a lot of attacking gameplay from Artie, and to be honest with you, some stout defensive work as well, Wes, throughout the playoff groups. He was a player that really impressed us.
Yeah, he kind of, and again, we talk about nations that aren't necessarily known about, or at least the players aren't necessarily kind of, household names within, the PES circle of things. But, Artie really showed a lot of mettle, showed a lot of aggression, showed a lot of kind of goal scoring ability. As you can see, he was getting to the box.
Yeah, Djordjevic goes for the far post. Tricky angle when your body is shaped that way to try and get it back inside that far post. But just as you were saying, Wes, he is a player that can produce this sort of attacking gameplay.
Yeah, and you can see that he's making changes all the time. He's still trying to figure out kind of where to go with this Montenegro team. Meanwhile, Eldridge, you can see there, he's got set to swarm the box as one of his advanced instructions. That essentially puts all of your defenders kind of into the middle of the goal or into the middle of the penalty box. So you're trying to cover that middle ground. And maybe he's seen some of the games from earlier on today. Maybe he's seen some of the lackluster defensive displays, which has then resulted in him maybe changing his mindset, because at the moment it looks like he's very happy to just keep the ball rather than try and venture forward, which is a little bit un-Eldridge-like, if I don't mind saying.
Maybe trying to use possession to frustrate RT, knowing the Montenegrin representative might be a little unexperienced. And of course we have to remember Eldridge, the onus isn't on him in this match. He already has that 1-0 aggregate lead to take in to the rest of this first half, and of course the second to come. But RT has won the ball back just about. And now it's about what RT can do with the ball. He really needs to prove to Eldridge he's not one to be slept on. Jovetic tries to find Djordjevic, but, well, really nice work at the back from De Vrij, and Eldridge is able to bring the ball away.
Yeah, the issue really with a 1-0 lead is twofold. It's you don't want to commit too many players forward because you necessarily think you're trying to protect what you have. And the more players you have back, though, you're more likely to actually cause a defensive error, which allows your opponent in. So, Eldridge got to be cool there.
Tries to whip one in. There is Donny van de Beek. Just with some tight control there. You were calling for it in the first leg between these two nations. There he is. Memphis Depay has the pace to burn. Can he bring it back? Great save. Wonderful save that surely denied the goal. It was a save that was needed. Is De Jong here going to be adjudged to be offside? It will bounce out for a corner. Danger not averted yet for Montenegro. Whipped in. Just bounces off the head of a Montenegrin defender. Second corner in a row. Looking for the in swing. Oh, and it's in! Who else but Virgil van Dijk stepping up in the virtual pitch for the Netherlands national team, the captain. His physical presence, well, he made it known. 2-0 now.
Well, in years gone by, the main Dutch target would have been Bas Dost. However, with Bas Dost's retirement, it's Virgil van Dijk who takes up the mantle of being their kind of attacking target at a set piece, and been brilliant there as Artie gets in.
Yep, Jovetic! Instant reply! Straight from the kickoff. Artie shows what he can do. And to be honest, you always say it's fortunate that he gets the goal from the kickoff based on the fact that Eldridge willing to play possession football and try and frustrate him. He can't really afford to do that now at 2-1.
No, it was really good play there. It's a neat little layoff which allows Jovetic in. And again, an acute angle, really good finish. And again, it just kind of mentally is a bit of a reset button for Artie, because now, again, he now knows they're back level. He knows that Eldridge will probably resort to, as we can see there, moving to a defensive formation. You can see that the kind of consolidations and the kind of concessions that Eldridge is now going to make. It's still going to be Artie's to chase as he tries to get the ball back in midfield.
That's naughty. Very naughty. He wins the first one, fair enough, but that one's very late, and it's a dangerous tackle. I have a question, Wes. Would you put down this possession style of football when you can see 77% possession for Eldridge? Is that to try and frustrate Artie, or is that because he's scared of how how good Artie can attack?
I think it's twofold. I think as Eldridge will attest to, you know, he'll respect every opponent he plays against. There was a kind of a community tournament where he played against Christopher a couple of weeks ago, where, you know, he'd played in this style of manner. But it's kind of a respect level, but he's also got to be very, very careful, because Artie will do damage with not a lot of possession. So he's got to be very, very careful.
Just 23% possession when we last checked in for Artie. Look for the long ball now into the box. Might just find its way to a striker. It's the orange shirts that come away with it. Now back to this possession style of game from Eldridge. Again, he is so wary of what Artie can do. Artie just has to remain patient and, of course, remain focused as well. Nice switch to the plate, potentially here to Depay.
What's very interesting is that if you look at his advanced tactics, he has defensive set on both of his fullbacks, which means they stay back. So he's very much hoping that both of those players, as well as that back four, stay well in line. And that way then it's going to give him a defensive base to actually keep that ball.
Well, 1-1 at the break, 2-1 advantage Netherlands on aggregate, thanks to a 1-0 victory by Dominator in the first game. But it's interesting that you point that out. They're clearly worried about the counter-attack of Artie and the weapons that Montenegro have at their disposal.
But if you saw there, just from that passage of play there, you can see that Eldridge has got a tactic that's set up to be incredibly defensive, to the point where there wasn't a man in the middle third of the pitch. So that seems to be his go-to tactic for trying to just hold the game and consolidate. So I think for him, he's just happy to just keep the ball and just try and attack as and when, rather than try and push it too much. You can see there, just keeps flicking between those formations. So I'm guessing he's got a formation for possession, he's got a formation to attack, and he'll have a formation to defend. So he knows what to do with what he's got. It's just a case of he's got to go out and execute.
Strootman playing all the way back. The back line now pushed a little bit further up, almost at the halfway line. So we'll see what Eldridge has to offer in terms of an attacking sense. But again, he's in no rush here. He's up 2-1, and while some fans of eFootball PES might see this as a little bit negative, but he's willing to use those fullbacks as an outlet and maybe just waiting for the likes of Depay to break free. 50-50 in the middle of the pitch. Won, luckily, by the Netherlands. Concentration levels here for Artie have to be paramount, because any moment can strike. Here is Strootman. Derun is dispossessed, and look out for a quick counter here by Artie. He might feel like he has to counter quickly before he loses possession. And right on cue, he does so. All the way back to Sillison, and well, it's back to square one for Artie, back trying to break down and press this possession style of gameplay.
Yeah, the thing is, there are weapons within and amongst this Montenegrin side. There's Marusic, who we saw fleetingly in the first leg, or the first game of the tie. Whether Artie goes to use him is a different kettle of fish.
Oh, Depay with a real chance to make it 3 for the Netherlands. Defended well. Pressure remaining on here, though, for Montenegro. Artie's going to have to play this one out of the back. Luckily, he finds Petkovic in his own goal, but, well, the question is, for Artie, what can he do when he has the ball? And with Eldridge willing to play possession as he is, it's very few and far between the opportunities he actually has to even kick the ball around. Look at that, 74% possession now.
Well, that's the thing. It's, that formation that we saw very briefly from Eldridge was 11 men behind the ball. So that's going to be hard to come past first and foremost. But again, when you get that ball, you need to retain it, because Eldridge is kind of suffocating you by not allowing you the ball. You know, it is one thing to get the ball, it's another thing to actually do something good with it. And I think Eldridge at the moment is very happy to just, you know, keep it safe, don't do anything stupid, and he's just trying to eke out the time. Now, you know, some people may say, oh, that's a bit unfashionable, but if it gets them through to the latter stages, and it means that there's one less bout of games they've got to play, I don't think the Dutch will care at this point.
Make no bones about it. Qualification by any means necessary. Here is Ryan Babel on the ball, introduced off the bench. Up to another man recently introduced, Gini Wijnaldum. Got the nod in the starting 11 for Indominator in the first leg. Comes on as a sub. But 10 in-game minutes then for Arti to try and get a goal back. Djordjevic out to Jovovic. Was maybe looking for Djordjevic to make a bit of a deeper run there, but instead it's going to turn this possession over. Or will it? Well, I thought Eldridge maybe thought there was a deflection there going in his favour, so he let the ball run. But that in turn has allowed Montenegro this throw-in, and more importantly, to retain possession. Jovetic into Magoja. Oh, that was a real chance. That was a real chance, Wes, and one of few that Arti's had in this second leg. And it's not come off for him.
It was good work from Arti, but ball's been given straight to Batanova. It was a deflected shot as well. I mean, that takes all the sting out of the shot. As you can see, Arti trying to get something moving here in the latter stages. There's not long left. If he needs to, he's going to need to go now if he's going to do something.
Pinning the Dutch defence right the way back into the box. That's obviously a tactic that Eldridge is using. The swarm the box tactic. Look out for Jovovic now, into the middle! Saved by Silerson. Not done yet, and oh no! What's happened there? Was it Jovetic? I'm not sure who it was. Well, the end result will be Netherlands 2, Montenegro 1. And Netherlands will be advancing to the knockout round. They are, well, the third team into the knockout stages here in the eEURO 2020, but really a calamitous, I don't even know if you can call it an error, Wes, but the player just didn't react to the ball that was coming in. That was a real chance for Montenegro there.
I think it was tired legs right at the end of the game. If you ping a ball in at pace, the issue you're going to have is that actually, tired legs may not be able to react in the same way they did at minute 1. Yeah, it was Arti that was just trying to push the issue here. Just flashed one wide there, and then it looked like Donny van der Beek was the intended target, and then it was Virgil van Dijk who got the goal to start them off.
Well, it was a hard-fought victory by Eldridge in the end, and the possession stats, when we got to see them, really told the entire story. I mean, 77%, 74% were the two times that we saw the possession stats in the favour of the Netherlands, and 74% possession, whereas in the 70th minute of the match. I mean, again, I hate to use the cliche, tells the story of Montenegro's game, but Arti barely had a kick of the ball for large parts of that match.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you have possession of the ball, you're stopping people from playing, and Arti had proved through all of qualification, through all of playoff games and things of that nature, that he was dangerous. And all Eldridge done was just took the ability of being able to play, just took it away from him, and as a result, Arti was kind of left not really with a plan B.
So let's talk briefly then, before we move on to our Group D winners match, about where Montenegro go from here. It's probably a bit of a disappointing result for them. Well, definitely a disappointing result. They would have liked to have beaten the Netherlands and maybe turned the attentions of the entire tournament onto them. But, I mean, I suppose only losing 2-1 to Netherlands, that's a positive result for them? Or do you think maybe the likes of Arti will be frustrated with how they played?
But I think they'll be frustrated that they weren't able to play in the way they wanted to. Every time they got the ball, they didn't. you know, chances are a premium. The ball is at a premium when you're playing a side like the Netherlands. I believe I misspoke earlier by saying that Germany would go into a playoff with Croatia. It's actually Montenegro that go into a playoff with Croatia. I think that's going to be a difficult game to have that same ethos. You know, we may see a bit more of an open game because it is a tiebreaker situation. But the Netherlands will be dead happy because they're home for the rest of the day, and they can chill out and enjoy the evening, go and get some food and rest up for the evening.
Awesome, Wes. Thank you so much for your commentary there. Netherlands advancing to the knockout stages from Group C. Now it's time to jump over to Group D and find our final qualifier from the winners' matches before we're back for the tiebreaker matches. It's the man with the cat, Lee D-Man Smith, and the master mathematician is Adam Butcher. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, guys. Actually, I have a lot of cats, so I'm not even going to divulge how many bloody cats are in this apartment. But anyway, we are moving on to Group D, as Harry just pointed out there, and it does mean it is going to be Austria up against France, Adam, and some tight games in the openers here that could see an interesting match here. France, obviously, the big favourites, though.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Greece 3-2, which makes 5 goals, of course, in that game. There's your maths for you. They would be the favourites for me going into this next stage. But of course, Austria beat a very, very handy Israel 2-1 as well, who did prevail over Greece as well. So, I mean, as far as being all to play for, I think you can safely say that's pretty much where we are.
Yeah, so France, explain to everyone exactly why France are the hot favourites. Not just in this match, but for the entire tournament.
You'd have to say they're the favourites because they have the best player currently, or the reigning champion in the world of eFootball, PES, in Usmakabal. And of course, they have Lotfi as well, who is right up there. You know, he's one of the top probably 3 or 4, I'd say, in the world. So together, that's quite a strong outfit. Both, of course, playing in eFootball Pro as well, in club level, of course.
Yeah, so they're coming into this one up against Austria themselves, who overcame their demon effectively, which was Israel. They finished second in the group behind Israel, and she lost them twice throughout those groups, but in this time turned out on top 2-1 over Israel in the first match this morning. Israel themselves have gone through to the tiebreaker matchup, as you just saw there, beating Greece, a very tough match against Greece earlier on today. That means the loser of this match will be facing off against Israel for a last chance to reach through. The winner will join the likes of Spain, etc., that have all gone through. Obviously, we just saw Holland going through, and of course, we had the match earlier on today. But now, kicking off, Austria are going to be in the red, and of course, France are in the French blue. And it is going to be Usmakabal starting things off for France. Is there going to be goals, goals, goals?
Yeah, so he's starting off for France, probably you'd have to say club captain, really, in terms of ability. But the club captain for Austria, you would imagine, is playing second because he's not playing in this game. That is, of course, straight ahead. This task, of course, is anything but straight ahead. We've got Through 1991, who's playing here against the current reigning world PES champion. And it is France who are looking to get off the mark there, but good defending from Austria.
So we'll see how this one plays out. Through in the red, switching the things over. And of course, if you guys at home may be new to this tournament, obviously we do have a stat balance in effect. So you'd be thinking, France they're the world champions, they have a much better team. Well, obviously things are stat balanced out. So in terms of acceleration of pace, etc., which is why you may see some of the stronger players being used, some of the big units effectively. That can work effectively because obviously their strength carries over as well. But nonetheless, France still have a very great team.
Yeah, it's only physicality really that can be differentiated between different squads, and that is why you said, as you said, certain players are utilised that possibly you may not see in real football because due to that physicality. But yeah, stats are pretty much the same across the board. Outside of that, 30 minutes gone. Not really seeing too much in the attacking sense from either side so far. Again, pretty much most games we've seen, Lee, have been fairly cagey at the start.
Yeah, other than the epic previous matchup, Italy versus Serbia, with I think a 6-5 that ended up with a last-ditch effort and a possible last few moments, but it was Italy that went through, with Serbia going down into the tiebreaker matchup later today. Up against Turkey in that one. That's going to be a feisty match. I think 2 big favourites as well in that matchup, so expect you guys to be tuning in for that. But here, Austria, 20 minutes in, I think somewhat surprised maybe that as Maccabi hasn't actually managed to get a goal in yet. France themselves, they won all 10 matches in the group stage, 74 goals throughout that as well. Some teams have scored that many after playing about 14, 15 games. They did it in 10, so just shows how dominant they have been, which is why they're coming into this one as hot favourites. But it ain't over till it's over, and they've got a lot of work still to do here.
They certainly do, and I've been impressed so far with Austria in their ability to contain Maccabi in France, because he generally starts very, very quickly. Of course, this might be one route to producing some form of stalemate, certainly in the first half. We'll see if that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of play style, you can see that the Austrians are playing full defensive, whereas Maccabi's pretty offensive right now. So they're both it's kind of as we stand. So I think that's pretty much how the match is going to go. Just a shade offside there for Austria, but as you can see, just the 3 in the French half. Everybody else behind the ball. Everybody back. And that's probably going to be the tail of this. Just try and close France down as much as you can. Try and strangle possession out of them. And strangle their efforts. However,
chance.
Big chance already, but a good save from the keeper.
It was indeed. Because just as you were saying, how what a good job they were doing at stifling the French attack. It just suddenly popped its way through. And one of those camera saves, as you mentioned earlier, Lee, as he pushed it wide of the target.
Yeah, very tight one. That's a decent ball in. Going to get deflected out, though. Does mean it's getting strangled out again. Fru's going to get it clear. Let's see where he can go with this one. Tries to wriggle it through, but quickly Kimpembe wins it back. The big defensive midfielder working wonders, but Austria now on the counter. Sabitzer could well be the key man for Austria. We'll see how he works out for this one. Baumgartling gets it forward over the top. Natovic trying to work something in, but Rafael Varane, the big Real Madrid man there, clearing his lines. Now Nabil Fekir, a man that could have been a Liverpool, but then apparently had an injury that nobody else saw. I don't know what was going on with that one, but anyway.
One of the wonderful mysteries of transfer. As it's a chance here for Fru, 1991, and what a save from the French number 1. I think that might be Hugo Lloris. I didn't check before the game kicked off, as Lamar comes forwards and now plays it out towards Fekir, who you mentioned previously, and the attack just fizzles away yet again due to the rearguard action from Austria. Impressive.
We'll see how much David Alaba can play into this one. Obviously, the veteran in the Bundesliga for Bayern for many years now. A person that I've actually commentated with, by the way. That was an interesting one because he barely spoke English and my German's rusty at best.
So basically like casting with me then.
Well, it's not quite so much of a struggle, but it was definitely easy. A big chance here, but that's going to be the keeper off his lines. And that's a long run, because if he had not quite made that, that would have been a certain goal for Austria just before half-time.
Just 1 minute remaining here, and that is the added-on time, and France have made absolutely no inroads in this stubborn Austria defence, and it seems to be a reoccurring theme so far that Maccabi just hasn't quite got going just yet.
Fru's doing a great job of just stifling him effectively, and you could argue, other than that one chance for Maccabi, I would say Austria probably had the better chances. We are still seeing him in ultra-defensive setup, so it's expected that it will be a bit of a quiet affair. We'll see whether that deadlock can be broken. Last minute ditch clearance, and it was a bit of a rash clearance, just a hit and hope, if anything. As you can see, it didn't get out of their own half. It's still coming right back at them for France.
Yeah, an impressive first half from Austria, but you expect France to up their game in this second half and go up through the gears as Antoine Griezmann plays it in towards Lamar. Chance to get the cross in. It is back in towards Griezmann. He just can't quite pull the trigger. Good defending again. They're just hitting this brick wall on the edge of the area every time.
Well, it's gone out for a throw. Let's see. France. See, pass complete. It's just what it goes to show. Like, France not even got the pass complete at the moment. Trying to go a bit more direct. That's a big chance and a big save for Austria there. Really a big chance. As Maccabeel's going to be kicking himself for not scoring there.
Huge opportunity, and someone of, I believe that was Mbappe, someone of his talent really should be doing better. Will he get many more opportunities like that? We'll have to wait and see, but he certainly won't get any bigger ones as the goalkeeper comes and half gets there, and it's back out for another corner on the far touchline. 52 minutes gone here, still deadlocked. 0-0 between Austria and France, and once again the goalkeeper's come and gone, and the header comes crashing down off the underside of the crossbar, and that really should have been 1-0 to France. I'm not quite sure how it's not.
That looked like it spun just off the line as well. My word, how have they not got a goal? Maccabeel's going to be thinking, what can he do to break this deadlock? Two real clear chances to try and make it count for him. But now you're starting to see him go through the gears and really step it up. Wins it back there. A chance to slide through. Oh, last leg just stuck out for Froome to try and keep him at bay, but it's still unable to get it out of his own half. Maybe a chance, but being in ultra defensive, all his players are behind the ball. All his players are back in the box. There's no out for him. Finally, has to just work it out, and he still doesn't get out his own half.
Wave after wave of French pressure. It's played through again here to Griezmann and hacked away at the death. And I can just see as Maccabeel's face from here. I can't actually see it, but I can imagine it based on how he is in person. A very steely man. And of course, seeing that come back off the underside of the crossbar, I'm sure he would have had a look of pure distaste as the ball gets fired across, tipped away by Hugo Lloris. A stunning stop again there. It's actually not Hugo Lloris, of course, it's the Austrian number one. My mistake, but you get the idea. It was a stunning save and 63 minutes gone, and Austria hanging on here.
Yeah, Hugo Lloris wishes he was seeing this much action. He's just sat in his own half right now, wondering whether he's ever going to get to see the ball, because Austria still struggling to get it out of their own half. As once again, a late tackle there, nothing given, let it play on, but it's a rash pass once again. This time up and over the top, through. Finally clears it out of his own half, but it's pretty sure that's coming straight back at him. They're not even going to give Lloris a chance to touch the ball.
It looks like Austria have well and truly set their stall out, and they are happy to go into this second game with the scores level, but they may just nick something on the counter-attack. It's across the face, and how on earth has that gone the wrong side of the post? A stunning counter-attacking opportunity, lovely one-touch play, and when the ball got whipped across the face, it looked for all the world to see. The net was going to bustle there, but it's gone the wrong side.
How was that not in the goal? In a match that certainly a single goal could be a big difference, when they've had nothing the entire game really, other than a single chance in the first half. Yeah, that's, oh my word. That's simply a case of he's crossed the ball and he's not dragged it back to get the goal on target. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself for it. Another last-minute through ball, another last-minute clearance for Austria. But they are starting to buy themselves a little bit of freedom at last, it seems, with just 15 minutes to go.
Through 1991 was inches away from taking the lead in the 73rd minute against the current reigning world champion, US Maccabeel. As things stand, we are still level, and this would still be a hell of a result for Austria, don't get me wrong right now. It'd be interesting to see, of course, who they choose. Would it be level going into the second game, France? Because they may have played their trump card if they were to switch things over and go with Lotfi. We'll have to wait and see, because this game is not over yet, and Austria could actually take the lead again here. It's through.
No!
Great defending again this time from Kimpepe.
Oh, he read it well. You could see he was wanted to try and fake the shot and drag it back into the middle for a clear chance on goal, but just almost sold the dummy to himself. But it was well read by Özmakabi, and now he's on the attack once again. It's cleared out. Austria starting to really get into this. Is it a little too late though? With just 10 minutes to go in the match, they are slowly working their way out of their own half, but that's a stray pass in the middle of the park. And now France on the attack once again.
You'd have to say game plan has worked brilliantly so far for Austria, soaking absolutely everything up. And as you said, the game is just starting to open up at the minute. And if there were to be a goal, I'm not quite sure which way it would go, because Austria have had their fair share of counter-attacking opportunities, as they have got one again here through the middle. He's onside here. It's a chance for Arnautovic. Great defending again. And it's Kempembe again, who's been brilliant in the last few minutes or so to keep Austria at bay. But Lee, this is a real turn-up for the books.
Yeah, to stifle him out. I mean, clearly, obviously, if he wasn't on ultra defensive, he would get a chance to have players up with him. That's why he's having these single-player runs. So he's not getting the support he needs. But also, he maybe wouldn't be in this situation if he wasn't in ultra defensive, because maybe it still wouldn't be 0-0. He's hanging on with just a minute to go in this game. And as you say, like, despite the fact, you know, France scored 74 goals in groups, and it was only a 3-2 win over Greece, but clearly it seems that there is a targeted tactic just for Özmakabi, and it's worked. It's simply worked, you know, ultra defensive, block everything, keep everyone at the back. 0-0 first half. Austria will take that. The best player for France has been nullified.
Absolutely, and I think looking at the two-leg situation, you'd have to say France would be favourites, but in a one-game shootout, which is what we have now, it's anyone's game, and it's a brilliant first performance from Austria.
Yeah, and it makes the game a simple best of one, which is exactly what they wanted. I think that they are going to be absolutely delighted. Almost celebrating a win, I think, taking a 0-0 there against Özmakabi. But now, as you say, it's far from over. We still have another very good player. As you mentioned, probably arguably one of the third best in the world. Top 3, could argue top 5, who knows. But either way, fantastic player. We'll see how it works out for the remote. Of course, the second matchup, it is aggregate scoreline if we do continue at 0-0. Would that be a shock if we don't get any goals?
We need goals, Lee.
We could go game 3. I mean, I expect to see goals for a team that scored that many in group stage alone. But Austria clearly have come with a solid game plan here. They've had, they played their first match sometime way this morning, so they've clearly had a lot of time to figure out a game plan of what they're going to do with France. They knew, obviously, from the outset, coming into the finals, that they were going to be in the group of France, so there was a strong possibility they'd be playing them at some point. So they've clearly worked with a coach on exactly how to beat them.
They have indeed, and it's worked really, really well so far. Of course, they had that one glaring opportunity right at the end of that first game. They could actually be going into this game
and in the first half as well.
Aggregate scoreline.
They had that big chance in the first half as well. There was a real opening, but here we are back into the second matchup, as you said. So this time it is going to be Dorad versus Semi. We'll see whether this time we have a change. And again, it's 3 minutes in. France will break the deadlock. I was about to say, same game plan once again. Attacking mentality for France, defensive for Austria. But when the deadlock breaks in 3 minutes, that game plan is gone.
It's amazing what a new game brings, because for 90 minutes, Austria were absolutely resolute, and it's only taken 3 minutes for Kylian Mbappe to pounce on a through ball, and just completely against what we'd seen in that first game. And it is Lotfi who's got the goal for France.
Yeah, not the game plan that Austria wanted there. They were coming into this one more of the same, thanks. Close it down, just get a couple of chances. They're happy with 2 or 3 shots in the game, maybe make one of them count. But now we see them both going defensive. This is going to get interesting, Adam.
It really, really could, because Lotfi is, from my experience with his Monaco days, very, very good at defending a lead. One of the best in the world. So to get anything from this game, even a goal, could be very, very difficult for Austria now, as he's away again here in towards Griezmann on the turn. Oh, he's hacked down there, surely. Yeah, free kick in a very dangerous opportunity. Not too close to the edge of the penalty area.
We had an absolute blistering goal from Bosnia earlier on today, free kick. That one palmed out by Dragovic, no problem there. Just managed to keep his arm on it. Flicked in the inside post, near post header, not going to happen. So Lotfi is back to the drawing board. Keeping possession out from a corner, which can be important. You can get caught on the counter very easily from those if you just commit too much forward. And that may well be what happens here, but it's cut out nicely. And Semi now on the break.
40 minutes gone here. Just a 1 goal to Lotfi from France. A great finish in Kylian Mbappe, of course, but Austria just started a little bit of momentum inside the French half as it finds its way out left-hand side and just can't quite get the cross away. Good, strong defending again from Zuma, and a corner to be taken by Austria. France, of course, bossing large parts of possession here with 59%.
Dem across, chance punched. Hugo Lloris just delighted he's got a touch of the ball this game. Frankly, I didn't get to see much of it in the previous matchup, but finally we're going to get to see Austria having a chance here. They've no longer defensive, wanting men behind the ball, starting to make some pressure maybe on Lotfi, but Lotfi himself on the counter. A little lucky to get the ball there, and it's maybe made an opportunity open up for him, but looks like Krudl's there. Krudl, I should say, is there to put him off the ball.
So the goalkeeper to take this and launch it downfield towards the danger area, but headed away, still with Austria possession though. It's played through. Oh, big chance here for Austria, surely. What a challenge from the French centre half, and the referee. What's happened here? Has he pointed to the spot?
Nope, that's going to be an injury on Pavard, yeah. Head butted in the armpit. I'm not too sure it's a move that most people will go for, but it's what happened there.
I got very excited then. I thought we might just be about to see what Austria were made of from 12 yards. But as things stand, they need to do more to get this elusive equaliser, and they don't want to concede a second here. And I thought that's what they had. It's just smashed against the outside of the side netting and away to safety.
Very close, and it shows the danger still lingering for Lotfi there. Semi, while he's chasing this one, he's got to be very careful that he doesn't get quickly caught on the counter. He's hunting a goal himself, of course, and has to go looking for him. He can't just sit back anymore. There has to be opportunities made. And he's just got to hope he can do better with them so far. Better than his teammate, who had some very close chances, Prue, but didn't quite work out for him. 0-0 that game ended. 1-0 this game so far. It all hangs on this matchup. The winner will be going through to tomorrow, joining the 3 teams that have already qualified. Of course, we do have our tiebreaker matches later this evening to round out the last 4 places in that quarterfinals. Of course, the loser of this match will be facing Israel. At the moment, that will be Austria, and that would be a rematch of the earlier group game.
So all to do here for Austria, and to say they're running out of time is a bit much, but certainly a goal before half-time would be tidy, but they've got to make sure they stay shut at the other side. And a chance to counter here for Austria on this left flank. Oh, it's a very, very cynical French challenge there, and I believe the likes of Paul Pogba and co will possibly be looking to do a few more of those before the game is out.
Yeah, that was a very late one. Pogba-esque, I think you could say.
Pogba-esque by Pogba.
Indeed, indeed. Lofty, though. Lofty? Lofty. Well, I've given him a new name.
The lofty heights of Lotfi.
Down the wing, though, he works it. That's got in. Mbappe the superstar. And there was a shove on his back there. I wasn't sure if a penalty was maybe being given, but the referee's having none of it. As the ball's once again cleared out for Austria, but still to try and get it outside their own half. Looking for a counter chance. It's a big opening in the middle. Oh,
great
challenge.
there. Really, really strong challenge that to deny the counter-attack there. And France come again here, but it's blocked out. Is it going to go all the way out? Play for a corner? Yes, it will.
Griezmann, the man that was, well, on everybody's lips. Where was he going? Just 2 years ago now, but obviously he signed his deal. He's signed up. It's not going to happen this time. Thomas Lemar plies his trade in Spain along with Pavard. Pogba, of course. Everyone knows where he is. Don't know how long for, but that's where he's at the moment in United's colours. Kimpembe goes forward. Could be joining him. Griezmann can't find the final ball. And that one cleared to the halfway line. Still only 1-0. Plenty of action to be had here. 45 minutes for Seb to try and get himself back in the game. 1 goal's all he needs to try and drag this to a third match.
You thought after the 4th minute goal that we could see the floodgates open here for France, but it's been pretty much business as usual for Austria. They don't want to overcommit. They're happy to sit in, dig in, play tight, and hope for a mistake or a moment of magic. And so far, again, they're well in tie.
Kimpembe, you don't often see him bursting down the left wing, but that's what he's done here. Set it up for Griezmann to go for the cutback. That's gone a little too far. Oh. That was a late one.
Naughty challenge. Oh, I felt
it was Lemar. It was Lemar. I thought it was Pogba again, but it's Lemar. So yellow card for Lemar, as you'd expect from that one. Just a little bit too late to the ball. So Mbappe's off Olivier Giroud. As we were talking about earlier, things like equalised. So Olivier Giroud, big unit, and now pacey, like in real life.
That physicality may come into effect, especially in the second half as they look to hold the ball up more, waste a bit of time and bring others into the game. Olivier Giroud is perfect for that.
On the same vein, I guess you've got Arnautovic up front for Austria, who's in a similar physicality, of course. Alaba forward, down to Dragovic, looking to try and work it through the middle. Baumgartlinger not quite catching on that one though. Schlager forward. Cross once again. Baumgartlinger trying to pull the strings as best he can in the midfield for Austria. Great ball from Alaba to Sabitzer. Can he cut it back? No. Can't quite work out. The French defence is there. And for once, by the way, I'm going to throw it out there. Lockfi has gone pretty defensive. Austria putting some pressure on.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen now as well. With only half an hour remaining, Lockfi knows that 1-0 is good enough. I've seen him time and time again over the last few years in major tournaments eke out 1, possibly 2-0 victories just from being clinical in front of goal and very resolute. Once he goes in front, he is such a hard customer to overcome. And Austria are finding that right now because they haven't created too much.
Chance from a corner. Could maybe cut inside post, see where it's going to go. Florian Thauvin. That's cutting here. Don't forget Giroud's in there. It's spilled. Where's he going? It's going to wriggle through. Oh, just wide. Oh my word. A complete goal-mile scramble there. And Austria hang on.
France were 2 inches away from going through. That's how close it was. Pinball around inside the 6-yard box. And somehow it's smuggled wide of the target, but it's still in the danger area. Punched clear again. France and Lockfi looking to kill this tie off right here, right now. He does not want it to go into the remaining 10 minutes or so when the game could really become interesting for Austria. And that's exactly what... Has that gone in? Oh, it's hit the side netting again.
Oh, I wasn't sure, but it is a foul in here. No, tell it to the light. It's just a straight goal kick. So, Austria hang on. 25 minutes to go in this game. Baumgartlinger trying to find some sort of opening. Oh, and they've just given it away straight away. Florian Thauvin all over them on that left wing. Pogba, what a through ball. Thomas Lemar, he's on a yellow card, just lays it off for a tap-in. Just about onside. The defender, I think it's Alaba that plays him on. And Dembele just taps it in the net for a second for France.
What did I say? He wants to finish this game off now. A second goal cushion will possibly be enough. And it looked like Lotfi was on the same script.
Let's look how close that is. Alaba, yeah, Alaba just plays him on, doesn't he? Yeah. And that's a simple tapping in the end for Dembele. Maybe they couldn't really check his run because Lemar could easily have just gone for it himself. So they had to track him back. In the
Captain
end, Lemar.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as soon as you open up against France and these two players, you are in some dire trouble. Can they do the unlikely? What no one's expecting. What a save from the goalkeeper, and it's going to be turned just away. Another massive chance for Austria anywhere, either side of the goalkeeper there, and it's game on.
Oh, Gregorich with a massive chance. Straight down the keeper's throat, though. Hugo Lloris finally getting called into action. Is it Lloris or is it Lafont?
I don't even think it is, you know, after all of this.
It's Lafont, isn't it? It's Lafont that's in the net, I can see.
I think it's...
Oh, no, it's Aria. It's neither of them. Neither of them. So Hugo still wants to get a touch. Well, 20 minutes to go. Big chance. It's cut back. Straight at the defender. This is what we were talking about, the difference in players, though. Sometimes players will just snatch at it. Sometimes will be cool as a cucumber and just play it around and slot it in. And it looks like it's got to the point where Sam is just snatching at any chance he gets for Austria and try and bring something back. I feel it's maybe time to start going attacking. I don't know, because you can see Lotfi, he's just gone back defensive and he's happy to just keep possession and play it around. And that, well, the referee let that one slide. That looked a bit rough.
Yeah, it did indeed. But as you said, Lotfi now just keeping the ball. I would not be surprised if he tries to see this game out here, right now, and just keep playing this sort of football, keeping possession, not taking any risks whatsoever, because with only 13 minutes remaining, as you said, if Austria do get a chance, they possibly might snatch at it anyway.
Yeah, and you can see it looks like the last 10 minutes of this game, just like we saw with Italy, I believe, against Serbia in their first match against Kepa. We saw Alfonso just keeping possession around his back four, retaining it, and then looking for one of those counter-attacking moments, and that may be what Lotfi's just found here. No, it's just going to have to drag it back. No option. There is a chance down the wing, but not real through balls.
I think the term in the community is game management here, as Lotfi looks to seal this tie on the counter-attack here. Captain Fantastic, yet again, just keeping and recycling possession, drawing the foul. Very, very professional play from the Frenchman.
I mean, I said Pogba-esque. I think that one's Alaba-esque as well. We've seen that many a time in the Bundesliga. Just leaving a toe in a little too late when he's a little abbreviated. Natovic.
Certainly a little bit frustrated there.
So, chance to... just going to play it short. I reckon this is even going to go back to his own half, you know. It is. As you mentioned, game management. Keeping possession, retain possession, whichever you'd like. Run the clock down, because Austria need to, and time is simply against them. And why not give your keeper a little run out and just send it forward? We could have done better with that. He's only come out with the ball. He's only got to come out with the ball. He's not going to get a goal from this one, surely. Lotfi, in the end, checks his run. I think he could have certainly had a pop at it there, but just going to keep the ball instead.
Deep into added on time, and France are sailing through to the next stage with a 2-0 victory by the looks of things. Unless there's anything in the last few seconds, another clumsy, frustrated and tired challenge coming in from Austria, who have given absolutely everything and have really impressed on the day. But unfortunately, it's looking like they may just come up short here.
Just going to nod it forward. Time, as you say, is against them. Maybe a last-ditch saloon. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Well, whereas Maccabi couldn't do it, Latvia will, and it's going to be a 2-0 score.
surely.
Oh my word, he's made a howler, an open net. It was just a snatch chance. Could have been 3. 2 will do. They will go through. France through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Joining the likes of Spain, Italy and Holland all through to tomorrow. They are the 4th team through now. And of course, that means we'll be going down to the tiebreakers, where we will see Austria facing up against Turkey in the last match of tonight. Israel even. Sorry, not Turkey.
Just to look at some of the highlights here, and that was the moment where Mbappe made some slack defending pay and set Latvia and France on their merry way to a 2-0 victory. And there wasn't too much in it, to be honest, throughout, but just those key moments, the 2 key moments made all the difference. And I think Austria had possibly 1 or 2 big chances that they weren't able to take, and that was the story of the day. This was the 2nd goal. Captain fantastic. Job done.
So the story of the day is they made them pay, it seems to be. So France go through, indeed, Adam, indeed. Let's
better than my maths.
At least you got the rhyming going. That's what counts. That's what counts. Let's get the stats on your screen, because obviously with the game going that way, it was clear that obviously France were in control. 61% of the possession overall. Pass accuracy pretty much the same, and of course the shots tells the story. 8 shots to 3. While they were only 50% on target, it doesn't matter if you get 2 of them in.
No, indeed, and quite crucially there, the 61% possession from the French side, most of that coming in the remaining half an hour, where he just did not want to give the ball away, took absolutely no risks, and it never looked like Austria were going to be able to get back once the 2nd goal went in for France.
So fantastic stuff. That is the winner bracket and the loser brackets now done. And we are moving on to the tie-breakers. As you can see, first up, we're going to have Germany versus Romania, then on to Serbia versus Turkey, a rematch right there. Montenegro up against Croatia, which I believe would be a rematch as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Austria versus Israel, which is also a rematch. 2-1, that one ended to Austria earlier on. We'll see how that plays out. That is going to be way into the late night of 11:05. We'll see whether we can push it any quicker than that. And of course, Germany now under pressure. Not only are they under pressure from going out of the tournament in the tiebreaker, France are hot on their heels with 79 goals, and Turkey up to 78. I wonder whether Italy and the Netherlands continue their chase as we go. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll be rocking and rolling into the tiebreakers. See you in a moment.
Players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to UEFA eEURO 2020. My name is Harry Channon. Joining me, as he has been all day long and will be throughout tomorrow, is Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza. Wes, we are now on to the tiebreaker matches. We go back through the groups. We're circling back around now to Group A to decide who will be the second team out of each group. Both of these two teams have survived one loss so far. And you can see Germany falling to Spain in the winners match. Romania surviving, well, I was going to say surviving a scare against Bosnia and Herzegovina. It ended 8-2. So should be on paper, when you think about the momentum that Romania will gain from that match against Bosnia and Herzegovina, going up against a Germany team who may have wanted a better result against Spain. It should be set up tantalisingly as we take a look at our fixtures presented by Booking.com. Serbia and Turkey still to come, as well as the other tie-breaking matches. But this should be set up here, Wes, perfectly when you consider how well Romania did earlier.
Oh yeah, most definitely, and the way that they conducted themselves against Bosnia was fantastic. It feels like it's been so long ago since we seen that Romania game that we kind of forget just how powerful they were in terms of that one-touch passing from Irma. Being able to really put the screws to Bosnia and Germany on the flip side, it's not that long ago that we saw them play very disappointingly against Spain. So this is really set up for, the type of giant killing that we've kind of been looking for, as casters, as neutrals, as it were. Germany, though, got some points to prove, and it's going to be fascinating to see who comes out on top here.
Well, a reminder to you all at home or wherever you are in the world watching, thank you for joining us. You can go on to eEURO2020.com/poll and vote on who you think is going to win this match. And you're right in saying that we have this perfectly poised purely based on the fact that Germany earlier didn't really bring out the big guns. It wasn't the performance we expected out of them against Spain. Looks like they're sticking with Merriman to start things off against Panias, but the real danger man for Romania will come in the second game in Irma. But don't write Panias off at all. He was also able to get a result against Bosnia and Herzegovina earlier on today. So it's Romania attacking from right to left and Germany from left to right. Any early expectations? I mean, I know we framed this as a potential giant killing. Merriman now is going up against less of a caliber of opposition. Obviously, all these players here are of a decent level, but Spain are pretty much the tippy top of the entire pile. Do you think we might see the true Mehrab here in terms of what Merriman can do?
Well, I think he needs a confidence boost, most definitely. Whether that's the case that he retains the ball for a bit, gets his feet set, because you play the likes of Alex. Controlling a Spanish side, it's going to be very hard to go up against. We may see a better caliber of Merriman, but again, let's not discount Panias here, because he is a very good player. Even from the words of his kind of much lauded teammate in Irma, and as you can see, he's bringing the ball forward.
Yeah, has a real chance here for Romania. Panias might actually get the first opportunity of the game. Merriman's still struggling to deal with it, and If you did miss that Group A winners match earlier on, Merriman in the first leg against Spain fell 3-1. He's attacking here though with Werner off the post. Real solid chance to maybe shut up the doubters for Merriman. Off the post though. Now Panias can maybe bring the ball forward, but you don't want to say a revenge tour here for Merriman, but certainly will be coming into this match with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Leroy Sané.
Wonderful ball, and as you mentioned, Harry, as well, that late run into the box, and lo and behold, there's a Romanian foot on the end of it, and Romania take a shot lead.
Well, we said it was poised for the giant killing that we might have been looking for as neutrals. Panias, 88 for Romania, has just taken a giant step in maybe securing that as a real possibility. Merriman has not looked himself today. But in this first leg, there is still plenty of eFootball PES to play. If you are joining us for the first time, we play 2 legs, 2 separate games of eFootball PES 2020 with the national squad's rotating players. So Germany, even if they lose this first leg, still are not out of it. We have no away goals, just an aggregate score. Here is Werner. He's looked lively early on. Corner for Germany. Looks like it will be the in-swinger from Sané. Looking for Royce at the back post, who actually gets the nod for the start in the starting 11. We commented on their team selection wares against Spain, you know, not using a player like Royce and going for Brandt instead, I believe it was, and even the likes of Kai Havertz. You were just expecting a bit more trickery and maybe a bit more of an X-factor player in that whole position.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got mobility, you know, which the German players do possess, and you do have the likes of Sané and Gnabry, you do have the likes of Marco Reus, you'd expect them to use those weapons and maybe not try and be as stagnant with the ball, especially with the likes of Werner as well, being so quick up front. You'd look to try and give him the ball as quick as possible, and with how quickly this ball can move in PES, you'd really want to use that to your advantage, and I think the Germans at the moment just struggling to find that rhythm, and need to find it very, very quickly here.
Werner out to Sané. Players arriving for Germany. Gundogan looks for a searching ball, trying to slice open the Romanian back line. Only results in a corner though. No doubt he'll put Sané on this once again for the in-swinger. Merriman on the edge. Goretzka. Gundogan looking for Havertz. Good save. Well, the ball was wonderful, but so was the manual goalkeeping. Just dragging the Romanian keeper across and denying the German chance. And, well, if it wasn't for the manual goalkeeping, Wes, probably that's the equaliser.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And it was the movement as well from Havertz, the AI doing a very good job there to move him into a very good position. And Romania just need to just take 5, get a breath, get it to half-time and just collect themselves here. And they could be on to a real winner here. But the same thing goes for Merriman. You don't really want this hard to end if you're Germany, as the pressure is now starting to mount.
Pressure starting to mount, but at the same time, psychologically, that might put a bit of a dent into Merriman's psyche, I suppose you could say, because, you know, the more territory and pressure he piles upon Romania and the longer he goes without having any goals to show for it. He might start second-guessing himself. Here is Havertz looking for Royce. Will he get there? Yes, he will. Look out for Havertz once again. Instead, it's Werner. Still alive. Royce trying to chase. Stanciu clears. Paneas survives.
Dogged defending, that was from Romania there. And you just saw when that pass went in that was just kept in on the touchline. Havertz had an opportunity to shoot as he gets in.
It for Werner. Can he beat the keeper? No, he cannot. Second chance. Well, it's heartbreaking for Romania. The goalkeeper with the double save, unfortunately. For the second of the two, it ricochets off of him into the back of the nets.
It's a fantastic save, and the keeper's frightfully unlucky to get to that second attempt. It's a wonderful first time through ball. With his team Werner that would burst into the box there. It was the manual goalkeeper that made the save, and Royce was just waiting just on the off chance that that second chance came about, and Germany find themselves level just before the half. It's one of the best times to score in football. It completely changes the team talk for Germany.
Might even change some tactic changes that Merriman was planning to make here in the half as well. Maybe one last chance, though, for Romania. Lofted up to Puskás, but 1-1. I mean, Paneas was deserving of his goal, no doubt, but for the amount of pressure that Merriman was able to pile on, definitely deserving of a goal, and I think he would have felt a little bit hard done by Wes if he came out with no goals to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's been better this game. He's been better this game as Merriman, and to get himself level right when he needs to, it's perfect. However, now Paneas is going to have a job now to just keep the door closed at the back.
Merriman piling the pressure on early on in the second half, just as he was in the first, but now Paneas can start to venture into the German final third, tries to get a shot away with Chipchiu, but it is unfortunately going to come right back the other way. Havertz and Goretzka in the midfield have been allowed free rein by Romania, and Marco Reus evades his man. Havertz to Werner. Rewarded with a corner. Look out for the back post here. Looks like he's aiming actually straight for the penalty spots. Defended well by Romania, and now Paneas maybe can come up the other way. Slowing the game down here, Wes, probably the wise decision, but, well, he's given the ball away. Sane now through one-on-one. Does he go for the pass? No. The keeper rushes, and I'm not sure if Merriman knew. The pass was on there, maybe could have played one more.
You see there, Paneas just trying to find a way through. Just slowly building himself back up again. He's still got time on his side here. But he needs to start being a little bit more industrious with the ball. He keeps
Merriman
giving it
now.
away in the midfield.
He does, and, well, this might bounce kindly here. Sane has Royce to aim for here as well. The pass just not accurate enough, just nowhere near where it needed to be for Royce. Needed to be right into his feet. Merriman now, well, gives the ball away. Ivan Puskás. Was there a foul here on a Romanian player? I do believe so.
Looks like there was.
So a chance in the latter stages here of the second half, in quite a promising position for Paneas, for Romania, to steal maybe a shock result away from the favourites, Germany. Strikes up. Oh, great save, but he's pushed it onto the post. And it's in by Romania. Panius with the goal that puts them 2-1 up. And that's a potential goal of the day. We saw it against Romania in the first match. Well, Romania have got one back. Look at the spin on that, Wes.
I mean, it's fantastic. You couldn't put it anywhere else. It's a fantastic hit. Neuer just stretched every piece of his body to try and get to that. There was no stopping that. That was absolutely fantastic.
I'm not sure if Neuer was able to get a touch on that at all. It looked to me like he had. But Merriman now finds himself a goal down once more, giving his German colleagues really a lot to do. What a strike. I thought Neuer was getting across to that, and well, he stretched every part of his body, every limb that he possibly could to get anything on it. But Panius was too precise.
I was going to say, is it too early at this point to be calling them the surprise package of these group stages? Because I was not expecting these performances from Romania. I can't think of a team who's been a bigger surprise package today, really.
Well, if it stays this way, you set up a tantalising affair. And again, more questions about who Germany field in the second leg. We still have yet to see goal today. The recent eFootball Pro friendly series 1-versus-1 champion yet to get the call from the German national team. He is in the squad, but we have yet to see him feature today. There is a late German corner here into the last 10 minutes. Klosterman on the edge. Goretzka could have had a strike. Out to Brandt, back in, looking for Goretzka once more. But the way Panius has defended, Merriman will really have to break him down. '86th minute now, 87th. Gnabry. Brandt tried to turn, but again the pressure from the Romanian back line has been too much for Merriman to handle. Royce looking for Gnabry, but once more it just finds a player in yellow socks, in yellow shorts and yellow shirts. Marco Royce wrestled off the ball. It just seems the Romanians want this result more. Given away for a third time in a row. Into the second of 2 minutes added on now. Royce lets it run. Was that the right choice? The referee will bring this back. Maybe time to throw the kitchen sink at this first leg. I mean, we're into the final kicks of the first leg. Played short to Brandt. Royce gets the shot away. But once more, it's the yellow wall that prevents any forward momentum. Romania in the first leg take away a 1-goal advantage. It's 2-1. What a performance from Panius. We were bigging up Irma, Wes. We keep speaking about Irma being the star of this national squad. Panius has just stepped up with a humongous result right there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result for Romania. And again, Germany got more questions than answers at this point in time. Lovely bit of skill there as well, just to clip it off his own heel and just into his path. Wonderful finish for the first goal, and of course the second goal, pretty much, well, it's very much a highly rated contender for SOCAR goal of the day. Wonderful strike from Mirita. Brilliant finish, and it sets up for a grandstand finish. Germany have 90 minutes to turn around their eEURO hopes, or they'll find themselves out of tomorrow's proceedings and very much in a disappointing result for a national side. But Romania have still got to go out there and do a job.
This is it. Still more eFootball pairs to play, but as it stands, as we look over some of the highlights of the first leg, which we just witnessed, it's tricky, really, when you envisioned today, before seeing the results that Romania have put up, to see any other result than Spain and Germany going through this group. And
Yeah,
right now, it's Romania looking at maybe pipping the Germans to the post.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it kind of before broadcast when we were talking about the potential who's going to get through and how this day is going to play out. But you can't legislate for skill like that. To be able to curl that free kick in, even with a goalkeeper move.
I would love to see it in super slow-mo, just to see if Manuel Neuer was able to get any kind of fingertip on it. For me, it looked like he did. But
I think he tipped it onto the post, which it's even more demoralising for Germany if you're seeing your goalkeeper parry it onto the post and it rolls into the back of the net.
It's just a pure strike, and when it's put on a sixpence like that, it's very, very tricky to avoid picking it up out of the net afterwards. We'll take a look at the post-match statistics. 57% possession for Merriment and Germany. Only 43 needed for Panias to clear out the result. Is there anything after that first leg, stats-wise? I mean, I know we just watched it. If you're looking at those stats on paper, Wes, what are you picking out there? Maybe the fact that Germany had 5 corners and got 0 goals?
I think it's more to do with Adam's 3 C's that he's related to. It's the clinical nature of Romania's play. We saw it in their earlier group games that we've seen, and they've been scoring goals for fun. And to be able to go into a hotly contested game with Germany and to come out with 100% of your shots being on target and all of your shots being goals, you've got to give them credit. They've taken their chances when they've needed to. It's kind of been what is lacking from some nations today, where they've just not taken every opportunity, and that's the standout for that first game. You can imagine it. Now it's going to be eEURO that's going to come in for Romania. I'm not too sure who's going to come in for Germany, but it'll be very interesting to see who they pick to come in.
Maybe a squad rotation system that we saw similarly previous, and it will be once again Mike Linden, also known as El Matador, stepping in. So a similar rotation that we saw against Spain earlier on today. And I wonder whether or not that's maybe a preset tactic for Germany, maybe overlooking their opponents in this group and maybe keeping Goal and Payamoon on the sidelines, keeping them fresh. But they forgot about Romania, and they certainly forgot about eEURO, who's attacking from left to right here early on. Big ask here for El Matador, Wes.
Yeah, and it's a similar scenario as well. Comes into a game where his team are trailing. He's been expected to be the guy that kind of brings them back from the proverbial dead here. But you're going up against the likes of eEURO, who we've seen already can put away goals for fun. And it's going to be an interesting ask here. It's even going to be more interesting to see how this all plays out.
Well, Romania then with the 2-1 aggregate lead. A reminder, the aggregate victor of this tie will be advancing to the knockout stages tomorrow. We will see them again. The loser of this 2-legged affair will be out of eEURO 2020 in the groups. That's something El Matador absolutely wants to avoid. He doesn't want to be a big name sitting at home watching tomorrow. But watch out for eEURO. Elivan is through and he has support as well. What can he do here? eEURO straight at Neuer. Just a glimpse, though, of what eEURO can do on the counter, and something for El Matador to think about.
He moves the ball very quickly, and again, he had an option on. Whether that covering defender was going to take him out or not remains a mystery now that is compiled to history, but seems that eEURO's looking to try and deliver a killer blow.
Neuer called into action once again. Referee's going to pull this one back, but one thing that I liked out of the play that we saw from eEURO earlier on today against Bosnia and Herzegovina was the tremendous one-touch build-up play. And it's something that, especially when you're playing online, if you don't have those lightning-fast reflexes and the concentration levels aren't at the very, very maximum, it's something that can cost you goals. And it's something that El Matador here, representing Germany, will have to be aware of and have to be concentrating at all times when he doesn't have the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's the focus you've got to go with here. You've got to be switched on. You've got to be switched on to exactly what's going on around you.
Potential counter once again for Romania, this time charged down. This might get very nervy as the tie goes on. Germany know they need goals. Erman knows he just needs to keep a clean sheet to see his home nation through to the knockout stages in the most unlikely of fashions. Sane tries to find Werner, but reminder that Romania found themselves in a group with Portugal in the qualification campaign. They came out on top, didn't have to go through the playoffs, and look at this. Puskas is here through for Romania, has a man to find in the centre as well. What can Irma do? Tackled by El Matador. Just put the pressure on at the vital moment. And now Germany can clear.
Yeah, and you can see the more that this game goes on, the more panicky it's going to get. And I feel like there's more pressure on Germany here.
Look at this. Chip shoot through for Irma! 3-1! Germany facing the jaws of defeat. And it's a self-destruction really from El Matador, charged down by 3 Romanian players. And it's a third goal for Romania.
I mean, the guys at home wouldn't have seen it, but the look of shock on my face for that finish, the composure to take that touch, what a finish into the top left-hand corner. It's absolutely brilliant from Romania. Irma, just, well, outstanding, and it's just increasing that mountain to climb for Germany.
Well, that might be a goal of the day contender, purely based on the implications it could have in this tie. To put Romania 2 clear, that means El Matador has to chase this match now. And that's going to leave him very susceptible at the back. Irma trying to come forward once more. Sane with a ghosting run in behind Romania. Would love to get one back here, but Irma's alert to it. And it comes back to those concentration levels. May have just lapsed there for El Matador. Has a chance though. Nice reverse pass. Werner does not get there first. And half-time is, well, just over 10 in-game minutes away. And Irma, look at this. Ivan with a chance to maybe make it 4. Bounces back to him. Still a chance maybe for Romania. Finally, the ball comes up the other way. And time really to breathe now for El Matador. He's the one that needs half-time.
Yeah, it's so delicately poised here. This, and I know we've heard this cliche all day. This next goal is crucial to the tie. I mean, you know, if it goes the way of Romania, you could be thinking it could be game over, but Germany's still dangerous here.
Look out for Sane! Side netting. El Matador would have loved that one to be inside of the post. And unfortunately, just asking too much of his German virtual teammate, Leroy Sane.
Every ball that goes forward, Romania are going to be dead happy to not see it come back.
Kai Havertz. You can tell that Germany, they want a goal before half-time.
What you want and what you get, Harry, of 2 very different things.
You're not wrong there. El Matador just, again, being suffocated by yellow shirts. And really, you might be having nightmares tonight if this result stays the same. 1 minute of added time left in the first half of this second leg. And the referee's seen enough. So a big half of eFootball PES 2020 for these 2 nations and these 2 players. Irma up 3-1. El Matador with it all to do, Wes.
Yeah, you've got to think it's not only the pressure of the game situation, you've got to think of the efforts, obviously, that Germany have gone to in terms of their preparation, in terms of their team selection. They went through a training camp and things like that, and to potentially be out in the group stage, I think that could potentially be a real disaster.
I mean, 4 players playing in the eFootball Pro League. I know we haven't seen Payamoon in the eFootball Pro season so far. Once that resumes, that, well, might be a different story, but he is signed for Schalke 04, I do believe.
He is, yep.
So to see 4 professional PES players fail to make it. Look at this again, Ivan trying to get in behind. I think Neuer might have just had the legs and had the jump on him there. But to see them potentially not qualify for the knockout stages, to be out in the groups would be, well, a devastating result for them.
Yeah, I think without doubt. I mean, the game is not over by any stretch. You know, for all we know, there could be get 2 goals from El Matador and it goes to a draw. We just don't know.
Of course, with Serge Gnabry now on the pitch as well, you constantly have to be on the lookout for those, again, ghosting runs, those runs that you just only notice at the last second. Here he is trying to steal the ball back, but it's Irma's closing down in the midfield that has really befuzzled, I want to use that word, the German squad.
It's the pressure off the ball.
Look at this though, Werner, will he go through? Not quite, you were saying, Wes.
I was just about to say, it's the off-ball pressure. It's the being able to cut out the potential passes. He's able to read play very, very well, Irma. It's some of the best PES that I've seen this year.
60th minute. A third of the match left to play. Irma hanging on to this 2-goal aggregate cushion.
Yeah, he's been playing a few of the dark arts there. Marin diving in. But, like we said before, if it costs you a booking, you'll allow your team to form up. You'll allow yourself to get back into shape. And again, it just slows that game down ever so slightly.
Werner manages to get away with the ball. Here is Marco Reus, and annoyingly and really, really unfortunately for Germany, Reus is returning from an offside position. And the more those chances slip away for El Matador, the more Germany look likely to face elimination. Werner now, lovely ball to Sane. Can he finish? Wonderful. It's the goal that Germany needed. And it's right into the corner. Perfect precision from that man. And this will be a nervy last 25 minutes for Irma and Romania. 3-2.
What have you got in the tank, Romania? What have you got in the tank? I mean, it was great. It was a great find by El Matador to find Leroy Sane free as a bird out on that right-hand side. And again, it was a very simple finish. He didn't need to do a lot. He did the simple things right. And you see there, Serge Gnabry trying to G up his teammates, but you can see here, just finds that pocket of space. Sane, you can see with his hand up, defender moves inside, Sane moves outside, and it's a very easy finish in the end. And now all of a sudden, these last 20 minutes have a whole new complexion on them.
It's a beautiful finish, really, isn't it? The first touch tees it up, and then it clips the side of the ball just to get the necessary curvature, and to find the corner in that kind of situation is clutch from El Matador. It's vital for Germany. And again, a very, very nervy final moments ahead for Irma. He wants to go at the other end and maybe try and score one and reinstate his 2-goal cushion, but El Matador is having none of it. Hadji recently introduced. And look at this. Potential 5-on-4 here at the back. Werner trying to feed Reus, and that's a situation that El Matador usually capitalises on. The occasion maybe getting the better of the German here. Reus, nice turn. Werner just suffocated by the Romanian midfield.
It's
That's a mistake, though. Yeah, Gundogan. Just so tightly marked. But Irma needs to, when he gets the ball back, just try and retain a bit of possession and give his defence a bit of relief. They've been constantly under pressure this second half. This might fall kindly here for Gundogan. Sane fires it across, and there's the equaliser. Timo Werner makes it 3 apiece. And well, we said it would be a nervy last 25. It's now going to be a very nervy last 10.
That is a huge goal. A slice of luck getting a deflection there, but again, the awareness to find Werner inside that 6-yard box. He's not going to miss from there. And it's that caliber that you get with El Matador. It's not, he's flattered to deceive at some parts during this game. And it's only now that he's really came alive with that Sane goal. A little bit of belief now. All of a sudden, does he really want this to go to a third game? I think not. I think he'd want to try and get this closed off. But Irma, again, still going to be dangerous.
Look at this. Chance here for Hadji to seal it. Great save. Unbelievable from Neuer. Immediately from the kickoff. And El Matador steps up once again.
He sliced them open completely, did Irma, and he only had to find the corner of the net instead of firing it straight at the goalkeeper.
Corner comes to nothing, and now maybe time for El Matador to set up a counter-attack for Germany. Ball will come the other way, though. Falling kindly currently for Romania. Marco Reus galloping over the halfway line. Sane feeds Reus. Is this the winner for Germany? Plays it off to Werner! Oh, it's wide! It's wide of the target from the man who's been on point all day long, Timo Werner. Just didn't get his body around it enough, Wes.
If he took one more touch just to line himself up, that would have been Germany home and hosed. And we both had similar reactions. You covered your eyes, I put my hands on my head, and we were still struggling to understand how that's not ended up in the back of the net. But play goes on. There's 4 minutes. There's going to be, I would say, at least one more chance here. Who it's going to fall to, we just don't know.
Well, will it be a better chance than that one? Chip shoot. Couple of men offside. That's why he hesitated. That just allowed El Matador to step in. 89th minute. Make it 90th. Lovely heel chop there. Werner is onside. Looking for Reus. Oh, vital slide tackle. Still alive. Werner. Gundogan. Back to Werner. Vital touch there.
Just trying to keep the ball alive is Mike Linden.
Gundogan. Back to Ginter. In the 94th minute now. Back to Stark. The ball needs to go forward. And, well, we're going to a game 3. And more importantly, Wes, we are going to golden goal.
Yeah, I've not seen a golden goal in some time. This is going to be one for the nerves.
I mean, it was a nervy last 10 in-game minutes in the second leg. We now have a potentially another entire game of pairs in that exact same situation. I almost want to take a break here, but we have to go straight into it. It was an unbelievable game of pairs. I mean, the comeback from Germany was amazing, absolutely amazing. I mean, we were almost writing Germany off, and they, proved their resiliency in El Matador. They proved their selection to be the right one. Now he just has to finish the job, and for Irma or whoever Romania select in this third match, I mean, he has to try and steady his nerves and maybe try and get a goal back.
Yeah, I mean, you full credit to El Matador, full credit. When all hope was lost, it was probably one of the proudest Germans I've come to know, who dug them out of the fire, and to get them to a golden goal, situation. Fantastic work from him, and Irma will probably be disappointed You know, he had the box seat, he had the time, he had the efforts on goal. Just couldn't find the right finish.
So here we go then. No time to mess around. Chips you, and there it is. It took 2 minutes, and Germany are gone. Straight from the kickoff, Romania knocked Germany out. It took 2 minutes, Wes.
I'm
Wes, it took 2
absolutely stunned.
minutes.
I'm absolutely stunned.
Almost done it. It's 4-3. Romania are through.
Wow. Passing move. I mean, it's the most golden of goals. I'm absolutely astounded. I'm absolutely astounded here.
And just like that, Wes, we game screen for about 30 seconds, and it was decided. Romania are through.
Unbelievable.
Germany are out of the group stages. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
We thought the most high-profile casualty was Portugal not getting here. I think the most high-profile casualty now goes to Germany not getting through the groups. Absolutely tremendous result for Romania. Irma and co will be absolutely delighted. The Germans will be holding an inquest, to say the least. You know, the lack of playing goal, the lack of Parmesan coming in. It was always Merab and it was always El Matador. Questions will be asked there, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we see the stats here, you know, from game 2, but it doesn't really matter anymore. The only stat that really matters is Romania are through and Germany are out.
It's the golden goal. It's the only thing that matters. These are the match stats from game 2, and well, El Matador having to chase the tie, came into it a goal down. Both of the first 2 legs ending 2-1 in either nation's favour. So they were splitting games, they were splitting goals. But I'm still shell-shocked. I'm sure Germany are the exact same. I'm sure Irma is up in arms celebrating somewhere in Romania. But I'm in absolute shock. That's one of the craziest things I've seen in my time of esports in general, let alone eFootball PES. Goes to golden goal, doesn't even allow Germany a touch of the ball, and it's decided.
Well, the only thing I'm very happy about is the fact that we get to recover from that. We've got a full game to recover from what's just happened. Yeah, we get to hand over to Lee and to Adam, so I'm very happy to recover. But I'm gonna have to sit down.
I need to
sit down somewhere
I'm already
else.
sat down. I need a different sit-down place because our heads have
Unbelievable.
gone. Obviously, commiserations to Germany. We will not be seeing them tomorrow. They went undefeated 10 in a row in the group stages. Wes, thanks so much for your commentary. Now, let's hope the rest of the elimination matches, the tiebreaker deciding matches, are as good as that one. We'll throw it over to Lee and Adam. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a finish, what an explosive, and finally we get a golden goal on the show. It's been a wild one. That match was just about as wild as it goes, Adam, but now we're moving on to what is a rematch, in fact. It's going to be Serbia up against Turkey, and it's two teams that played each other in the very first group game.
Yeah, I just want to double check the score on that one, but obviously
6-1.
You can see it there. You've got
Smashing.
6-1 to Serbia, so it was a bit of a whitewash really for Serbia, who went through to the next stage as probably favourites actually against Italy, but weren't able to get through. Turkey, on the other hand, absolutely tremendous performance against Denmark to go through on that one. So we kind of on as even, back to square one again. And as I said to you early in the day, about 17,000 hours ago, it's been great, don't get me wrong, but the sort of from a psyche point of view, things can alter. If you've already been beaten by a team, they might think that they should already go through, but they've got to play them all over again.
Yeah, and don't forget the mental punishment, effectively, that Serbia went through in that Italian game, because they were 2-0 up. They started off, Kepa was looking like he was going to roll over, I think it was Alfonso he played in the first game.
Yeah.
But Alfonso came back, 2-0 down, half-time, second half gets underway, hat-trick comes out, job's done. I mean, then we have that mental 3-3 game between Roxa,
Yeah, and you thought Roxa was going to come out of the blocks and dash the second game away, and that didn't happen either, so...
And then obviously for Turkey, they, while losing 6-1, you know, they bounced back strongly. 7-2 was their reversal result. That's exactly what they needed. That was obviously against Denmark. Some big games for that one. Obviously got this total 2-0 up for him. And it was... who was the second player? It was Mejit. 5-2, I believe the score was against Goldboy. So solid performance, of course.
Yeah,
now
he went 3-0 up, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. So he had a great start to that second game.
Tough one for them, though. Obviously up against Serbia. We know how strong Kepa can be. So Mujahid is going to be the first player. He's arguably Turkey's strongest player against Serbia's strongest player. So let's see how these two work out. See if anyone can come out with an advantage early on. It will be Serbia starting out in the red and Turkey in the white.
The guys in the last game seemed a little bit surprised that Romania went through, but they've had a great period of play, qualification stages and the group stages as well so far. They've racked up a number of goals, so they'll feel they've got a long way to go still in this competition. Let's see who's going to go through out of these two. Kepa started so well in the last game. 2-0 to the good at half-time, and then he threw it away in the second half. So he'll be hoping for something slightly different here as Tadic picks up the ball in the heart of that midfield, looking to unlock that tight Turkish defence.
Some forward play from Kolarov up on the left wing to Milinkovic-Savic for Serbia. The superstar for them, if anything. Mitrovic back to Tadic. Just tries to tee one up, and it's maybe left them a little exposed here for Turkey to break a breakaway. They've got numbers in their favour. Can slip it out to the right, but I don't think he's quite got the pace, and looks like he may have just been slightly offside. Was it a late tackle? No, just a little late.
He's got a free kick there.
Yeah.
So 10 minutes gone, just over, and a free kick on the halfway line. They're going to go long, right in towards the penalty spot, headed away, and a chance for, once again, that man, number 10, Santadic. They bring it away for Kepa, but it's a poor part, really sloppy from him, actually. Usually far better in those sorts of positions, and it's been a bit, well, classic Lee and Adam game so far. It's been pretty cagey at the start.
Yeah, a ropey start is expected from these, so I don't think they're going to be going too gung-ho.
They get 3-minute goals, they get golden goals. We get 60 minutes of cagey, nice football, but we want more. And I'm sure we'll get more.
Interesting that Turkey, obviously after losing 6-1, are not coming into this one defensive like we saw with... God, my brain has gone to mush. Well, like we saw with who just played France. Like we saw with Austria against France.
Well, Austria just literally sat in and did nothing.
And counter-attack. But you know, the fact they lost 6-1, the fact they're coming up against Kepa, but then again, Mujahid's not exactly any slouch.
But sometimes these players, though, they know their game inside out and they're confident in their own ability, and they refuse almost to play another way if they have had success over the last couple of years, which most of these players have.
Yeah, and they feel they know how to play against a certain player, etc., and the style that they're working. Yeah. Throw in for Mujahid. Turkey in the white on the attack. 25 minutes gone. Tosses it way down on the left wing. Caught the cameraman off guard there, in fact. It went that far deep, but Kepa will clear it. No problem for Serbia as they try to work it through the midfield, but a quickly overlap to run off it there. Lacic not able to hold on to it. A bit of a rash tackle coming in, but advantage given as they try and run it through. Chance to just lay it off through the middle. Not going to work out. Kepa read it well.
Yeah, he did indeed, and now it's a chance for him to bring it forwards. It's a long ball over the top. He's utilised that quite well so far, headed down, but the final pass once again was missing. It goes all the way through to the goalkeeper, but they still have possession here up towards the danger area here. A chance to play it in towards Mitrovic. He gets the right foot shot. It's past the goalkeeper, and it's first blood to the Serbians.
Wasn't sure whether the linesman was going to give it, but it looks like it just about counted. Mitrovic looks like he held his run perfectly. Let's have another look at that and see how close it is. So just checks his run there. This is where we see him coming through. Oh, it was actually the right winger, I think, that played him on. So the right wing just plays him through. If you have a look again, it is, yeah, it's the right wing, not the left wing, that plays him just onside, and he just manages to slot it.
Yeah,
past
it was a real striker's finish there.
So 1-0, Kepa starts as he did in the Italian match, but gave 2 goals away, and that's going to be probably in the back of his mind. And make sure he doesn't give a goal away. Just like that from the kickoff. Turkey right back in it.
It's an instant response from Turkey, straight down the other end. Ball up towards the big man. Flicks it round the corner. Gets it back. Lovely 1-2. First time shot. We've seen that time and time again today. Players that are dwelling on the ball. The chance goes away. He takes it first time and just smashes it ruthlessly into that near post. And 1-1.
Lovely little drag back there to set up the goal. You do often see players going defensive from the kickoff just to prevent that happening, and that's exactly what's happened now. Look, you can see Turkey gone full defensive, ultra defensive, just for the first couple of moments after the kickoff to make sure the players are in position and not charging forward. And I'm not too sure. I didn't actually catch a glimpse whether Kepa had done that. I don't think he did, but it looks like he's got a chance offside. Given just fractionally off. Well, a bit more than fractional there, to be fair.
So, all square, 35 minutes gone. 1-1 between Serbia and Turkey for a place in the next round. And, I mean, for both of these two teams, they'll be very, very happy with the day's work if they are able to get through, because it's been a tough ask to get here. It's another chance here for Kepa. Cleared
that
away.
Was a strong shoulder barge in the box there to make sure
indeed.
They come out on top, but Turkey do wrestle the ball away, and there's a counter-attack opportunity. Look at this bounce of space on the left here. Mujit into the middle. Got a pen pass. Give me a pen. Is that not given?
I mean, the only one thing you can say is the referees have been consistent today. I've seen a few.
I mean, he made no attempt at a ball there. The only thing I can think of as a defender possibly got his foot to the ball before the keeper decided to wipe the player out, but nonetheless, we're coming up to half-time, and Turkey are going to be thinking, how was that? Not a chance, but there may be another one here. Chance for the return ball. The 1-2 comes in. Can't quite clip it through the middle. The keeper all clear. Here's lines for Serbia as they're hanging on right now. Kepa, strong player, but up against it. He wriggled in his favour. It's still not cleared yet, as we have 1 minute just before half-time. There we go. So, all square at the first half. Kepa coming into this one. He has the stronger player, but Mujit just matching him all the way.
Yeah, I mean, we saw pretty much what we saw in the previous games. Kepa a little bit inconsistent, some moments of brilliance, and then some things that we don't expect to see, and mistakes creeping into his game that aren't usually there. Whereas Turkey kind of just following on from their great performance in the last game, where they managed to rack up a few goals, and they were impressive because they have been, only 1 goal of course, but they have been pretty impressive on the front foot.
Shouldn't discount the fact that Roxa is also obviously a very good player, along with Godless Turtle. They're going to be playing each other after this matchup. As it stands, 10 minutes gone in the second half. I thought he was going to kick it straight in his face then for a moment. That's a bit close. Checking his run. The 1-2 is not going to work this time. That's a restray pass. It will mean Serbia can go on the attack. That's really well read, but cut out simply by the defence. Just tries to launch one back up there. Very high line being played by Serbia here, and it's giving Turkey a chance to try and wrestle the ball through the middle, but coming straight back again as it cuts out the midfield battle, currently where the challenge is being fought between two teams.
Another chance for Mirhit on the counter-attack, but it's broken down, and Kepa comes again. Half an hour remaining. This is a very crucial period in the match, and you often see a few substitutions, a few tactical tweaks to try and wrestle some impetus in the remaining third of the match. But we are honours even, and we have been pretty much right through the game in terms of possession, territory. physicality, everything, you name it. It's been very, very, very even. Are we destined, Lee? Very early days, of course, but are we destined for another golden goal? That's the question.
Well, we will see. Have to go a long way to meet the dramatics of the Romania-Germany game, that's for sure. Turkey.
Could be like a London bus.
They all come at once, indeed. Turkey, chance. Cut out there. I think it was offside anyway. Yes, it was. Quite clearly for Serbia there. I think two of them offside, in fact. So, free kick given. Turkey will send it upfield. Some changes coming through. So, Milinkovic snatch off. Did not see that one coming on. Of course, we could see some big units. Luka Jovic coming on. So, speaking of big units right there. Çalhanoğlu as well, also coming up for Turkey. So, a couple of changes going through. Of course, you know, stats-wise has been equalised. So, physicality certainly could be a big part of it, which what we're seeing. Luka Jovic going to be a lot faster than he is in real life in this version.
Yeah, of course, Godless Turtles will be the second player for Turkey in the next game. We're assuming that it's going to be Roxa for Serbia as the chance comes in. Right for shot. Oh, how on earth has that gone wide of the target? What a great effort that was.
Well, trying to set up for a goal of the tournament maybe there. Just a little flick up and hits it on the volley.
Sensational.
Just needed a little curl, that's all. Just come on the pitch, I think, as well. No, that's Lalic. He's been there the whole time.
Yeah, just jumping back to what I was saying, we are assuming, based on the first games that we've seen, that Roxa's going to be taking the next game, but they have two other players, of course, Serbia, so we'll have to wait and see on that one.
That is true. That is true. He did very well, though, in the Italian game, 3-3. So, maybe feeling hot in the form. Turkey, a misplay there. Almost giving the ball back to Serbia on the attack. Can't clear it so far. Gets a little lucky with the intercept there. And now a counter chance on. Just trying to hold his run at the moment. Can't see who it was for Turkey, but that's going to be a rash tackle. Possibly the first yellow of the game. So yellow for Tadic. Jovic plays it forward. Mujit not able to go. Offside perhaps, or was that just judged as a push?
Like a fairly evenly contested 50-50 to me, but it's a free kick right on the edge of the area, and this is a huge chance for Serbia. He steps up, it's over the wall. What a finish! They take the lead. Turkey 2, Serbia 1.
And Çalhanoğlu just come on the pitch. The free kick expert comes on the pitch, and I think that's his first touch, you know. I think that may be his first touch of the ball. Still,
that's some first
questionable free kick. A questionable free kick on the edge of the box. Don't think Kepa's going to be too impressed about that one, how it was given. Now a chance, though, from the kickoff. Tries to set it up. Shits it through. To fall into the corner. He's tried it once. The second time, he nails it.
We've had minute after minute that's gone by and a bit of a stalemate in the second half, and suddenly the game has flashed to life. One sensational free kick, and then up steps this man. Mitrovic will not be denied a second time, flicks it up and smashes it into the roof of the net. Top right, postage stamp, eat your heart out, potentially Sokar goal of the day.
Certainly going to be up there. Absolute top bins, that one. Keeper, no chance. He's already had a go at it. We saw it a moment ago where he just spun it wide. So he was setting up for it. And now all square after the devastating free kick for Turkey. 2-2, back on the counter. Turkey looking to try and push straight through. I think his man had gone just offside in the middle, but there's space out on the right. Tries to lay it up into the middle, but the defenders for Kepa are hot on his heels. And that's nicely won back. And now a chance to counter himself.
A goal now would surely be enough for one of these two teams, and it will be. Serbia on the front foot through Kepa. He twists and turns, great strength he's shown there to get away from the defender. Mitrovic played it in, chance to turn, provider. Hacked away, and Lee, this is some tense drama as we get towards the end of the game here.
Just like the normal games we get at them. It's just a slow burner, slow starter, and then it hypes up. Yeah, ramps right up there. 2-2 so far. A punch clear. Far from convincing, actually, here, as Kepa tries to get back in there, but looks like Turkey will clear the lines.
Yeah, slow burner, a bit like our relationship, Lee. I wasn't sure about you when I first met you, but I think you're a lovely man. Now as the ball gets played through, another chance here for Kepa, right for shot, save! What a save, deflected, should have gone in. Somehow he's clawed it away, and this game has flown to life.
Oh my word, is that a high-sense skill of the day? The keeper with his foot there, saving the day. Oh my word, Mujahid hit now with a chance.
Oh, it's another chance!
It's got to be a goal, and it is! 3-2, Turkey regain the lead, and this game has got some late drama in it.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, because it should have been 3-2 to Serbia. The goalkeeper pulls off one of the most majestic deflected saves I've ever seen, and then straight down the other end, Turkey go and score, and that could be a killer goal in this tie.
Beautiful through ball as well. Çalhanoğlu just got on the pitch, and he's done. I think he's touched the ball twice. He's got 2 goals. I'd love to see the stats on him really at the end of this one, because I don't feel he's done much else other than just stand up the front there and tip it in the net. Fantastic stuff. But now Kepa trying to pull it equal once again. Last dying moments. You can see 4 minutes added time for him to try and draw something from this one, but he doesn't have the ball. And you've got to feel the Mujahid's not going to let him have it either.
Anything you can do, Romania and Germany, we can do better, is what Serbia and Turkey are saying right now, as the ball gets smashed long towards Tosin. Chance to possibly hold it up in the corner, and that's exactly what he's done. He's forced a bit of time, and looking like now Turkey are going to win this first game.
What a game. And well, obviously these teams are fighting for their tournament lives. You'd expect it to go that way, but Kepa will fall 3-2 to Mujahid, as we now obviously look towards the second matches. But highlights-wise, plenty of action from that game, Adam. It was a slow burner. It took a while to get going. I think we were just at 1-1 at half-time, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, that one certainly ramped up at the end.
Yeah, I don't know where to start, because, like you said, it was so slow to start, and then suddenly, in around the 60-70 minute mark, they just went pretty crazy, and we saw goal after goal, attack after attack. We've seen everything but a red card in that game, although some controversial refereing decisions, we might have seen one. But we let it slide, and it had everything. It was brilliant.
And even the free kick. I question that free kick. As you say, there's also that potential red card as well. But let's have a look at some of the highlights. You can see 30 minutes. Nothing had happened. 30 minutes, and then it all lit up. That was Kepa's first goal. Just about sticking it through on the tip of his toe as he's falling down. Just edged it past the keeper into the corner net, but it was quickly answered.
And then it was an instant reply from Turkey. The ball got played through, smashed it in. And it looked at this moment in time that the floodgates were going to open in the first half, but they remained firmly closed until we got into the second half. And it was this moment here, controversial free kick given away, taken beautifully, I have to say, from the man who had just come off the bench. His first touch of the football, up and over the wall, and then the game just lit up. It went crazy. 1 minute later, we had a second goal for Serbia, fourth goal of the day, and it looked like Serbia were going to then go on and get another one. But of course, the goalkeeper made an incredible save after this goal, and Turkey went straight down the other end. And this happened just 3 minutes from time. Played right across the face. The goalkeeper in no man's land smashed home. Advantage Turkey, and we've got it all to do.
So the FedEx stats, of course, line it up. And, well, you can see Serbia did have the lion's share of possession, but they find themselves 3-2 down. Turkey, 100% shot accuracy, 100% goal accuracy as well. Everything they shot went in the net. It's a shame we didn't get the replay of that save, because it was almost the whole play of it, from the shot, the save with the goalkeeper in the air with his foot that was up there.
I'd love to see a close-up. I'd love to see a close-up, because it looked like there was a deflection as well. It was incredible agility from the goalkeeper. but such a pivotal moment in the match, Lee.
Yeah, that could certainly turn it. Of course, we're not done yet because we've got a second leg coming up right now. So 3-2 the lead for Turkey. Obviously coming to this one, big pride on the line. You know, they lost 6-1 to Serbia just this morning. So they have a bit of pride on the line. They bounced back. They won 7-2 in their loser bracket matchup. Now they find themselves here in the tiebreaker with a chance now and a goal lead on aggregate to go through to tomorrow's quarter-final games. It's going to be a long old road no matter what. But I think Kepa is going to be kicking himself because you know what? You know what? He's coming into this as the big man. He's lost 3-2 in both his games now.
Yeah, I mean, not so much that second game because it could have gone either way. Both players played really well, but certainly that first game should have been very much all over. 2-0 up half time and looked not even troubled in the slightest, and then just completely went into his shell. And I'm not sure because I've never seen that from him before. So we'll have to see how they respond in this second game. Of course, we believe it's going to be Roxa, but we don't know for sure. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll find out who exactly is going to be playing. Obviously, for Turkey as well, they have a number of players listed. So we'll see who's going to be meeting the challenge, whether it be God this Turtle or whether we'll get somebody else stepping up. We will find out. But currently, Serbia trail 3-2. And it really could have been a very different story. You know, we were looking at a potential red card in there. I still question the free kick that came about for Turkey's second goal. And then, of course, the acrobatics. But it was a quiet start to the game, and maybe we'll see the same again, or maybe we're going to get one of those 3-minute goals that we've had, that we just saw actually in the golden goal for the Romania matchup. But here we go. It will be Roxa, and it will be God this Turtle for Turkey. So Turkey this time are going to be playing in the red, and Serbia switching into the white, of course, home and away colours this time around.
Just to confuse us even more. And it will...
So, as it stands, God this Turtle, real big chance there to try and make things work out. Keeping the possession as well. So he keeps on pushing through. That's a great through ball, you know. Big opportunities opening up on the left-hand side. Players coming in support as well. Some early pressure for Turkey here. If they could get themselves another goal, give them that 2-goal cushion, it would be the dream start. It looks like Roxa's not having any of it.
Absolutely not. So we've got that classic Lee and Adam cagey affair to start, but if it explodes like the last game did, I'm more than happy about that, and it might just do here. It's 1-0, curse to the commentator, because what a finish that is, and what a counter-attack that was from Serbia, and it's game on, it's level, it's 3-3.
I tell you what, it's a curse I'll take any day to get the entertainment that we're seeing from these teams. Roxa gets things back level on aggregate and starts off exactly the dream start that he'd be looking at after his teammate Kepa in the background will probably be cheering him on wherever he is, hoping that Serbia can keep going. They have a strong presence in esports Serbia. They've got some top talent across many esports titles, and it's looking like right here they could be going through the quarterfinals, but there's still a long way to go, a lot of goals to be scored, and Turkey will have a say in that.
Indeed they will. First goal, first blood to Serbia, but we are still level, and remember, we get a lot of opportunities straight from goals usually, and that almost broke through there, but good goalkeeping in the end, fired away downfield.
Roxa just keeping the pressure on. looking to... Oh, it's opening up for him, you know. Yeah, he thought about a shot. I was just thinking that. The defenders were backing away from him. He might go for one of those long-range shots because why not? There's a big opening in the middle. Oh, it's just cut out in the last second by God, this turtle. Just a shin play, effectively, keeping it out, but it's still not cleared.
Like you said, after the goals we've seen today, why not? And it's another chance here, really ramping up the pressure there. Roxa in search of a second goal on the day to put them in front. 4-3 on aggregate. This is a tasty battle, and that was a tasty challenge.
Just a little late. Took the ball off his toe there. So Turkey with a free kick in their own half. Sets up the play though. They were under pressure for a decent amount of time there. Godless Turtle will step things up. 2-0 was his score earlier on today against Denmark. A confident performance. However, he was under pressure for a long period in that game, and it was really just counter-attack play that worked out for him. And we're similar here actually from Roxa. And he's looking for one of those counter-attack plays right now as he tries to work it down the left wing. He's got a player ahead. It's just ahead of the player as well, so it's going to be offside, but he's in position now. Gets the ball across, tries to flick it through. Muscled off it in the end by the Serbian defences. And now a counter for Roxa.
Yeah, you mentioned the game against Denmark that Godless Turtles had, and he wasn't electric in terms of play, but he was certainly efficient, and that's something that he looks to have continued here, but he's got to come from behind. Lovely turn there on the halfway line from Yilmaz. Now plays it forwards, tries to get the return. Hacked away though. Good challenge, and now Dusan Tadic plays it down this left-hand side. Another chance here for Serbia. A second goal would really spread a lot of confidence through the Serbian ranks. Whipped in towards the middle of the goal. And almost a very unsavoury own goal there.
Very close to an own goal. I wasn't quite sure whether he was going to whip it across, but why not? He had plenty of options available. Oh, that's a poor corner. Can't get past the first man. Just going to go for a throw-in. Not sort of corner he's looking for, but he's still got players forward, so he can make use of them. Get some of the big men in the box there. Maybe whip something through. Goes across field. Going to cut off. Kolarov gets forward. He's got a lethal left foot on him. Tries to slide it through. Lalic. He's got one. Can't get a second. Stabbed it into the near post, but the keeper was best to it.
He chose the wrong option for me. He should have gone far post. Easy, obviously, hindsight's a great thing, but because if he had played it across the face, the goalkeeper probably would have saved it, but it would have been played out into the on-rushing striker. It's a simple tap-in. Corner they have, though. Can they make use of it? Oh, it's dropped here. Chance to get the shot away. Again, he falls to the deck. Nothing doing, says the referee. And the counter is on here, this time for Turkey. Nothing doing.
Tries to spread it wide, yeah, but playing fairly defensively. Serbia keeping them penned in their own half. Massive opportunity here. He has to take it. It has to be a goal. Spot it wide. How in the world did he miss that?
You cannot see my face right now, but it is shock. Real shock. Because I said to him, put it far post the last time. He did it this time, but he shanked it. And it's gone the wrong side of the post. And that is a gilt-edge opportunity that at this level, 9 times out of 10, you will be punished for.
It could come back to haunt him. We'll see in the next 60 minutes. Ball through, cut out. There's Serbia not having any of it. Launches it beautifully down the right wing. Bags of space. Looking for the players in the middle. 2 are arriving. He's gone a little close. Oh, in the back.
Oh, it's a mistake.
He's managed to pick it up, though. But they clattered into each other on the shins, and the keeper's quick out.
Another penalty shout there. Oh, what's the goalkeeper doing? Godless Turtles is giving me turtles right now. 1 minute of added on time, and it's finished here at the end of the first half. We've only had one goalie, but it could have been 5 or 6.
Oh, my word. Well,
you've got cats and I'm having kittens.
What a first half, but we're back underway. Now Serbia attacking left to right. Looking well, all the world that they could take this game at Turkey. Just don't write them off. Do not write them off. Godless Turtle sat back and turtled his play out. You know, he lives to his name. And he managed to still come out and hit some serious counterattacks on Alawi earlier on today. And now he's going to have to do the same on Roxa. We are, of course, tied on aggregate. I keep talking about the fact that obviously Serbia have the lead. Yes, they do in terms of this game, but it is still 3-3 on aggregate. So as it stands, we would go to a third golden goal game. But currently, there is still a long way to go. And judging by the way mine and Adam's games have been, this is about to really stoke the fire in the next 30 minutes.
You watch it stay 1-0 now as the ball gets whipped in. Good save in the end. So, we are in the crux of this group. Can Serbia snatch another goal to see them through? The same for Turkey, or will we be going to a dreaded golden goal, which we saw Romania make their way through on against Germany in the last game?
Oh, big chance. Good ball. Chest it down. Space on the left. Looking to flick it in. Oh, couldn't quite get the header. I've got to be honest, that defender looked like he palmed him away from that one. But as it stands, nothing given. And he tosses it out down the left wing. Right wing, sorry. The Godless Turtle, at the moment, he's not really got any opportunities. He's looking to try and play the ball out, but he is being pressured all up the field.
The thing for me, the way he's playing, he's angling for a third game. If he's going to be, I suppose they could change the players again, couldn't they? Because if it was going to be them, he's playing golden goal football almost as it is now, because he's just sitting in and waiting for that one glimmer, that one mistake to go and snatch the victory.
It may well come, but it's going to be Serbia with a chance first. He has to try and go for it, but he tried to go for the chip. Way too close for a chip in my eyes, but maybe he was hoping that the keeper would commit and go low. He still managed to retain possession, though. Looking for a
great
ball
challenge
through the middle. Cut out. No-nonsense challenge as well, but it's in the middle, and Serbia still in control as they look to recycle it in the middle. Oh, it's off him. Oh, what a disaster. And Turkey keep the ball.
A real chance, and it's come back off his back and away to safety. That really was a huge moment. And now Turkey come away again here, just bustled off the ball there from Kolarov. And now Nemanja Matic plays it out towards the left-hand side. 20 minutes remaining here, and we're still deadlocked. 3-3, but he's in again here. Oh, the pass is overhit.
Just a little too heavy. That's all the difference was there. Some very tight action. Roxa's got to be really frustrated right now, thinking he should have one in the net. But we're seeing Godless Turtles spreading the ball out wide, and we talked about this earlier. If it's not working through the middle, start stretching those wings. Make it play really wide as you can, and maybe you'll find yourself an opportunity. That one not quite cleared out as well as he'd like. A little touch through ball. Oh, he was looking to try and go for it, but stepped out in the last second by Serbia. And now the counter-attack. Well, you don't need to give Roxa a second bite of the cherry for a counter. He will take it every day, but it's not worked out for him. And Turkey once again. Godless Turtle tries to turn it. Comes out on top. Muscles his way through somehow. He's got players there. 5 of them up front, but it's lost away to the defender for a corner.
We've seen 5-5s, 3-2s, but this is just as fascinating. 1-0 is the only goal that's gone in, but a goal now would see one of these two teams through, and it's in! It's off the foot of the post! How on earth has that stayed out? For all
Godless
the world to see it was a goal, and now the counter's up the other end.
It's just plough through and play on given, but I'm not too sure where the advantage is. Now we see it, gets straight back up on his feet, but that's cut out again. And we're seeing Godless Turtle's tactic. We're seeing what he wants. He wants those counters, those little corner chances. And he very nearly struck. Commits to the slide tackle. Puts himself in the open. Chance to slide it through. And Roxa will get Serbia in the lead for the first time. Now Turkey trailing. Roxa has to change Godless Turtle's game plan.
How many times have we seen Mitrovic turn up with the goods just at the most vital moments? And he's done it again here for Serbia. And Roxa showing what a true professional he is, because when the chips are down, he's pulled off potentially one of the greatest, most professional 2-0 performances I've seen on the circuit in a long, long time. But, Lee, and this is a big but, we still have 6 minutes, and you, as well as I know, that a lot can happen in 6 minutes of eFootball PES 2020.
Yeah, let's not write them off just yet. Godless Turtle's going to have to change his style, though. He's been sitting back. Finally, the look goes Roxa's way. It's certainly been coming. He's been threatening for a long, long time with that one. Finally makes it count. But from the kickoff, let's see what Godless Turtle can do. Looks like we're going to have some changes coming through. We will see some Turkish changes coming through. Mali on. And Şalahanlu on, the man that scored a couple of goals in the first leg. Milinkovic-Savic off as well. Once again, ball through. Chance for Turkey. The keeper saves it. Just tries to slide it through. I think it may have been offside. I'm not too sure. No, it was a clear chance, and it's just a simple. Great defending, great goalkeeping.
I'm rocking in my chair with anticipation as I thought we were going to see another late bit of drama. Because we still know that a goal now takes it to a third game as the ball gets played in, headed away. Still, they come again, Turkey, in search of this late equaliser.
Looking hopeful, looking like a chance. It's rebound, but there's no one there for Turkey. Tosun couldn't react quick enough. And Milinkovic, well, goal scorer hero one end and a defensive hero the other as he gets it clear. Now, back to Zivkovic. Bursts the pace down the wing. Just try and charge it down the right and run it to the corner. Honestly, only 1 minute to play in extra time. He can just hang on. He wins a free kick, and it will be surely Serbia that will go through. They can do nothing from this moment.
Well. I said it a few minutes ago in comms. How professional Roxa has been in this specific match. They came into it, and they were trailing 3-2. And he has produced a 2-0 clinical professional performance. Unless, of course, he decides to go and get a third because he whips it in, punched away. Surely that's the last action of the match. It is, and it's Serbia who prevail and go through to the knockouts.
What a performance, what a match. And this time, Kepa is redeemed. 3-2 in the first half, first game. Some great performance from Turkey, but it wasn't to be in the second matchup. And it was Roxa that comes out 2-0 on top against Godless Turtle, whose clear game plan was to counter-attack, hit him on the break, defend as much as you can. It just wasn't to be. He had his chances. Let's look at some of these replays to see how it worked out. Of course, that's Roxa's opener just 12 minutes in, and that already changed the game plan.
It really did, because we said that Godless Turtle's biggest strength was soaking up possession, soaking up pressure, and then looking for those little chinks in the armour of the opposition. And he was just never able to really get going with that because he was behind so early. And Roxa really should have had the game finished at half-time. He missed a couple of big chances. And then, of course, he did manage to get his second goal just 7 minutes from time. And what a finish it was.
Yeah, absolutely solid. Finally, the deadlock broken. Look at the space given to him on that left wing as well. They committed to the defensive tackle to try and block it. Didn't work out for him. Last chance saloon for Turkey here. But unfortunately, it was all it was. And a great save coming out from the Serbian keeper. And of course, now the FedEx stats of the game does mean that possession actually went Serbia's way. And this time, while Turkey had 6 shots, 83% on target, it just wasn't accurate enough, and the keeper met them every single time. Pretty even pass accuracy as well.
It was indeed. Accuracy 83 for Turkey just wasn't enough on the day. And a lot of plaudits have to go to Roxa in that second game. He really proved his mettle.
I think the biggest problem is that while it is 6 shots, I think the majority of them came from corners, and they weren't sort of open play, clear chances. Obviously, we had the one at the end there, but outside of that, there wasn't too many. I think we had like a 2 or 3 rebound moment from one of those corners where it really could have gone in, but it just wasn't to be for Turkey, and it seems this was just a step too far. Obviously, they lost to Serbia earlier on this morning, 6-1. It was definitely a lot closer than that this time around, but Serbia once again rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking at that first game more than anything, Turkey, and they won it obviously 3-2, but had they have given themselves a 2-goal cushion, maybe a 4-2 going into that second game, it might have given Godless Turtles a bit more of a platform to execute the style of gameplay that he likes.
So, solid play. Let's have a look at what's to come. Obviously, we have 2 more matches to go tonight.
Of course, you got. It's okay, mate. You've been doing it all my life.
Eleven players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.
And if I didn't think it was worth one try, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and fly.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UEFA eEURO 2020 finals. My name is Harry Channon. Joining me, as ever, Stuart Wesley. We have the front row seats, as do you, to the remaining tiebreaker matches. The two we've had previous have been absolute stonkers. So hopefully the next two will be the exact same. Whereas I'm very excited to get these underway. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long old road today, but we are finally at the kind of the conclusion of Group C. And yeah, if those first two tiebreakers are anything to go by, we're in for an absolute barn burner here.
Well, both these two teams have fallen to eventual group winners, the Netherlands. Croatia in a 3-2 fashion, Montenegro in a slightly slimmer 2-1 fashion. I think you throw the form book out of the window, though. If the previous tie-breaking matches that we've seen in groups A and B are anything to go by, I think you forget about form, you forget about transitive properties, and if Team A beats Team B, does that mean they beat Team C? You forget about all that. You just put your mind to the game of players in front of you, and this one really should live up to the billing, because both of these two nations so far have proven that they can put on a show for the masses at home.
Yeah, most definitely. The way that Croatia kind of pulled their socks up almost. They almost before came fallen to Luxembourg. However, they managed to just grind it out in the end. Montenegro have been a thorn in the side for quite a few teams throughout this process. So I think here now it very much is a do or die shootout. It is, it's going to be down to these 180 minutes, if not more, if we need a golden goal, which I want to put a prediction on it and say we might end up with a golden goal here.
That's a wild prediction. That's a wild prediction. And well, we said we have plenty more pairs to play. We start off here in Group C with our final two matches in this group, and then following, we of course had the conclusion of Group D as well. First up, we have Girls Zaprasic representing Croatia from right to left, and then Ramovic Oak from left to right. These are two, I would say, of the weaker players of the two nations. Obviously, both sets of players are very, very strong, but if you were going to put on an all-star matchup for our second game, it certainly would be Arti taking on Jana, which we are well and truly poised for. But these are the two that might almost have the shackles taken off them in this first game. Both of the players in game two waiting to go might just say, you know what, go out there, play your game, see if you can bring home a goal or two lead. Yeah, most definitely. You can see here Croatia just lining up this free kick. It's Kramaric. He's struck it. It's gone over high and wide, though.
Yeah, and that small bit to say about pressure as well. Like you said, you although the shackles may be off you, it is also up to you to give your opponent or give your partner an opportunity to win the game the second time, or in the second leg. It's, we saw with Germany, you give your teammate a couple of a goal deficit to deal with, and you're really putting them up against it. So these boys will both want to go out and win this game and win it handily.
And of course, we want to know what you think at home or wherever you are watching this. Make sure you head on over to eEURO2020.com/poll. Here's a chance, though, for Montenegro. Djordjevic has a couple to aim for in the centre. Punched away by the Croatian keeper. Might just come back to another Montenegrin player, but it will be Perisic maybe to bring this one away. Passes it off to Vlasic here. And a really good combination play here from Zaprasic. Comes to Rebic, back to Kramaric. Straight at Petkovic in the end. Nice signs from both players, really, proving that they can threaten the other.
Yeah, it was a smart save in the end for the Montenegro number one. You see Zaprasic just trying to get himself into this game, just passing and moving, keeping that ball going, just trying to find the ball inside here.
Yeah, look at this. Kramaric has actually turned his man. And it's the opener for Croatia. Kramaric, the goal scorer. Zaprasic ahead. Ramovic Oak for Montenegro. Well, it will be an uphill climb from here, Wes.
Yeah, and it was a small bit of fortune. It was that ball that went through. It was more a case of who reacted first, and Croatia, again, reacted the quickest. The defender just kind of didn't really seem at the races. And again, a player like Kramaric, we've seen the form that Croatia's forwards have been in over the course of this entire tournament, the qualification and everything else in between. But it was just this little moment here. You can see gets the ball through, first time through ball, and it's clipped off a heel, and it's the first one to react. And Kramerich doesn't need asking twice from that type of distance.
Well, it doesn't matter the way that they go in, whether it's a bit of fortune, whether it's a striker just reacting quicker than the defence who maybe switched off. I think Ramovic will feel hard done by, but it's Croatia who draw first blood. And we said that both of these two players, you could argue maybe supporting acts to the second players in their squad, might just have the shackles removed. Zaprasic is certainly relishing that opportunity here. Let's take nothing away though from this Montenegrin side, who have fought tooth and nail to be at the finals here. If you cast your mind all the way back to the qualifying round, they had a pretty tricky route to make it there, falling second to Italy by just 2 points. Had to qualify through the playoff groups and almost didn't even make it that far. When you think back to Ukraine just being 1 point behind, it could have been a completely different story, but against all odds, Montenegro are here. But, well, Gel Zaprasic wants to try and put an end to their fairy tale dream and not even give them a chance going into the second leg.
You can see as well, Zaprasic he's a little bit playing for pride as well. Let's not forget. I mean, the last time we saw him today, it was against Luxembourg, and he looked a little bit pedestrian at times, and his defensive frailties were there for all to see. And hopefully he's smartened up his defence a little bit and given himself an opportunity to right the wrongs, as it were. But Montenegro are not going to let this go lightly.
Chance now for Ramovic to build steadily from the back, but the pressure from Croatia so far has been, well, it's been tricky for Montenegro really to build anything so far in the first half. Finally, we're starting to see a few passes strung together. What can happen now? Djordjevic actually in behind, through 1-on-1. Can he finish? Well, of course he can. When the keeper is lost at sea and he's made to look like an absolute fool, just took his time, knew the goalkeeper was going to move, and it's Djordjevic who equalises, one apiece.
When you get to that 1v1 part of this game, it's almost a game of chicken. It's who flinches first, and you can see it was good little 1-2s around the corner, got round the back of it. You can see their keepers moving them all around, and I tell you, if he'd have been stood in front of his line, he may have got a hand to that and saved that around the post, but it's a bit of an error from Zaprasic. You can see just kind of doubles back on himself, and you can see he stood behind the line when he tries to make that save.
One of those ways, isn't it, where because Ramovic is taking so long to take the shot, Zaprasic is almost second-guessing himself and is trying to get his player into a position where he thinks the shot's going to happen, but it's just too far behind the line.
Well, that's the thing. You take too much time, and your opponent will make the decision for you. And in that sense, I mean, Ramovic was a great finish from him, and again, now the tide turns once more.
Now it may be Montenegro into the ascendancy. Look out for that Croatian front three, though. They're happy to stay forward should Zaprasic get the ball back. But look at this. Jovovic lets the ball run. Bakic crosses in. Can he win the header? Second chance. Oh, Kalinic is down smartly this time. Finally gets his hands on the ball, but it's not over just yet for Croatia. Djordjevic is coming forward. Finally dealt with, and chance maybe for one last Croatian attack, Wes, before the half.
Yeah, and if you're in this scenario, you want the last chance of the half, because it'll stop your team, or it'll stop your opponent from getting the counter attack. I still feel there's a little bit of time. It just depends on what the fourth official gives us the added on time. We haven't had too many stoppages though, so I imagine it won't be too long.
Zaprasic trying to make something happen, but well, Ramovic Oak has certainly grown into this first half as it is now rapidly approaching its close. Can he win the ball here? Actually, Marusic Last time on the ball might have dwelled too long. Bit of fancy control there to take it away for Croatia. That will be the final moments of the first half. Montenegro certainly in the ascendancy. Foul there on the Croatian man. Will turn over possession, and you can see a glimpse of the possession stats there. 58% going one way, so certainly that will be a stat the other team tries to make amends. Abramovic now coming forward. Can't find his striker, so we go now the other way. Kramaric finds Perisic almost. Looked perfect on the through ball, but doesn't find his teammate there.
Yeah, and we talk about the way that these teams have set up tactically. Neither one has flinched yet. They're still on their neutral mentality. They're not attacking. They're not defensive. And it's only going to take one goal either side to really change that up again. I can just feel that if a goal goes in either end, we can see an attacking display and a defensive display to see out this game.
Well, Kramaric out to the wide area. Can't quite find a man in his own nation's colours. And, well, the last two tie-breaking deciding matches we've had have been, if I'm not mistaken, 4-3 on aggregate both times. So that shows the level of competition we're at. We are at the very, very pinnacle of the competition. And there are no easy games in any group, but this, when you combine the level of the two nations alongside what's at stake, this is as close as you like. Here is Rebic with a chance maybe to put Croatia in front, cuts it back. Just lost in a forest of Montenegrin defenders and midfielders, just compounding that area of the pitch. Here comes Jovovic, maybe trying to link up with Djordjevic, but it's calmly dealt with by Zaprasic. And now, maybe as we enter the final third of the match, some personnel changes to try and turn the tide.
Yeah, now would be a good time as any.
Kramaric can't quite spray the ball though, Wes, although it's actually a mistake from Montenegro, which will result in a Croatian free kick.
Yeah, that's prime territory. We've seen quite a few good free kicks that have gone flying in today, notably Romania, notably Bosnia from even further distance. But again, none would probably be as important as this one if this can be pocketed by Barisic.
Barisic steps up, strikes it straight into the wall. It's a real shame. He was in a promising position, arguably maybe too close to get it up and over the wall. Kramaric won't get there. And it will just trickle out for danger averted for Montenegro. What can they build from here, though, in midfield? The referee surprisingly has brought that one back. I think probably because the pass was being played backwards, but that's naughty from Modric, and Zaprasic just trying to prevent the building of the play and just allowing Croatian defenders back. And the gamble paid off momentarily, but Montenegro now with possession. Too direct, though. You can just tell maybe that the quality of the football has lessened slightly as these players get more fatigued and the mistakes start to creep in. There's another one. 20 in-game minutes left, Wes. I mean, you're probably looking at a substitute here to maybe make the difference.
Yeah, definitely. I think you've got to be looking at some type of change here. It's been a long old day for these players, so mental fatigue will be setting in as well. They've had to been focused on these screens for some time. It's it is taxing on the body. It's not just we sit down and your thumbs get sore. Your brain will get sore. You'll have to think, and you may make errors that you wouldn't have made earlier in the day. So this is your types of moments. These are your almost championship rounds, if you will, of eFootball PES that you've really got to take care of yourself with.
That's a good point you raise. I think back to eFootball Pro match days. I'll come back to my point as Perisic maybe has a chance here. Petkovic. Well, the Montenegrin keeper has come in so physically there that the Croatian fans in the stadium, and no doubt around the world, are questioning why the referee hasn't pulled that one back for maybe something a bit more harsh. That's another cynical one on a Croatian man that surely will be going in the book. Coming back to your point about fatigue, I mean, one of the things that I see the most when Bayern München in eFootball Pro match days are playing towards the end of the day or the latter stages of the match day. We often see Alex Alcathia with his eye drops, just looking after his eyes and making sure that, you know, those concentration and vision levels can stay at the peak. So you're right, it's not just a case of sitting down with the controller and playing at your optimal best the entire time. It is taxing. But Ramovic, Oak and Zaprasic here, you feel, are just the appetizers of this tantalising, mouth-watering matchup between these two nations. Just 5 in-game minutes to go. Kramaric into the feet of Petkovic, who is fresh on the pitch. And this is another foul here, Wes, which maybe didn't need to happen for Montenegro, and it's just given Zaprasic a chance at the very end of the game to get a strike away. It's Modric who steps up, but once again cannot get the ball over the wall. It's a problem he's had the entire game, and unfortunately it's a chance wasted.
Yeah, they're not the type of areas you want to be giving players like Croatia have in their disposal. You know, the opportunity to find their range. It's going to be quite lucky for Montenegro that, you know, Croatia have been largely ineffective at set pieces. Otherwise, could have found themselves in a real problem at the moment. But I think a draw, if it does turn out that way, I think is a fair result for the first game. But it sets us up nicely for leg 2.
That it does. So the first leg ends 1 apiece. Both nations happy to play out a draw. It wasn't for the want of trying, of course. There were attempts on goal left and right. But now we set up a second leg, Wes, which is, as we alluded to, really mouth-watering. It's a true battle of the rising stars, I want to say. We'll take a look at the replays here of leg 1 between Zaprasic and Ramovic Oak, but it's their 2 national teammates now that we turn the attentions to. Jana and Arti, 2 real standout performers throughout the qualification campaign that now go head-to-head for a spot in the knockout stages.
But it's like a relay race in athletics, isn't it? You know, you put your arguably best man on your last leg to finish strong. That, you know, I think the only team that we've really seen today, we've kind of flipped the script almost, has been France. You know, they sent out Bosmakabal out first, but Lotley second. Instead, we've seen most of these teams, or if not all of these teams, go with that mentality of putting what you'd say is the weaker player out first, and then put your strongest person into close. And, you know, Jana and Arti, you know, we've seen it in the playoffs. We've seen it all around in terms of the games they've played. Both very good operators. So this, like I said, if my prediction is true, this ends a draw and we go to golden goal. That's where I'd still feel this is going to go.
Well, don't adjust your sets. I'm not Lee D-Man Smith. He wishes he was this good looking. I'm actually Harry Channon. Probably the same with Adam Butcher as well. It's not Adam Butcher, it's Stuart Wesley. We've been on the commentary, of course, for the most of today. And this is now a leg for all the marbles. Yes, you could say that either nation would have loved to have brought a goal lead to make things a little bit easier. But for us as a neutral, for us sitting here with cold blood and watching from almost a distance, I suppose you could say a virtual distance, it's set up perfectly. You don't have to worry about the aggregate score. You don't have to worry about any of that. You just have to worry about the result in this game right here, right now. It's set up perfectly.
Yeah, the nerves on each side must be at their highest level that they could possibly be. This is the last chance saloon for Montenegro. Sorry, not Macedonia. Where did I even get that from? Montenegro or Croatia. It's the very last chance saloon for them.
Well, Macedonia are in Europe at least. North Macedonia, I think they're referred to, but at least you're not like Adam Butcher, who was asking if Messi was playing today in the European Championship.
Or that 3 times 3 is 9, and wasn't quite sure.
We won't roast him too much. Artie then with a chance here early on. And it's the dream start for Montenegro. Stefan Jovetic stepping up to the plate. RTPG strikes first.
Yeah, and as quick as that, you know, it's 2 minutes in, and like we said, I mean, it's a hopeful long ball. It's a knockdown, and it's a nice little 1-2, frees up Jovetic, and Stefan Jovetic puts Montenegro a goal ahead, and now all of a sudden, Artie now in the box seat. Does he retreat, and does he just try and protect that lead, or does he try and press on and really secure it? We've seen how teams go when they try and defend 1-0 leads. It's up to Jana now and see whether he can produce some moments of magic with this Croatia team to level the playing field.
Well, Jovetic, as he usually does, cropping up in the danger areas. And, well, if you're the Croatian defence, you look back on that and say, well, how does the ball find its way to that area in the first place? And more importantly, why is it not falling to one of our players? It will be RTPG attacking into the final Croatian third. From right to left, of course, we need to introduce the Croatian representative as well, Jana 18, attacking from left to right. These two, throughout the qualification campaign, real standout performers. We spoke about at the draw show all the way back in January, seems like a lifetime ago, that this is a prime competition to find new talent, and these two really have stood out for me in the eFootball PES universe, and hopefully will be names that we see for years to come, because previously, I mean, for me at least, I had heard of neither of these two players. So it's good to see them now showing what they can do on the big stage.
It's very much a shop window for a lot of teams. I know we obviously alluded to the likes of Luxembourg talking about putting, you know, esports on the map in their country. It's the exact same philosophy with these two teams here as well. You know, and you'll probably see a legion of fans that will come out of this with a lot of respect for these two players and for these two countries.
Still a lot of eFootball PES 2020 to play, of course. If you are just joining us, welcome to the eEURO 2020 e-tournament. You can find out all the information you need to on eEURO2020.com. Whether you're watching us or on the UEFA YouTube channel, on the Euro 2020 Facebook page, wherever you're watching, thank you for joining us. Make sure you use the hashtag eEURO2020 and let us know who you think is going to win the entire thing. We still have an entire day's action to come tomorrow with the knockout rounds, and we will crown our eEURO champion. You join us here in a tie-breaking game. This is to win and advance to the knockout stages tomorrow. Petkovic here for Jana. Will not get the rub of the green, and the ball will bounce the other way. And I do have to apologise for Adam Butcher. He didn't actually ask if Messi was playing in the European Championships. I just wanted to make him look a bit foolish.
Is that the clarifications part of the broadcast, yeah?
That is the clarification, yeah. He's texted me and said, "Oi, tell him that's not true." Great strike there from Jana. Will force a corner, and this is what we like to see. Maybe some risks start to be taken. You're still early on in the game. Why not try and snatch a goal back? I mean, a lucky deflection there, Wes, and maybe we're seeing this be 2 apiece on aggregate.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's those tiny moments of, you know, if it goes, you know, if it clips off a post and goes in, or if it takes a deflection the other way and throws the goalkeeper out, it can change everything.
Modric with the cross, looking for his man in the middle. And it's not very authoritative defending at the back for Montenegro, but it gets the job done. And it's honestly all Montenegro need to do at this point.
It's like we said earlier about the Netherlands. It's, you know, through by any means necessary, and if it means that they clear their lines every single time the ball comes near them, that's what Artie's going to do. But again, the more times you do that, you're going to give Jana every bit of impetus to come forward as he comes forward again.
Yeah, look at this. Petkovic is in! Great stop. Won't even go out for a corner. That was manual keeping at its finest.
That was a superb save from Artie there.
Really was. Danger not over just yet, though. Well, they might be now as Jovetic turns defender. I mean, really, really nice save. We've seen manual goalkeeping look a little bit silly, and you might wonder why you do it. Well, that's a prime reason why. Danger not averted, though. Kramaric! It's a corner. Jana really putting the pressure on now.
It's a wonderful bit of technique to get that shot into the goal there. It's another corner for Croatia.
Looks like it will be another corner as the ball fails to clear the first man. Look out for the far post. That's the intended target here for Jana. Falls to Mateo Kovacic. Just seems like he's trying to out-muscle RT at the moment and try and maybe get some 1-versus-1 wins on the pitch that he's been able to do against other nations here, Wes. But RT knows his squad in and out, and so far, Jana just hasn't had the success that we've seen against other nations.
That is fair. That's a fair assessment. I think second half, we'll look for the introduction of Petkovic, who's been. Oh, well, I can see there actually. I thought, see, that shows you how kind of absent he's really been. He's left side of the pitch, hadn't really seen him. He's been such a key man for Croatia for so long that he's just not even in this game at the moment.
RT threatening to fashion a real chance there, but Jana has survived the scare. You're right. I mean, Petkovic, pretty anonymous. We saw previously Zaprasic favouring to bring him on as a sub and start Rebic. It looks like Jana is going for the reverse, so don't be surprised to see Rebic feature later on. Oh, a real mix-up at the back here for Montenegro. RT survives for now. Stoppage time in the first half is what we're in right now. Luka Modric looking for Perisic. This one will be cleared, and that will be the end of the first half. So a second half then, Wes, with so much riding on it for RT. We know he likes a kick-off goal. We know he likes to try and compound the pressure and compound the problem on his opposition. Are you almost surprised to see him maybe play a bit of possession here and frustrate Jana?
Not really. I think this would have been the way that it would have gone had they have taken the lead against the Netherlands. Had RT had got that lead over Eldridge, I think that's the kind of game plan that he would have gone to. You can see as he tries to make his way through there, it's deflected and it's back to the goalkeeper. You can see there that Croatia trying to push the tempo with playing an attacking mentality now, and again, I'm not sure whether that's gonna do enough, especially with, you can see on the flip side, Montenegro fully on defence duty at the moment and very much on the check. Jana!
Oh, has it gone in? No, it hasn't. Off the back of the keeper. I think this one, Wes, was a deflected strike. I didn't get the best look at it. Yeah, just comes off the shin of the defender, and the keeper was... I mean, he was left flailing at it. Yeah. Did just get a touch. Came off his back in the end, I believe. So, outswinger then. Goes for the front post. That's disappointing. And a waste of good territory there by Jana. Luka Modric. You just sense that there's more goals to come. Here is Ivan Perisic through 1-on-1. Essentially, there's your equaliser. Ivan Perisic stepping up for Jana. Croatia back in it. Game on.
Yeah, we said it was going to be a case of would pushing the issue be enough from Croatia, and it's proved right in the end. They now find themselves at equaliser. Now RT's now going to have to come out of that defensive shell and try and get back his goal advantage. The issue you're going to have, though, is he going to have the energy? Montenegro are going to have the legs here. It was Perisic, lovely finish in the end. But you've got to question how much this tank is left for Montenegro here as we know that Croatia have got so many reinforcements on the bench. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens next.
Yeah, great finish one-on-one. Was very, for me, decisive. And that's what you need to be in that kind of situation. Don't look for the extra man. Just wait for the goalkeeper to move. He didn't in the end, but Perisic with the classy finish that Jana was really looking for. And this has blasted this second leg wide open between these two rising stars. Kramaric lays it off now to Luka Modric. Petkovic also introduced, and Modric lost his footing at a crucial time as we enter the final third of this second leg. Attention's turned now maybe to the substitute benches. Here is Barisic to attempt to find a teammate. He only finds the goalkeeper. Chance now building are Croatia. Barisic can't get there before the ball crosses the byline, Wes, and well, with 20 minutes to go, this surely is the time you introduce the substitutes, the likes of Rebic for Croatia.
It would be time. It would normally be timing. You can hear the tannoy. You can see Vida's come on for Barisic. You can see Vlasic has come on for Kovacic. And you can see there, as you called, Ante Rebic on for Kramaric.
Magoja as well, someone to look out for. So, is there a final goal? Is there a twist for either of these two nations? It would be heartbreak for the other to go out in this fashion. We've seen it once already. Oh, we've seen it a couple of times. Germany losing out earlier to Romania. Turkey, of course, falling as well. Which one of these two nations will join the realm of disappointment? Magoja back to him now. Maybe played too much there by Arti. Now Jana quickly and swiftly lets the ball do the work. Rebic hacked down. But look at Ivan Perisic. He's found a lot of space on that far side. Crosses in. Comes back to Modric. Rebic will use his strength. Obviously has a lot of stamina here as well. Modric thought about making the run, but just hesitated as the pass was played. And, well, you can see the slide tackles coming in from Croatia at the moment. I mean, Arti was doing the same on the other side. This is just purely professionalism at this point. Lofted up, headed down, but headed over. Rebic with some nice feet to evade the tackle. 86th minute we're in now. A goal soon would surely win it for either nation. Vital interception by Lovren. The whole stadium just waits with bated breath for the final attack. Which way will it fall? Looks like it'll go to the way of Arti. Magoja just again forcing the ball forward. It's 2-2 on aggregate. Who will get the final attack? It will be Arti. Tries to play the ball through. Magoja, does he have the legs? He had the legs, Wes, just didn't have the position on the pitch. And we cannot split these two nations. Don't adjust your sets. We will not be going to penalties. It's a golden goal third game we will be playing. So next goal wins. Well, well, well. We said it was set up perfectly in the first leg. A 1-1 situation was, in the end, fairly accurate of how these two nations stack up against each other, with a mirrored result in the second game as well.
Yeah, you can see two very evenly matched teams. And for once, I mean, it's took me all day, but I finally got a prediction correct. We are into a golden goal situation. I mean, we saw how quickly it finished between Germany and Romania. I wouldn't adjust your sets at any point because this could end real quick.
Just took 2 minutes between Romania and Germany. A goal straight from the kickoff. We were literally in the game for about 15 seconds and it was all over. Hopefully this one lasts a little bit longer just to get the juices flowing and really set up potential heroics or heartbreak. Who will it be? Montenegro versus Croatia. We run it back for a deciding game.
I think my money is just slowly on the side of Croatia. I mean, you know, as the point's been made in the background, this could go as long and we could potentially end up in a penalty shootout. We just don't know. They've been that evenly matched. We could be here a while.
Well, my issue is, I suppose not really an issue, but the fact that Arti now has full stamina Montenegrin players to play with, that's something Jana needs to be on full alert for. And he's going straight for the jugular here. Djordjevic cannot get to the ball. But Arti, he knows when his players have the stamina, Wes, on his side, he knows he can be a threat. So Jana needs to be very, very aware.
But you get the feeling that Montenegro's kind of starting 11 are pretty good and it's well drilled from Arti's side. It's when he has to go to his substitutes bench that I feel that he struggles a little bit.
It's just lacking a bit of depth, isn't it?
Yeah, they're lacking a little bit of depth. Whereas Croatia, they've got a whole host of players on the bench that can be brought on to great effect. So, if the longer this game goes on, it's going to benefit Croatia, I really feel. But hopefully it doesn't go on too long because, again, if you're Arti, you want this game over quick, so essentially you can get rested. It's really open. I mean, you can see there Montenegro also playing ultra defensive. They could be just battening down the hatches, hoping for one glorious opportunity to go, or they could potentially try and look on penalties.
Well, look at this. Perisic, well, tried to feed Petkovic. It's been, a long old campaign. You don't want to throw it away with one silly slip in a golden goal situation. So that's why we're seeing neither nation, neither player take any risks here. Arti just cannot get the ball to go.
The thing is, as an onlooker, you're probably looking at it going, just attack, just go for it. It's like, no, this is the culmination of several months of hard work for these players. Who are we to say that they should be rushing?
Luka Modric somehow comes away with the ball. Barisic might be able to cross one in! Well, the first real chance in golden goal comes and goes. Saved by the head of Petkovic in the Montenegro net.
That's some improvised goalkeeping. You save it with your face.
Yeah, not sure he knew too much about that one. The resulting corner is wasted. But that one will be sore in the morning. Arti, though, survives the scare. Reminder, if you are just joining us, this was played out to 2-1 all draws in the first two legs. We're now in a third golden goal situation leg. So next goal will advance to the knockout stages between these two nations. Look out for Petkovic and Perisic here combining. Jana has a real chance maybe to fashion something. Corner now to Croatia. Look out for the front post. That's the aim. Does he win the header? No, he doesn't. Actually falls down to him. Well, second chance goes Croatia's way as well.
How many chances are they going to get here?
The goal there, Wes, seemed to me to be gaping.
It seemed harder to miss than it did to score. I mean, it didn't take that. It didn't have that much to aim at. in the sense of in terms of stuff that you could hit there. You know, you've gone some to hit it wide there. Really poor from Croatia, but they're on the attack again.
Kramaric now. Maybe could have pulled it back. You can see the amount of Croatian bodies forward. This might spell trouble for them in attack. Look at this. Arti has a man over Jovetic. The goalkeeper's come. He needs to get back into net. Oh, that's nervy. Very, very nervy stuff for Croatia. That could have been their entire eEURO campaign coming to a skidding halt, but they survive for now. Both nations with chances. Croatia, you could argue, with the more gilt-edged of the two. The two nations, that is. I've thrown both away, and that's going to allow Arti now maybe to fashion a chance of his own. There was a shot in there, never looked on balance. And which way is this going to go? I just cannot call it.
They seem so drastically evenly matched that it's very hard to tell. Both are getting chances at that end of the pitch. It's just they can't seem to find the killer instinct finish.
Barisic trying to turn his man. The ball once again failing to clear the first man. Jana will maintain the pressure here. This pressure cooker just continues to reach boiling points. Mateo Kovacic to Perisic. Petkovic back to Perisic. Is this the chance for Croatia? Can't find the man. Arti can come up the other way now with Bakic. It's another great chance for Croatia. Wasted.
I can't believe this.
And it's unbelievable. If Jana fails to score, he only has himself to blame, Wes.
Yeah, there's been chances a bunch here, and it's just not being able to find the finish. But this is what we talk about, it's pressure. You know, you talk about it being a pressure environment. This is as pressurized as it gets. It's one mistake costs you your country's eEURO 2020 hopes.
Djordjevic. Well, he's been the point man for Montenegro time and time again. Almost sent them straight in to the knockout stages. Arti, the ball actually falls quite kindly to him. Might go twice in a row as well. Kramaric now has 4 defenders in front of him to beat. Support now in the way of Petkovic, but well, he's muscled well and truly off the ball. Makes amends though. Ivan Perisic. I just feel like he's the player to maybe unlock the defence here. Petkovic back to Kovacic, dispossessed. And well, Jana will chase this one down. The result will only be a goal kick. But this one, Wes, could be destined to penalties. It really could.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I mean, if we thought pressure was a thing before kickoff, it would be pressure times 1,000, if not infinitely, if this goes to penalties. And you know, we've seen, you know, in real football, we've seen plenty of penalty shootouts in European championships that have, you know, have broken the hearts of many a country. But this could be a real heartbreaker for either one of these players if it does go that way in the end.
You could certainly argue a case for both of these nations somehow finding their way into the knockout stages, but only one can advance from this group. And we've seen golden goal previously in this tournament, just, well, minutes ago technically, but it's more like hours now. Romania sinking German hearts in just 2 in-game minutes. It's taken a lot longer than that to separate these two. Kovacic. You said, Wes, the longer this game goes on, the more it favours Croatia. We'll see if that holds true here. Perisic uses his body well, goes for the acrobatic. Might fall here for Modric. Passes it off to Kovacic. Ivan Perisic turns his man really well. Can cross this one in as well. Artie survives again. And the cauldron that is that stadium is really hotting up now. What must be going through the minds of these two players?
I'll ask you a question, Harry. If you were playing, would you prefer to lose in 2 minutes, or would you prefer to lose at the 90th minute of a golden goal?
2 minutes.
Yeah,
2
because
minutes
you've
every
not
day.
had those opportunities. You've not had those gilt-edged chances. And, you know, Croatia could potentially look back on this as a huge chance missed. And Montenegro surviving almost by the seat of their pants.
For the record, Wes, I'd prefer not to lose at all, but you didn't give me that option.
There's only an A and B in this scenario. There are no C.
Dejan Lovren. Just waiting with bated breath to see who's going to break the deadlock here. Modric very, very deep now. Rebic has been introduced. Artie will need to keep tabs on him. Modric pushed a little further up the pitch now. Barisic just went slightly too early. It's by the finest of margins, but I mean, those are the measures we're dealing with now. A matter of inches, a matter of millimetres at this level.
Yeah, it's not long left in regulation time either. There's no substitutes been brought on yet. It's not that I've seen.
Well, looks like Magoja's on for Montenegro, so I think there has been 1 or 2 changes, but we've been focused on the game, as have these two players.
Free kick to Montenegro.
Yeah, and it's in a decent spot here as well, isn't it?
Oh.
It's gone the other way, actually.
Give it the other way. Wow.
Yeah, it's fooled me as well. Luka Modric now. 9 of the Croatian 11 in the Montenegrin half. Rebic, though, dispossessed. Artie, you could argue, hanging on. Hasn't really had a sniff of an attack in quite some time, but has 3 players to aim for up front. Here's one of them. It's Djordjevic and Jovovic combining. Here is the latter, tries the back heel through ball. Would have been nice, but just asking too much.
We kind of forget as well, Harry, is that these guys have played each other in the playoff groups. So these guys will be well versed in how each other play. So it's almost, that's kind of the reason why we've got this stalemate. Both sides are kind of built up of physical players. They do have some technique in there as well. But they've also, these players have probably practiced against each other more times than we can think, not to mention played each other competitively. So we're at a real stalemate at this point, unless somebody can find a piece of magic in the last 7 minutes.
Will it fall to Montenegro? Kramaric out to Rebic, who you would want to see making deep runs and using the most of his stamina that he has saved up. Vlasic dispossessed though. The ball rockets into a Croatian man. That piles the pressure on. And here is Rebic making one of those deep runs we were looking for. Kramaric the target. Back to Rebic. Barisic can maybe fire one in. It will be an 89th minute corner. Will he go for the outswinger? Yes, he will. Looking for the man in the middle. Goalkeeper called into action, and we're approaching that time, where we're starting to look like a penalty shootout is the only thing that will separate these two nations. Unless Jana tries to find Rebic once more. Is there one final attack here for Montenegro? Artie comes forward, Magoja. Into the 92nd minute, that was coming from
One
Jana.
last chuck into the box here.
I mean, you have to throw everything at it. This surely will be one of the last kicks of the game. The goalkeeper stays back.
You can see there the tactical switch there to bring on Rakitic for penalties.
Well, will it pay off? I mean, we're in the third of 2 minutes added on. Finally, I think the referee will blow up.
Wow. Our first penalty shootout.
90 minutes, Wes, of golden goal could not separate these two nations. Jana steps up first. Will he score? Saved! Saved by Montenegro.
That substitution for Rakitic did not pay off. Brilliant save from Montenegro.
So Arti steps up to take the advantage. Saved! Saved by Jana. It's as you were. Perisic now for Jana. Misses! Who wants to score? Is it Arti? Yes, it is. Advantage Montenegro. Jana then, realistically, needs to score this, and it's saved. Saved by Arti.
Pressure has got to him.
And if Arti scores this, it makes...
From Montenegro. Or off of Montenegro. We're now even, Steven.
So then, Rebic steps up and scores. 2-1.
This is sudden death.
Has to score this penalty. Steps up, strikes it.
Oh.
All as you like.
We're now in sudden death penalties, ladies and gentlemen. As the captain to step up for Croatia.
Luka Modric strikes it straight down the middle, and it's saved. Saved by Arti. Saved by Petkovic. This to put Montenegro into the knockout stages of eEURO 2020. Saved!
Huge save.
Saved again. It is Rebic this time. Scores. The Croatian fans go crazy. Arti has to score this penalty. And he does.
Cool finish. That's a really cool finish under pressure, that.
Puts all the pressure back onto Jana. Will he score? Needs to score.
Does score.
Just. Arti was close to it, but he needs to put this penalty away. Arti steps up, needs to score, and does so. Nothing can separate these two nations. Jana now. We're into the defenders taking penalties, and it's saved! Saved by Arti.
Could this be it? Looks like Stefan Savic to seal the game.
Another penalty to send Montenegro through to the knockout rounds. It's saved again!
This is incredible.
No one wants to go home. Jana steps up once more with Lovren and scores. This one has to find the back of the net. For Arti, for Montenegro. Needs to score. And it's saved! Croatia are through. It's absolute heartbreak for Montenegro. They pushed Croatia the entire way, as far as you could possibly push them. But we finally have a result. And it's Croatia, after penalties, after 90 minutes of golden goal, will be advancing from Group C. Wes, I know you're probably speechless right now. Try and put into words what we've just seen. We've been blessed with two absolutely mind-blowing tie-breaking games here in the eEUROs. Neither nation seemingly wanted to go home. I suppose you could argue neither nation seemed like they wanted to grab it with both hands and actually qualify themselves. But after, I think, was it 9 or 10 penalties apiece? I can't remember. We finally have a result, and we finally have Croatia joining the rest of the knockout teams.
Well, it underpins what we kind of highlighted in the playoff group stage, was that the resiliency from Croatia to kind of come back time and time again. And in that penalty shootout, there was points where it could have easily gone to Montenegro and it could have been curtains for Croatia, but they stuck with it. Even Modric misses a penalty. He's arguably Croatia's best penalty taker. Rakitic was brought off the bench. He misses a penalty. And of all people, of all unlikely heroes, it's Dejan Lovren who pops one into the top right-hand corner. And yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's hard and it's difficult to separate them, but it had to go to penalties. They were too evenly matched.
They really were. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, if we have time to look at the replays from that match, purely based on the fact that that match seemed to go on and on and on. It was a real marathon series of games. Really, really harsh, though, on Montenegro. You have to say that the route that they took through the NGB qualification phase to actually represent their country, to then go through the grueling qualification process with all other 54 nations around them, to then have to go through the playoff groups, and they go out like that. I mean, your heart just bleeds for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly cruel, but on the flip side, you know, commiserations to Montenegro. They can be absolutely proud of the job that they've done. Like we said, to come from exactly where they were to where they are now, it's been an incredible journey. And to go out on your shield in a penalty shootout, I suppose is not a bad way to go, because you know what, you've took somebody to the absolute limit. And a team like Croatia, we kind of fancied as dark horses going into this tournament. It was going to be there. I mean, you can see there 50-50 in possession. You know, the shot accuracy. There wasn't that many shots. It was just an absolute war for the two of them. And to go out on penalties, you know, it's unfortunate, but we have to separate them somehow.
Well, these were the match stats from the game 3. So the golden goal game. I mean, we saw some really, really good chances, didn't we? Saw some really good chances for Croatia. None of them taken in the golden goal regulation time, but luckily for Jana, luckily for Gels Zaprasic joining him in the Croatian national side, they will be featuring in the knockout round. But you feel like if they didn't make it through, Wes, that they would have been definitely ruining some of those chances that they had, because there were some real gilt-edged chances in there that they missed.
There were some massive chances in there, and I genuinely thought, in the back of my head, I thought there's going to be just one chance that's going to fall from Montenegro and they'll take that golden goal. But I think when you look at the balance of that third game, I'd say it was fair that Croatia do go through, because they just had the better of the chances, and they did better with the possession that they had.
Well, thank you very much, Wes. That was a real fun marathon series of eFootball PES 2020 to cover with you. It's now time to hop over to our final tiebreaker match of the group stages. We'll find our final team to join the rest of the nations in the knockout round. Let's throw it over to our commentators. It's Adam Butcher, and of course, first, it will be Lee Smith.
Thank you very much, guys. God, I think I'm exhausted just watching that after that penalty shootout. I don't know what to say. Dejan Lovren winning a penalty shootout. You know, as an Upon man, I'm kind of proud, but also thinking, how did he get to Dejan Lovren?
I mean, we were calling it behind the scenes, miss, goal, miss. It was ridiculous.
Oh, what a game. So we're moving on. It is the final game of the night, the final tiebreaker matchup, Austria versus Israel. They faced each other this morning. Which felt, I think it was like 10 hours ago now. Austria coming out on top 2-1 in that game. Of course, they've both been through the ringer since then. Austria going down to a very tight game against France, 0-0 in the first leg and 2-0 in the second. Meanwhile, Israel also had themselves a very tight match against Greece. Greece being eliminated in fourth place in this group. So I gotta be honest, Adam, we've just had a really close game there. I think we might have another.
It's going to go to golden goal and penalties. No, I mean, all games in Group D have been very, very tight. Not a lot in it. Even the so-called favourites in France were, nearly didn't go through at certain points. Drew nil with Austria, so it's going to be very, very tight again.
Yeah, and obviously France, I think, are now technically the highest scoring team in the tournament, despite the fact they've played a lot less games than everyone else out there. So, of course, they're through. The question is who's going to join them. We're going to get them going as soon as possible. Obviously, let's recap ourselves about the players that will be taking part today. Of course, we saw all of them earlier on today. For Austria, we had Sem and Straight Ahead. No, tell a lie. It was Fru that played, right? Fru was the one that held up as
Fru in 1991.
Yeah, he held up as Mekabeel for the full match, played fully defensive. I'm hoping we're not going to see the same from him. We're going to see what he can do rather than having to put on a defensive display, maybe an attacking display this time around.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm gonna wait with bated breath on the start of this game because, like we said, we generally have slow starts. Hopefully, we can get a firecracker of a start and get us underway. But my heart says, well, my heart and head says it's going to be a very, very cagey affair.
And for Israel, we saw Astman and Orel earlier on today. Will be Daniel Orel once again starting things off. This time he's up against Straight Ahead. So Straight Ahead coming in for Austria. Obviously have the 3-player roster, so they're rotating through it. So let's see what Straight Ahead can do for Austria, playing as the red, Israel in the white and blue.
Yeah, and interestingly, he is the captain. So quite why he's not featured as much currently, I'm not too sure. Maybe we'll see now. They were just waiting for this all-decisive game for him to come to the boil. Let's see.
Whether they were maybe not confident or confident against France. I'm not too sure how it works out. Maybe they were just thinking, you know what, we'll rest and come up for the next match. We'll see what he can do here. We are seeing defensive setup from Orel to start with here, though. So clearly feeling on the back foot, maybe in the opening 10, or maybe just hoping he can settle himself in and make sure he doesn't let in one of those early openers that we've seen in the first couple of minutes before. As it is, Austria on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, we often see that quick start, like you said, we nearly got one there. But it's possible that Austria were looking at the fixtures, and certain players tend to play different styles, of course, so therefore maybe they felt that he wasn't quite suited well enough to play against the likes of Usmakabal, but he's better suited for this matchup now, so we'll wait and see. Certainly started brightly.
I think it was Eero we heard of earlier. I believe it was in the interview, right? Talking about Zahavi, believes he's one of the best players in this at the moment. Obviously, with the way the stat balancing works, believes he's one of the best forwards, one of the highest scoring forwards for him, and that's why they're using them. Of course, with the stat balance in effect, it does alter how some players who you may believe in real life would be better sometimes will be affected. As it is, though, it's Israel on the break at the moment as they try and build up an attack down this left wing. Nice little through ball. He's managed to find his way through. Gets a great cross in. Just couldn't get anything on it. I think a header on that may well have found the net because the speed of that cross was like a bullet.
Yeah, fiercely whipped in by Oriel Daniel there. And it was the first real chance he's got into the attacking third in this match so far. 20 minutes gone, and it has been generally pretty much Austria possession. But that's promising there from Oriel Daniel for Israel.
Absolutely. Austria, though, trying to see what Straight Ahead's got. See if he can pull forward. I'm hoping that... Is 77 the year he was born? In which case he's a great find. Yeah! But it's gone wide. He's also an old man, unfortunately. But well, I'll have to check that one.
Before we start calling people old men on stream. You never know. As the ball gets played up towards the halfway line now for Israel, starting to grow into the match after a fairly slow start. As now it's Austria's turn to drop deep and Straight Ahead to soak up some pressure.
I mean, judging by his picture in the bottom left, I'm pretty sure he's not a 1977 fine wine.
You never know. You never know. He could have aged very, very well.
Well, I like to think I've aged pretty well, but not
no,
that
you
well.
haven't. You haven't. I'm joking. 30 minutes gone, and it's been a lot of Israel possession in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. Can they fashion a chance? You mentioned that fiercely whipped in cross. It's probably the best we've had so far, just nobody on the end of it. Outside of that, just a one shot from distance for Austria, and as we expectedly, a cagey, tight affair that's going to go to a third replay match and penalties.
Yeah, we've had a couple of changes as well, because you can see that Austria have actually gone defensively now and tight marking, so clearly feeling something's not opening up, and that's feeding well for Israel, because they are on the attack now as Austria look to absorb the pressure. A good chance down this right wing to whip it in. We'll go for the cross. Can he get the header? No. We saw Zahavi smashing in a couple earlier on, hoping to try and get on that one. Can't win the rebound, and now the counter is on for Austria. Looking for that through ball. Has he got a pace to just nudge it ahead of the defender? Chance. Oh, in near post, and it clatters off it and rebounds away.
Huge chance for Austria. Smash back off the foot of the post with the goal at his mercy. A player of his talent, you really should be taking those chances. And now Israel go down the other end. The offside flag is raised. But that was the first time to turn the screw, and it almost paid dividends.
I think it was Alaba that was almost undone there, but Prudel being used on the left wing. It looks like Alaba's maybe being used further forward by him. It looks that's definitely Alaba. I think I can see on the wing there, so maybe using him as more of a left winger. Yeah, I mean he's obviously got the strength and pace in real life to certainly do in that position, but as it is, half-time beckons. And a cagey first half, I think, is the phrase I'm going to go with here, rather than a ball draw. But definitely a slow one for late night.
It is. I think they are feeling the mood that we're in right now at this one. But we've seen it flash to life in the second half often, so hopefully we'll get some action soon. You mentioned about the formations, of course. We are not able to get any glimpses of the tactics at the moment. So we can't clarify that, but if we do get any information, then we will pass that on as a chance for Austria to bring it up over the halfway line. And the first chance of the second half to make inroads in the attacking third. Tries to play it through. Good, solid defending again. And the goalkeeper very calm, composed and collected. Another 3 Cs for you there, Lee.
He liked to keep them rolling. That's what I like to see. No pressure on him, though, so was able to just switch foot, sit up to the side, and that's exactly what Israel are looking to do right now as they start to look left and right and figure out an opening in the Austrian defence at the moment. As straight ahead continues to play it fairly defensively. Alaba closing down his man and absolutely works, but Cohen's going to let this one. It's going to be a throw. No, stops it before he goes off the pitch. Alaba relentless in his pursuit of that ball, but it's not worked out. The clearance didn't go cleanly, and Israel win it back and get themselves an opening on the left.
So half an hour remaining, and still we are deadlocked here. Neither side will be disappointed with this. We knew it was going to be tight in this first game, and it means the second game is wide open, and one good performance will see them into the knockout stages as it flashes across the face again. Nothing doing, and back in possession for Israel, and they come again. Another swarm. They're through. He's onside. The goalkeeper comes and clears. Did really, really well in the end.
Just a little bobble there. I wasn't sure if the referee was going to blow it up. We've seen lighter once given, but looked like it was all clean at the moment. I think we're yet to have a penalty in regulation time, right? We just saw the god-awful penalty shootout a moment ago, but we haven't seen one yet. Now with 25 minutes remaining, the ball is rather enthusiastically played down the left wing, a little too hard. See whether they're going to get boxed in that left corner, as a couple of subs will come through here. Let's see
just
exactly
prior to
who
that,
they are.
Yeah, just prior to that substitution, looking at the radar, it appears that Israel are playing a sort of a 4-3-3 formation and more of a 4-4-2 for Austria, but things might have changed since that pause. Awesome mistake. Real chance here for the first goal of the day, and that's what we have. Clinically taken, smashed in by Arnautovic, but it's not going to count. The drama continues in the eEURO 2020. Arnautovic flagged for offside.
I think he's about as furious as we are, but he's clearly off. There's no question in that one. Not talking about a hair width. He was full body, the lot, completely offside. So Austria will have to continue the pressure. Israel, we're looking to absorb it. We're still waiting to see if that counter-attacking play can work out for Austria. And of course, there is a second leg to follow. And well, who knows? Maybe we'll end up with a third as well. So Aurel Daniel works it down the right wing. It's a good ball forward, but the control was lacking from Nacho. And it does mean that Wöber under pressure. As Abba will just play it back. Austria now through the middle for straight ahead. Can he go straight ahead as his namesake works out? It looks like he's trying. Oh, he tried to flick it through. Arnautovic was offside once again, though, so couldn't get involved in the play.
Just 15 minutes remaining here in the first game between Austria and Israel. A goal now would give them huge impetus and an advantage going into that second crucial tie, which will see one of these two teams crowned with a place in the knockout stages of eEURO 2020. So a lot at stake here.
Sabitzer pulling the strings for Austria. Tries to pull the midfield around and see if he can get anything going. Habashi has to play it back into Bitton. Finds Gani down that right wing. Feeds it down, Nacho. This time it's a little too hard. It will be once again another throw-in. He's really trying to stretch the wings of the Austrian defence, but unfortunately for him, he's stretching it a little too much. Now, counter chance here. No, tell a lie. Straight edge, just going to play it back and refresh it across his back four.
This really is a game of chess right here. We've seen very little from either side going forwards, as it almost feels like it's got to the stage in the competition. They know it's the last game of the day almost, and there's a lot of fear in this play, but there's a real chance here, and again, he's chosen the wrong option. He has to go far post.
Yeah, across the keeper almost certainly was the right option there. It's a beautiful little flick over the top through ball, but it was a tight angle. But as you say, just going near post, it's always going to get fed, or at least the keeper should never get beaten there, really, at that stage, at the angle that it was at. But it is a corner, and a chance maybe for something to steal away in the dying moments of the game. Flicks it in near post, straight to the cans of the keeper. And Harush not having any of it. And this one looking like it may well finish 0-0, as not a great deal of shots throughout the match.
No, the highlight reel unfortunately won't be great, but hopefully we will see better showing in the second game, because of course now it's 90 minutes is all that stands between one of these two teams and the next stage.
So the whistle's blown. It is going to be, oh, it's on the front offside. I thought that was the final whistle, but there must be about a second or two to play. I think he's just going to kick it out and blow the whistle. So 0-0 first game. Let's see if the deadlock can get broken in the second leg. We are waiting a moment for the match to resume indeed. Yeah, not a great one.
Lee, what was your favourite moment in that one? That's why I threw to you, because I knew you were going to ask me the same question.
Drinking my water was probably my favourite moment within that game, I feel. Definitely not one to write home about after a 10-hour of broadcast. Certainly one that needs to liven up in the second half, I think it's safe to say. Somewhat surprised to see Austria going defensive in that game, actually.
I thought, considering they did so well against France, even though they played slightly defensive against France, I still felt they'd be confident enough to take the game to Israel, who struggled a little bit against Greece, and it wasn't to be. They both like I said, it felt like they were both rabbit in the headlights. They felt the fear factor more than anything, and they weren't able to free themselves up. Maybe 2 new players now will come in with a different mindset, and it may change. Hopefully it will change.
We should point out that Israel did beat Austria both times in the group stage, in the qualifying group. So they do have a history of obviously beating them. This was the first time that Austria beat them this morning, 2-1. So not too surprising to maybe see them defensively. We don't know who played and how that one worked out. I haven't looked too deep into the stats. The system wouldn't show me who played and who had scored. So maybe it's actually going the exact way it did this morning. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we'll draw out this first game and then we'll try and bring a stronger player in. I mean, you said straight ahead is the captain, but maybe it's just taking one for the team there.
Well, like I said, he didn't play at all against France, so maybe he's more of the behind the scenes. He knows the game inside out and can see who's better at playing different games. Like you said, maybe he's just there to kind of nullify that first game almost. Well, if that was the plan, it's worked very well.
Well, we got either Sem or Fru coming up for the Serbians, the Austrian team. And, well, for Israel, we're expecting it to be Astman, but of course, it could also be Amici Edri as well. So we'll find out who's going to step in. They also have a coach, obviously, working in the background, Israel. So certainly solid players. They top their group. So certainly not ones to sniff at. Obviously, while Austria are coming from the lower bracket, they have bested Austria a number of times. So expecting this one to continue to be cagey as well.
Yeah, cagey indeed. Hopefully we get that early goal, which we tend to sometimes get after a very tight first game. And then, of course, that completely changes the game plan and the opposite team has to come out and then we go from there. But yeah, definitely it's feeling like the last game here. We're waiting for some magic.
Yeah, I just want to recap. We're just waiting for the systems to be sorted out, so hopefully we'll be back in a second. Just to refresh your memories of what's happened today. Obviously, we've had the 4 groups playing out throughout the day. If you don't want spoilers, then you want to watch the VOD, then quickly mute the stream or don't listen to me. But I'm going to tell you who has gone through so far. Some big shocks straight away in Group A. Spain did go through, but so did Romania, knocking out Germany in a golden goal early on today, Adam. That one was a bit of a surprise. Group B, we also had Serbia and Italy going through. Turkey very, very close to going through, but just couldn't quite go the extra mile against Serbia. And of course, we just had the Croatia game versus Montenegro a moment ago. Netherlands already through, also a very tight game. And of course, Croatia coming out on top in the penalty. If you missed that one, it went to I believe the 10th penalty. Dejan Lovren, the hero of Croatia, stepping up and putting them through. And here in Group D, France are already through and waiting to see who it's going to be. Will it be Austria? Will it be Israel? Adam, let's find out.
Let's find out we shall, and it will be Israel to get us underway, kicking from left to right in the white and sky blue. I'm a bit colourblind, but it looks about that. And then, of course, the red and white for Austria. And we're looking for that lightning quick start here. And it is Sem 19071986. What a gamer tag that is.
It's certainly got the numbers in there. Like, I don't know what the reference is, 1907 to 86, whether it's a parent or something like that. I mean, that would be a grandparent, surely you'd hope, or a great-grandparent, in fact, at 1907 maybe. But I
mean, 1986 is my birthday. Maybe it was partly to do with me. You never know.
1986 is your birthday? you were born in 86? I'm not sure about that one. You were? Oh, really? You're that young?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed it.
Am I looking that haggard these days?
I think the child, the 4 a.m. The 4 a.m. start for you today maybe is what's put a years on you, yeah. But oh man, you missed Mexico '86. What a great tournament that was.
Did indeed.
Anyway, we're back to the game. 11 minutes in. Overhead kick clearance. Now we're starting to see Austria under pressure as Sem gets it clear. Asman, of course, playing for Israel, had a relatively decent game earlier against Greece. And Sem himself was the goal scorer. So, unfortunately, tell a lie, he lost 2-0, right, to Latvia earlier on from France.
He did, yeah. Stalemate 0-0 in the first game between the two, and then the second game, it was 2-0 to Latvia. Oh, big chance here. Loads of space on the left-hand side. He plays it across. He could have delayed the pass slightly longer, draw the defender across more, creating more space. Unfortunately, not to be.
I mean, we talk about chances and what you've got to do with them. That's really one that you should be doing better. This, though, is a great overhead ball. The keeper's gone for it. Oh, my word. Can he just go for the shot? The keeper's out of his line. That's what he was thinking was, but the defender blocks it out well. It's still not dealt with, though. But that cross is poor. And now Israel will clear the lines. We're starting to see Austria's game plan here. Up and over the top.
It's worked a lot of times in the past for them. And they're hoping that it's going to be successful again. This time they come down the left-hand side. David Alaba plays it forwards. Another chance to play it into Arnautovic. Lovely first-time pass from him. But unfortunately, it falls to an Israel foot.
Asman with the clearance now on the counter. Playing it down the left wing. Has to recycle the ball back across the middle, perhaps. No, he's trying to go to a player that was always man-marked. Not sure what his idea or theory was with that one. Austria, though, now clearing it back out as they look to go through the middle, straight down the middle. It's what's been working for them so far. Left wing options. Alaba getting forward. Can't get past this man. A brutal tackle that works out for Gani there. And it
oh, it's naughty.
That's a cruncher.
That's naughty. Asman, chance to counter here. He's got numbers over on the left-hand side and through the middle. He elects to go through the middle, and the pass to the left-hand side now is too late. Too little, too late. Austria using the left flank a lot, I've noticed, in the opening half an hour or so. David Alaba seems to be their outlet time and time again, and here he is on the overlap. Chance to cross it in. They need to get the numbers forward, though. It seems to be the plan to get him on the ball, whip it in towards the likes of Arnautovic. Can't get anything on the cross, and if they're going to get any joy today, it looks like it's going to come from that style of attack.
Looking for the big man in the middle, and why not? It works out well. It's the play that suits him best, but now the counter's on, but there's not a great deal of options available for Asman here. But there is now a left wing potential. Xavi trying to get in the middle, looks to try and play it through. The keeper meets him, and looks like it's going to be a corner for Israel. Just checking to see whether it was offside or not. It will be a corner. Simple save. Just came to meet it. No, it came off the Israeli player. It will be a goal kick.
39 minutes gone. Israel 0, Austria 0. Just a one substantial chance in the match so far. Otherwise, it's been pretty much the same as the first 90 minutes. And it's going to take some moment of magic or a defensive mistake, which we almost got there, to break the deadlock.
This one's definitely way more open. This is kind of end-to-end shots, but they're just not clean shots, clean chances. Now we're seeing once again this left wing play coming out from... Oh, he's worked out. He's finally worked out. It was a spin. It was the left wing play that he's been looking for the entire time, but Sem, alas, breaks the deadlock just before half-time.
We said that was going to be the way they were going to break down the Israelis. They were going to use David Alaba. On this occasion, he was the provider for the pass to the person who crossed it. I'm trying to grab the name of. And of course, that man again, Arnautovic, right where you need him. Like true, great centre forwards. Tucks it home.
Yeah, I couldn't see who it was that supplied the cross. It wasn't Alaba. I think it might have been Pudel. Not sure. But either way, it's what he'd been looking for the entire time. It was a clear tactic. If we can spot it, it's pretty clear. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, it was quite interesting how Israel didn't do anything about it. It was coming wave after wave of attacks down that left-hand side using David Alaba, and they just kept giving him time and space. And eventually, if you've got a player like Arnautovic in the middle, that you are going to be made to pay. And he's in again here, and it's into the top right-hand corner. And like a knife through butter, it's 2-0 to Austria, and that might just be a moment to savour for Austria. They could be going through.
Gregoric, no messing this time, through the middle from the kickoff and just blasted into the top right-hand corner. It was again a missed pass, goes through, Arnautovic sets it up, and Gregoric, well, he's just going to put his laces through that one into the top right-hand corner. Not a great deal a keeper can do about that one when hit at that ferocity, so close to the goal. 2-0, Austria. Now, what is the Assman going to do about this one? How will he respond? 2-1 was the score in the first time they met in the groups today, and Austria looking to replay that one once again.
We mentioned after the first game we were surprised that Austria didn't do more offensively, considering how well they played against France. And we are starting to see that in this game now. And really deserved of their 2-0 lead. Can Assman and Israel cause some stir here and a bit of a goal? It's a real ricochet inside the penalty area, smashed back off the face. And away to safety. And Austria come again.
Looking like he's going a bit offensive now, so Israel are certainly going to go for it. As expected, Austria will just back off a little bit and try and go a wee bit more defensively and mark a little bit tighter. Assman's the one that needs the goals. He's got 35 minutes to try and prove something. Straight down the middle, finds bags of space and slots one home. We have a game on our hands at last. It's took a full 90 minutes, then another 56 to get going, but it's finally livening up.
And it's that man again, Zahavi. You picked it before the game. They like to utilise his attributes. And when you've got that sort of quality, just ping the ball into him on the edge of the area. Get the turn away from the defender. And he unleashed a fearsome left foot shot into the bottom corner. And it's game on.
Game on indeed. Are we ever going to finish tonight? That's the question. We will find out in the next 35 minutes because Austria have got to be careful. Don't back away too much from this one. I said he'd gone defensive on that one, and you know, Assman had gone looking, hunting for the goals, but as it is, Assman's just defensive at the start, just the kickoff, make sure he doesn't let anything slip, and now he's back hunting for goals, straight through the middle, just as he was a moment ago. There's a massive option available. Oh, the defender just gets a toe on it. That's gone for a corner.
Well, crucially, what's happening now is they're forcing David Alaba to be on the back foot. He was getting so much space going down the left-hand flank, but now because he's had to drop back, they've got no outlet. And now they can really ramp up the pressure. Chance to get the shot away, deflected off the goalkeeper. And it's away to safety. And it's all Israel right now. But a third goal for Austria could be the 2-goal cushion that they need to go through. It is that man again. David Alaba crosses towards the penalty spot. Headed away. Still in Austria possession though.
Yeah, this is opening right up now. Counter-attack on counter-attack from the corner, end-to-end stuff. Assman, though, once again gets a toe on it, and now he's looking to go for a counter-attack himself. He's got players forward, 3-4 players charging forward, bags of space to pass through to. He'll find the one in the middle. Zahavi is there, but he just goes a little too heavy on the pass in the end, and Sen will just get a moment's breather.
He will indeed. 20 minutes is all that stands between Israel crashing out, unfortunately. They need to get a second goal here to level the scores up. Arnautovic doing the damage at the start of the game. And he's always a threat on the counter.
Foul in the middle of the park there. Look, headbutt. Just ran into each other, but off the ball nonetheless. So Austria will find a moment to make some player changes. Nacho off, Cohen on. It's the reversal actually of what his teammate did. He brought Nacho on late and took Cohen off. So a bit of a switch between the players. Now, trying to take. Looks like he's done the full triple sub as well this time. Looks like everybody off. Gregoric, the goal scorer, off as well for Kainz. And Sibica off as well. Well, a triple sub for both players. They are throwing everything at this one with just 15 minutes to go.
Oh, it's a mistake. And he's in. Chance for 2-2. Surely has to go across the face. How many times have we seen that same attack today, Lee? When all it needs is a simple far post finish, and he's blazed it straight at the goalkeeper at the near post.
A full hand-on-head moment as you just think he's got such an open chance, but it's still a corner, still alive. Looks like he's going for the short corner again. It didn't work out for him last time, so I'm surprised he's trying it again. It does just play it back. What's he looking for here? Well, that's not what he was after, I think, but he still managed to keep it alive down through the middle, but there's nobody there in the middle. And that is just going to go straight back to his defenders. 10 minutes to go. It's all out attack time for Asman. Do or die for Israel to stay in the tournament. A beautiful little drop of the shoulder, but he wasn't quite have the pace there for Austria.
Time running out, 8 minutes away, but Israel are ramping up the pressure. He's in again here, surely, and he's got the equalising goal. Just 7 minutes remaining, and from 0-0 in the first game, we are level, but we're level with 4 pretty special goals. And Lee, buckle yourself up, because we're going to, by the looks of things, possibly golden goal. You never know.
We're going the distance. We are going the distance. It took a long time for this game to liven up, but a massive, massive mistake from Austria there to allow that to happen. And, well, just the clear through ball and disaster for Austria. A 2-0 lead given away. And Israel are still fighting. Ultra defensive. They've got to make sure they don't give anything away from this kickoff. There is going to be around about 3 or 4 minutes extra time as well. So before we reach that golden goal status. Ball through for Austria. Chances through the middle, but look at that. Solid defending from Israel.
Oh, he's got numbers over.
Off the ball. And he's off.
Like the Mighty Ducks. The Flying V. Oh, side down.
Well, they had to stop him because that's a professional foul right there. He was off. He was running Asman with a real chance to counter, but he can still lob one in there. He's got men forward. Will go across. Bitton on it. Works it through the middle. Chance to shoot maybe as they back away from him, but it's blocked out by the Austrian defence. And now they will play it through the middle. The counter-attack is on here for Austria. They've got players out to the left. They're running through the middle, but it's cut out once again by Israel as the time keeps on ticking.
Fourth official says 3 minutes of the allotted will be added on. There will be one last chance to win the game right to the death for Israel. It's pinballing around, surely just can't pull the trigger, and somehow Austria survive to tell another tale and survive to live another day.
Well, that should have been it. The chances were there. My voice is not, but it looks like we're going to be going to golden goals here as the final whistle goes. So, you've seen it already. You know what it's all about. We've had it twice tonight. First up, we had Croatia. Croatia. That was second, actually. They won the second one. First up, we had Romania, actually. Germany didn't even get to touch the ball from kickoff. Bam, straight through goal. We'll see how it works out, though, of course, because this one took a long time to get going.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be the first two, is it to be switched back to the first two players again? I can't quite remember. Or can they choose between the two?
I think they can choose. I'm not too sure.
Because I think both teams might be fairly happy choosing the two players who finished the game, to be honest, because they were on a bit of a roll that game. I mean, we certainly were enjoying that game. So Austria-Israel is the game, the final game before the knockouts tomorrow. And we have had some incredible teams going through, and we've had a few shocks and upsets as well along the way. Are we going to see either Austria or Israel joining them in the next stage?
Well, could cut the atmosphere with a knife right now. It is hotting up. We have Asman continuing with Sem, so they just want to carry on going. They've had 2 goals apiece in the first half. First half. It is golden goal, remember, so anything right now. Expected to be pretty cagey from the kickoff. Austria playing ultra defensively. Of course, Israel with the kickoff, so just making sure their players are in the right position, don't go charging forward as we continue on. I expect this one to be a little slow on the build-up.
7 minutes gone. Israel with the first chance to foray forwards, but it's come straight back off the opposition's back. But they have possession back on this left-hand side. And as you said, we're dealing with a bit of a stalemate.
You know, the way this has been going, I wouldn't be surprised to see Israel stealing it here, because it's definitely been them in the ascendancy. Austria, you know, he started off well, but has been making some pretty dreadful defensive mistakes and getting caught out by those through balls. Of course, his process was simply to work it down that left wing. That's what he's going to be going back to. Try and work it down that left wing. We'll see whether it works out for him. He's got Sabitzer back in. Oh, Gregoric, he's got to...
Oh, it's a defensive error.
Gregoric, a massive defensive error. Again, the cover was there. You've got to feel that Gregoric needed a little hand, but... Oh,
that was a huge opportunity. And you've got to say, actually, defensively, after that mistake, to be able to nick the ball with a stud, it looked like, was actually pretty impressive.
That little stretch of the leg, but...
Yeah.
Oh, that's a corner given away. That was reckless. Will it cost him? We've seen some goals go in, but he has been playing them short recently. That one finds its target. Goes very tight, very short. Back. Chance to shoot, just lay it off. Tries to flick it up. Hasn't got the clear chance to shoot. Was charged down. And nearly gets caught out. No counter-attack. Big chance here. I'll say that. That drag back found himself some space. But you can see Israel back in numbers now. And Austria once again retain possession.
Down the left-hand side yet again for Austria. Whipped across to the near post. Saved by the goalkeeper time and time again. They are using that tactic. It has worked, but on this occasion it doesn't. And now they're open to the counter-attack. But it looks like the Israel attacking momentum has just fizzled a little bit. And, yeah, it comes crashing to a halt.
Seb's still struggling to get and clear his lines at the moment. Golden goal, remember. Anyone that scores will be through. The other will be out of the tournament. This the final match of the night, the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker for the tiebreaker. It's everything, all the marbles, as they'd say. Asman for Israel against Sem. Sem on the attack in the red of Austria. Ball very loose. Goes back. Hits it.
Hit it.
Hits it. Wide. What in the world? I mean, he went for the far post. He did right. He just didn't get on target.
Oh, I was shouting, hit it. From day one, from minute one, from the edge of the area, hit it, pass it, pass it. And then he's blazed it wide of the target.
Well, will this match ever end? That's what the crowd are wondering. That's a dreadful pass there. There's clear pressure on the Israeli player, Asman, who honestly was looking like the man to take it. But now, once again, it seems Sem has regained his composure and has had a couple of chances that maybe have put the pressure on. But counter-attack now. That's a good cutout for Israel as they try and work it down the right. Space in the middle. Cuts it back through. That's not the ball he was looking for, but he's managed to get lucky for it as the touch was too heavy. And again, some really slapdash passing, I think it's safe to say, Adam, here, as both players clearly feeling the pressure.
Yeah, it's all getting a little bit desperate now because they know they're just one mistake away from crashing out of this huge tournament. And that's a lot of pressure for some of these players, young and old, because not many of them have got huge, big international tournament experience, even though they are incredibly talented. And here's another chance here on the left-hand side. Blocked.
I mean, that was straight at the defender. I don't really know. I think he wanted to cut it back for the penalty spot, but it was never going to work out. He has managed to win the ball back, though. So regaining control is a big part of what he needs here. Now, through the middle. Space is opening up for him here, in all honesty, as he cuts out to the left, back through the middle. Can just cut it across the right. That's a foul. Play on given, but I'm not too sure on that one. I think I'd have taken the free kick there.
Yeah, I think I would as well. 3 minutes remaining at the end of the first half. A goal now would be very, very tasty.
I mean, a goal at any time, a goal would be pretty tasty.
Just a goal. Just give us a goal.
Just anything right now would be the icing on the cake is what we're looking for. The question is, who wants it more? Will it be Israel or will it be Austria?
They're building up to it, Lee. It's going to be an absolute barnstormer of a goal.
It's going to be a goal-mouth scramble.
Here we go.
Austria setting up for it. Oh, no. It's a free kick, I think.
I'm feeling something. Something in my bones telling me that we could be about to see the moment that sees Austria fly into the knockout stages. He steps up, left foot, over the wall. Oh, he saved. A stunning fingertip stop from Israel's number one.
Palms it out for a corner. It's not over yet. The final whistle for this half is beckoning, but they're going to get a chance at a header. Can he swing it in? No, goes short. Trying to cut it across goal. Just got to lay it back. There's plenty of players. The keeper passed in the rebound. Oh, it's cleared by Israel. It's half time. Oh my word, the pressure stays as we continue into the second half of golden goal.
I mean, we had the free kick. They went short from the corner, and then a goalmouth scramble that could have ended all goalmouth scrambles almost produced the goal which sent Austria into the knockouts. But we now are back in the second half, but still golden goal, Lee.
We're waiting for a goal, Adam. We're waiting. It's coming. It's coming soon to a cinema near you. But right now, we're waiting to see who is going to send it. Will it be Israel, Asman, or will it be Sem for Austria? Neither want to win it at the moment. They're sending it through. A chance should be cut out by the defender, and it will be cleared by the keeper. But it's not a clean clearance. It's coming right back at him.
It is indeed. Wave after wave of pressure here. And it's Austria again coming down that left-hand side. It seems like Israel have managed to come to terms with it a little bit better. They've managed to shift play across defensively, and David Alaba is being forced back a lot more on that side as Asman now comes again towards the edge of the area. Chance to pull the trigger. No, cuts inside. It's a really, really sloppy pass right when it was just about opening up for him.
Chance for Sem now. He does have Alaba. It's what he's been using all the time. Straight through the middle. Doesn't work out for him. Maybe looking to make some of those changes that he made in the first half. And Sabitzer still on the pitch. Maybe a little tired. Looks certainly very tired out there. Dragovic, so look at Sabitzer. Very low. And this is where we might see some of those changes. We will indeed. I expect to see Sabitzer coming off. They went for a triple sub last time. I expect to see something similar this time, Adam.
Yep, they're going hell for leather now. The last roll of the dice. Triple substitution. Solomon coming on. Actually, Zahavi coming off, which is a surprise. He's been their go-to player for large parts of this tournament so far. But they're going to have to do it without him. And bearing in mind, we've got potentially penalties coming up as well. That could be an interesting decision.
Well, we saw Croatia bring Rakitic on just for the penalties and then miss it, so I'm not going to put too much stock on that one. Defence cutting it out. 65 minutes gone here in the golden goal. It is a tense, tense atmosphere as both Austria and Israel look to book their final place into the quarterfinals. It will still be a tough ask for them, whoever goes through, because they're going to have some real tense opposition, but they've got to get there. And to be in the final day here on Sunday tomorrow, which will be kicking off very early, 9:45 I think it is, BST. Tomorrow we'll be going live, so 10 a.m. the first matchup will be kicking off, but we've got to see who that's going to be. Right now, Israel and Austria are still waiting to see who is going out of the tournament and who is going through. Austria with a chance.
It's not been quite the eye-catching affair that we have seen throughout today's action, but it's fascinating still at this tactical battle between the two teams because they are so evenly matched. It's really hard to see where this pocket is going to be picked.
Israel once again regain possession. Big chance here on the counter. Through ball. Oh, I think it would have been offside regardless. The game's stretching now, though. It's clear to see the options available to them. Israel are the ones hunting for it. Clattering in the middle. It's a 50-50 judge. Austria just puts it straight to Israel, but they managed to get away with it down the wing somehow. Now straight through the middle. Options out the right. Oh, last stretch leg from Israel will slow things down, but he's going to work it to Alaba. That's the player he wants, but it's just such a heavy touch in the end. But it doesn't work out. It's calamity in the middle here, Adam.
It really is, and I think both of the sides know now that they don't really want it to go to penalties. Nobody wants the lottery of losing on a penalty shootout, so they are going to go and try and snatch this late winner. And it's Israel this time that get their foot on the ball. Can they produce something out on this right-hand side? Played right the way through, and it's a good challenge in the end from Dragovic, and it's back to that man again. How many times have we said David Alaba during this cast today in this match, because he's been on the ball time and time again, and with just 8 minutes remaining, it seems for Austria that's where the goal might just come from. From an Israel point of view, they're going much more through the centre, and they've got a big chance, and he's put it wide. That was the moment, Lee, to win the match, and he's put it the wrong side of the post.
I don't even know how. It's in. Oh. 87 minutes gone.
What? With that ball going wide.
How indeed. I mean, well, penalties, Adam.
Surely
we just saw Croatia going through on penalties on the either 9th or 10th penalty. I'm not even too sure. I lost count. It'd gone that far. I was waiting for the
it was 5-4 in sudden death, I believe. As
chance for Austria.
Oh, he's hacked him down. Surely hits it.
How is that not foul? My God, it's penalties, ladies and gentlemen. You could not separate the two teams across 3 games. And now Asman for Israel steps up. The first penalty for Israel. Which way
Mind
will
games
he go?
there from the goalkeeper. Pointing to where he wants it to go. Straight down the middle. Not phased.
Not phased at all. A clean penalty given. Now Seb's chance. Asman trying to give him the wobbly legs. Throwing the Dudek off. Straight down the middle as well into the roof. 2 clean goals.
My money's on straight down the middle for this one. I'd stay rooted if I was the goalkeeper. But let's see. Can Israel regain the lead? Mind games again from the Austrian goalkeeper, and it is straight down the middle, and he saved it. A poor penalty, you have to say.
He needed to pull that one off. Now, can he convert one of his own? The substitute comes on, slots it in, sends the keeper the wrong way. Bergstaller getting it in nicely there. And now Austria hold the lead.
Big, important penalty. A lot of pressure on this. Knows that a miss here could be fatal at this stage. He steps up. Oh, he's hit the crossbar. Unbelievable drama. It's hit the top of the crossbar and away to safety.
Well, Austria, they just need a goal right now. Get things sorted out. Give yourself a cushion. Do what you can. Slap it in. Oh, it's straight down the keeper's throat. 2-1 it remains.
Asman knows that a goal now could completely change his country's fortunes. The whole weight of Israel right now on his shoulders. Sam with the mind games again on the line. He steps up, he shoots, it's hard, straight down the middle, it's another save, and it's another miss.
And now it's all on David Alaba. Austria have been putting their lot in him, and this for the victory. Alaba for Austria. Score, and they're through. It's saved once again. Israel with a lifeline. A lifeline to hang on.
2-1. Has to score. Otherwise, Israel are out. It's as simple as that. 12 yards are all that stand between Austria and the next round, but it's in.
Oh my word. It's now or never, or will we be going to a sixth penalty? Austria, score and you win it. Score and you're through. That's all you need. Left, right, centre. Is that no one? What in the world is happening?
I
And we're
am
on to the sixth
speechless.
penalty.
It's not often that I'm speechless, Lee, but I am speechless. We are back to sudden death, 2-2, and it's Israel that step up first. Can he give them the advantage? He can. Calm, composed, clinical, and creative. 4 of the C's. Brilliant.
What will give out first? Will it be Austria or will it be my voice? As Austria, they have to score. Israel, they've hung on. They had a lifeline. They had a chance. And now they're through. That's it. Austria, after scoring the opening 2 penalties, have missed the next 4. And Israel will go through and be the final team of Group D to join France going through. Incredible.
Well, what a way to end today's proceedings. What a game. It wasn't quite as energetic and brilliant in the actual 90 minutes, but of course it came to life in the penalty shootout, and it was a wonderful penalty shootout to be a part of.
Oh, we got there in the end, Adam. You know, we got our golden goal. We've been talking about the other guys getting it all the way through, Harry and Weza, but it seems that we finally got ours. And of course, he went all the way to penalties, and why wouldn't it? But cleanest of penalties, but also not as bad as Croatia versus Montenegro's penalties. That one was pretty rough. That went down 9 or 10. This one, you've got to be thinking, Austria, how? When they scored the opening 2 penalties, you thought it's in the bag. And they just couldn't find the net.
They had the chance. They had the 5th penalty. All they have to do is tuck it away and they're through. And they weren't able to take it. It went to sudden death. And of course, mentally, as soon as it goes to sudden death, you're on the back. But if you could have won it, 5.
Well, incredible stuff, incredible days, action. I believe we might have the stats for that game coming up, but, well, I mean, there's not a lot statistically to call from that. The actual 90 minutes was relatively uneventful. We had a couple of shots, but nothing was clean and nobody wanted... I got to be honest, I'd be surprised if the pass statistics are over 70%, because they were pretty awful.
69 or 68.
Definitely somewhere down there. I mean, it wasn't.
It wasn't. I mean, the second game we watched was a lot better from a viewer's point of view. But I mentioned in the stream that was still fascinating from a tactical point of view, because there was nothing being given either way defensively. It was very, very solid. And well, it goes to show Israel only had 1 shot in the 90, which tells you everything. Possession was pretty much even across the board as well. And pass accuracy, you were wrong, Lee. It was well over 70%. So slap yourself on the wrist.
I'm not sure about that. I got to be honest. I think interceptions will certainly be up there if we had a stat for that. But Austria certainly had the chances. Israel probably had the cleanest chance. That one chance they had, it should have been in. It should have been in. It was just a simple case of finish and you're through. But it wasn't to be. But it doesn't matter, because they go through anyway. Austria are going to be the ones that are kicking themselves. I've got to question the defensive style play that they showed in the first game. I've got to be honest, I felt they maybe could have gone at it a little more. They played the entire matchup, I think, straight ahead, playing it in defensive stance. So, didn't quite work out for him.
No, I'd be surprised if he didn't... I was surprised at actually the way they took that next game, because they were much better in that second game. And they kind of reverted to type in the final game. I believe we may be seeing some of the other fellas joining us shortly, but
yeah, it's been a long day. I mean, let's get Harry and Weza in here, because we've obviously all been covering the action. We've all had some late dramas and some long games. I think it's safe to say, as it's just hit midnight here in Germany.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Lee. It was a long old series throughout not only the tiebreaker matches, the entire day. We started so long ago. It feels like a lifetime ago, but that last round of matches especially was a bit of a marathon affair. But thanks so much for joining us today. We're going to round up the groups as we give Lee a little bit of a rest on his voice here. And the two teams advancing from Group A, it will be Spain and it will not be Germany. It will be Romania advancing to the knockout stages tomorrow, as we recap the rest of today's action as well. A tremendous performance, as we expected, out of Spain here in Group A, but Romania, the real shocks. Over here in Group B, we have Italy advancing through the winners' side. They actually pipped Serbia, who I suppose you could argue are favourites, or were favourites to go through Group B. They did in the end, but only in 4-3 fashion in a tiebreaker match against Turkey. Moving on to Group C then, after Italy and Serbia were able to clinch Group B qualification. In Group C, it was business as usual for the Netherlands. They advanced, and then after a marathon match, 2-1 all draws, 90 minutes of golden goal, and a 10-kick apiece, it felt like, penalty shootout between Croatia and Montenegro. It was the former who advanced into the knockout stages. And then, well, rounding out the day, it's Group D. France, with the reigning world champion Ismail, flanked by Lotfi, advancing through the winners stage. And, well, Israel, in the end, throughout the tiebreaker, were able to make things happen in the penalty shootout. It was a long old day, gentlemen. It really was. Congratulations for making through it, obviously with your voices mostly still intact. Any particular highlights from any of you guys that want to jump in here? Wes, I suppose I'll start with you and we'll go around clockwise. Any particular moments that stand out for you out of today?
I think it has to be the Romanian performance against Germany, to pull it out of the bag when everybody and all punditry would have gone against them, to pull that result out and to knock them out in the fashion that they did. Superb. And a minute and 19 seconds it took them to dump them out on golden goal. Superb performance.
Adam, you were hoping for a golden goal. You just got one. Was that your moment of the day?
The golden goal with the penalty shootout?
Yeah, the entire 90 minutes of golden goal.
Yeah, it was, like I said, it wouldn't go down in the history books as the greatest game ever, but it will be so important to the Israelis who have gone through. They'll be very, very chuffed with their day's work.
And Lee, finally for you, any particular standout moments for today?
Yeah, I think for me it's probably the Serbia-Italy game where I sort of had a taste of what's to come from those guys, saying 6-5 the end score on a goal difference. Clearly a lot of goals in both those teams, so it should be very entertaining tomorrow.
Yes, it really should. We, of course, have the knockout stages still to come tomorrow. Let's take a look, though, at the Alipay top scorers of the competition so far. Germany and Turkey both knocked out. So those surely will be overthrown tomorrow, fellas, by the countries below them. France, Italy, Netherlands. The other countries still in this competition have a real chance to overtake those two nations.
Yeah, I think it's remarkable, actually, that how far ahead Germany were. Looking at the likes of France and Italy, and there was a massive amount between them. So it's quite a shock, as you said, that Romania were able to dump them out today.
Yeah, any particular favourites you're thinking might be topping the charts at the end of the competition? Whereas obviously France haven't been in as free-flowing, free goal-scoring form as we might expect them to be. But do you maybe think if they do go all the way, they'll be at the top of the table come the end?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen it time and time again that the duo from France, once they catch fire.
Well, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Again, we apologise for the interruptions at home. We're all working from home here, so things are getting a little bit tricky. Now it's time to move on to our skill of the day presented by Hisense. We obviously had plenty to choose from, gentlemen, and I honestly, we had, again, a fair few to pick from here. I can't quite pick a number one. It'll be interesting to see what we've gone for the skill of the day, but I'm thinking back to a couple of challenges, a couple of manual saves here and there that really pretty much stood out for us as maybe the skills of the day. This, I believe, was a goal by Irma with some fantastic one-touch passing, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it was a goal. It was a passing move that should have been a goal. The quality of that passing move was fantastic. In terms of what we can see here from, looks like Denmark, it was here. You can see there just the nonchalant chest into the back of the net, which, you very rarely see that on a game of eFootball, Pez. It was a lovely ball into the box and just nonchalantly just chested into the back of the net.
Yeah, almost looked like he was trying to control it, but we'll pass it off with a bit of skill. Here is Jana against Luxembourg here, Adam, and it was so well worked to take this free kick quickly, really caught the defence napping, and in the end it was the difference maker that really set Jana apart from Luxembourg.
Yeah, sometimes when the game's so tight, just those little moments of magic and just thinking quickly on your feet, as they did with that free kick, can make all the difference. And it was a tidy finish as well. I'm still harping back to the wonderful goalkeeping diving save with the deflection, but I don't know whether that would count as a skill or not.
Well, as we just
Possibly
saw,
not.
the Spanish last-ditch tackle was our final skill of the day. Thanks to Hisense, of course, for bringing that to our attention. I believe now we will have the actual skill of the day, and it is actually Alex Alguacil versus Germany. And Lee, this was such a great tackle. Me and Wes highlighted it when we saw it, because this essentially saves a goal.
Yeah, and absolutely, when you think how close this game went as well with the comeback that Germany showed, it just shows how tight those little things can be. So a real clutch save for Alex there.
Yeah, it was a last-ditch tackle, and that was one of those games earlier on, Wes, that we got to cover in Spain and Germany. That was a really tight, close affair. In the end, it ended 3-1 to Alex Alguacil, but those are the type of differences between the two nations, and you could tell maybe that Alex just wanted it a little bit more for Spain.
Yeah, it just took wind out the sails of Germany at that point. 3-2, they would have gone into the second game, and all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more complicated for Spain, but it's a great last-ditch challenge. I believe it's from Sergio Ramos. Brilliant tackle.
All right then, gents, time to look at our SoCar goal of the day. We have a fair few to pick from. I know which one was my favourite off the top of my head, and well, it's Miralem Pjanic for Zusinho against Romania. If you remember all the way back to our first match of the day, it was a consolation in the end, but a tremendous strike.
I mean, they lost. The irony is that it was a consolation. They lost 4-1, but to goal it was absolutely postage stamp.
And another goal here that we got to cover, Wes, a lovely bit of skill from Mestre.
Yeah, it was the movement. It was the movement with the goal. It was the neat little back heel. It was the right turn at the right time. And again, one-time finish, takes it away from defender. Brilliant.
Paneas' free kick against Germany, Adam, was, some theatrics from Manuel Neuer. Did his best to try and get a touch on the ball, but in the end was just beaten.
Yeah, it was a lovely finish, but it was also the importance of the goal as well. It came at a very, very crucial time in the match to give them that advantage. So, more than one reason for me for that.
And then finally, Kepa with this absolute thunder strike against Turkey. The first touch was perfect to tee it up for the strike into the top corner. Any personal favourites out of there, lads? Wes, I'm going to start with you. I know which one's my favourite, but maybe you have a differing opinion to myself.
I think and as Adam alluded to, I think it was the importance of that Romanian free kick, in terms of the story of the game, to get themselves 2-1 up, to set up a platform to go into that second game. Superb strike. And again, it put the Germans under so much pressure that they eventually collapsed.
Adam, quickly, one from you. What was your favourite out of the bunch?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to harp on about that goal, but it was also the fact that it's up against Manuel Neuer, one of the greatest the world has ever seen in terms of the number one spot. So no mean feat, certainly getting it past him in off the post.
And Lee, what do you think?
I gotta be honest, I agree as well. I mean, it was just the importance.
Boring.
The importance of the goal.
Something
just
else.
said it. I mean, the fact is, they knocked Germany out of the competition, and that goal was a big part of it, because that, as you say at the time, it turned the match. And without that goal, a free kick like that, off the post to bins, brilliant.
Well, we had plenty to choose from. Here we have the goal of the day by Sokar. What's it going to be? I think it might be my choice, you know. I like the Miralem Pjanic free kick, and it is. Zusinho against Romania, right into the top corner. I think a lot of it helps, lads, that we had the perfect angle from it. Right here, you see the perfect curvature of the ball, the reverse curve, and it's right
It's a
into the
long
top
range
corner.
as well. That's a long range free kick.
Needed to be absolutely perfect. It's almost unfortunate, Wes, that it was only a consolation for Bosnia and Herzegovina in the end.
Yeah, they normally say about goals of that caliber that if they don't win games, you don't really remember them. But and that may be consigned to that type of history book, but it's an absolutely quality hit from Miralem Pjanic.
Right, gentlemen, we are just about done for today. But first of all, we have performed the draw for the knockout stages, and I think it's only fair before we round up the show and say our goodbyes that we take a look at some of the matches ahead of us tomorrow. I mean, Netherlands, Romania, Spain versus Serbia at the top half of the bracket, Italy, Israel, France versus Croatia. They were in the same group in the qualification phase, France and Croatia. They meet up once again. Just quickly from you, Wes. I'm not going to ask the other analysts here, just from you, Wes, because you're my favourite. A particular matchup you may be looking forward to tomorrow.
I think it's for that B bracket, Spain versus Serbia. That's got Barburner written all over it. Really, really has.
Spain and Serbia both in Group A, of course, in the qualification rounds. You know what, Lee and Adam, I'll open it up to you. Is there maybe a different matchup there you're looking forward to? Adam, you first.
Not necessarily the matchup, but I think this gives France a real strong potential chance of going on and winning it, because I think they've avoided 3 teams that they would see as potential big threats to the crown in the Netherlands, Spain and Serbia. Obviously, great teams in their section, but I would say they are looking like top dogs right now.
How about you, Lee?
Yeah, I mean, Spain-Serbia is the immediate one that stands out. They've both played very well today. They've both scored a lot of goals, so that's almost certainly probably going to be a 0-0 edge game. It's the way it always goes, right?
It always goes that way. Of course, thank you all to everyone watching at home. Make sure you stay in touch. Use the hashtag eEURO 2020. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central European summertime is when you need to look out for us again, gracing your screens with our lovely faces, and of course with more fantastic eFootball PES 2020 action here in the eEURO 2020 competition. From myself, from Wes, from Lee and from Adam, thank you so much for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Goodbye.
11 players, many of them friends, some foes during the league season, now united for a single cause as they carry the hopes and expectations of a nation, the most unbearable, thrilling of emotional roller coasters.
Cheers.